All right, somebody join me. Tap screen, all energy stuff, armies, show live, whatever.
Mojo.
Wow, what a piece of shit.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Why? What did I do?
I heard what you did to Crosstab the other day.
Oh, yeah. Well, he told me he wanted to give heroin to people, so... And then he backed Vex after Vex was so disingenuous towards me.
Yeah. Well, you're kind of an asshole.
I agree, Crosstabs is.
No, you are.
How am I the asshole?
For the whole fucking nonsensical bullshit, somehow insinuating that Crosstabs is a Marxist, first of all. Second of all, being a fucking whiny little bitch about Vex. Thirdly, booting him off the panel and talking shit about him. I mean, the whole thing was fucking pathetic.
Excuse me, Vex did that. Vex
you are
did that
a child. First. Oh, yeah, he did it to me. He touched me first. You're a fucking child, Galt. You're a child.
Okay.
Now you want to come up and start some drama, too?
No, I don't want to start any drama.
All right. I just had to get that out of my... out from under my skin, I guess. I was a little pissed off the other day because of the Crosstab shit. I thought that was ridiculous.
Yeah, I probably
Vex is Vex. I don't care.
Yeah, maybe Crosstabs. Maybe Crosstabs deserves an apology, but the way Vex treated me, I just asked him if he wanted to apologize for treating me that way, and he said no.
Yeah.
Did you catch that part?
I half agree with Vex, but I'm like, fuck Vex.
Yeah.
Half the time, fuck Vex.
You know what, Mojo? You're probably right. I probably owe Crosstabs an apology, but Vex, no. I asked Vex for an apology. He told me no, so I told him to fuck off.
Okay, I don't blame you for that. I was just pissed off at the Crosstabs thing.
You know what? That's fair criticism. I'll take that, Mojo. And you know what? I will apologize to Crosstabs. I think you're correct. How about that?
That would be awesome, actually. We all know Crosstabs means no harm, man. He's a good guy.
You know what, Mojo? You are correct. I will apologize to Crosstabs. How about that?
Cool. Something you want to talk about?
Yeah, so interesting. So while we're on the apology train, I think you should apologize to Danielle.
No.
Do you want to hear my reasoning as to why?
Sure,
I would agree with Galt in this instance. I think you should apologize to Danielle. I've been thinking about it.
Because even if you're right, theoretically... I think what you're doing is other women now, if this happens to them, they may be scared to come out and address it because maybe you wouldn't do it, but now it opens up the lane for other guys to make the claim that they're sort of making this up or whatever. So I think in order to create a safe space for women, we shouldn't attack women when they're attacked. And even if you are correct, maybe you are, I don't think you are, what you're doing is actually making it so that other guys can do what you're doing and make it a defensible position. And I think that's incorrect.
I think it's pretty wild.
My reasoning's biological. So specifically, you had said yesterday, based on what other women had done, like being silent about it or wanting to take it offline to talk about it, just because a woman does something different from the other ones, like that is no excuse. I mean, realistically, in events that happen and transpire like that, you have some women that fight back. They may scratch, claw, or use a weapon against their attacker. They may freeze up. They may do nothing at all. Some have even been known to help their attacker because biologically, we all have an amygdala. It's about the size of a peanut, and it is way louder than anything else in your brain, and it tells you to survive. So simply because she's doing something different from other women, I don't think that's a reason to think that she's lying about it.
Yeah, and also,
hold on.
Quick, Mojo.
Hold on. First of all, I don't believe in the human nature bullshit. Fight or flight or freeze or whatever, that shit's all fucking crap. We learned all of those fucking behaviors. So yeah, people are going to react differently. I'm going to agree with you on that. But what Tapley has done to that live and what Tapley has done to TikTok in general is to make the whole thing about drama. And he's in the middle of all the drama and he's made everything about himself and everything becomes about him. I did go after him yesterday. He threw Danielle at me. I didn't do it.
That's why you should
threw Danielle
apologize.
at me. I'm not going to apologize.
Just to Danielle.
I am absolutely not going to apologize to Danielle.
You absolutely should, and for the simple reason that there are some women who don't want to fight back. And I'll put it this way, if I'm a woman, hold on, Mojo, if I'm a woman right now and I've seen what's happened to Danielle, and if something like that were to happen to me, and let's say I'm like an introvert, I would be really scared to come forward because I wouldn't want all of this drama. And I blame Tapley for that, and I blame you for that. I don't blame Danielle, and that's why I think you should apologize and be the bigger man and apologize to Danielle. I don't think you owe Tapley an apology, but I do think you owe Danielle an apology, and I think you should reverse your stance.
And I'm not making a human nature argument or anything like that.
I don't give a fuck. I'll take this all into consideration. Anything else you want to talk about?
No,
sure. SpaceX is about to crash the economy.
What, Galt?
Wow.
Yeah, I got to run because I got to go apologize to Crosstabs. Mojo, I think you talked some sense into me on that one. Hopefully I talk some sense into you because future women who are introverts probably would look at the situation and see how people are rallying against Danielle.
I think it's wild that you're up here trying to protect women. That's fucking wild work, man.
Why?
Good for you. Good for you, though. Good for you for changing up.
You turned him into a liberal.
Human being.
I'm not a liberal. I just believe in individualism, and I believe that I do believe there are women that would be scared to come forward because of society and how they react to it. And I think you believe that too, Mojo, and I think that's why you should apologize to Danielle and reverse your statements.
I do. She's not scared to come forward.
Right. Well, other women would, but your reaction to it. Right, but your reaction to it is bad, Mojo.
Okay, that's fine.
You could be mad at Tapley. You can attack him. That's fine. But I think
my
your
reaction is bad. I'm an asshole. I don't care.
You should care. You should care that women don't feel comfortable in spaces to come forward.
This is actually pretty awesome. I like how you're turning Dr. Galt even more leftist. This is praxis, Mojo. You're doing the Lord's work.
No, this isn't leftist, first of all. And calling it leftist, I try to preach this on the right, that people should create safe spaces. So if somebody creates violence or hurts somebody, that they can come forward and not feel attacked. Like, that's not a left thing.
And particularly, this is just on the rhetoric.
I think what you guys should do is you should go in there and talk to Danielle and Tapley, since they'll probably still talk to you, and talk to them about how they treated women last night, how they treated women in my community, how they treated women in the comments, how they treated women that came up on the panel, simply dropping them, telling them to shut up, telling them that they can't talk, telling them that what they should and shouldn't be doing, and how ashamed they should be for, I don't know, hanging around with me or whatever the hell they decide they want to do. I think you should go tell Tapley and Danielle to do that shit, because they did that for hours yesterday, for vast majority of the day. They were doing that to women all over fucking TikTok.
Hey, Mojo, Danielle's not my friend, neither is Tapley. You are, and I want you to be the bigger man, just like you want me to be the bigger man with Crosstabs. I don't give a fuck what they do, Mojo. I come on your live.
That's wild.
Why?
Well, they have more influence than I do. Why wouldn't you go after them?
I don't go after people, Mojo. I don't care.
You're going after me. You go after me. You've gone after me a bunch of times. What are you talking about?
We go after each other, Mojo. I consider you a friend, and I expect more from you on this one. And you expected more from me with Crosstabs. I heard you out, and you had the correct position, and you know I'm correct. Stop being stubborn. Go apologize to Danielle.
Stubborn is part of my my attractiveness to people.
First of all,
I thought you were about to say it's your nature.
This transcends politics. This just looks bad for like how women can get treated, and it transcends politics.
It does. I agree. That's why we shouldn't be talking about it right here, right now.
Yep. So go apologize to Danielle, and let's all move on from this.
You can go ahead and move on.
All right. Thank you for hearing me out, Mojo.
Yeah.
All right. Later, man.
Later.
He is uniting the left.
Yes, believe her.
That's funny. Fucking go.
So anyways, shall we get into daily topics?
ASEX, I want to hear more about that. What happened?
Well, you do realize that they're going IPO, right? And they're about to go IPO for like 1.7 or 1.8 trillion dollars. That's a massive amount. That's like one of the largest, if not the largest, like IPO ever. And SpaceX doesn't earn any money. Like they've been negatively operating cost for their existence. They still have not yet to turn a profit. Well, once they enter IPO, the index funds like the S&P 500, they're required by law to buy in to all this because they have to buy all of the companies that come into the S&P 500. Now, how it used to work was whenever a new company would come in, the index funds and the S&P 500 didn't have to buy in until like a year later, maybe even longer. Well, they changed the rules like just a month or two ago, where now as soon as they come in, the index funds have to buy in to all the companies that come into the S&P 500. Now, SpaceX is going to have a valuation of like $2.6 trillion. And the index funds are everybody's 401ks. So you're about to have public funding flood into this company that is the largest company or one of the largest on the face of the earth, and it has yet to turn a profit. It's a huge fucking gamble. It's like putting the house on the line on black.
Well, if it's not able to turn a profit, is it at least able to make revenue enough to sustain itself, or is it just in the red completely?
No,
because I know
Elon's
nothing about
been funding
SpaceX.
it from the other companies like Tesla. It's been losing money this entire time. It has never turned a profit.
Yeah, I looked it up. 4.9 billion net loss in 2025. It's crazy. It says Starlink is profitable though. Is Starlink's not a part of SpaceX, is it?
Technically no, but I'm thinking it's part of the offer. When they go IPO, it will be officially a part of SpaceX. Like that's the purpose of SpaceX, is to put those satellites into orbit. But at the current moment, it is not. It is separate. Starlink is its own company and service, separate from SpaceX.
Dude, we're so cooked.
You think? I don't know. Did Redacted talk to Steven yet? Has Redacted
I agree with that, by the way, Robot. That is an issue. There were some that were affected like within 5 days of the IPO, and then others said they were going to not do that. But then there was a longer time period. Anybody that has money in the in any index that will be affected by this, you can take action and move it out. I didn't participate in the SpaceX IPO, and I was staying away from any fund that was going to incorporate it inside of it. The S&P 500 is hard to move out of, obviously, because then now you're entering the timing game of getting out and getting back in. But I just think, we're already in a weird place in the American market, stock market. Anybody I think should consider moving in some to cash. That's not advice, but certainly what I've done. And
you're gonna crash the freaking stock market giving that advice, Steven? What the hell?
That's what all of Wall Street saying.
Anybody
need to go to safe havens like metal, treasury securities, which, there is the issue with Japan and our holdings, but that is safer than like this drop of this IPO because it's Titanic sized.
Yeah. It was kind of this loophole that we just hadn't seen before. And this whole idea that it has to be added to the S&P 500 is crazy. Should be a much longer runway.
What do you mean you haven't seen before? Many financial economists have been like screaming from the rooftops about SpaceX.
I'm saying before SpaceX. I think the idea is that once a company spends many years building up to a certain valuation, then it gets added. That was, I think, the intent.
Hey, everybody.
Howdy, Eddie. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
Yeah, 46. I voted for Harris.
All right. You have something you want to add?
Yeah, all my stocks have crashed. AMD, I mean, all of them. The biggest scam is the SpaceX. It was all hype. And my stockbroker, they even advised everybody. Everybody bought into it. It just crashed. It was an easy way for Musk to make billions of dollars. It's a typical scam. No different than Trump's meme coin. Trump's already had 3 coin scams. It's a way. I just can't believe the people would follow Elon Musk and believe the shit. He's done it before with Tesla. And you guys were talking about Tesla a couple of minutes ago. My sister bought a Tesla. When she found out the truth about the car, she sold it. And what the dealerships are not telling the buyers, and it's amazing how many people don't do the research. Do you know the battery on a Tesla? If you have, when you buy a car, you get a 5-year warranty and it covers pretty much everything. After that, your warranty is gone. What they don't tell the buyers is a used Tesla battery. The battery takes the bottom of the whole damn car. It costs 15 grand plus for a used one and 21 to 22,000 for a new one. So people don't. My sister found that out after a year and a half, and she got rid of the car. I go, when that battery goes out, she didn't listen to me from the beginning. She didn't believe me, and she did the research. You can Google all the information. The car is a plastic piece of crap. And all these people that have these Teslas, unless you're rich and you don't give a shit, better wake up and see the light.
Because you are all over the place, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little lost while we're talking about Tesla cars. We were talking about SpaceX.
Yeah, you were talking about Tesla a few minutes ago, then you went into SpaceX. But I'm just mentioning, because it's all Elon Musk, all his scams.
Yeah, you're talking about all your stocks. What are you talking? The market's been up. Like it's
not my stocks.
Well, if you're picking individual stocks, then yeah, you can pick losers. Why are you not diversified?
No, I am diversified. I've got my top 8 stocks, and every one of them are down. What are you talking about?
The SPY just hit an all-time high for like all time, literally just
no, it's
10
not.
Minutes ago.
AMD, no, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, oh my God, Apple, AMD, Nvidia, on and on. Right now, they're all down. So you can go with the flow. If you want to wait it out, if that's what you think, maybe, who knows? But right now, my top 8 stocks are down.
Their top 8 stocks. That's the issue.
The ones
you should be invested in 8 stocks by itself.
No. I make a lot of money all the years with these 8 stocks. I don't believe in anything else.
Do you think that stocks never have corrections?
Eventually, if you want to sit and wait it out, and play that game, the more to you.
First off, you're not wrong. The market right now is all valued based on FANG. It's all based on AI. It's based on cyclical money. The stock market is probably the most heavily, I want to say, corrupted as it has ever been. Because you have a $200 billion investment from NVIDIA going to AMD, then AMD goes to OpenAI, and OpenAI, it just goes in a giant circle, and they're all reinvesting the same amount of money. Also, to SpaceX's mention there, they IPO'd at the beginning of July. It went up like crazy and then dropped like crazy. The reason why it's hitting the news right now is that NASDAQ, who they are listed on, changed their rules to allow insiders to sell after a month lockup after IPO. It used to be 6 months, I think was the quickest, or it might have even been 12 months. But Elon lobbied NASDAQ to allow them for the insiders to start selling off at a month. And that's where we are coming up to, I think, either today or tomorrow. These insiders are going to start selling off like crazy. And it's after the index funds purchased into it. So essentially, that's why they keep saying that Elon is stealing the retirement funds of the Americans, is because you don't control what these index funds do. They had to buy into it. And the majority of our retired population holds index funds.
Yep,
so essentially, exactly. So that's why it's a big concern is that Elon and his ilk are going to start selling off their shares of SpaceX, crashing SpaceX, and bringing down everyone with it.
They already did. They've already begun that. If you look at the chart, did you look at the straddle? It's down, 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 down. I mean, S&P 500, if you wait it out long term, you'll always make money. But right now, my stocks, I don't trade. I don't believe in trading. I flip stocks, and that's how I make a lot of money. I buy a lot of shares of these 8 stocks. But right now, I'm not selling out anything. I'm just going to wait it out because I can't sell out because I'll lose a lot of money. So I'm just going to wait it out. But what
I'm
I was saying is,
over time, have you looked at what your average return has been over time with those 8 stocks?
I've made a lot of money, but the last 2 years, it's been really, really just frickle. So I buy in like SpaceX. If you bought in and bought right out, you would have made money. But you got to know how to play the game, and you got to do it fast. But I would never buy.
He just said he doesn't trade stocks. He's talking about jumping in and adding stocks.
Yeah, flipping stocks. That has nothing to do with trading. Flipping stocks is you buy low, sell high. That's what I'm talking about. But that's what I'm talking about, buying in and out. It's nothing to do with.
So you know that strategy ends up eventually failing when we do have a real correction, and you're thinking you're buying a dip because something goes down and then briefly comes back up. So you buy in, then it tanks again, and it briefly comes back up, and you buy in again. Like trying to time the market is a fool's errand for the vast majority of people the ones that actually get it right. There's a percentage of luck involved, and then there's some that maybe could claim that it's all skill. I mean, if you're in government, right, you could see things happening before you make them happen. But for the most part, trying to even like talk about timing stocks, buying the dips, I mean, that's why I ask you what your overall return has been over time. Most people who do that, when they really look back on it, their average return is less than if they had just put it in a basket of well-diversified funds.
Yeah, S&P 500 will always work in the long run. I've been playing these stocks for over 12 years, so that's why I say I stick to these 8 stocks because I know how to play their little game.
Wait, I want to pop in here just to say you've never experienced a true market correction. Then none of us, based on what you just said, and even my age group, we've never been in the market for a true market correction, and that's why you can say you've won. We're probably set for, I mean, I know we keep saying it, but we're probably looking at easily a 20 to 30% correction here in the near future.
And you can see this in 2008, and you can see it even in COVID with how fast things came back after that. It all seems obvious in hindsight, but at the time, people are like, oh, there's a little bit of a correction. I'm going to buy back in. So it's not even end up being right twice. You have to be right like 8 times because you think something's happening in the market and you buy in and then it doesn't. And you're like, oh, crap. So you wait a little longer and then you buy in again or you sell at the wrong time. And when you average that out for most people, they end up doing worse than if they just left it in the market. And if anything, having some cash to contribute to the market as it's going down or bottoming out is the biggest difference maker. So that's hard to do too. I would never suggest everybody sell everything right now because we could see, you never know, you could see another 6 months of growth before anything happens. But it's not a terrible idea to take some of your money and sideline it and have something to put in the market if it does go down so you can take advantage of the lows.
And another thing, it's a fallacy that he mentioned. He's like, if I start seeing something bad coming, if you look at like some of the worst corrections or crashes in history, it all happened in a matter of a day or an hour. I know we have circuit breakers in place now, but if it really were to all hit the fan, it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to exit before you see a 20 to 30% reduction.
Yeah. And so in many ways, it's like the casino. If you try to time it, your emotions get in the way and you make all the wrong decisions.
Exactly.
So when is this supposed to happen? I haven't even been paying attention to this, nor do I really pay attention to the stock market at all. But when is
I think the idea is that from a lot of experts that have come and talked about it, it's the idea is that it could happen now, it could happen 6 months from now, it could happen a year from now, and nobody ever really knows exactly. Oh, the IPO?
The IPO. Yeah.
Oh, that already happened. The SpaceX IPO?
Oh. Yeah.
The lockup period is ending now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, they've already gone IPO. securities and stuff have already bought in. So yeah, this is the test, because again, they've never been profitable, and yet they're valued as one of the most profitable businesses on the face of the earth. Like,
Yeah.
Again, and this is
either
also
a giant
not
rug pull, or it's actually going to be profitable.
well, yeah, I don't know. It's very like barely profitable. The biggest problem is if you look at the earnings per share. Like a healthy earnings per share is like what Stephen can answer. Like 3 to 8 times is considered healthy. I think SpaceX is like something like 150 times. So that's saying that at their value, they're earning 150 times what they are actually pulling in revenue. So
Isn't
it's
Tesla
not
valued
sustainable.
kind of the same way?
Exactly. Yep. Because it's all a hype machine. It's all Elon. But
Yeah, and
people
the
are
American market in general is in worse shape than like emerging markets, for example, in terms of that. So
trip because they are tripping over their AI bubble. A lot of like retail investors were hit with margin calls, and then our most recent interest rate meeting, it was a contested vote. It wasn't typically it's all voted one way. We actually had some governors vote to raise the rate, whereas whoever the chairman is now opted to keep it level, although Trump is actively lobbying to lower the rate, which would make things much worse. So not financial advice, but just keep your eyes on the market if you are invested.
people who tend to come out of the, I mean, this is easier said than done, but people that tend to come out of market corrections or dips, significant dips, the best are people that actually end up having cash to invest when the market does go down. So if you end up in a position where the market tanks and you can start saving as much as you can, cut back on your expenses and start investing in the market as it's going down, not all at once, because you never know where the floor is. But again, this is, Sauce keeps saying, I keep bringing this up, but this is where dollar cost averaging comes into play, because you just, in certain plans like 401k plans and IRAs or anything else, like help with this because it comes out on a regular basis. You can set it up to where it does that. And as the market continues to go down, you're buying more and more shares. We look at this, right? Again, after markets correct and they come back up, the people that did the best are the ones that increased their contributions on the downside or had some money to, lump in at some point when the market was low. But that, for a lot of people, that's tough because when the market goes down,
especially from someone like Trump.
yeah.
Well, they incentive. You don't think they kind of set that up? You don't think that might be some insider bullshit going on anyway? You say incentive. I don't know.
I don't
Say
think
that
many
again?
people need convincing that current structure of things allow for people in government to at least attempt to manipulate the markets and take advantage of it.
Yeah, but like oh, go ahead.
No, I just said some shit we need to fix.
I agree.
Yeah. I was
But I
looking at
guess
the
what I'm-
top 50 list of politicians that, that increased their wealth while in office, just percentage of their existing wealth. Mm-hmm. And it's about half Democrats. So it's not a Republican thing. It's just that the sheer dollar amount that Trump increased his was so eye-popping that it seems like we can blame it all on Trump. But, I mean, they're all trying to do the same thing.
Well, I do know that out of the top 10 wealthiest stock traders, if you will, in Congress, 8 of them are Republican. But that's also besides the point. The rules that changed the like FEC regulations and things in the stock market that allowed the securities have to invest in all the S&P 500, like they're required to by law.
Okay, you got me. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of by definition, the S&P 500 is, I don't know if it's exactly 500, it's like 508 or something like that, of the largest U.S. companies. So it sort of like defaults into it if you IPO a company that falls in the top 500, like right out of the gate.
a $2.6 trillion valuation puts it in like the S&P 10. It's one of the most valuable companies that's never turned a profit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I guess what I'm saying is, like, I don't necessarily care if Republicans or Democrats do it. It's wrong regardless. You know where I stand, Stephen. But this sort of market manipulation I'm talking about, flip-flopping back and forth with Iran, our oil and gas going up and then going down and then going up and then going down, it's having a direct effect on American people.
Yeah, especially if people are trying to time it. But I hear what you're saying, but especially if people are trying to time it as it goes up or down. There's certain things that I'll time. Most of my stuff is spread out, but like oil, maybe I've just gotten lucky, but during COVID and then twice now during this conflict, I've made some good money on the fluctuation of oil prices. You can bet on you can actually, short it so that when it goes up.
No. I'm not talking about people who manipulate or who play into the market, not manipulate, sorry. People who play into the market like you, who see trends and, hop on the bandwagon to make money. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who have to pay for oil and gas.
Oh, right. Yeah. Going to the pump and you never know if you're going to show up to $3 a gallon or $7 a gallon.
And given like we live in an infrastructure, in a country that's infrastructure was built for the car, I mean, average working class people can't afford this sort of market manipulation just so some asshole can get rich. Or more rich because they're already filthy rich.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like many people on the left are for the environment, right? So if there's nothing that might spark you to get an electric car and solar panels and not rely on gas as much, maybe this will help you.
How are
give
people
you the boost.
The car prices up. Prices of cars are up ridiculous amounts. It's almost like the price of a down payment for a house to buy a car. So you got to choose, am I going to buy a house or am I going to buy a car to get to work every day?
Well, and B, if we're already struggling to pay gas prices, how in the hell are we going to have extra money to pay for solar panels or to pay for a new vehicle?
You can get, I mean, there's so many used electric cars now. You can get a pretty good deal. Actually, what happened is in the electric car market, Tesla did really well, obviously. And then the other car manufacturers were like, we're not going to get left in the dust. So everybody came out with their version of it. It flooded the market. The infrastructure still wasn't there enough to where people could have an easy time trying to charge it at these charging stations that were few far between. And there were other issues where they rushed some things to market. So what happened is the market, the cost of people that bought them new at that time, and so I would even argue still today, take this huge loss as soon as they drive it off the lot. So there's a lot of relatively new electric cars that have settled down to what the true value is of them in today's market. That's significantly less than what if you were to go buy it new.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about new. I'm going to quote you the same study that I always quote everybody on this app who thinks people just have money to burn. 60% of Americans cannot afford a surprise $500 medical bill. How are they going to afford even a used car? Where can you get a used electric car for less than $500? Do you see how this is multifunctional, right? There are so many things that go into just him manipulating the market for Iran's oil. That's just one thing that he does. That's not the other market manipulations that he's done.
I just want to point out that, Mojo, I think you said yesterday that if someone threatens to dox somebody, they would be blocked. There's somebody in the comments that's literally saying I should be doxed based on me making money on oil. But anyway, yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I mean, I think that that's worthy of looking at what people can actually afford, and especially if it's a time where they're feeling the pinch now. So yeah, to your point, going out now to try to do that isn't as easy. But in the long run, hopefully, as we pull out of certain things, and if other things can come into play for many people that are in a position, there's always going to be some people that are in a position in their life where Now they have kids, they've got bigger responsibilities. Their job advancement isn't happening. It's just they're on this grind now, and so obviously having a conversation about trying to help people afford things and all of that is useful. But there's still a lot of people you can focus on with regards to people that have not reached that yet. They still are in this opportunity zone to reshape how they save money, how they look at budgeting, how they do all this stuff, and can
You think
and can start
60% of Americans are failing? You think 60% of Americans are having a budget issue?
I think there's
You would never
certainly a
look at
percentage of people.
another. You would never. I'll let you answer. I'm sorry. I interrupted. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know how you could deny that there's we'd have to do some research to try to zero in on what percentage, but I don't know how you could deny that there is a percentage of people that are in a position in their life where they have not been locked in, if you will, into a job because of the current responsibilities they have in life, making it harder for them to advance and do other things. There are a certain percentage of people that are in an opportunity stage in their life before they reach that point where they can start making different decisions for themselves.
So again, I didn't say a certain amount of people. I said 60% of people. If you were to look at another country and you were to see 60% of its citizens could not afford a surprise $500 medical bill, you would look at that and say that's a failure of that country's government to be able to get the economy going. But you make this exception because your guy's in office.
No, so B, I think if you look back, because every time I've looked at this randomly throughout the years, it's always been the case that people have alarmingly less than what they should if to cover any sort of emergency that comes up. And this is not a Republican Democrat thing. So, I mean, maybe you're making a different argument here, but I don't see how this is a particularly strange thing to happen under Trump.
It's been happening for a very long time now.
I just don't honestly believe that 60% of Americans don't have $500.
I don't care what you believe. It's a statistical fact.
Every time you go anywhere, all these guys do is sit around and talk about how broke they are, and then proceed to go get in their $100,000 Escalade or King Ranch or Denali and drive home. They're full of shit. It's just simply not true.
No, it simply is true. Just because you're using
anybody that's driving around.
Steve, I wasn't done talking.
Steve, you got to stop, man. You got to let her respond to you.
Steve, it simply is true. I don't care what your anecdotal evidence says. The world that you see is not the world. This is factually true.
So, but B, don't you? Unless there's a second part to this study, correct me if I'm wrong here. But the part that seems to be missing from these studies is to really zero in on what percentage of people are there for what cause, right? And, there's going to be a certain percentage of people that are there because of decisions that they made. And I see studies like this all the time to show I'd have to pull this up, but most recently there was one where somebody had given this homeless guy like $100,000. This isn't a study, this is an anecdotal story, but it just is another example. It's like, if someone's bad with money, they're bad with money, right? So you can give them lottery winners, for example. Look at most of the lottery winners, they end up broke again. So
I heard this shit yesterday.
The idea that, but just by giving someone money that they will spend it on all the right things is not necessarily the case. And so considering that, saying, okay, the average person or 60% of people have less than $500 for an emergency, how do you know what percentage of those are in that situation because of their own choices?
Most of them, and that's my point, is that if, all of these people that, claim that they don't have $500 or supposedly don't have $500 for an emergency, isn't because they don't make enough to not have $500. It's because they're reckless and they don't make enough to drive the $100,000 vehicle that they have.
Again, Steve, I will say your reality is not the reality. And I agree with you, Steve. I agree with you, Steve, that studies don't offer nuance. I think that is sort of a failure of statistical analysis when they conduct these statistics. But regardless of whether it's somebody's fault, this is 60% of Americans. I mean, I want that to set in for you guys. I don't think you're
Shut up. Now you're just making assumptions that these are the poor people you're talking about. You don't know who the fuck owns those cars. You don't know.
The
You don't know if
average
they're
person
sharing.
GMs are newer than 24. The last body style GMs were 20 to 24. The previous body style before that was
Okay,
17 to 19.
you
Like,
have
that's
no idea
pretty
who
straightforward.
drives these cars. You have no idea who drives these cars, where they got them from, how they got them, how they pay for them, whether they pay for them or not. You have no fucking idea. Maybe they are working for a place that they're using it for. Uh, Possibly they got it handed down to them by a parent. Who knows? Just stop. Stop making
Because
assumptions about
it's
you
the
have to
majority of every fucking
you have to stop making assumptions about people and get fucking data. Stop doing
Yeah,
bullshit.
I need data to prove that
You do
that the
need data
average
to
of
prove the
every fucking
stupid shit you
vehicle in
say.
every
Yes.
parking lot around is like 50,000
Yes, you
bucks.
do
But
need
okay.
data to prove the shit you're saying. Yes.
Okay, so with actual data, moving beyond just what we see, there are a few studies here that have been done looking at luxury goods and the percentage of what people spend on them. And no surprise, people that are super rich, they spend 65% on luxury goods. But even in the bottom fifth, 40% um, is spent on luxury goods versus 60% on necessities. So,
What do you,
I mean,
wait, hold on. Repeat that. You're saying the bottom 20% of the people in this country are spending 40% of the bottom 20% are spending money on luxury goods?
that's what this is. That's what this is
40,
saying. Yeah.
40% of the bottom 20%.
No. Sorry. It's people in the bottom 20% are spending 40% of their income on what's considered to be luxury goods. So I can dig into like what is categorizing as luxury goods, but this was certainly
Yes, please. Because if it's
this would
like food, they spent $50 on a meal, a luxury meal. Yeah,
But would it
that's
surprise?
kind
I
of
mean, I'll
ridiculous.
dig. I'll come back in a few minutes with more like after I dug into it. But would it actually surprise you guys if that were the case?
What would surprise me is if what you're saying right now has anything to do with the conversation and that you didn't just actually look at some fucking headline and don't even know what the fuck you're looking at.
How does it not have anything to
There's
do with the
Mojo.
conversation? His point is that people in the bottom echelon of tax brackets spend 40% on things that whoever
Okay.
did this
I want to
study
know. I
categorizing
want
as
to know the
unacceptable.
bottom. I want to know what the bottom 20% of tax brackets, if that's actually what it's based on, is tax brackets. Tax brackets. And by the way, like I said, 40 million people in this country live in poverty, live below the poverty line. So I'm sorry, these people are not buying luxury goods, or your luxury good is a fucking big pen rather than a generic one.
No, my luxury good is $100,000 denomination.
Yeah, I know. You're just making shit up. I got you.
I mean, it's just the case. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you're just making shit up, and that is just the case. I agree.
Yeah. Next time you go out in wherever.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you something.
Go to the grocery
Yeah,
store.
let me ask you something real quick. If you see a brown person in a grocery store speaking Spanish, do you think they're illegal?
I don't give a fuck if they're illegal or not.
Yeah, but do you think they are?
Frankly,
But do you think they are?
no. I couldn't care less if they are.
Then what
What
the
the fuck
fuck
does
makes
that
you
have to
make
do with
these?
anything?
Because what makes you make these assumptions about fucking poor people?
I'm assuming that a $100,000 truck costs $100,000.
You have no idea who the fuck's driving that goddamn truck. You were talking about
Every
parking
fucking
lots.
buddy there.
Hey, dipshit. You were talking about parking lots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Not
Yeah,
people.
so everybody in the parking lot is all the people in the building. That's exactly how that
Steve,
works.
And
could you stop crashing out? I'm just going to ask you a question.
This is so fucking stupid.
Well, I just
I
want to ask you
agree
the
you're
question.
stupid.
If I go and look in your barn and I find $1 million tractor, can I assume that you are the rich and we should tax you at 95% of your income?
You got to be spending beyond your means, right? As a simple farmer buying $1 million
You're fucking
tractor.
rich as fuck if you've got $1 million tractor spending $100,000 on fucking tires. You got to be fucking rich.
Fucking ridiculous.
The lowest 20% of US households is $15,000 a year. That's
That's
fucking
what I was saying. That's poverty.
crazy.
That's fucking poverty.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what I said.
that's wild. I mean, you think they're buying luxury goods, Steven? At what?
You
Fucking
think
Louis
they're buying
Vuitton?
You think somebody on the bottom, 20% making 15,000 a year, is going to qualify for a goddamn loan for a $100,000 car? This is
No, it's
fucking
not.
stupidity, absolute stupidity.
I didn't say they're buying Bentleys, but if a cat, and I'm
No,
digging
but
into the
he's
data
saying
more,
they're
but
buying $100,000 vehicles.
Yeah, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics has broke down what this group of people spends their most money on. 40% is spent on housing, 15% is spent on food, healthcare is 8 to 9%. I mean, if this study you're citing, Stephen, considers healthcare a luxury, I actually wouldn't be surprised because we're in America.
Well, and also most of these studies that call luxury items are anything above like the bare minimum of things. So streaming services, I get, is a luxury, but they call things like that luxuries or things that you don't need to have every day to live. That's also what these studies consider luxuries.
Like a cell phone, maybe too.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
but also, so some of these other some of the other data points though are not necessarily focused on the bottom fifth, but talking about how these luxury
So
brands
now you're going
have
to
no.
change. Now you're going to change. Well, before you change
No,
to a different, group, go ahead and admit you were wrong about that fucking first group that you talked about.
Okay, so I can mute up until my goal is to dig more into the evidence on it, and so what I'm finding as I'm digging
then
more
go
is that it's
dig
also
more.
looking at other groups.
Yeah, that's fine. Then go dig more because this is fucking idiocy.
Mojo, you're even
I don't
admitting
get
that
it.
what he's saying.
I don't get it. I don't understand the point of going after poor people. Why?
It's
Why
not going
are we
after.
You are.
It's not. It's not. Even B acknowledged that it would be helpful to understand what gets people to where they are with having $500 in their account. Because if there's a certain portion of people that are literally just trying to keep up with the next echelon above them by buying things that will make them feel like they're part of that group, which is what a lot of these studies are suggesting, then that is a problem, and it won't matter how much you give them.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
No, I know what they're saying.
Because if you give people free healthcare, they get free healthcare.
Yeah, I know what they're spending their money on, Stephen. I just broke it down from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. 40% is spent on housing. Like, I don't have to go through this, but all of it is spent on things that they need.
Or their standard living that they're at because the way the wages are, so that they partake in some luxuries so that they can say that they enjoy life. It's not necessarily to say it's wrong, but it has a lot to do with their outlook on their overall propensity to get out of that caste of living. And they just want to live a happy life. I mean, it's what a lot of people who are in poverty do drugs is because they are unhappy with their existence.
They might be thinking, but I don't know. Alcohol's pretty fucking cheap.
Oh, and then that's exactly. I agree. It's just one of those things that you'll get probably an argument from people like Steve who say that spending any money on alcohol in that situation is pointless and meaningless, and they shouldn't be spending a dime on any of those substances to as a little bit of joy in life kind of thing.
Well, I'll agree with that to a certain extent. Honestly, I don't know that alcohol is going to help anybody at all, and I certainly don't think you get joy out of alcohol. I don't think joy comes from alcohol.
If you got to poison yourself in order to get joy in life, you might want to reevaluate your fucking situation.
Pot might be a different story because that is something that can make you a little happier, I suppose. Alcohol tends to make you a little more sad, and I'm not sure that's a good thing.
Well, these are multifaceted issues that cannot be explained in like one-liners, right? Like the number one gateway drug is trauma. It just is, and there's all data to back that up.
I agree with that. An escape from reality, I guess, is good in any way, even if it comes in the form of a $10, not a fifth, but what do they call the big ones?
Gallon.
40?
No.
Half gallon.
No. It's 1.75 liters. They call them something. A handle. They call them a handle.
That's a half gallon.
Okay, so a handle of cheap vodka you can get for like $10 or some shit. So I don't know.
Yeah, it comes in a plastic jug, huh?
Yeah, a lot of them do. Come in plastic jugs. That is correct.
Yeah, I think if you're ever buying something in a plastic jug that's less than a gallon, then you really need to ask yourself, have I got a problem?
Yeah, no shit.
By far the best tequila comes in plastic jugs.
Really?
100%.
Wow.
Yeah, because all of the American stuff, if you will, that's in fancy bottles that is not authentic tequila tastes like shit in comparison to the stuff that you get out of an old washed out milk jug in Mexico.
Now you're talking about the difference between mezcal and tequila, and tequila can only be called tequila if it comes from a specific place in Mexico, just like champagne. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about when you're talking about, and they don't use plastic jugs down in Mexico, by the way.
Well, it depends on where you get it from, obviously.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
There's not a single mezcal dealer or a tequila dealer in Mexico that would sell a plastic jug of anything. None of them.
I bought on multiple different occasions in multiple different years.
I think you're full of shit. I can tell you that I had a Don Julio Especial Añejo, and it tasted like fucking Werther's candy. So fucking weird.
Yeah, because it's gross. It's fucking
No, because it had been
mass-produced
aging.
garbage.
No, it's not. It's because it had been aging in a fucking oak barrel for 12 years. What's wrong with you?
Yes, but all of that stuff is mass-produced trash that is fucking disgusting. Like everybody, drags on how great 1942 is. Like, it's really not very good.
Okay. I just think you have bad taste. No, actually, no. Now I know you have bad taste. I'd hate to go out to dinner with you. Do you get your shit well? Do you get your steaks well done too?
With ketchup.
With ketchup, yeah. Fuck, I don't even eat meat, but I can imagine you eating a well done steak with ketchup.
Blue Rare is the only correct way.
Oh, raw. Okay, so I guess either raw or well done. Two of the best
How about
ways to eat.
raw, but fairly close?
Oh, gross.
I know, right?
That's so nasty.
never-
Like, oh, with
I mean,
all the
I
beef
know
stuff
Mojo
that we
has it,
have
but have you never
problems
had
with.
tartar?
Oh, I would never in a million years. Blech.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah, it is. I mean, cooking it's fucked up, but eating it raw. Blech.
You don't eat sushi?
Every once in a while I eat sushi, but I try not to make it like a habit. It's like a special occasion thing.
Here's the difference between fish and beef. You can go up to a river and grab a fish out of the river if you are fast enough with your bare hands, and you can take a bite out of it, and it will not make you sick. And you have the capability of doing that without any fucking tools. But with a cow, you walk up to a field, you try and take a bite out of a cow that's alive, you're probably not going to live very long. But even if you do, you're not going to make it through the hide because you don't have the proper tools to make it through the hide. So you're not going to be able to eat a goddamn thing. And even if you could, it'd still make you sick.
Gee.
The absolute level of mercury and fucking parasites in fish. I fear for your life, Mojo. Absolutely fear for your life.
That's wild.
It's almost like the human race figured out how to use tools like 2 years after they were on the fucking earth.
Does that mean we should use them?
Yeah, of course it does.
Really? All right, so we have nukes. We figured out how to use nuclear technology. Should we use nukes all over the place?
I don't know if at this point, but we certainly should have in World War II.
But at this point, we should still be using it, right? I don't know if we should be eating meat today, but maybe sometime. I don't know if we should be eating meat today, but maybe sometime in the past it actually served a purpose. But it certainly doesn't serve a purpose today.
It certainly serves a purpose.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it's called pleasure.
It's so fucking gross.
Is that not a purpose?
So fucking gross. I'm sorry, but you don't know what good food tastes like.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you eat fucking tofu trash.
Dude, how can you work with cows and like in the dairy farm industry and eat raw beef? Like, I know you know what those fucking cows are treated like and what they look like, bro.
First of all, you don't eat dairy cows. Fucking Holsteins taste like shit. And second of all, I know where to get them.
Oh, he's got a black market dealer who buys them out of the trunk of a car. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wait, no, I buy live cattle.
Oh,
And
man.
then you eat it after you buy it, and then you like make friends with it, feed it, massage it, whatever the hell they do to make the meat tender, and then you eat it?
Yes.
Oy vey. Oh, God. That's so sad.
This explains. I mean, this explains a lot about the whole "poor people suck, let them die." I don't know.
Yeah. I read this really good book. It's on subject. It's called Tender is the Flesh. And it's like this dystopian future in which no animals are able to survive, but no animals are able to survive. We lose all farm animals. So we lose all access to meat, and they just like clone people and start eating people. It was fucking wild. And I think that's exactly what the US would do.
They do make a Soylent Green drink, just so you know. I think Destiny's like hooked on that shit.
How does it taste?
I don't fucking know. I've never had it.
Does it vary from person to person?
I think
Probably
so.
tastes like a shit sandwich.
That was cute. Vary from person to person. That's cute. Depends on the source. Maybe we should be talking about consensual cannibalism right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just
So
ask
back
the
to
Catholic.
zombie Jesus, eat up the flesh.
The Catholic Church seems to be cool with cannibalism, or at least symbolic cannibalism, anyways.
That's what he just said.
Mm-hmm.
You just
I got a
repeated what
bone
I'm
to
aware.
pick with you,
That's
Mojo.
why I said what I said.
Do what?
Mojo, I got a bone to pick with you, sir. Ever since my impromptu moderation of your call out live, I've got a litany of DMs.
Really? Are they telling you good job? Love your jokes?
No, people are telling me that I don't understand how people can get IPs off of other users on TikToks, and I'm responding that you apparently don't know the difference between peer-to-peer and client-side server security.
So in other words, you got a bunch of idiots that know nothing about networking trying to tell you how to run networking and hack into computers.
Yep.
That's pretty well.
Right.
Ha!
Just so we're on the same page, Rich, you may be able to retire early. Wealthy, I would define it's like your kids never have to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that categorization, are you wealthy?
I would say that being. Hold on.
You okay?
Can you guys hear me?
Nope, not at all.
With the fact that I'm currently 40 on the current trajectory that I'm on, I think I will end up in the generational wealth category. A few $1 million to my name, making close to $1 million a year currently. So it's it's probably going to be there, but for now, I'd probably put myself in the first category.
All right. So follow up. Second question: will you make use of the entire estate limit?
Meaning what?
Will your estate exceed the like 5.75 million or whatever it's at right now, so you won't be at the tax on your estate? Essentially, what I'm asking is your estate going to exceed the amount you're going to have to pay in estate tax on your current projection?
I mean, I don't I don't know. Lots of things can happen. I can tell you this much, that my goal is to not end up in a situation where my kids never have to work. That's not the goal at all. It's going to be
I didn't say
no matter
that's
what happens.
I'm just saying that if you can't say you're worried about estate tax, then you're not in the wealthy category.
Well, like I said, I've probably got another 20 years before I know exactly where that's going to land. But my point, what I was going to say, and I was joking about I gave it I went with Mojo's false premise that he thinks we're saying poor people are bad and rich people are good, which I do not believe that at all. We were talking about how the average person, or 60% of people, B was citing some study that said 60% of people have less than $500 to their name. And so if anything came up that was catastrophic or a big bill, they wouldn't be able to pay it. They'd have to go in debt. And we were talking about why that is, what leads to that. And I think that it's fair to say that there's different reasons why people end up in that situation. And one thing that I think a lot of people on the left don't like to acknowledge is that there is a percentage of people that are there due to choices, which they would make the same choices again. That spun off into okay, how can we substantiate any of that? And Steve was making the claim that he sees poor people driving fancy cars and wearing expensive watches and everything else all the time. That was too anecdotal. So we're looking more at, okay, what about studies? So I looked through a lot of different things. Most of it did look like it was from sources that were like surveys and other non-scientific things. So I refined the search, was looking at for more academic behavior
of expenses for people in the lower socioeconomic classes.
Yes.
Okay. Can we also agree that the biggest the biggest bucket in that cost of living category is mortgage or rent?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah. You're talking about like kind of nationwide or?
Yeah, nationwide, the socioeconomic classes spend most of their cost of living expenses on housing, right? So then when we look back like 40 years ago at the median average salary in the U.S. and the median average cost of a house and see that it was, somewhere between 2 and 3 times someone's annual salary, right? And that's usually nowadays a brand new car is more than someone's annual salary. And the average median cost of a home is like 5 to 10x someone's annual salary. Do you think that that's a systemic pressure that they're facing or
100%.
choice they're making?
And I think that I can hold both views on this. It's not all extreme that, hey, let's not try to help people be able to afford housing. That is a huge crisis for people that don't already own a home and making it almost impossible for them to buy because they didn't have something that gained in value when all the house values went up. So I can think both things here.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Those are called drivers, right? And so if you had to order them by like magnitude and correlate them to how much they're like causing the current state poorness, what magnitude would you assign to the driver of like the housing and rent cost increase compared to the choices we're making at the grocery store?
Well, it's not the grocery store. We're talking about like luxury items and the psychology of people feeling like they needed to stretch themselves to buy these things. And but I agree with you that housing and car is a much bigger issue for people that when they're trying to figure out how to stretch their income. But it certainly would help them if they didn't feel this drive to also overspend in luxury items.
They don't do that. Why are you saying that? They don't do that.
It's not a huge dollar amount, 100%.
No, it's not. They don't do any of that. Bureau of Labor and Statistics already said that they don't. I cited you exactly what they spend their money on. Stop lying to fit your narrative.
So you you were talking about what you pulled up was the bottom, I think, what was it? The bottom 20%?
Yeah, of low wage earners.
Yep.
Would you say also?
I will concede on the
what's
fact
interesting.
that first thing. I'm sorry. I'll finish real quick, Dennis.
No
The original thing I was citing, B, was I will concede that came more from non-scientific research. So when it said the bottom 20% spend 40% on luxury goods or whatever it was, I couldn't find anything that really made me feel comfortable with like standing behind that. But the scientific stuff in general was talking not about the bottom 20%, but just people in general below the point of where they can comfortably spend on luxury items. And there's a lot of sources attached to this research paper that shows that people tend to spend more because of what they feel it does to their mental health if they're not keeping up with the people above them.
So you're talking about the whole keep up with the Joneses thing, right? I mean, we all know about this phenomenon,
yeah.
But I mean, I just think it's interesting that nobody talks about opportunity, right? It's like, we used to have in this country opportunity where if you worked in a factory or you worked in, you were a carpenter or you were a teacher, you could invest in a house, you could have a microwave oven, whatever the new thing was that you could have a car in the garage or two. and you could help your kids go to college. The opportunities were a lot more, even if you were did unskilled labor, right? So I just think it's interesting when you're asked, Steve, about why we're in this situation, that you don't talk about opportunity. And certainly under opportunity comes wages. Wages haven't kept up, right? Correct? Would you agree with me? What do you think about that?
Steve or Steve?
I actually know the stats on the wages.
Steven.
The only wages that have grown over the past 40 years are the upper 90 percentile of workers. Everyone else's wages have nominally decreased over the past 40 years when adjusted for inflation.
Which is wild.
So
And
it's opportunity, right? What opportunities do people have to get better, regardless of whether or not they need to get a cell phone or maybe entertain themselves when they don't have a lot? Maybe they get a flat screen TV because, at the very least, by the way, TVs are cheap.
And by the way, nobody says
that
flat
they
screen
can
anymore,
entertain
Dennis.
themselves, Stephen. What?
Nobody says flat screen anymore because they're all flat screen.
Okay, that's true. Good point. But, just saying, I mean, you got to look at the world in terms of what opportunities people have been given.
Yeah, and I do want to say that I am not at all saying that luxury spending is the main reason why people are in that situation. But I think what gets lost a lot of the times in these conversations is that there's no room left open to discuss the percentage of people or the idea in general that there is a percentage of people on the left that make poor choices and end up in those situations.
No, there is no room of it because they've already done studies on this. And hold on, they've already done studies on this. The Congressional Budget Office has said that the number one reason that people are low income are because of low wages. It doesn't say luxury goods don't even make the top 5 reasons. It doesn't even make the top 10 reasons. Do you want to know the second reason? Lack of employment or unstable employment, educational skills, family structure, health and disability, geographic housing costs, integrational poverty, and economic recessions. Your little idea is not a thing, Stephen. It's not real. It's made up in your head.
It is real. If I
could actually relate this stuff, because Stephen just said it's people on the left that are making poor decisions and, in this situation. So are you calling all the farmers the poor and on the left? Because, they've got $10 million worth of equipment and are about to lose their farms. Like, I've seen that here in Texas.
No, but see, this is where the point gets missed a lot. This is where I think that you guys do this a lot.
You're stupid because a fucking drought hits and you don't fucking harvest for 3, 4, 7 years.
Yeah, I think that this is where you guys miss the point that the very important distinction that I make, where I say a percentage of people. You get so wrapped up in thinking, are you saying all of us or anybody that ends up in a bad situation? It's their choice. No, but you do have to contend with the fact, and this is where, when people are thinking about additional social programs or full-on socialism or whatever, is they have to think, okay, what percentage of people would be happy to just, not pull their weight essentially and just, take in from the system.
Our unemployment is only 3%, Stephen. No one's fucking doing that. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You guys go on one hand and say, you know what? Unemployment's the lowest it's ever been. Trump is doing an amazing job. He's giving everybody jobs. But then you speak out of both sides of your mouth. The other side of your mouth, you say, oh, well, they're lazy. So which is it? Is the unemployment good or are they lazy?
Well, I think so. I've never been up here talking about
lazy. I use the word irresponsible.
Well, there's a certain percentage of people that are straight up lazy. I can't imagine that anybody in here has not known somebody growing up where you could say, like, yeah, they basically smoked weed all day, didn't do any of the stuff I did to try to get ahead in life. So we all know those people. To say that they don't exist is ridiculous. And somebody made the point.
I think that's a pretty small subset, though.
Somebody made the point that, like, oh, well, there's a lot of poor people on the right. Would you say that they're lazy? And
in a city to be subsidized because we don't care about those poor, but we don't want farmers to also lose their fucking land and lose their entire farm because we need food. Like, make it make sense. We don't need food if we don't have people.
Yeah, they constantly try and turn those subsidies down and vote against them on a constant basis. That's literally why my name is what it is on this app.
Guys, sorry, I have to jump to prepare for 10 o'clock, but appreciate the time.
Yeah, thanks for lying.
Bye, Stephen.
That's the whole State Farm is the play on words. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I don't think you heard a word what Brobot was actually saying.
Yeah, no, he was making
Hey,
arguments
Alex.
about these subsidies and whatnot, and I'm telling you that
Liberals
those people
everywhere.
don't want those subsidies. They don't like them. They think that they've fucked up their industry.
Y'all heard there's rumors spreading around right now that Janine Pirro just got fired.
Oh shit! Did she really?
It hasn't
No
been
way.
confirmed yet, but she left the White House with like a bunch of white boxes and a briefcase a little bit ago.
What was it that she just did? They just.
She defied Trump on the reflecting pool.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
She first claimed that it was a case against vandals, and then she said no, that evidence doesn't show that, and that it was, and blamed it on the Department of the Interior, not Trump per se, but he defied her immediately on Truth Social, and now apparently she's been probably fired or resigned.
That's wild. That's good. I mean, it's a good thing. Fucking Pirro's not qualified to do a
She's
goddamn
awful.
thing. But that's pretty wild.
The bad news is that Todd Blanche is probably going to be confirmed.
He probably will, but they did get rid of the 1776 bond, so.
Yeah, and apparently refined the thing about the tax liabilities, but he's still getting a total windfall and doesn't deserve it at all. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear about, there's this thing where Trump is offering that if you subscribe, I don't know what the name of it is, but if you subscribe to something, you will get the information like a second earlier about his tweets so that it'll benefit you in the stock market.
I did hear something about that. So it'll be on his True Social or whatever, right?
Yeah, so like, for example, if you know something about the market, even a millisecond before it actually hits the news, then you benefit from that. So now he's doing a thing where you can pay in to subscribe to get early Truth Socials. Isn't that just the most corrupt thing?
It's pretty wild. I agree. Ghost cars, New York. Did you hear about that?
What?
Ghost cars in New York.
Ghost cars? What is that?
Yeah. The pied-à-terre tax.
Oh, pied-à-terre? What about that?
What what it ended up finding was ghost cars. So ghost cars meaning that people that actually live in New York, but it's something to this effect anyway. People that live in New York and spend most of their time in New York, but register their vehicles in like Pennsylvania or New Jersey or something like that to get a cheaper registration rate and cheaper insurance rates. Which is, I guess, against the law. So they're finding all of these violations from people that say that they don't live in the city or spend a lot of time in the city or whatever, but they find out that they are spending a lot of time in the city.
It's so easy to find. It's so easy to find out how people actually spend their time, and where they have most of their assets. I don't know how they think a car registered in a different state is going to help them. That's kind of folly, isn't it?
Well, I don't know if it's folly, but they're going to be able to capture extra funds for New York City because of that, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, isn't that also how, like, why most RVs and campers and stuff you see are registered in, like, North Dakota or South Dakota or some shit like that?
Yeah, it used to be in Colorado that they didn't have emissions testing and they didn't have like a requirement for insurance, like some specific state requirement for insurance in the county of Weld, in Weld County, because it was a rural area. And so everybody would go get their cars registered in fucking Weld County all their old beaters. They didn't have to get emissions on them. They didn't have to pay the same registration fees or insurance fees either.
Well, how do you do that though? I thought you had to have an address at the place that you were registering at.
Yeah.
They just get a PO box.
I don't think you can do it with a PO box.
Well, as far as these went, they I don't remember how it was. You could go. The emissions testing is done by the state, and so you can go get your emissions test done in Weld County, and they would give you a Weld County emissions, and then you could set it up afterwards to not have to get emissions after that. Something to that effect, like it would register you in Weld County at that point. I never did it, but I know a lot of people did do it because it's a rural area. But it doesn't work that way anymore. But it seems to me like that's what this is too. So these are people that have a second home. They're finding these second homes and they're doing these audits and stuff that are leading them to find people that have these ghost cars. Like tens of thousands of people, I guess. So it should make New York City some extra dough. Just an added benefit of Mom Donnie's policies, I guess.
Yeah.
That was something I saw in Fortune magazine this morning. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I took a flight yesterday and I went up with my license through TSA and they said, and I always just have my license ready and my phone for my ticket, right, for my boarding pass. And I gave them my license. They said, look in the camera. And I said, do I have to? And she said, no. And I said, okay. And I just think to myself, why are they entitled to a live shot of me? You know, if I have my driver's license, my real ID. So they didn't. I just wanted to say that. So if you're going on a flight, say no. Why should they have a live shot of you?
I don't know. I guess they don't have to, but
yeah, I wasn't sure if that was a thing. I wasn't sure because the last time I flew a few months back, and I was kind of in a hurry to get through TSA, I handed them my driver's license, and they said, "Look in the camera," and I just kind of obeyed, but I didn't push back, and I just did it. But then I thought, why am I doing this? I don't know. Just saying.
They want to follow you. Same thing with the flock camera thing. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. I hope you don't have an ex-boyfriend that was a cop.
Or at this point, a border patrol agent.
Yep.
I've heard those guys are pretty bad too.
Yeah, California had a thing where, so our state law is that you're not supposed to be able to give any of our like public camera, like the ones we have above our lights, stoplights, the flock cameras, anything in our cities, you're not supposed to be able to give that outside of the state to any government officials unless they have like a warrant from the federal government. That's California state law. And they violated that law 1.9 million times, and 19% of those violations, was it 19? I think it was lower. Maybe 15% of those violations were so that they could cooperate with ICE. And I mean, like, we're supposed to be like, you know, super libbed up. Sometimes I wonder.
Well, you guys run Steve off at the same time you run Steven off. That was wild.
Mojo, can I bring up Civics and Ash?
Yeah, you can bring up whoever.
Okay.
I ran off Steve because he has no idea what he's talking about.
Oh, come on. He's the smartest person on TikTok. What are you talking about?
Excuse me, that's lift and shift. Thank you very much.
I don't know who this is. Oh, maybe they're not coming. Kroom Reaper. Are you there?
Doing today?
Good. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
32, and I voted for Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Do you still support him?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is he doing anything wrong in today's day and age?
I mean, everybody does something wrong. I'm sure I could find a bunch of stuff that he's done wrong, and sure I could find a bunch of stuff you've done wrong.
I doubt it, but
I mean, But I like how you guys were just talking about like the flock cameras and IDs and having IDs to travel and stuff. Were you guys making such a big fuss whenever they were making everybody have the vaccine passports, where you couldn't go anywhere without having shown you've been vaccinated? Were you guys making a big deal about it then?
Not at all, because I didn't. I didn't want people. I'll answer you. I don't want people to get sick. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you don't want to get people to get sick, even though Fauci admitted in his own diary that this thing was less deadly than the flu, and he was completely lying and fabricating everything about it. And not only that, but it destroyed us more than it benefited us to act like that.
What would you charge him with?
Crazy,
what crime? What would you charge him with?
Who, Fauci?
Yeah.
Honestly, he needs to be charged as a traitor to this country.
No. What the fuck?
Wow.
Why are you laughing? What are you laughing about?
Because you're ridiculous.
How am I ridiculous? Did he not? Did he not write in his diary that this was not as deadly as the flu, and then turn around and then tell the mass public like, hey, you need to distance. You can't go to church. But then he turned around and he allowed Black Lives Matter protests to happen during the summer. There was no regulations for that. Oh, absolutely, he allowed it.
That's not in the diary at all. I want to point out what was in the diary. That's not in the diary at all.
That was in an interview, right, with CBS that he had, where they were asking Fauci about the actual what should happen with these protests. Should people be out protesting? Is it safe? Is it not? And then a couple months beforehand, they were asking him about church, and there was no kind of medium ground with church. People trying to go to church, even though they were having church at their own home. There was only a certain amount of people there. Everybody was social distancing. That wasn't allowed. And then all these politicians, Nancy Pelosi, getting her hair done. I mean, this was the biggest contradiction ever. You guys.
You're all over the place, you know that? I just want to say, everything you're saying, you're all over the place.
Let's stick to one thing at a time, you dumbass.
That you can't.
And shut the fuck up! God damn it!
Why are you
going? You were just going off. I need you to be an adult. I need you to be an adult and have an adult conversation. You can chill out. You don't have to do the gish gallop. I'm not going to kick you. You don't have to worry about making sure you get everything out. Just have a conversation. I am muting because you won't shut the fuck up.
That's just like
just shut up for a sec. Just shut up.
Yeah,
stop talking?
Can I address one thing at a time here? You said at the beginning, as if Fauci somehow convinced the rest of the planet to do the same thing, right? This was advice coming from the WHO.
Did I say planet? Did I say planet? Did I say planet? First off, did I say?
You gotta let him finish.
Did I say planet?
You gotta have a conversation. We have conversations on this panel. You do not know you are not. You are talking over everybody.
It's a question. Did I say?
Let him finish what I'm saying. Thank you.
Let him finish.
At the beginning, there was a timeline of events when it was still the novel virus, which I don't know if you know what that means. There was general consensus from the WHO and doctors and scientists all over the world saying, until we can figure this out, it's best that people socially distance and wear a mask. And as we started getting more information and as we started learning more about it, that kind of changed a little, right? So to sit here and say that he's a traitor because he was updating us with the information that he was getting and the best of his ability is just fucking nonsense. I don't think you understand how that works.
Disingenuous.
So again, the last thing I'll land here, the last thing that I'll say is, can you pull up the part where he said that it was okay to go out and protest for Black Lives Matter? Because that's a claim that you made, and that's news to me. So if you could prove me wrong, I would love to learn about that.
So before I do this, how much money do you want to spend on a bet before I do this?
No, just bring it up.
No, how about you take a bet?
And bring
how about you take a bet? Civics.
This is your claim. Bring it up.
Take the bet.
I'll take the bet.
How much do you want to put on it? How much do you want to put on it?
Paycheck versus my paycheck.
Well, okay, that's not an amount. Put an amount down because I don't know if your paycheck's 2 cents because you guys are Marxists. You guys are all broke. So how about you tell me?
What bet do you want, man? What's going to be?
I want to bet. I want to bet.
I want you to just prove your claim.
Bet me your wife for a
A
night.
galaxy. Let's
Just
just
bet me
say a
a white for the
galaxy.
night.
Let's just say
I
a
want
galaxy.
You
I want
are
PP
a
touch.
disgusting
Why is
piece
that
of
disgusting,
shit
dude?
human
Commie
being. What is
share.
wrong
Commie
with you?
share everything. You don't own anything. Commie share everything.
Yeah, women aren't
Jesus
things,
Christ.
fucker.
Oh my God.
That
Piece
was
of shit.
gross. What the fuck? That's pretty wild.
W, the right thinking women are property.
That is wild. Yeah, he was just, as soon as you said he'd take him up on the bed, he decided he needed to get kicked somehow.
Mojo, why did you drop him? Because we're against women. Yeah.
I just knew he was full of shit. Fauci never said any of that shit.
Yeah, well, and then he decided he was going to get kicked by saying some disgusting ass shit. Fucking wild. What else are we talking about? God.
I don't think anyone's actually read before I actually looked into it, I thought the diary pages were going to be really long, and so I didn't want to read 1,000 pages. They're actually really short. There is a website you can go on to. I think it's like literally fauci'sdiary.com, and you can read it. Like most of the days he's only writing like one sentence. And so when they say that these things are in the diary, they're just not.
Yeah.
Like at all. And so they think that the line of questioning that happened in front of Congress, that was in the diary, but it's not.
Right. It was a total dog and pony show for the right.
How long was that? I didn't actually read it. How long was his diary? Wait, first of all, it wasn't a diary, right?
Calling it a diary is a little childish. It's more so work notes. I would just call it work notes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's documenting what you're doing when you're doing it, when you're the chief of the, what was he at the time? Was he the chair of, I mean, that's what responsible people in those positions do.
Yeah, I always have a work diary. Like I am in charge of I'm like always going to have a work diary. It's just, I think everyone should, no matter what field you're in. It keeps you safe.
But a lot of their outrage over Fauci is that he's been the scapegoat for people being pissed off of being told not to go outside or shelter in place for longer than they thought that they needed to, which is a fair criticism. However, it was fucking global. I can't stress this enough that Fauci must be lying to everybody and the rest of the planet is in on something that nobody else fucking knows about. Are you kidding me right now? It was global. Stop with the oh, my fifi's hurt because my American civil liberty. Fuck that. Everybody had the shelter. The whole fucking planet.
Yeah, and if you lived in a place where you saw it in New York, it was so horrendous, so bad. And before it was there in Italy, how people were, oh my God, how people forget just how bad it was.
Yeah.
And it just...
We can't agree that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide, or that Russia didn't have the right to attack you. We can't agree on any of that shit, but yet you want the rest of the fucking leaders of the world to agree on a fucking pin. Get out of here. There's no amount of coordination where that would have been a thing if there's some kind of conspiracy behind it.
And if anyone remembers, in the beginning, it was about saving lives, right? Elderly people were the most vulnerable. It was all about saving lives. Towards the middle of this lockdown, it started to become about not overwhelming the hospitals because we were having people from different departments have to be pulled away. I mean, they were freaking calling plastic surgeons in and ophthalmologists in to work in the ER or the ICUs. So in the middle, it wasn't that people were getting sick because they got, the jab and stuff, all that stuff made it better. It was that we were overwhelming the hospital system that was already overwhelmed prior to this event.
Exactly.
And so not understanding the way science works, I think it's just such a detrimental aspect of our society. It really concerns me.
I remember Trump giving is it PPP equipment? Was that the terminology?
PPE.
Personal protective equipment.
Right. He would
Russia?
leverage like the states that didn't need it as much and didn't have the incidences of disease as much, and withhold it from certain states and blackmail others and make states compete for it. And it was so bad on so many levels. And I remember listening to Cuomo every day at 11:30, because that's when he came on, and he was informing, Americans about what was going on in New York, tuned into Gavin Newsom, because that was where the information was coming from. Until Fauci, until he finally instituted something. I mean, it was just the worst. Just the biggest bungle. And what people forget is who was at the helm of losing 1 million people, that we didn't have to lose all those people. Donald Trump.
People were saying, fuck the old people. People were calling it the doomer boomer. The boomer doomer. Because they did not want to fucking stay at home, and they just didn't care that the people, like the elderly, were dying, or that the boomers were dying. And it was the most sadistic. I felt like I was going crazy. It was awful.
Well, you were on the front lines, right, B?
Yeah. It was crazy.
God.
We had like refrigerator trucks for the unalived. Morgues at hospitals, even if the hospital's huge, tend to be smaller. It was fucking awful. I will quit the industry if we ever go back to that. I will.
You remember when Lauren Boebert said, "I don't want the ouchie," or the Fauci ouchie?
Well,
Gross.
what I don't understand is that, like, it wasn't just Fauci. Like, there was also, like people said, people can't even remember what the lady doctor's name was. It was Dr. Bricks. Like, come on. Like, there was more than just one person on this team and making these calls.
This is the one that he did the press conference in front of, that he was pointing to or whatever, about when he started talking about bleach and
Yeah. What was her
Yes.
name?
Light.
What was that woman's name?
It was Dr. Bricks.
Bricks?
Brix, I think. I think
Right.
that's how it's
I
spelled.
remember
Hold on, let me
her.
double check.
I remember the look on her face when he said that.
Yeah, she was like shaking her head, right?
Yeah.
What the hell's going on here? You guys want to talk to a wild conservative? I don't know. Leo's in the request. You guys want to talk to Leo?
Just don't interrupt, Leo, and you'll be fine, man. Just don't interrupt.
Sorry.
We can have a
It was Dr.
conversation.
Burks.
Dr. Burks. That's right.
Sorry. My apparently I've got a little bit of dyslexia because I totally switched the I and the R.
All right, here comes the crash out.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't even know what Leo is anymore, though. Honestly, I think he's just.
Well, he did say he was leaning left the other day.
No, I consider myself a free thinker.
Yeah.
And I like to utilize my First Amendment, especially the part where it says freedom of the press.
You consider yourself the press?
No, freedom of the press,
Yeah.
which means that I don't have to be and receive media or news sources from pretty much a state.
Oh my God! You still haven't replaced the fucking battery in your goddamn smoke detector? The fuck is wrong with you?
That's not my fault. I don't even remember. I don't even hear the beeping anymore.
Yeah, that Darwinism's going to take care of itself.
I would say that it did take care of itself, considering that I no longer hear the beeping, which means that my body and my
You're not going to hear the beeping when your house burns down either.
Oh my God.
I'm pretty sure if my house burns down, the smoke detector will burn down with it, right?
Well, no. So You're not going to hear the beeping because the smoke detector isn't working. So guess what? You're going to unalive in a fire.
Well, let me
Is it a
ask you.
carbon
How many
monoxide
people,
detector, Leo? Because that's even worse, dude.
well, I think
It
it's actually
explains some
worse
things.
unaliving in a house fire, considering,
If
how do you
if he
not wake
can't
up when your house is on fire?
if he can't figure out how to change the battery, you think he knows the difference between a fucking carbon monoxide detector and a smoke detector? Really?
Wait, are
Because
we?
the carbon
That's fair. That's
monoxide
fair.
will unalive you, Leo, before you can smell or before the fire gets to you.
Yeah, we're trying to keep you safe, man. Why do we care more
Well, let
about
me
your
ask you
life than you
this.
do?
So, if I die of carbon monoxide poisoning, pretty much like dying in my sleep, I actually think that'd be a peaceful way to go. So you could actually be,
That's based.
you could actually be prolonging me to a much horrible death.
Do you have
So how do
family
I
though,
know
Leo?
that's
You
not
got
good?
roommates? You got a dog? Because dogs are the first one to
Holy
go in
crap.
these things.
Leo, do you believe that smoke alarms are just big fire departments like stealing your money?
No. I just think that you would be denying
Do
me
do
a
they serve a
wide, better
purpose?
death.
Do they serve a purpose?
Yeah, they serve a purpose.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
I hear it in the background. Don't you think you should use that purpose?
You said it serves a purpose, and I agree, but it just doesn't serve me a purpose.
Oh my
This
That's
is
god.
based.
this is the same
I mean,
argument as people who don't want health care because they're not going to get sick, right? He's not going to have a fire. What does he need the detector
Well,
for?
actually, it's very interesting for you
I
to know
mean,
that I do believe
he's
in
probably
universal
never
health
going to
care.
live to see it.
Just because I don't utilize the health care doesn't mean I'm going to deny somebody else universal health care.
Oh, you
Okay, that's
changed your
great, but
position on it. You last time you were up here, Leo, you said that you didn't believe in it.
No, I've always been that way.
Oh,
You have
maybe I'm
never heard me
mistaking
talk
you for
about health
someone
care.
else. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe I'm mistaking you for someone else. My
can,
bad.
can we just go back to Leo's definition of freedom of the press? Are we going to skip right past that because that was interesting. It
What do you think
what was
freedom
go
it?
is?
ahead. I missed it. I don't know. What did he
You
say?
missed it. Oh.
Well, I know he was talking about it, but I was asking him if he was a
No, he was.
journalist.
I'll paraphrase, Leo. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but you were saying that freedom of the press was your freedom to not consume media. Was that what your point was?
My statement was it is my freedom to not have a state run or pretty much media outlet, pretty much like you see in CNN and Fox News, that basically feeds the populace, which is you and I, propaganda. And freedom of the press allows me to not have to be, succumbed to that propaganda because I should be able to have the access to
We heard we
public
heard you. We
radio.
heard
It's
you.
pretty much
Let's
like
level
public
set.
radio is supposed to be on
Leo,
freedom of the
we
press.
get it. We get it. We get it. You don't know what that means. It's not freedom from the press. It's freedom of the press. There's a big difference there.
Oh, sorry, I worded it wrong.
No,
Well,
you were much closer in your
Understanding it wrong.
reiteration.
It's freedom from
Leo, you
religion.
can read whatever you want,
you've
and you
always been
can
able to
not
read whatever
read.
you want.
You
Whatever we
can listen to
want.
whatever you want, and you
Yeah,
can not listen.
and I
So, what's your
fucking
point?
love it. I fucking love freedom.
Do you think that other countries that don't have freedom of the press, because there are a few that don't have, quite a bit, that don't have freedom of the press, do you think that that's because they force their citizens to watch the news?
Yeah, communist. All
They
those
tape
countries
their
that you're
eyelids
mentioning are pretty
open.
much communism.
They tape their eyelids open and make them watch it. How do you even enforce that?
Well, like they do in North Korea,
How do they?
pretty much
How do they
raise them
do
from
it?
birth. So you pretty much raise these people from birth to idolize your head of state as a god or divine. The Japanese did this all the way up until World War II. In fact, it was actually shocking that when the Japanese emperor went on the radio to give the speech of the unconditional surrender, none of the Japanese populace had ever even heard nor seen the Japanese emperor based on the divinity that they carry. So
What?
state-run press, yes. So state-run press is basically them telling us what everything is.
Okay, I agree with you. You don't want state-run press. You don't want the government interfering with the media. Is that right? I'm sorry. You said you're a Trump supporter? Leo, are you a Trump
No,
supporter?
I'm a Republican.
So you didn't vote for Trump?
Yeah, but like intelligent people do, especially back in the day before two-party systems, was when we used to just make a mistake, we just usually corrected it by voting for the other guy.
But you real so okay, I'm confused. You did vote for Trump or you didn't?
So again, I'm allowed to vote for stupid people. But when I see that said person is stupid, I should be intelligent enough to say, I'm not going to vote for that stupid motherfucker again.
Right.
Then I should be able to vote. Okay. Yeah.
So you disagree with him like
Bro,
answer it again.
I genuinely missed that. That's why I was asking.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I don't.
I'm starting to speak Leo. He did say that.
He does not support Donald Trump, or he does?
Not anymore. He voted for him, but he no longer supports him.
Okay, why don't you support him anymore then?
Well, my main reason is because he's using the National Guard in the military to police United States cities, which is completely and utterly illegal and deplorable.
Okay, is there anything else he's doing that you don't like?
I would say weaponizing the judicial system, especially the Treasury Department, where he can actually sue him.
And this is why I actually have hope. I think this is why MAGA is going to go down, and why it just goes to show that like most rational people in the world have the same sort of stances on things, as long as they're not so propagandized into a cult that they can't pretzel their way out of it. So
parents, and this is why a lot of boomers preach about hard work and all that stuff, it's because their parents, from almost legitimately the day they were born, had only seen depression. And what I mean by that is they were born in a time where there was nothing, legitimately nothing. They had to go through the 30s, watch Hitler rise to power, and then by the time their parents reached the age of 18, they were storming the beaches of fucking Normandy. By 18. So when that war was over, every single man pretty much vowed to live the remainder of their days in complete and total peace. So the boomers pretty much inherited that peace. But they didn't do anything with it.
It seems I have a sociopathic stalker in the comments here.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. I'm not used to having a stalker. One that goes after women. One that goes after women on a regular basis too. It's pretty crazy.
I mean, honestly, this could be considered harassment at this point.
What's going on?
Topic, Leo. Off topic.
Well, how do I know you're not talking about me?
No, we're not.
Oh no, not you, Leo. It's somebody else. If you confront, it might go away, but I don't know if you say somebody's a sociopath. I don't know that confrontation makes it go away.
He's definitely a narcissist, but I would say sociopath. He doesn't care how he hurts people. He has no empathy. He doesn't give a shit. He goes after everybody. Right? He's not just going after me. He's going after everybody. He's going after women. He did that yesterday. He's doing it again today. He doesn't care. And he's a sociopath. And it's wild that he's in here and refusing to lead. Absolutely crazy.
I mean, he's requesting up. It's up to you, Mojo. I could give a fuck. I just don't think that we should be attacking people that are on a panel, considering some of the people in this space share panels with fucking schmazzies. I don't want to hear fucking judgment from anybody.
Well, don't you find it ironic that a lot of the schmazzy policies...
some of us debate against the schmazzies, so, I mean, like, none of us are really innocent.
But you are a schmazzy,
exactly,
though.
Which is why you shouldn't judge people for being on the panel. Unless they're adding to the bad shit that they're talking about. Then, by all means, judge them.
But I mean, leftists are the smarty party.
Boy.
No, no.
Oh boy.
Was Mustache Man not a socialist?
Hey, Leo, if I pull up a map of Europe, can you find Germany?
I can. I was actually stationed there in Vilsec. Womp womp.
You won this battle of wits.
Yeah, I'm too tired to argue. I feel like this is the same argument on TikTok every single day. Like, yeah, Leo, they were leftists. I don't fucking know.
They really were. And they also influenced the opposition.
And the Soviet Union were right wing.
And the Soviet Union were communist.
They were.
See, that's what I find very interesting. See, I'm not
the CIA was trying to spread leftism, and the Soviet Union is spreading rightism.
So I'm not
upside
afraid
down
of
world.
So I want to put this out there. I'm not afraid of communist ideals and ideology. I don't think they're completely batshit. But the problem is you can't implement paper in the real world. So, you know, the old coin phrase is communism only works on piece of paper. And it's actually true. And the reason behind that, hold on. And the reasoning behind that is because just like not every communist is a fascist, but every fascist is always a communist.
That's literally not how it works.
Hold on. I've got a point to get to. I do find it fascinating that he is saying the Nazis and the communists are both left wing. Who do you think will win in a civil war versus the left versus right?
Well, considering that the Republican Party won the Civil War, I'd say we win.
Were they left? Was the Union left or right?
Were the Republicans left or right during the time?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you honestly because you said our party switched. So, okay, if we know the Republican Party won the Civil War, that's whichever side won.
Okay, we can actually factually determine this. You are a Republican and you claim to be a conservative, right, Leo? Are you for freeing the slaves, mass amnesty?
And I've actually thought about that. I don't think I've ever claimed to be a conservative. And the reason why
you're not a conservative.
I don't even know what a fucking conservative is at this point.
It's in the name.
It's kind of wild that you're claiming who's left and who's right when you don't even know what the fucking conservative is.
Well, see, no, I claim the Republican Party.
Then what is the Republican Party to you? Because it doesn't sound like you really know
more in
differentiation.
Well, I would say the Republican Party is more like how I think, considering that I believe that the slaves should be freed. I believe that women should have the right to vote. I believe in the Civil Rights Act.
Told you.
Those are left ideas, bro.
Well,
you're a lefty. You're a
what makes that left? What makes that left? Or hold on. Or it makes me an American that cares about my country and my neighbors.
Which is what progressive politics is.
Yeah, Leo, I hate to break it to you. Progressivism means they want to progress forward, make some changes. And if there happens to be a party or an ideology that wants to end slavery, that would be progressing forward. That's a progressive movement. And at the time, that happened to be the GOP. Now they want to regress and they don't like change. Do you see how there's an ideology switch there?
Well, yeah, because a lot of fucking stupid people can register to vote. And unfortunately, they check the wrong box.
What?
Check the wrong. Okay.
That's when I think there's hope.
When you register to vote, Leo, do you register? Do you give your party affiliation or not?
I don't really click a box. I know that. Jesus.
But do you?
I just want you to reiterate that, Leo, that you think that the American public is stupid.
Bro, I think Homo sapiens are stupid.
So you think the American public is stupid? And this is coming from your GOP folks. They think that you are the dumbest fuckers out there. You will vote for anything.
Well, but see, that's not fair though, because I think everybody is.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to sound ridiculous when I say this, and I apologize, but yes, sometimes I think that everybody that does not have my name is ridiculous.
Oh, Lord.
A Leo, so. Take that for what it is.
I mean, I don't even know what
Smartest
to.
person on earth.
I don't.
Why do you do that?
I should run
I
the
would just
country.
like, you know what, Leo. I try to educate people, and maybe you'll get this wrinkle in your brain. Maybe you won't. I highly encourage you to just Google it or Bing it or Chat GPT. I don't give a fuck. Just ask whatever you're comfortable asking. Who were some of the first people that the schmazzi's unalived? And you're going to see that it's going to be Romani.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think this is
the communists and the socialists. So why would the left-leaning party in power unalive people on the left?
Well, I think that it would be pretty much to eliminate the competition. Just because these people might be, quote unquote, in the same affiliated party doesn't mean they're the same person. Okay? It'd be like me and you being Democrats having the same ideas all the way up until, we have differences of opinion. And then because of this difference of opinion, depending on how you take it or you perceive it, if it's a threat to your basis of left wing, you could eliminate me to take me out to keep your ideas going. See, that's, again, elimination of the threat.
Hitler writes in Mein Kampf that he thinks that the Jews started communism.
So don't you find it very interesting how every single one of you guys are now against Israel, just like how Hitler was against Israel?
Well, no, I want to stay on topic, Leo. Like, I want to stay on topic. Let's not, we can...
That's not necessarily true. If you want to go back in history, Leo, the first thing that Hitler did was he went through trying to deport all of the Jews and undesirables. He literally established Israel in the British-controlled Palestine.
But notice how you guys are also criticizing Israel, criticizing the Jews, criticizing all these things, giving them bad negative PR, just like who did? Just like who did? Who did Hitler give bad PR to and pretty much do the same thing that your party's doing here in the country to get people to go against Israel? You guys are doing the same legit tactics that man did.
Who said it was the blood and soil? They're poisoning the blood and soil.
Your party did.
No, that was
Donald Trump did.
Here's the thing, though, bro.
Donald Trump literally said it, Leo. What are you talking about?
Donald Trump is a Democrat plant. I legitimately now believe that your party.
There it is.
You're awesome. I love that. I've not heard that before.
Okay,
that's awesome.
Let's go with let's go through the fucking piles. Okay. So every single person that's pretty much in there is a registered Democrat. Okay. So in the 2016 election, okay. So how could Donald Trump honestly run against Hillary Clinton? He couldn't. If he ran as a registered Democrat, which he is, the problem that they would have been facing is they would have had to face off in the primaries. Okay? And so he pretty much put the R instead of the D so he could fucking go against her in the general election and not have to worry about her in the he wouldn't have to worry about her in the primary and he could beat her in the general election. They're fucking smart. A whole hell of a lot smarter than either you and I. Because
that's great saying that all Democrats are smart, that he literally ran against a field of 16 Republicans in the Republican primary?
So I want to say that you guys are smart, but I would very much say that you're psychotic and very much psychopathic because you guys are legitimately having your 1% not only commit child sacrifices, you got the fucking party committing P3DO behavior. You guys are receiving donations from said P3DOs because a lot of the people in Hollywood are registered Democrats. So your party is receiving blood money donations, which it is, blood money. And you guys pretty much implemented the entire MAGA movement.
Would you call yourself Q?
Would I call myself what?
Q.
Yes, Q from Star Trek. Yes, I would say that.
No, not Q from Star Trek. You watch Star Trek? That's fucking.
Fuck hilarious.
Yeah. No, Q from the fucking conspiracy theories. Q. Do you believe in Pizzagate? Do you believe the pizza parlor was a place where they were keeping kids?
Sir, if you really no, I don't think all that. But I'm going to tell you this, and I mean this, Mojo. I mean,
You're just repeating the same nonsense this conspiracy theory group put out.
Well, okay, so Mojo, this is why I'm going to explain. Because I know the level of corruption that these people are in.
I don't think you honestly know anything, though.
Well, let me finish. Because I know, we all know this, that these people are absolutely and totally corrupt. It means that every single thing is no longer out of the realm of possibility or existence because the evil that they pose is pretty much unfathomable.
Unfathomable.
Well, what
now,
you said. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I know. English is hard. I got you. I understand. I just have a problem believing that you actually believe this shit or that you're stupid enough to actually believe this shit.
I don't believe in everything because, again,
it seems like you do. You believe in random bullshit.
No. I said I believe it on the basis that because I know that these people are as corrupt as they are, it is not out of the realm of possibility that their actions could be true. Even though I might not believe them to be true until I actually see the physical evidence, it is still not out of the realm of possibility, which means I give it what you consider the benefit of the doubt.
The benefit of the doubt. I don't even know what you're talking about. You think Donald Trump's okay because he gets the benefit of the doubt? Is that what you're saying?
I don't agree with anything that Donald Trump is doing. Again, I think this man was legitimately sent by the 1%, regardless if they're Democrat, Republican, that they were sent by the elites to completely and utterly destroy this country.
The elites. Why would the elites destroy the country?
Because we could be running out of resources, for one.
So you think they're trying to kill people off so that they're
let me ask you. Okay.
Wait. You think they're trying to kill people off so we don't use too many resources? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Then what are you saying?
I think that they would just push the button because once we run out of resources, what's the point anyway? What does it matter?
Wouldn't they be killing themselves too?
Well, no, because you could stockpile a whole shit ton of resources and make it last for at least a little bit, but things are coming to a head that they're not liking.
How long did it take you to come up with this theory?
About 5-10 minutes.
Nice.
No, it doesn't take very long to put all the pieces together. I mean, these are easy puzzles. Well, you laugh.
I guess you sat on the porcelain throne and decided this is how the world works.
Well, no,
during the Civil War.
Well, no,
hold on, Leo. During the Civil War, you literally had conservatives ditch their entire ideology of preserving anything to fight against slavery and free the slaves. And then we fast forward a smooth 100 years, and those same conservatives then elect a liberal Democrat who wants to not preserve anything and end the whole world because he was put in there by a shadowy cabal.
Bro, do you know how generations work? So basically,
why does that matter? Can you engage with what I just said?
This is why it matters. Okay, so those same people that freed the slaves, like you said, okay, the people that wanted the other ideology, they waited until those people either died or had a low birth rate. Pretty much they waited that generational ideology out and then implemented their ideology into the newer generations and had the younger people start learning their shit. Okay, see, out with the old and in with the new.
You are aware just by our given metrics, humans can live to 100 years old. That literally means somebody that was a kid during the Civil War saw World War I and World War II as well, even Korea.
I don't want to step on anyone. Are you done, sir?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Leo, most people use 100% of their brains to like make 0% ROI, but I can see for a more relaxed mental workload, I'm building a team of highly cooperative visual learners for a multi-tiered e-commerce distribution matrix. It's perfect for you because it requires absolutely zero critical thinking.
Well, I had
independent research or math skills. So something you'd be interested in?
No, not at all.
Okay. Thought I'd try.
I stopped listening to you. You opened your mouth. Sorry.
All right. I don't know if I want to just block you or not, Tapley, but if you want to have a conversation, we can do it in Discord VC. I said this yesterday. I will say it again today. I'm not going to bring drama up on my panel. I don't care about your fucking drama. You are a sociopath. I have no interest in having conversations with you. But if you want to hammer this out in some way, shape, or form, just give me a VC to go to and we can go to a VC. Doesn't have to be done in public. I know that you want to try and capitalize off of it because that's in your fucking nature, but I don't. So just give it up, you fucking stalker. Right,
bro, a man is stalking another man. That's really weird.
It is really weird. It's fucking Tapley down here, just like not letting go.
Tapley, why does it have to end publicly? Like you're like just let it go.
See, here's my problem with it at this point. Like, I get people process and do things in their own way, and I'm not ever going to judge someone. Like, I think like Danielle spotlighting it and bringing attention to this bullshit that happens is kind of an important PSA, right? But the thing with PSAs they're for the general public. So outliers like that discussing POS that did that to her aren't a general person you're reaching with a PSA. And in fact, I think like spotlighting it like this and continuing does a lot of harm, because what it does is it emboldens the people, because he's on his little sleeper accounts watching all this shit go on, getting his jollies off on what he did. And it's going to encourage them to do it again. And it's going to encourage another sick MFer to do something similar to someone else. So I think like the focus on this is not only it's discussing from that point, because it's propagating potential future actions like this onto other people. It's perverse and needs to stop.
Not only that, but he's dragging a bunch of women through the mud right now. A whole bunch of women through the mud right now.
Yeah, if
while
we're
trying to say that he's protecting
on
women.
your panel, we are against women if we're on your panel.
Yeah, dragging a whole bunch of women through the
Can we also just mention the fucking real reality that the world doesn't revolve around what the fuck happened yesterday or last night or whatever the fuck? People have jobs. People were asleep. You wake up fucking judging everybody that's on a panel as if they're supposed to be in the know about everything. Who the fuck cares? Mojo, if you said something wrong to Danielle, I think it was wrong. I think you should apologize. Who cares? Jesus fucking Christ. Stop going after people because they happen to be on a panel when you literally say nothing to fucking schmotzies. I don't give a flying fuck about what you're saying about people being on a panel. People are on panels all the fucking time. Some people go up on a panel to call people's bullshit out. Are you going to be mad at them for doing that?
Well, just to be fair, I do believe Galileo discovered the world revolved around me, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the panel yesterday told Mojo at some point that they disagreed with his assessment on it. So, like, yeah, this isn't the Tapley show. And it's disgusting that this is continuing to be the Tapley show, because it's going to tally up potential future victims in the same manner and purpose that Danielle was victimized, because you're giving the person who did this their jollies. It's like putting a pew pew person on TV. You're what's it called? Not immortalizing them. You're not making them famous. You're making them infamous. You're feeding into this like sick fascination they have with doing these things. So you should stop and take it offline at this point.
Are you even in a thing with Danielle right now? Is she mad at you about whatever?
Again, we should take this offline because it's rewarding bad behavior, and it's going to propagate more bad behavior.
If you wanna come to my Discord, you can. If you got another Discord you want to, you can invite me or whoever else you want to be there. I don't really care. I'm just not doing this fucking live. I'm not giving you your jollies in the fucking public sphere. Just not doing it, Tapley. You are a gross person. You have a lot of issues, and I don't want to perpetuate the issues that you have. We can move on.
Back to politics.
Back to politics. You know, everyone's that. I know you're a capitalist, but you've been here for 5 minutes. You might have caught the Marxism, and now you're Marxist.
I mean, I say I'm a capitalist to get a rise out of all you like commie bastards, but I mean, I'm probably more like, you know, my arc went from like establishment Democrat to more progressive over the past 4 years, just seeing how bad the country's getting. From wealth disparity and everything, it's just not tenable. So like capitalists can support DemSoc agendas because in the long run it's going to be more beneficial to our long-term gains. So like where I disagree with the extremeness of like, you know, general socialism, communism, like there is a happy median to be found. And that's like back to my progressive roots where I think we take incremental steps to get there.
Do you like, this is a bad question. Do you like reading or listening to audiobooks?
No. I like reading books, but not
reading books. Okay. So, one of the people that I admire the most in the world of what they were trying to do and with actual experience with results is Dr. Muhammad Yunus. Do you know who he is? He's a Bangladeshi. You know who he is?
No.
He's a Bangladeshi. I guess he's an economist. I don't really know. But he has a famous line that says, poverty should only exist in museums, which is like wholeheartedly what I fucking believe. But since you consider yourself a little bit more progressive, there's a really good book. He has a number of really good books, but there's one that's relatively newer called Building a Social Business. And it's not about worker co-ops, even though you could build a social business that is a co-op. That's how I would lean. But it's essentially building a social business that is doing essentially social justice for communities that need it through a business incentive so that they can get proper investment. So when you're going to a bank or you're going to investors, you have an actual business plan and it's not just charity. So one of the biggest
it's a B
examples,
Corp.
It's sort of like a B Corp, but it's more international because B Corp's more of like a certified thing that you have to like meet all these criterias. It is in the realm of a B Corp, but specifically like I think it's Chobani or one of the yogurts that he came up with was to literally feed the malnourished. And they came up with a formula that has all of these nutrients and all of these vitamins, and they're able to distribute this like drinkable yogurt in like the poorest of poor villages all throughout Southeast Asia. And the whole point of that is that it was a social business. It's like, we are making yogurt. Yes, there will be profit so that you can get your investments again. But its purpose is to give nutrition to the malnourished. And he has a whole book on like how you can start social businesses anywhere and everywhere.
And I love that concept. I'm a big proponent that a rising tide lifts all boats. And
called Building a Social Business by Muhammad Yunus.
All right, let me jot that down. I mean, I'm a big proponent of that. And I'll look it up. But yeah, I mean, it just makes sense, right? Like in a world with so much abundance that we have so many people going without, it is ridiculous logically. Right.
I think he just came to the realization of being more pragmatic of like, he might have roots in like a socialist left-leaning kind of worldview, but knows that the only way that you can achieve actual change is working within the current system. And that's what he's trying to do. He's just a lot more pragmatic about it.
Yeah. And I think there's some arguments to be said about like competition and I get y'all's stance on like, you know, markets can and do exist in socialism. They predate capitalism. And I think the problem I have with the people across the aisle, like confusing that is like markets and competition is like innately in everyone. I know you hate the nature thing, Mojo, but that's not going away. But when we make sure everyone's bare necessities are met, also I expect we would see creativity boom across the society that does that. And that's where I disagree with the people across the aisle. They think like moving to more like DIMSOC or like socialism type of blended economy and society is going to stifle creativity. I think it'll just make it boom.
I think you'll like it. I think.
Yeah, I'll read it.
He talks a lot about where he's had successes and failures and why things failed, and he's come to this realization that without a healthy balance of like, because there's enough investors out there that are like, I have a bunch of money and I want to put it in the right place, and they're quick to be like, I'll give it to a charity, but in reality, like that charity's not going to help that much. You'd rather just give a bunch of like micro loans to people that are going to do something with it, right? And he talks about how that's how his whole the Garmin Bank and the Garmin business model. Like I would look into that. That's what he started, and it literally started with giving people $20 in a village and what they could do with that $20, and then $40, and then you know what I mean, like micro loans.
That was last name Yunus, right? Because I think I remember reading some.
Muhammad Yunus,
That's right.
Dr. Muhammad Yunus.
That's right. That's where a lot of the microloans came from. That did do a lot of good for a lot of people.
Garmin, I think it's what it's. Garmin Bank is the bank, but they also had like Garmin Textiles, Garmin, like it's a little branch of it, different, like, and it's mainly based out of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and I think he's got some somewhere in India as well.
Hey, Civics, can you put his name in the chat so that people can like screenshot it so that they can go look it up?
I just thought the name was funny.
Yunus.
See?
Hey, wait, hold on. You guys are in the. I'll put it in the Discord, and I'll put it down there.
Industrial director of the company.
Whoa. What are you listening to?
I clicked on the audiobook by accident, trying to open the book up.
Yes. Thank you, everyone's dad, for triggering all the Disney within us in the chat.
What did I do?
You said bare necessities.
That's a great song. I can sing it from heart, but I won't.
So it's he's known as, he wrote a book called Banker to the Poor, and it's called Building a Social Business: The New Kind of Capitalism That Serves Humanity's Most Pressing Needs. The Discord, hold on.
I personally think that no matter what, when we work with capitalism, profit and greed always take over, no matter how socially progressive the economy tries to be. And, again, this is from experience with FDR when he sets up all these amazing social programs, and we've only become more fiscally conservative over the years. We don't progress towards more socialism. We just flip-flop back and forth. And for the most part, as a totality, since FDR, we have been fiscally more conservative, or economically more conservative. So I don't think there's any negotiating with it, honestly. I think that will be the downfall of any sort of economic progression in this country. Maybe it'll work for a few decades, because it worked for a few decades with FDR, but then someone like a Reagan comes in and just undoes everything.
I think somebody's having a fucking breakdown.
If you don't start saying something interesting, I'm going to start giving you an overview of the policy life cycle in government.
The overview. It's just how a bill becomes a law.
No, specifically
just
policies.
A bill on
not bills, policies.
Policies. What? From somebody on the street saying we need to do this because it helps out with leukemia, to giving that to a representative, the representative giving it to some subject matter expert who writes it into a proposal given to the legislative aids office to put in legalese, and then approved by the congressional person to be put on the floor, but then it goes through a committee first, and then it makes it to the floor after it makes its way out of the committee with amendments if necessary, and then amendments are added on the floor, then it goes back to committee, and then eventually goes back to the floor, and if it's voted yes, then it goes to the Senate. Is this what you're talking about?
No, it's more about the policy life cycle through committees, like how it goes to formulation, assessment, implementation, evaluation, and then the maintenance standpoint, where it's either like iterated on to improve and sent back to the beginning of the cycle, or termed, and how they assess it. But yeah, you touch on a lot of good stuff. Like you're talking about more the overall like ecosphere, so you encompass like its inception, going to policy committees, and like how it becomes a law. But
yeah, I sat in a lot of
right?
rooms. I sat in a lot of rooms like this for the Colorado healthcare law that we're trying to get passed. I sat in some rooms with a whole bunch of healthcare professionals. I didn't know most of the shit they were talking about. Obviously, it had to do with healthcare, and I wasn't a healthcare person, but it was interesting to talk to or listen to the representatives ask questions. The representatives and their subject matter experts. So they had some aides, they had some people that they work with that are subject matter experts in healthcare as well, asking the doctors and the other subject matter experts how they could possibly make this work, and they were trying to finagle things out. And we're all sitting in this room, like eating lunch, and everybody's doing this lunch powwow, trying to hammer the stuff out, and somebody's like transcribing it all, and it ends up becoming a bill that gets put on the floor, which is a super cool thing to see that process. Be part of that process.
The comments are kind of going a little haywire, Mojo.
Yeah. Do I just black Tapley or what? I mean, I don't know what to do. I have no interest in talking to Tapley on my panel. He's obviously a psychopath at this point. He's got issues. He needs to see somebody for him.
Maybe just like for a week to like cool everything down, because if he's talking about legal discourse, it would be extremely unwise to bring him up so he can record things and try to make,
Yeah, he's already recording stuff too. I mean, he's had people in here recording for months now, so he's kind of been stalking me for quite some time. I don't know.
He already threatened lawsuit, but this is all recorded, and all his comments are nothing but harassment, not just to Mojo, but people on the panel. So you can't just say, "Oh, I'm going to sue you," and then turn around and just harass the F out of the person you want to sue. That's not a good look. Like, figure out what lane you're going to be in and stick to it. And right now, it's not your drama game today.
People who threaten lawsuits rarely ever do. I wouldn't be too concerned about it.
I'm not concerned. I don't do anything wrong. The guy's a dumbass.
So
I blocked him. I blocked the other dude too. I'll block him for now. I don't know. This is stupid.
So apparently the FBI, Agents Association, and other groups filed briefs last week supporting 3 employees fired by FBI Director Kash Patel, challenging the terminations of agents who investigated President Donald Trump. So the 3 agents are alleging a retribution campaign targeting them for their 2020 election contest work, while Patel claims they weaponized federal law enforcement.
Nobody. I wasn't listening. I am so sorry, Sammy. Can you just give a quick overview again?
Okay. TLDR. So there were 3 agents fired by Kash Patel because they were at least 3 of the agents who were investigating President Donald Trump for the 2020 contest investigation work. And they are alleging retribution campaign. While Patel is claiming that they weaponized federal law enforcement.
Okay, so 3 FBI agents were making a case against Donald Trump. Is that what you're saying?
So it looks like
Probably to do with
let me
the.
pull up the AP News, the actual website. So it says the 3 Bureau employees were fired last year for their roles in an investigation into President Donald Trump's efforts to undo the results of the 2020 contest. It said a legal brief by the FBI Agents Association is one of 5 filed by outside parties in the last week in support of the agents who were terminated as part of a broader personnel purge by FBI Director Kash Patel that has targeted employees who investigated Trump or are perceived as being against the administration's interests.
Are these okay? Are these agents now suing to get their job back, or suing for like being fired under false pretenses or something like that? That's what I wonder. That's what it sounds like.
From what it sounds like, they're suing for wrongful termination.
Yeah.
But I don't see like if they're just wanting like their pensions, if they want their jobs back. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't say in the article.
That's going to be a tough one. Didn't there was just a Supreme Court ruling that said he could fire federal employees at will, right? Except for one particular one, the somebody in the Fed, one of the governors, or was it the chair? I don't know. I think it was one of the governors. Wasn't there just Supreme Court ruling about that? Or it left it open.
I was going to say that would be a tennis or Kate or one of them questions.
Blossom
or Blossom.
Somebody's
one
been
of
reading
one
up
of the much smarter people. I just read, okay, Mojo.
Gotcha. Well, Schedule F is what Donald Trump put in place on day one. That was allowed him to reach down to the deepest bowels of the administration of the executive branch and fire whoever he wanted for whatever reason he wanted. And he took great strides in actually accomplishing that. He fired a hell of a lot of people. He got a hell of a lot of people to quit by threatening them and giving them bonuses or whatever the fuck he did too. And then the people that were still there had to basically sign loyalty pledges and shit. So yeah, he did a lot of that, and I know that at least a couple of those cases have gone through court now. And the Supreme Court said that he couldn't fire somebody from the Fed, but they didn't make. I don't think they made mention of the rest of the people, so they kind of left it open right now.
So according to the AI overview, no, the Supreme Court has not ruled that anybody in the cabinet can fire anyone at will. They just issued rulings addressing the president's authority to remove certain executive agency heads.
Yeah, so that would be the Fed. Yeah, and he does have the authority to remove the head of an agency, but since we built up a bureaucracy in this country, and that bureaucracy is supposed to be nonpartisan, he's not supposed to be able to basically turn over the whole bureaucracy. The president is not supposed to be able to turn over the whole bureaucracy every single time. That's what we're trying to protect ourselves from, is a president that could come in and rearrange the entire executive branch to basically become a dictator. So I hope they win their suit, but it's nice. It's cool that the suit's going up. Mojo be farming.
Yeah, it's a it's a
This
slow
is an old
Tuesday on
picture.
Brown News.
They kept referring to you in the comments as Mojo Ryan, and I forgot I had this picture.
Mojo Ryan. That's right.
There was like a drunk lady that called you that.
There was a drunk lady that called me that. I think somebody made a second account with that name on it, and they were insistent that was me. I thought that was pretty funny too.
I think. Oh, go ahead. Go.
Bryn, your husband is crazy. I don't know if he showed you the image that he sent me to put up, but you should have him show you if he hasn't. Go ahead.
I think if I remember correctly, I think it was Jack Smith who said that Trump would have gone to jail if he did not win 2024. Does anyone else remember that?
Yeah, I think so. He was convicted of the 34 felonies. There was also a really good case in Florida. It looked like that was going to end up nailing him as well. The documents case.
That was the most ironclad one, right? Because that was obstruction. It's like there's no. It was so evident.
Yeah, and there was literal documentation of the National Archives saying we need this back, and him flat out saying no.
Diligence, you don't think he'd have served time for the 34 felonies? I bet, well, no, you're probably right. I mean, I think he's too old to probably serve time now anyway. They'd probably give him like house arrest, ankle monitor, or something like that. Who knows? Mojo Weinstein.
They're sharing the live. You should block them.
What? That's fucking wild.
Nah, it's for them talking about click farming and stuff like that, like they're literally doing.
Oh, Sammy,
oh my
we're
God.
losing ya.
Breaking up, Sammy. All right, let's do a commercial announcement. All are welcome in the room. You can bitch and chirp as much as you want to. Please share out the live to bring people into the live to show them how incredulous and disappointed you are. Please keep the engagement up. Tap the screen. Add the go heart me if you like Mojo or if you hate him. Keep the engagement up. Keep participating. We really appreciate y'all. Back to the show.
Well done, Jorts.
Oh
wait, Civics, were you here for the Jorts of the
Oh,
Jungle?
wait.
No, but I did see the picture.
George.
Where's my goddamn song, Brobot?
George of the Jungle. Watch out for that tree. Anyway, sorry.
I didn't know. Wasn't Brendan Fraser?
Yeah.
They made it into like a live action.
Yeah.
Yes. It's so there's actually George of the Jungle, and then there's also a sequel to it.
Is there really? I didn't know that.
Is it straight to DVD?
Probably.
No, they him and the lady character, I can't remember the girl's name at the moment. But they had a kid, and I forget what the actual sequel is about, but Brendan Fraser was in that one too.
He did a lot of movies back in the day. He was he definitely had a pretty vivacious career in movies, but I heard that kind of took its toll on him.
You heard that what? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
I heard that it took its toll on him. There were some pretty disgusting people in the
Yeah, he was assaulted. He was sexually assaulted.
yeah. That stuff came out before what, the movie Whale or something, or right after that.
Yeah. Oh, I think he came forward actually during the height of his career, and that's essentially what like kind of squashes it.
Yeah. He was pretty funny though. Pretty funny actor.
I think that he got his start in Encino Man, where he didn't have any lines other than like one or two, but he was a caveman that thawed. If you guys remember that movie?
Yes. I do remember that movie. That was pretty wild.
But like that was his big break, and he didn't even have any lines.
Was that his big break? He had done a couple movies before that, I think, but yeah, I guess maybe that was the most popular one at the time. This is going back. You guys are all too young to even have seen this shit.
I just remember the scene where he is like barbecuing a frog in like chemistry class or something, or like biology class.
That scene.
Pauly Shore was in it. That's how old it is. That was when Pauly Shore was at the like height. I haven't seen a Pauly Shore movie in years.
I mean, just because I am not that old doesn't mean that I haven't seen Biodome and what was it, Son-in-Law?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Son-in-Law was probably my favorite Pauly Shore movie.
I liked In the Army Now. That was pretty good. He thinks he's safe and he won't get deployed if he becomes like a actually, ironically, like what Pallet does, like water filtration or something like that. And he was like, yeah, it's because your brother was a pool boy. And then they ended up getting deployed.
He wasn't in Waterboy, was he?
No, not Waterboy.
No, he was like a water person, like in the movie in the Army.
Okay.
It was like water sanitation or something like that. But he signed up for that thinking that would be safe, that wouldn't get him deployed.
All right.
Oh, did anybody else see that Bernie Moreno came out and said that his ex-son-in-law shouldn't be in he's Congress, right? Yeah, he's Congress, and now Max Miller is even requesting an ethics probe of himself.
Yes, I saw that. That's the one who allegedly like broke his toddler's collarbone, right?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes, and a lot of domestic, whatever. He's a rep from Ohio, I believe, somewhere in Ohio.
Of course. No, I'm just kidding. Everyone got so quiet.
I know. It's the comments. It's people in the comments. I feel like I should just go ahead and end.
We had a primary today in Virginia that I voted in.
Yeah.
First district.
I didn't get to vote.
Well, that's what happens when you
I
get them
wasn't in one of the
felonies.
districts.
I was going to say, are you a felon? Is there something we should know?
No, it was only specific districts. It was districts 8, 9, and 10 that got to vote because they were postponed primaries because of the original redistricting. If the original redistricting would have went through, I would have gotten to vote. But
So I know there were some other Republicans in the primary, but when I looked, like I always make a last minute decision if which primary I'm gonna vote in, you know. And I was looking, I was like, oh shit, they all pulled out for Whitman.
Yeah.
So he was the only one.
How does that work? Do you have to register? Or can you register day of? Do you have to register for
we have
party, or can you just choose to go to one or the other?
Yeah, you can only vote one or the other. It's an open primary, so you can only vote one or the other. But yeah.
So do they send you two ballots, or do you have to request a ballot, or?
I've never done the mail-in. I think you would. That's a good question. I don't know. I always go to the polling place, so you just tell them which ballot you want.
yeah, with the mail-in, I think you have to request the specific ballot. And in districts 8 and 9, it's only primarily Democrats that are voting because they're for the Democratic, because it's a Democratic primary because the incumbent is a Republican. Whereas District 10, it's the opposite. It's a Republican primary because the incumbent is a Democrat.
Gotcha.
And we don't require to vote. So we have lax voting laws, so you can present any kind of ID. So I've got this like decades old Chuck E. Cheese ID that I always present just to piss off any Republicans.
Wait, are you serious?
No, they scan the shit and check your address and ask you to give them your name. I just figured that'd rage bait the shit out of some Republicans.
If that's serious, that's funny as fuck. Chuck E. Cheese ID, loyalty card.
Chuck E. Cheese got some banging ass pizza, I have to say.
Oh man!
Okay,
yeah,
are you
kid,
high
that's
when
like
you
saying,
go there, Dad?
Yeah.
What?
Do you chug the beer pitcher first and then have the pizza?
No, they got good pizza. They got like that garlic salt on the crust. I don't. Maybe it's just my Chuck E. Cheese that has a good pizza. I don't know. But
you still have a Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah, we got one. We might have two.
It's great compared to Little Caesars, but it's below CC's pizza.
It's not below CC's pizza. No.
You brought up Chuck E. Cheese, though, and I needed to cut in real quick. Did you guys know that during the pandemic, Chuck E. Cheese opened up a online business, and what they called it something different, and they would just sell pizzas out of it?
Yep.
And that's how they were able to keep their pizza sales up, is by opening up an online business. So Uber Eats drivers would be going to Chuck E. Cheese to pick up fucking just random pizzas.
I think that's when their pizzas became good because they were like, we have to compete.
Wait, like you could get pizzas delivered from there, from their online site?
Yeah, but they didn't call it Chuck E. Cheese. Let me see what they called the business real quick.
I really miss margaritas being delivered. That was the best part about the pandemic.
Yeah.
Wait, like pre-mixed part, or was it in a can?
No, they would like Mexico restaurant. They would deliver like whatever. We had this alcohol moratorium on delivery, so you're not allowed to get alcohol delivered.
Yeah,
but they were like, you know what? That's stupid. Everyone should be drinking, and you could order alcoholic beverages from any of the restaurants.
But yeah, the business was called Pasquale's Pizza and Wings. And if you ordered it, it just sent the delivery driver to Chuck E. Cheese to go pick up food.
That's awesome.
That's hilarious.
So there.
Wait, hold on. Is the mouse from Chuck E. Cheese, like, is his name Pasquale? Like, is that what I'm just now finding out?
No, that's Chucky.
Yeah, that's Chuck E. Cheese. Charles Entertainment Cheese is his full name. Deadass. But no, I don't know if Pasquale's is a character, but like, do you guys know the history of Chuck E. Cheese? It's like really interesting.
Do not.
Yeah,
I'm scared of those animatronics, though.
Yeah, so it started out as like, it was supposed to be an adult themed thing, and like Chucky used to he was like fat and he used to smoke a cigar, and it was supposed to be like adult arcade gambling. It was like Dave and Buster's but worse, and that's what Chuck E. Cheese originally was.
Pasquale has been a part of the cast as a singing chef and band member since the arcade inception in 1977. It's named after Pasquale P. Pieplate, an Italian chef, character, and drummer in Munch's make-believe band with the Chuck E. Cheese franchise.
I mean, it would be the drummer.
Right.
So I assume that the Freddy's Friday Night at Freddy's or whatever that came after Chuck E. Cheese, right? That didn't inspire Chuck E. Cheese.
No, but I think Chuck E. Cheese inspired Five Nights at Freddy's, right?
Yeah, I think so too. I'm just kidding when I said that. That's kind of the way I felt about Chuck E. Cheese, though. Those fucking things were scary as shit. Fucking hated those things.
Whenever a Chuck E. Cheese closes down, the employees have to, if they still have animatronics there, they have to take like the casing for the animatronics out to the parking lot and smash them, and then send a video of it to corporate to let them know that it has been smashed.
What, so nobody can steal it and use it,
so nobody can steal it and use it.
Wow,
that's horrific. Like, imagine working the night shift and then you have to like take out the animatronic and kill it.
And then
I don't know. I bet those employees
the crap out of it.
It'd be like Office Space. It'd be having a blast.
That's right, Office Space. Beating up all the printers and shit. Chuck E. Cheese. I think the Chuck E. Cheese in my hometown, where I grew up anyway, turned into a mattress factory.
Nice. That's capitalism.
It is.
Yeah, we have one in my hometown as well that's still there, actually. It survived, recession. It was right next to a Toys R Us and everything. I think the animatronics are still terrifying no matter how updated they are.
Yeah, I don't like them either. I don't like them.
One of my first jobs was at a CC's Pizza. I got fired for falling asleep on a chair in the arcade.
They have arcades?
Yeah, they had little arcades.
You guys were just talking about that. Is it really bad?
Yeah. It
was not. They put macaroni. They put macaroni and cheese on a pizza.
Shut up. Yeah, then
this is the original Chucky.
Oh my god.
America. Mac and cheese pizza.
It's like a cross between a damn Furby that would be in your closet that would come alive at night, and I don't know what else.
The devil. How is this not terrifying?
Hey, CT's up here. I wanted to put that background up to see what everybody thought about it, but I didn't want to do it until they could yell at you because I didn't make it.
I'm just saying, if somebody's going to keep yelling something at you, use it, man. Use it.
I don't know. It's pretty wild background.
Remember what happened last time you put up something like that of somebody that caused a full-scale war with the libertarians for like a month.
Wait,
just saying.
Which one was that?
When Charlie Kirk passed away, and you used the quote.
That's right.
Yeah, when you used
that
the
was
quote
so tame. I had people that were mad at me that I didn't go straight after it. That people that were mad at me because I didn't go straight after it, and they thought I should have.
You know me, I always shy away from controversy and drama. I don't like being involved, so.
Absolutely. That's exactly who you are. That's who I've always known you to be. That person who never wants to get involved in drama, never yells at anybody, just wants to have conversations.
You know, I like to hear all sides, really, to make a smart and humble decision.
Started because I asked Tapley a simple question. I opened Pandora's box thinking it was a fucking Big Mac container. Like, I thought there was just going to be a cheap little sandwich on the inside of it, and fucking look at where we're at now.
I feel like that box was the box from Hellraiser, bud.
Oh shit.
And no, it just had something to do with fucking Alive that we were both in like the night before. It hadn't. Everything that is happening now has nothing to do with what I asked Tapley about. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, that's so funny. No, what really brought me up though was that you guys were talking about like Chuck E. Cheese, and you guys ever like remember being part of something when you're younger? At the time, it seems completely normal, and looking back, you're like, wait, that was fucked up. So we didn't have a Chuck E. Cheese in our hometown.
Catholic Church.
Yeah, same. Well, wait till you hear the name of this fucking place, and you're gonna be like, wait a minute. But we didn't have a Chuck E. Cheese until like a few years ago, and it was only here for a while, and it went away. But we did have this local place that was like that. It had all the games in there, and then outside it had like bumper boats and go-karts and stuff. It was called the Squirty Worm.
Oh, God.
Whoa.
And I don't know how I never picked up on that until I got older. I'm like, wait a minute.
Hold on. Can you say what that was called again, CT? I don't think I heard you.
I think I can say it without getting a violation, but it was called the squirty worm.
What the fuck?
And it had this huge like green caterpillar on the roof and shit. But yeah, that was the name of it.
We had a place in my home city called Sir Goonies.
If I was a knight back in the day, that would be my name.
Sir Goonie.
Sir Goonie. I'm gooning, baby. Yeah, I don't think that background will cause any controversy at all, Mojo. You'll be fine.
No, you think?
Yeah, you're
Oh my
good.
God.
You're in the clear, bud.
I saw that comment, and then did you just do that right now, CT? You just did that this morning?
I don't know where that came from.
Or did you make
really?
it?
Now you're not going to own it?
Well, it was originally said last night, I believe, on Danielle's panel. I think.
Yeah, Mojo Ryan.
Mojo Ryan.
Just looked it up. Apparently, Sir Goonies is still fucking open. I was not aware of that. I thought it closed like 20 years ago, but it still exists.
Does it happen to exist in a cave?
Subsidiary of the Catholic Church.
I think that there's a fake cave there. There's mini golf there. It's got a bunch of like random shit.
So I think the image, honestly, Mojo, needs to be updated because they spelled your name wrong.
Mojo
It's
Ryan?
not Mojo Ryzen, it's Mojo Ryan.
Ryan. Yeah, Civics had that up on his background. which is funny because it was some random drunk lady that came in that kept calling me Mojo Ryan. Like all night long she was calling me Mojo Ryan, so Civics went and made a background of it, Mojo Ryan, and I think somebody made a second account with that name on it just to be funny, and that's the person they saw in their live last night and banned it. I know who you are, Mojo. You're in here stalking us or some shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this shit blew up kind of crazy. And yeah, all Pallet wanted to say was like, hey, it's cool that you're out here, trying to take people's ideology down, but it's also kind of weird to just hang out with people that want to eradicate people. And all that just stemmed into this. That's it.
Speaking of which, I mean, maybe that is something we should talk about. So since he didn't get to talk about it yesterday, it turned into something that it shouldn't have turned into. American men. Obviously, we can't cancel them. Doesn't work. Can't cancel anybody. Nobody gets canceled. Everybody just keeps coming around, and eventually everybody forgets about the shit they said. Zach being a good example of that, especially on TikTok. And then that woman who got a GoFundMe for, saying the N-word or whatever. So that's not going to work. But, and if he's not going to go away, if he's going to continue saying the stupid shit he's saying, he should be confronted, right? Because if you don't give any pushback to it, then they're free to say what they want to say without any pushback whatsoever. And whoever's listening to him doesn't have the other side of the story, right?
Right.
Or do we just let them go until they get bored with it?
I mean, I think that there's like a middle ground, right? Like what I did, because like my issue with it was like that he was saying the shit and then nobody was pushing back on him at all about it. So I went up and got clarification, made him like, because like you heard how he was like kind of dancing around it, and then like made him
around it when you asked
give
him
like a definitive answer. Yeah, and like pushing him on it, and then asking the panel like, "Do you agree with this?" And like Hoodlum and Liam were both like, "Yeah, we agree with it." And then at that point, I disengaged. I made it clear of what he fucking stood for to that audience. I disengaged and then fucking left.
So what? At least make them say what they believe out loud instead of just pussyfooting around stuff?
I stand by what I said yesterday. Let everyone approach any panel or problematic person or whatever the fuck you want to work. Let them do what they want to do. I used to be one of the people like, you shouldn't fucking talk to these people.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, I've seen people go up and absolutely wreck people, and then they take time off because they got embarrassed and they don't talk for a while. So I don't think there's a right answer. I just, me personally, I'm tired of judging people for what they want to do. Go do what you want to do. I don't care.
CP, it's not about whether, like, what you're talking about isn't what I'm saying. It's that, like, oh, like, I'm fine if you want to go up and fucking have that conversation with them or whatever, or debate them about it or whatever the fuck. Cool. Like, my issue is that there wasn't pushback about it and everybody was acting chummy to a person that is advocating for genocide. If you want to talk to that person, then talk to that person, but I'm going to call out if you aren't, like, fucking pushing back on that person. Like, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with that. Like I said, go for it. All I've realized on this app is, like, because when Mojo first started saying that, like, nobody can get canceled, I'm like, yeah, they can. No, he's right. Because I've watched people do and say the most heinous shit and people will cheer for them. So anytime this comes out of, like, this person said that person said, I'm like, cool, I'm just not going to fuck with that person because I can only control what I can control, or I'm not going to go to that live, or I'm not going to participate in conversations with them. But if other people want to, fucking let them. I'm not in the, I don't want to say like tone police, but like, I just don't care enough anymore. I've realized there's nothing that's actually going to change. People are going to do whatever they want to. Some people are here for performative reasons. Some people are here for honest reasons. I'm tired of trying to decipher which. I'll talk to people I'm cool with, and I won't talk to people I'm not cool with, and that's all I can
mean, do you think that what I did was tone policing? Or?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I think you were actually inquiring, like, hold on, do you guys believe and hear this? Because then again, you get to make those judgments. Like, all right, well, I don't need to talk to that guy because he thinks genociding people that don't believe his beliefs is gross, and that's your choice to make. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I've been that way since the beginning, right? I don't like purity testing. I've said that since the beginning. I have not judged other people for having people on their panels. I've just chosen not to have people on my panels. And if they want to have them, they can have them. I was the first person to block Hoodlum, if I'm not mistaken, because I did it as soon as I heard him say it on Danielle's panel, what he said. So I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I'm going to do that, but I didn't run around saying, oh, you got to block him. I'm certainly never going to do that. But I'm also going to give my opinion too. I'm going to give my opinion of situations and people, and if I think something's damaging or not, I'm going to give my opinion. I think I have every right to do that.
You do.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a difference between quote unquote platforming people and going against what they're saying versus letting them come up and spew whatever the shit they want to without pushing back on it. Like, I 100% agree with Pallet.
Yeah. Yeah, I like what Pallet did. I think he did the right thing by at least making him say the gross part out loud instead of just pussyfooting around what he was saying. Because he continually called every non-Christian a zombie and said that they were irrelevant, basically, to a nation at that point. And then he pushed him to say, well, what would you want to happen to them? Or is it okay to do this to them? And kind of made him say what he felt. I think that's a good thing to do, to at least push them into actually saying what they mean rather than just dog whistling. But then again, I also think it's good to talk to people like Hale.
Like
you
Hale?
gotta know, yeah, you got to know what his viewpoints are though before you attack him. Because I don't think Hale's a Nazi. I don't think he's a Nazi. I think he's a monarchist. I think he has a specific idea of what he wants the nation to be. But by nation, I mean Americans. I don't think he necessarily judges on skin color. I think he just wants to talk about Americans.
I don't talk to Hale because, well, I mean, and y'all know my whole, like, rule of thumb of, like, if I wouldn't let you around my kids, I don't panel with you.
Yeah.
And, like, with Hale's thing about like black people having lower IQs and shit like that. Like
It does have that. That is true.
Oh yeah, that's enough.
I can't like moralistically have a conversation with that guy. Like just because of shit like that. Because like at some point in time, like my kids are gonna be able to, like, if I'm still fucking on this app and like I'm sitting and talking to people, like they're gonna be able to understand what the fuck's coming out of the phone. And I want to be able to have those conversations with my kids about people like that on my own time instead of some fucking chud on TikTok. You know what I mean?
Little monkey in the background.
I know, that was loud.
But we heard you, Palette. We heard you.
Yeah.
I just
Well,
like
I guess that
Pampers
is true. But
was
sorry.
telling you to stay. I was going to say, I just like that Comrade Pampers was telling him, you know, to stay strong.
I don't know. I feel like I constantly go back and forth on this. I think that I think in our government, I think it's dangerous to make negotiations with like people who are like this on TikTok. But at the end of the day, I do find enjoyment in having like debates and being able to sort of like push myself to be more intelligent. And kind of, it confirms, you know, my ideas when someone says something, I'm like, wait, no, that doesn't sound right. And then I have to look it up and I educate myself. I think there's some benefit to that.
Yeah, and you do a lot less of that if you just talk to people you agree with and nobody you disagree with.
But I mean, I mainly use this app now just to fucking talk to y'all and like the other little groups that I circle around in. Like, I don't know. I feel like, and I know half the time I come up here, I feel like I fucking derail the conversation about some dumb shit. But that's I don't know. The debates a lot of times, it seems like it's just the same 5 topics over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
It really kind of has been for a bit now. The news, Donald Trump has made the news so meaningless, basically. I mean, we've got Jeanine Pirro getting fired, or we've got everything that's going on with Mamdani right now. We got the 1776 Donald Trump suing himself and getting dropped because somebody wants to become the AG. This, you know, years ago, this would have all been top story. Everybody been talking about all of it, and now we don't. Now it's just like par for the course. You get up every day, and now this is nothing new. So weird.
And that's really bad. That's really, like, that's so dangerous for a society where we're not shocked that none of his family can be investigated by the IRS fucking ever. Like, that's what he's trying to decide for himself. Or we're not shocked by him not being able to be persecuted properly for his crimes. And we're just like, oh, that's just another day in Trump land. I think that's just very dangerous.
Yeah.
Can we just talk about how slow of a damn news day it is? That the top story that just scrolled into my ground news is a New Jersey officer dressed as a Bush issues 74 distracted driving tickets in 6 hours.
Dressed as a bush?
Yes. Like as in a bush.
Like a green bush.
Yes. Yes. Like vegetation or whatever you call that. Shrubbery.
What citations? What did you say that there?
It was 74 distracted driving tickets in 6 hours.
Did he sit in the middle of a fucking highway or some shit as a bush?
Oh, that's what just the daggone news story that popped up.
What the fuck?
Hey,
okay.
I keep hearing this from the left saying that the Trump IRS agreement like prospectively like protects him and his family from IRS like audits and penalties and interest. But just for clarification, it's on tax filings retroactively filed up to the date of the agreement. It's not for like future tax filings.
That's still wild.
Well, like here's
See
where
how
I'm
we've
at on that.
normalized that? We're like, oh wait, it's not as bad as we thought. It's just kind of bad.
Well, personally, I hope that and the slush fund go through, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because the basics of contract law doesn't stand up to it. It's not an arm's length transaction, right? And there's no consideration given from both sides. So when the Congress flips over, they can go back and is done from time to time, cancel government contracts that the government has entered willingly into in the past, saying they are voll and void. Same with the slush fund. Here's the kicker. If any funding has been given out, so this wouldn't be in the case of the IRS thing, right? But it could impact his balance sheet, because if he's holding assets or funds in contingency and he frees them up and he gets a huge loan, and then all of a sudden it becomes a liability for him again and he has to move a whole bunch more funds back into that liability on his balance sheet, it could put him upside down and could have his loans called really financially impact him if it reverses. Same with the trust fund. If the prosecution fund that he wants put up. So if people get paid out of that, they better squirrel that money away, because if it's reversed, Congress has the authority and the government will claw back their money from every last person that's gotten a payout of the now misappropriated congressional funding. So, and that's not something you can discharge in bankruptcy. So if these knuckle fucks go out and spend all this money, the government will take every last asset to their name and leave them penniless. So yeah, I want both of them to go through. I think it's a great FAFO moment for people in the future.
Okay,
any arguments?
We're also at a point. Burn it down, or let them burn it down so that they know what they've done. I'm not sure I like that either.
I'm at that point too. I do feel like that. I
And
know
you're a commie.
you don't like
You're
that.
a commie, of course. You've been at that point for a long time. You wanted to put me in a wall. Stop it.
Oh no, you're not going on a wall. Don't worry.
Yeah, and Dr. Galt said we should just abolish the IRS. That we should reform the IRS. There's no reason we should be playing a guessing game. The reason we have the IRS in such a complicated tax code is so people can take advantage of loopholes. Most other developed nations don't do that. They just say, this is your tax bill.
You understand somebody else is talking, don't you, Steven? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Bro, take it easy.
Go ahead, George.
And I was done. I was just saying I wouldn't abolish it. I would reform it and simplify the tax code and automate most of the shit so it's not a guessing game.
I agree with that.
What did you think about Herman Cain's 999 plan? That's the only thing I could think of. Somebody was trying to actually do something to simplify.
I'm not familiar with it. Would you give me an overview?
Oh, gonna force me to bring it back up. It was something like 9% federal, 9%. What was it? Somebody else knows, I'm sure. Robot, is he here? 9% sales tax, something else. He was trying to throw it all out and simplify it.
Okay, that's not a simplification, that's a regression. So when you're moving from a progressive tax system to a flat tax, and you know this, you're a CPA, regressive taxes disproportionately affect the lower income in any society. So no, I wouldn't be a fan of a 999. And it sounds like a fucking, just kitschy little name to get it energy and shit, but no, that doesn't make any sense to me. 9% corporate tax business plan would be destructive.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
So it's 9% personal, 9% corporate, 9% national sales tax.
Right.
So the 9% corporate tax rate would only like effectively represent about a 2 to 3 point drop in the Fortune 500 like effective tax rate right now. But the problem is we're the world's dominant economy, and the world tracks their like corporate for the majority, the major economies track and move in correlation with the way we move in our corporate business taxes, right, to stay competitive against us. And if we further decreased it, all the other major economies around the world are going to lockstep towards the same direction, and we're shifting the cost burden onto the poor in society, and we're creating a bigger wealth gap.
So you're saying instead it should just be simplified in the way that it retains a progressive, by the way, I'm not a CPA, it retains a progressive tax system, but without any other language. Basically, it's just like if you're here, you pay this. If you're here, you pay an extra amount on top of that, and then we're slowly, it's slowly. I'm sorry, not regressive. It's not regressive. I'm losing words. You pay more as you hit those. I mean, I'm in this category. It ends up being like a average effective tax rate, but
yeah, that's
progressive.
Sorry,
progressive.
Yeah.
So simplified progressive tax rate, and then cut out everything else. Essentially, is what you're saying.
So one thing you hit on that I really liked the other day is like having like a kind of progressive schema adjusted for like cost of living, right, across the country for federal income tax credits and deductions. The problem I have with that is we have the uniformity clause, which means all the levies and taxes have to be uniformly applied across the states. And there's a lot of complexity around introducing like regional or state like COLA type of adjustments, but it could be done, right? So you'd have to overturn that clause in the law so that it could be done, right? But moving in a direction like that where we had a tax across the board at the federal level that was truly progressive would be beneficial. And in part, the reason we have so many like loopholes and stuff is because the regional competition in our government pushes for different like tax incentives for farmers in red states, for the elites on the west and east coast, like that sort of thing. So it could also normalize.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. It could normalize and level the playing field, is what I'm saying, and it could help also close a lot of gaps if we consider moving to a system like that.
So I think that there's some middle ground here that I think a lot of people can agree with in terms of simplifying things, but where the sort of the devil's in the details, sort of testing the limits of how far that goes. Do you think that there should be a cap on how much people can have? Period.
No, I think if you have a well enough designed system, it does that in and of itself. So when we talk about like a society and economic system that creates like ultra high net worth individuals, we see the hoarding of wealth, the income and wage gaps grow as they also control the engines of the economy as well, right? And the problem I have with that is if you look at like second, third generation, like trust fund kids, or even like not the ultra high wealthy, but just like high net worth that they don't have to achieve and conquer for themselves, they generally get shittier and shittier. Oddly enough, it's the fourth generation that usually builds something for themselves, but that is namely because the second and third generation has squandered it and they see what can be and want to achieve that again, right? They start closer to a base of zero. So I think like if you build a system in the right way, you incentivize people to achieve, but if there's no bounds to the greatness, that greatness is consolidated unless people can achieve it. So in my perfect system, yeah, you could have billionaires, but you wouldn't have like trillionaires. You could have a very diverse like a wealth, net worth, but it wouldn't be to the extremes that we have now.
So you would also kick out or simplify the way that like capital gains works on investments, the way that let's say Elon Musk has a lot of his wealth tied up into, again, unrealized net worth, but he could take loans on it. I mean, you'd have to shore up a lot of stuff.
So I really like Harris's plan for the unrealized gains, because she was basically suggesting that we apply the same schema already used for realized gains, right? But it was dependent on a couple things. The makeup of your portfolio and assets. So it primarily targeted people that had like oodles and oodles of money, starting at 100 million just in the stock market, right? That's not good for society. That's not creating new jobs, right? So you're de-incentivizing people from parking and generating this wealth. That on one end helps attack this, like, what is it? Buy, borrow, unalive type of scheme that they do through S blocks, right? And then it also had, instead of like closing the loophole of where people can debt finance their income once you get above a certain threshold, it just said, we're not closing it. You're going to have to use that same loophole now to pay a fair, equitable tax. Because the people in the upper echelons are paying between 3 and 8% effective tax on all their income. And that's not their fair share.
Wait, so when you're calculating their effective income, are you considering what's locked up in the business right now as part of that?
Yeah.
So in terms of like, okay, so go ahead.
So we already tax unrealized gains. We just do it for regular folk. It's property taxes.
Well, yeah, but then you'd say the rich pay property taxes too, and then I'd come back and say, yeah, but it's disproportionate because lower income and net worth people pay a proportionally higher amount of their net worth or income in their property taxes than the rich do, because their multi-million, $100 million homes still just a fraction of their wealth. But
yeah, I'm on your team, so like I'm just saying we already do it, so why couldn't we do it with wealth or?
It's just not the same thing. We could do it. It's just not the same thing as property tax.
Here's what people miss about unrealized gains being taxed for people that aren't in the upper echelons. Your unrealized gains are taxed when the economic system you operate in forces.
Okay.
I think he must have
got
a call.
So when this is how unrealized gains are taxed on the lower echelons of income and net worth. When life happens and you don't have enough safety fund to get you through a tough time, it forces you to divest of some of your assets that are currently unrealized gains in your portfolio, creating realized gains that are taxable. And that's not something that happens at the upper echelons, because they're moving their stock assets into custodial accounts for big banks through the private banking system they have, and they're paying SOFR plus 75 bips on interest, which is about 200 basis points, 300 basis points, 2 or 3% better than the average Joe gets from the same banking institution. So
basis points is, by the way, 0.75. So 75 basis points is 0.75 for anybody that's wondering.
Yeah, that's right. So that's how poor people are forced to pay taxes on unrealized gains. It's because life comes at them and they're forced to divest and they become realized gains. So yeah, poor people pay much higher taxes across the board and our tax on unrealized gains.
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably the majority of Americans agree at some level that wealth could spin out of control, and that, do we need somebody sitting on this pile of money? And to your point, it's not even being put back into the economy in any sort of productive way. It's just being hoarded potentially. I think the disagreement is on how do you do it, because every time there's some idea, not everybody agrees on the amounts. Like, okay, if you make over this amount, you should be taxed at this, or you make that, whatever. And then the idea or the thought process for the ultra rich at this point is that they'll figure out some way to get around it regardless type of scenario. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try to rein it in. But one thing I think about, and this might sound crazy, but we're all sort of probably also thinking there's something that could take us out of it all at any time, like whatever it is, climate change, a meteor, nuclear war, whatever, all this stuff. And so we're thinking, what could help save us from any of those things? And, this is the crazy part potentially. Someone like Elon Musk is a little bit different, I think, than some of these other billionaires in that I think a lot of his companies are working toward a common cause of trying to diversify away from Earth. Like, I do think that's one of his main goals. So like him being a billionaire, possible trillionaire, isn't necessarily so that he can go be extravagant and hoard wealth. It's to parlay this into another company that's going to help realize the dream of diversifying away from Earth.
What the actual fuck?
Guys, can I get a quick aside? Because I really only have a brief minute, and I was mentioned very directly in the previous topic that was being talked about over the last day and a half.
What up,
and I haven't seen everything. Hello. I haven't seen everything, but I've gotten enough of the gist. So the first thing I want to say is going into opposing spaces. I think there's a very different thing between going into an unchecked room like that was talked about versus bringing up problematic people into a room full of friendlies who could potentially be tainted with disgusting views. If you go into an unchecked space, if that space remains unchecked, that's how radicalization happens. I have people in my real everyday life that I'm seeing fall down into a fucking Nick Fuentes rabbit hole because those microphones are getting louder and louder. And you can't just go yell at them, because if all you do is yell, they shut you out, and then their little new friends think, well, see, this is why we're oppressed. So I'm going to start listening to Nick Fuentes more and America Amen more. Like, everyone has a different style. Everyone has a different voice to put out there. And they cannot all be screaming. It can't all be just talking softly either. I think back to this all the time. Right after the 2020 election happened, you guys remember there was a Marvel Endgame meme with all the best known Democratic politicians as characters in the movie. Do you guys remember that?
Talking about Infinity War?
It was Infinity War, Endgame, or whatever. Like Nancy Pelosi was there, AOC was there.
That ridiculous cartoon.
Yes. But here's what it showed. Here's what it showed. It was a meme cartoon. Here's what it showed. And Tapley was making a similar point on this. I think he used a corporation or company or whatever. The way I've always viewed this for years is it took all kinds to defeat that man in 2020. We couldn't do it without Nancy Pelosi and AOC. We couldn't do it without Chuck Schumer and Rotana. It took a broad spectrum of a team to go out with those different styles. And I'm gonna be damned if I'm gonna let them be unchecked by something that I've seen work slightly. I'm not saying it's the best, but I've seen it work. And there are reasons that libertarians, and again, I'm not taking credit for this, but there are reasons that libertarians now spend half their day on this app convincing other people to stay home. That's important. That's a win. That might not be a vote blue, but that's important to get.
Wait, how are they doing that?
By talking shit about Trump 6 hours a day and telling them how ridiculous they were for falling for his shit in the first place.
Wait, that includes convincing them to stay home?
Yes, it's convincing them to vote like libertarian at the very least.
Gotcha.
Yes. So, second point. And Mojo, I understand this made you upset when someone else was talking about it, but I didn't see anyone on my side have a problem with how I managed my relationships across the aisle when I needed to go out and leverage them to help, not solve, but help real world personal problems for people involved in this situation and involved in this community and other communities on other sides of the aisle. I'm talking about real world doxing threats, real world threats to business livelihood. When people wouldn't come back to debate anymore, no one had a problem with it then. When I was able to use the fact that I had a decent relationship, not the best, but decent enough to extend an olive branch. So it irks me a lot to hear that like I'm now public enemy number 1 or 2 when it comes to talking to people that everyone on this app has talked to before.
I don't think I think the majority of everybody up here was saying that, like, do what you want to do. At least
You were
I was
saying that, yes.
Yeah, I think a lot of people agree with that too. Like that, there's going to be different approaches to conversations. Let people do what they want to do. I'm not in the business of telling people what to do. That's the Republicans thing. They want to tell everybody how to act and who to talk to and dictate and where to go. I'm gonna let them have that. I say do whatever the fuck you want to do. I get to choose who I talk to. That's it.
Sure, I did hear you say that, but what was it? Yesterday morning, this all started from. I guess you wouldn't call it tone policing, but another person in particular who was on this panel and left, and I wish he was still here to hear it, was mentioning two people specifically, me being one of them, for how mad actually three people specifically, and me being one of them, and how they now have a big problem with me for just for doing that. So I wish he was here. I wish he was going to address it. What followed after that, though, was truly, truly shameful. Mojo, number one, I do think you owe Danielle an apology. I don't know if she'll take it. I don't think that you have the evidence to back up a claim like that. I'm sorry.
I didn't make a claim, just so you know.
So I was in the room. You did not bring her up first, but you did come out with the accusation that you
I
think.
didn't make a claim. I said I have questions. I said I didn't make a claim. I said I have questions.
That's an implication.
Dude, you get on me all the time
Yeah,
about
I have
that stuff,
questions.
Mojo.
I have questions. I have questions about everything that went on. That's it. That's what I said.
Yeah, when I say I have questions, you guys say the same thing about me. Oh, you're making an implication, but when it's you, you can defend it, I guess.
I'm sorry. I've never actually said that to you, nor anybody.
Hey, can I ask a question?
What you guys said to me is that I'm a sociopath. It was how funny there's like 100
fact,
people calling you a sociopath now, which is interesting.
Do what?
Yeah, dude. Like on, like going to Daniel's live has been so interesting to like watch all this. Like literally, so many people like Mojo is a sociopath, and I just laugh because you've said that I'm a sociopath, and I've always thought that you were one, and now there's like
I have never called you a sociopath.
Oh my god! How many drugs do you do on these lives?
Are you serious?
Not enough.
I just have to ask that question because
We need more.
dude,
Send more drugs.
That's not a term that I throw around, generally speaking.
Okay. All right. I guess I should just record more of these lives because that is something you said. And then you called Tapley that, and then now 100 people call you that.
Yeah, Tapley is, and I explained why.
That could have been handled privately. Like, I listen, when it comes to Styles, you're going to disagree with him. When it comes to wait. You chose to go up and go after him. You said that in your live later. But when it comes to Styles, right?
This could have.
You guys are never going to get along.
Crosstab, this could have happened that way too. By the way,
I wanted to talk to Pallet, and I wanted the people here to hear my position and give myself a chance to defend myself against discussions that were happening in public forums.
But then you said Mojo should apologize, and I actually do agree with Mojo on this. Like this, the more this conversation happens, the more that you're just proving that like what Mojo says about Tapley is true here too. You're just trying to get people here for the drama.
Can I ask a question?
I'm not.
Cross tabs. Did you watch Mojo's panel yesterday when Danielle was up?
I heard the audio of it.
Oh, okay. So
what
did you think about my Michael Jackson Wolverine joke?
That was terribly timed. It was just a bad joke. It was just a bad joke.
Or perfectly timed. I'm not sure which yet. I'm still working it out in my head.
Okay, Mojo, that is a fair point that it could have been done in private. However, I was brought up publicly first, and so I can't go around and find every single person that heard that live or the subsequent live or whatever and make sure that they don't.
Crosstabs, that's the issue here, right? People are getting berated just for being on a panel, and it's just like, listen, if you want to go after people for being on a panel, why don't you go after what they say on the panel as opposed to just being on a panel where some shit that somebody said they don't agree with. They're not guilty by fucking association. They're guilty by association and be like, yeah, you're totally right, man. I'm on your side. That's when they're guilty of association.
Right. Okay. That's why I wanted Pallet to be able to talk with me. maybe I'll reach out to him personally too. But that was the topic of discussion when I requested up. Jorts and Steven got into their tax stuff, but I had hoped to be able to chime in with my thoughts on why I was there in the first place and why I think it's important for different approaches to get their voice out in all types of ways.
Yeah,
some are going to be more effective than others.
Like I said, I don't care what you do. I have panels. Amen. I'll have him on my panel. I have never been on his panel, nor will I ever go on his panel. I would never do such a thing. I think he is disgusting. I think the group around him is disgusting. He brings up fucking Hoodlum, for Christ's sake. There's no reason to go over there. There's no reason to sit on a fucking panel with Hoodlum, if you ask me. Like, none. Absolutely none. But if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. That's up to you. I'm not going to berate you for doing that, nor did I berate you for doing that. Nor did I go after anybody. I tended to agree with what Pallet did in that particular situation. I think it's wild that that nobody else spoke up that was in the room that could have spoke up. And he had to pressure it out of the likes of Studs or whoever it was. It was Liam and somebody else. He had to pressure.
By the way, who's the guy? Who's the guy that was saying he had all these ways to dox or to get IP addresses and stuff? I forget his name.
Chad, whoever the fuck Chad is. He says he's a border patrol agent, and he utilized work personnel to find the IP address for this guy. The guy is a fucking fraud, fake, whatever. Which is
how's that possible?
Which is yet another fucking reason I think that I have a lot of questions about everything that happened.
All right, so here's the best part about the guy who purports to be the guy who banned the guy who did this despicable shit to D, right? He said, this is how it was done. Well, I don't know how it was done. I asked an IT guy I work with to do it, but that's how it was done. And then immediately goes back to opining that that's how it was done. It's technically impossible to do it the way he said it was done. And him saying that he was like, they got his IP address and got him banned. At first they have some kind of back access to the client side servers at TikTok, which no one does. It's security protocols. And then he's like saying, well, USC doesn't protect non-citizens. Well, yeah, he failed to mention the Cloud Act actually requires public companies to protect foreign individuals at the same level that they do U.S. citizens. So the reason I went in on him was he was full of shit, and he's further victimizing D after she's already been victimized by this asshole.
Yeah, this is like the person that loots the store after it's already been burned. He came in with stuff where I'm like, I don't know of a way for anyone.
Why is it not possible for this to all have been planned ahead of time? Why is that not possible?
Well, it's possible, but the thing is, you cannot lean in on something that, if you're wrong, makes somebody means that you're doubting somebody who was S8 or whatever, however you want to categorize it, exploited some way. You cannot lean in on something that could be possible.
I mean, Mojo, you can say anything you want. Like, my God, I've seen way more than my fair share of flat Earth lives on here. But you say dumb shit, people are going to come after you for it.
I don't care.
I know you don't. That's what makes this kind of funny for me, because you really don't care, and I disagree with you. I don't think they did this. I think they handled it poorly in a public spotlight instead of taking this offline, and that's emboldening the person who did this to her to do it to someone else, and I wish that would stop. But if it's public, it's public. None of this shit should be happening on TikTok.
Yeah, I think saying the person that this happened to did it was dumb as fuck. But if you'd have made the argument that, man, you guys really are capitalizing on this thing that's a real big problem, that I could see. But I wouldn't blame somebody.
Wait, hold on. We are talking about Tapley here, the king of drama. Tapley plans this shit. He does this shit on purpose. He sets it all up behind the scenes. He makes sure that he's got everything on fucking cue. He's got cue marks and cue cards, and he's got a list of people that he wants to get up for specific reasons at specific times. I'm sorry, Tapley has this shit planned out from the beginning. And for you to suggest that it's not possible for Tapley to have planned, or Slayer, Slayer, that fucking bastard.
No.
More than a
way.
year ago. Tried to get me canceled on fucking TikTok too, and has done so since then. So he did another call out live on me, and now all of a sudden he's doing this shit too. I'm
There's no
sorry.
shot. There's no shot Slayer would do that to Danielle. No shot.
No,
And
Danielle's
no,
in on
Tapley
it.
either. Tapley either. Danielle,
They're
stop,
fucking
stop.
in on
Mojo,
it.
I'm begging you, stop.
My questions are they in on it or not?
They're not.
That's my questions. Yeah, you can't say that. Tell me that everything surrounding this whole entire fucking situation isn't sketchy as hell.
Well, you could say
It's not. It's not
sketchy, but you
sketchy.
can't. Like you're implying, or it seems like you were implying that Danielle was in on it. She knew about it. She was somehow a part of it. That's the part I think most people are like. You don't have to go that far on a hunch.
Yeah,
I mean, look, if Mojo's going to say that I think Tapley's in on this and orchestrating it, like, not saying it transfers to D is just not being honest, because she wouldn't be able to pull this off with that. I disagree that it was said. I don't like. It's fine if you want to have your suspicions, but
I could be wrong about all of it. All of it.
I think you are wrong about it. But if you were up there to go after Tapley, like fine. He played you by pulling Danielle into it and getting you to pivot on.
No, this has nothing to do with me. Oh well, no, I absolutely think that happened. He couldn't take the conversation I was having with him, and he threw Danielle at me. I had no interest in having that conversation at that particular point in time, but he somehow said he had a recording of me saying something like that. And I wouldn't doubt it, because they are recording all my lives, and that's fine. They can do that too. So then I addressed it at that particular point in time, but I didn't go up there with that intention at all. I went up there to go after Tapley for being a fucking sociopath, because he turns everything into something about himself, and I think that's just wild to me. And he doesn't care who it hurts.
Do you agree that they have a right to be hurt?
Who?
Well, I was first I was talking about Danielle and Tapley, but now I'm including Slayer.
Yeah, they have lives. They can go say whatever they want. I didn't stop them. I didn't interfere with them. They ran a fucking live last night for hours on me alone.
Yeah, that was a reaction.
That was not a reaction. That's a fucking part of the plan. I'm sorry, but I didn't stop them. I didn't go in there and deter it in any way, shape, or form. I let them do what they were going to do. I have the whole thing recorded. I may or may not do something with it in the future. I'm not sure, but yeah, they said what they're going to say. I'm not going to stop them from saying what they're going to say or feeling how they feel.
If they have a right to feel hurt by the accusation being levied in the first place,
good.
Then
be hurt. I don't fucking care.
Okay, Mojo, you've obviously been there for me in very dark times, and I appreciate you for that. I can't follow you on this one though. Like I can't. This one, like I can't. Yeah, I can't agree.
But Crosstabs, like Mojo's entitled to it. Like I personally think he should apologize, and there's no reason to suspect this. It is what it is. But this like accusation of coming after Emma, coming after everybody that's on the fucking panel, blowing this up into purport. It's just like, first of all, you can't assume that people that are on Mojo's panel, multiple people throughout the day, constantly during the day and at night, know exactly what the fuck happened. Are we just supposed to fucking throw people under the bus because of something that they did the day before and they had no fucking context on? And you're gonna go after everybody as if they're in the know? Like that's
these groups do, dude. It wasn't. I'm sorry. It wasn't just Emma. It wasn't just Emma either. It was a multitude of women that Tapley was specifically going after last night. He was going after a whole bunch of different women in my community, as well as everybody in the comments. And I have this recorded, all the comments as well, so I know exactly what was said and who it was said by. They were going after all kinds of different women while they were telling me that I was going after a woman, which is wild too.
Obviously, emotions were high on all sides. Not going to excuse any individual behavior. I think the way that this started was shit from the jump. And I think it immediately got out of hand with the Jen A's live in the morning with what transpired there.
Sure. I had no intention of going up there either. I was just listening. And then Tapley just freaked the fuck out, and I freaked the fuck out of him.
I do think it's a mistake for Danielle to lean into what Chad's doing without completely verifying that what he's doing is accurate, because she's not going to look great if somehow it comes out that Chad is making up everything about
Chad is making
IPs.
up everything. Let me walk you through it. Back in the day, you could like get people's IPs and like peer-to-peer interactions, right? But we've had many advances in technology. TikTok has a duty to their users and huge liabilities for leaking data, right? And they have a client-side server. Chad implied that his IT government buddy pinged the server directly, which requires a subpoena under USC 18-1230, right? And you have to take that in front of a judge and get a warrant. No company is giving up their users' data. That creates additional liability. How do we know that they didn't get the guy's account deactivated by pinging the server and communicating directly with TikTok? Well, that's easy. He was banned and then came back the next day on the same account that he posted this disgusting work of fiction on, right?
And Chad's excuse for that was that somehow he must have verified himself. But how would that get him out of?
Yeah, no, like if he was unverified, he would have never won the appeal, and if he was verified, he would have never won the appeal if there was an actual human interaction in this equation. The posting, the account got taken down because people reported it, rightfully so, due to the video with public nudity in it, right? And then he hit the appeal button, and the appeal process is a non-human action, algorithmic, and it's going to sometimes make errors. TikTok's famous for banning people and unbanning people for the wrong things, and then unbanning them when they've done stuff that they should stay banned for. It's not until a human interacts with it and corrects the mistake that it gets changed. And that's like tier 3 or 4 of this tiered like review to strike an account or bring it back up, right? Everything tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 is automated through AI.
And how would you explain that account having videos that were more than 2 years old on it? Like, is it a premeditated account from 2 years ago where this was planned out?
Oh, no, I've already stated for the record, I disagree with what Mojo said. I don't think this was a pandemic in any way, shape, or form. I think she was targeted by a fucking despicable person.
Yeah, that's more likely. But then Chad jumped on the opportunity to come in as a savior and claim that he can do stuff that he can't.
And that's where people are.
That's a further victimization of Danielle. So that's where I got pissed. I'm pissed at the whole situation because they should stop spotlight this, because whoever did it and people like him are getting reinforced to do this stuff for the first time or again to other people because they're getting the feedback mechanism that they crave.
Well, the sketchy shit that made it bad too is like, yeah, if that Chad guy wouldn't have said anything, I don't think anybody would have questions about the legitimacy of it. When you add that extra flair to get your own fucking pat on the back, and it's like, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. It puts everything into question. It shouldn't. I also think that she was targeted for somebody that's just fucking gross. But then I also think that they capitalized they held a fucking mock trial about it. So like, I get where people go, yeah, you'll do anything to get views or you'll get drama or whatever. Like, I think it's gross. I don't know. I don't agree with Mojo on it either. I don't know.
Wait, is Chad the same Border Patrol guy that everybody's been talking about for a month? That like he's got all kinds of. But there was some guy that like had all kinds of women that were saying he was like stalking them and doing weird things. Is that the same guy?
No idea. I don't buy into the rumor mill.
I think
there was a Border Patrol guy.
Yeah, I think you're talking about a different Border Patrol guy. There was a different Border Patrol guy like a year ago that was stalking a bunch of women and doing a bunch of shit he shouldn't have been doing. I think he got removed from TikTok. I think he's now back.
Oh, someone in the comments said the mock trial was about Eric. Yeah, I think is Eric the other Border Patrol guy?
It's some drama about something else to boost numbers. We all see this. The lives that do better have the drama, the yelling, the infighting, right?
Yeah, this is all set up by Tapley. All of it.
I don't agree with that, but
it is. It absolutely fucking is.
I like where I could kind of. I'm not agreeing with you, Mojo, but I think he's definitely orchestrating and inflaming the drama. That's his like nature. you might give me a pass on that one, use of nature, okay? But I don't think he orchestrated it by any means. I think he's leveraged it.
Whether you think he's orchestrated or not from the get-go is another story altogether. Whether it happened and he turned it into what he turned it into, there's no doubt. There shouldn't be any doubt in anybody's mind that actually happened.
Oh, yeah. But I think CT hit the nail on the head. I think the whole overlaying of the bullshit from Chad made it in some way seem realistic in your head that this was an orchestrated thing. I think that layer,
when really Chad is
maybe
opportunistic here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I've got a conference call. I'll try to come back after it's done.
Yeah, thanks for throwing a hand grenade.
Wolverine.
Sorry, I meant to get to it
is
sooner,
my
but
issue.
someone had to talk about taxes. Okay, bye.
People literally in the comments have just come in and are harassing us, like, because of that live. And, like, how is that helping anyone?
Fucking Tapley's been in here for 2 fucking days harassing me. What the fuck?
Yeah, and I don't know Tapley well. I don't know Slayer well. I don't know that other person really well, but I do know that wherever I see them on TikTok is drama, is hand in hand. So yeah, they're like, one comment that just made me laugh last night was someone, I think it was Raz in the comments, he was like, you don't want the drama, you gotta look to who you're surrounding yourself with. And then someone read that off as, like, I think Slayer read it off, and he was like, you don't know who we surround ourselves with. And I'm laughing. I'm like, he's talking about you idiots. Like, they've got like these instigators that surround her, and if they had her best interests in heart, they would have encouraged this to be done offline and not given it too much light of day, because that's exactly what the person who did this to her is wanting. They want the attention, they want the shock, they want the awe, and every scrap of this is fueling their sadistic motives to do this again. I've been dad. Thank you.
Does she typically have over 1,000 viewers on her live?
Yeah.
Because last night it was like 1.1 or something. I'm wondering if that's
not
kind of motivate.
That's not abnormal with Nemo on the panel. Nemo's got a lot of followers. What's he got? Like 130,000 followers or something like that.
Nemo was real quiet while Chad was talking. Like I feel like he, at his core, probably knows that Chad's full of shit as well.
Dude, Nemo I haven't seen him look that awkward. I love Nemo's style. I think I've been on a panel with him way back when, but love his style and his delivery, and really respect him as his skills as like a TikTok creator. But you could see the awkwardness from him, and he wasn't buying Chad's bullshit either.
I mean, the guy is online again. Like, his profile's back up, supposedly. So, I don't know.
Well, Chad said that's because he must have come and confirmed his identity. But how does that get you? How does that get you out of some horrible thing that you did that got you banned?
Yeah, if you got violated, stricken down from a back-end ping to the server or through a call to an actual person on TikTok for something that violates terms of service, verifying yourself wouldn't do anything. They're going to look up your IP, and they're going to ban your account on the IP, and they're going to ban any future accounts from that IP.
Yeah, it would make it worse.
And then something else Chad said. Chad said anyone can take anyone's name, right, and go to a public registry and look up their IP address. That doesn't fucking exist. IPs are dynamically assigned. There's no public registry where you could give me your name and everything, and there's nowhere I could go to find your IP address. It's attached to the goddamn devices.
Yeah, and I hate to break everyone's heart, but like, my real name's not Chat CT. I know this is news. I'm sorry to break it here, but this isn't my real name.
I am
No
Mojo,
way.
though.
You lied to us.
No, you're not Mojo. They said your real name last night. I forget what it was, and they also
Mojo Ryan.
Mojo Ryan.
Mojo Ryan.
Mojo Ryan. Got it.
Is this, wait, it's Ryzen? Ryan? They also said you're 55. Is that true?
I plead the fifth. Don't ask me what the color of the carpet is. No, nothing. No laugh. What the fuck?
Wait, what did you? I couldn't. You whispered. What did you say?
He said
I
color
said,
of his
ask,
carpets.
Yeah, don't ask me what the color of the carpet is. That's a Fauci joke because I asked him what the color of the carpet was, and he said I plead the fifth.
Oh,
I thought you were doing like a drapes and carpet.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
God.
Your name's the Silver
crap.
Fox or something.
Okay.
I read that this whole time.
Now I understand why you guys did.
Gandalf the Grey.
Until the two towers, then it's Gandalf the White. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, like I said, this one, like I said, it's crazy. I do think that somebody did something really gross to Danielle. Like I said, Mojo, you can have your viewpoints on it. We've had friends on here that people have made up stories, fucking AI videos, started drama lives. Like, I don't know why it's always something new for some people, or they're so offended. I'm like, I've had call out lives. Mojo's had call out. Like people that are more outspoken or have more outlandish takes. You're gonna have people that fucking hate you, and so like if you're gonna go through and get more popular. Like I've seen AI videos of Dean and Parker with boobs put on their chest. Like people are just fucking gross. It's the internet. You got to fucking Teflon up that skin a bit and fucking decide how you're gonna deal with it. Sometimes you deal with it pissed off. Sometimes you deal with it fucking laughing and leaning into it. But
honestly,
yeah,
I'm surprised it hasn't happened more often because AI is so easy now to do that. Like, why do people even get offended at this point? Just, it's not me, move on.
Because it doesn't happen to men the way it happens to women. I think I'll say this, and this will probably be my only comment on this. There is really no perfect victim. So while it may seem like she is clout farming or whatever the term may be, I've seen people who go on to be boyfriend and girlfriend with their rapist. No perfect victim exists. So this doesn't happen to men the way it happens to women. It just doesn't.
Okay. Did you just say that in a pluralistic fashion?
I wasn't talking to you, Donovan. Thank you.
Huh. Cap.
Well, he's part of the audience. I feel like you were talking to everyone, maybe?
I didn't want to talk to Donovan about it. Donovan does not believe women whatsoever. And I think that the more that this gets talked about, this is...
So, I'm curious, because, okay, you're saying it only happens to women or mostly to women?
No, I didn't say it's only happening to women. It just affects women differently than it affects men. Men, of course, get AI things made of them, but it's not the same. It's just not.
Let me ask, though, so what is it, in your personal view, if somebody were to create an account and use your face, if they had your face, and they photoshopped it or AI'd it onto a bunch of really terrible, risque, nude images, what would that do to you? How would that affect you?
I would probably get off the internet. I would probably be very sad and hurt that the world only sees women this way. I mean, it sounds like she may be some political commentator.
Troll,
you just don't know what it's like, Steven. You just don't. You just don't know what it's like. You have not been sexualized your entire life. You haven't been hit on when you were 9 years old, dude. You don't know what it's like to be objectified as a woman. I was objectified as a little girl.
I was to be. I've said so on a previous live, not as a little girl, but so.
Damn it! You beat me to it.
My point is, that's how I became Wolverine. It's because I think you're right. I don't think it's a male-female thing, though. I think it's a person-by-person thing, and I'm not discounting the fact that based on your past, you might react differently to something like this than somebody else would. But I don't know. I'm curious to hear from everybody else because I personally, if somebody did that to me,
You're just downplaying it based off of what you would do. This is what men do. If I was raped, I wouldn't mind because she's hot.
No,
yeah, but my rhetoric has no harm, Steven. Your rhetoric has actual harm. My rhetoric is this is cruel and it should stop. And you're saying, it's just a troll on the internet. Who gives a shit?
So
that's why you're harmful to fucking humanity.
I feel like this is interesting because I was just asking a question actually, and so you're saying rhetoric. I was asking a question because based on where I believe or how I feel about it, I want to know other people's perspectives. And the way my perspective is if somebody does this, we're in the age of AI. It's only going to get worse. If you're going to literally get off the internet from some random psycho that creates something with your face and somebody else's body, I just don't think most people would agree with that. But tell me if I'm wrong.
Steven, this shit happens to us every fucking day. We come to the internet to be able to talk. Like, I come to Mojo's panel because he has tons of, not right now, but he usually has like a whole panel of women, and it feels comfortable. I'm not used to going into political spaces where the majority of the panel is women, which I think is awesome. So people go on the internet to sort of escape their life. Women are fucking sexualized we eat a fucking banana and shit's fucking crazy. Like, we cannot do anything in normal that men do in life without it being completely sexualized. Doesn't matter if you're old, doesn't matter if you're young, doesn't matter if you're fat, doesn't matter if you're skinny. You're sexualized every turn of the way. And now this poor woman has been sexualized with the use of AI and on the internet in a space that she probably wanted to be a safe space for her, because maybe she can't talk to people like this in her real life about politics. And the internet fucking ruins it.
That person should be hunted down and prosecuted. I agree with that part, by the way. I'm not saying it's not a big deal as in that person should not be hunted down and prosecuted. That should be a crime. That person should do some jail time, because you can't just be doing that with people. Unfortunately, I think that the direction that things are going with internet, AI, anonymity in general, is that it's going to be harder and harder to pin it on somebody. And so at that point, how do you deal with it? Like, you have to kind of just be like, that's not me, and then you move on.
That does nothing for the conversation. That does nothing for the conversation. You're just being real harm. You're saying suck it the fuck up because nothing can be done about it. That's what you're saying.
Here's the fact, B. When you say shit like,
I'm not talking to you. I don't care. I'm sure you're one of those people who actually thinks that fucking rape is okay.
Stop. You gotta let him talk.
Believe all women is antithetical to the bedrock principle of everyone is innocent until proven guilty. You would like to turn that on its head just because you understand that because of virtue signaling, people will follow the nonsense that you have to offer.
So yeah, anyway, today's a beautiful day in sunny California. I'm going to go because Donovan's disgusting.
Okay. I'm not going to go that far, obviously, Donovan. And what B just said kind of meant a little bit to me. Part of the reason that I questioned this was certainly because of her reaction. So I guess everybody does take trauma differently, and I guess everybody does react differently in situations like that. It may even be a large portion of why I would question what actually happened is the way that she reacted. And maybe I shouldn't have done that. I still think there's a whole lot of sketch going on around this, even if you don't include her reaction.
But the sketch does not seem to be organized or perpetuated by Danielle specifically.
I never thought it did.
To make, but I think not for you specifically, but for the public at large, I think it's important to keep that in mind. Because ultimately, and y'all know I'm not a big fan of Slayer, but ultimately both Danielle and Slayer were the victim of what I would consider virtual sexual assault.
Uh-oh. Okay, so I asked this question yesterday. You weren't here, Ella. If I were to do a drawing as I sat here and watched the live that had some sort of resemblance to somebody that was on the panel and I drew it nude, am I in the wrong for doing that?
Wait, can you restate that, please?
If I were to sit here and watch a panel, listen to a panel, and I did a drawing, well, because I used to do this all the time, I would listen to lives and just draw, or listen to radio and just draw things that were in my head, I guess. And I could imagine myself doing that, where I would just sit down. I've painted and drawn many, many nudes throughout my life. So the nude thing, it doesn't bother me at all. And it wouldn't be a sexualized thing. It would just be an artistic thing. But if I would have done that, and there would have been some resemblance to somebody that was happened to be on the live, would that have been wrong for me to do that? And if not, would it have been wrong if I would have turned around and sold it to somebody?
If you shared it with the intent of making it seem like it was them that you depicted nude, then yeah, that would be wrong.
Hey, Mojo,
Yeah, I'd call you.
Tapley's in
I'd
the
call you
gulag.
fucking weird too if you did that. That'd be weird as fuck.
Why?
Mojo, Tapley's in the gulag.
Yeah, I don't care about Tapley. I blocked.
He's been in the gulag.
I am admittedly not fully up to date on the situation, and while I was in my gaming Discord yesterday, someone came in and tried to tell me about it, and I admittedly chose not to hear it because I am fatigued with the continuous drama on TikTok. However, I do want to stand up for Danielle in the sense that if this happened to me, none of the people on this, well, I can't speak for Stephen and Donovan, but you, Mojo, would never question it, right?
No.
So I think we need to keep that in mind. And what Donovan just said in terms of we have to believe all women, but that it is against being.
It's antithetical to it's antithetical to innocent until proven guilty.
Well, that's believe but verify, basically.
But so what I've always said in response to that, and what I'll keep repeating, is we should always treat any person that claims they are the victim of any kind of sexual assault as if they are speaking the truth. That does not mean that we need to immediately walk up the person that they're pointing the finger at, because innocent until proven guilty is a thing. But we should always, no matter if they're a woman or a man or anyone in between, we should always treat them with the respect that they might just be telling the truth.
Okay, absolutely, 100%.
I agree with that.
I would ask you, though, do you recognize the phenomenon that the mere accusation can destroy lives, even before everything's adjudicated? Whether the person that's being accused is guilty or the person that's being accused is innocent, regardless, there is lots of damage before the adjudication happens. Do you recognize that?
But
yeah, Brock Turner took a huge hit.
In this specific situation, the damage was done to Danielle and Slayer. If this kind of stuff comes out outside of TikTok, that's a career killer. That could keep them from getting the job they want. That could keep them from getting the future they want. And that's the actual damage done here.
In this situation, yeah. But in terms of, like, in general, if we're talking about believe all victims, I agree with you, by the way, Ella, that we should believe people and then verify so that innocent people don't get put away. I think maybe, like, to solve for what Donovan's saying is not naming somebody in specifically in the public, because that does also ruin careers. There's tons of examples of professional athletes and celebrities mainly who lose their career because of a false accusation that was later proven to be false. So I think you can solve for both things.
No one was falsely accused in the situation that's prompted.
In this situation, I agree with you. Yes.
Well, I don't know. You know what we could ask? We could ask Tapley, who's in the gulag.
Yeah, we get it, Donovan. You like drama too. You're also a drama slut. We're aware.
I hate drama. Just like you, right?
I have a question now for you, CT.
Yeah.
Would it be weird and creepy is it weird and creepy that I draw nudes?
Like, say I'm sitting on your panel all day and you drew a nude picture of me, even if you sent it to me and we're like, hey, dude, look at what I made here.
Wait,
that's fucking weird.
I asked a specific question. Is it weird and creepy that I draw nudes?
No, because most times the artists that are being drawn give consent.
No, is it weird and creepy that I draw nudes?
No.
Oh, generic nudes? No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Is it weird and creepy if that nude that I drew might look like somebody that you know? Is that weird? Does that make it weird and creepy?
If you did it on purpose to look like them without their consent, yes.
Kind of agree with that.
And what happens here?
How do you figure out? Wait, hold on. How do you figure out whether I did it on purpose?
Well, because I'd ask you, be like, hey, did you draw this to look like, I don't know, fuck Ella? And if you go, well, yeah, kind of, I think. And I go, that's fucking weird. Did you get her consent? And if you go, no, I'd be like, that's fucking creepy.
Okay, and if I said no, I was just and if I said no, I was just drawing.
Then I'd be like, well,
okay?
I probably would. Yeah. If you're honest about it and you're like, no, I just drew this. I was working on an art piece. Do you think it looks like Ella? I'd be like, I think it kind of does. I don't know if I'd share that out.
But this was not an accidental.
Wait, stop, Ella.
This was done with AI.
Ella, I'm asking about me specifically here. I'm not talking about Danielle at all. Because I was called weird and creepy, which is fucking weird and creepy to me. That I would be called weird and creepy for doing drawings of nudes. that might happen to look like somebody, because I got news for you. Every nude that I've ever drawn looks like somebody, whether I was looking at somebody or not. Every single one looks like somebody. Somebody could look at it and say, hey, that looks like my wife. Hey, that looks like my girlfriend. Hey, that looks like my boyfriend, because I have drawn plenty of nudes of men as well. So I knew it. It just makes me feel a little weird that you would immediately call it weird and creepy that I do artwork and I've done artwork of nude people.
I don't know why you missed the whole intent and consent part. Those are the two biggest things that motivate that decision.
Right.
You're choosing what you want to hear, Mojo. You asked a question and we answered it in full. We said if you were to share it and like to the public and say
So you're telling me I can't sell it then? So you're telling me I can't sell it because you think it looks like somebody?
You did not let me finish. I said if you were to share it to the public and say it depicts this person without their consent,
I didn't do that.
Problem.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Nor in this process did I say that. You guys have both added that to this.
No, I explained it about as clear as I could. If you came to me and said, CT, check out this drawing, and I said, dude, that kind of looks like Ella. I don't know if I'd put that out there. Did you ask Ella about it? I'd be like, no, you think it does? And you like put it out there anyway? I'd be like, dude, that's kind of fucking weird.
What if I just sold it? What if I just sold it after that?
Like what, privately to somebody?
At a fucking art gallery.
Sure, I guess.
But again, Mojo, if somebody pointed out that it looked like someone you knew, wouldn't you maybe make a couple of additions to bring it away from the likeness, just out of respect?
I don't know. Like I said, every drawing I've ever done looks like somebody.
If it depends on intention. I think it's like if it's intentional, then it's different than if it's not intentional.
Well,
You're just drawing something.
That's
right?
why, I'm just drawing something. I've done this on a lot. And as a matter of fact, I used to practice this a lot because I was doing life drawing and life painting classes. So I was going from a nude model who did give consent, obviously. But there were times in between that where I would just sit out in my garage at a canvas and just paint nudes without looking at anything. So I just wanted to make sure I could get the human body down.
But you can draw nudes all you want. That's not the problem here, right? Like you can draw whatever. Like I don't care if you wanna doodle robot sex. Like I give two fucks what you want to doodle or draw. Or that's not what this is about, and that doesn't make you weird.
Robot sex.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just whatever. I was trying to come up with the weirdest thing possible to draw. Okay, I failed. It doesn't matter. The point is that you can draw whatever you want, but the moment you draw it in someone's likeness on purpose, and then you sell it with that like knowing it is that likeness without telling the person. But that's all we're saying. We're not accusing you.
I understand what you're saying.
It's interesting
that's
that
why
you always yell about people finishing, but you won't let me finish.
I understand. You guys aren't letting me finish, for Christ's sake.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, and you're repeating what you said earlier, and that's fine. But that's why I asked the questions the way I asked them, because I was called weird and creepy when I said that, when I asked the question the first time. And that's just weird and creepy to be called weird and creepy for being an artist.
I think
this has nothing to do with Danielle.
I didn't say that if you draw
don't
nudes,
want to answer, don't ask the question.
Yeah, and I didn't say you're weird and creepy for drawing nudes.
That's what I felt like you did.
No, you posed it in a way of like, if I draw somebody that looks like somebody from our community, is that weird? I went, yeah, sure is.
No, I didn't pose it in that way. I said if
you did. You asked it as a follow-up question.
I said if I'm sitting here listening to a live and I just draw a nude of somebody, or I just draw a nude while I'm listening to the live, and it just happens to turn out to look like somebody. Is that okay, or is that? And you said that's weird and creepy.
He said it was weird and creepy, specifically if it was somebody that we knew, right? Because we wouldn't know if it looked like somebody that we didn't know. And he said, what if it looked like Ella and you knew that it looked like her and you released it? That would be creepy. And I agree.
Can we use like Katy Perry or somebody? Like, it doesn't need to be.
If it looked like Donovan.
Yeah, if it looked like Donovan, right?
Okay. It would have a huge hog.
Yeah. It'd be like the St. Peter statue, no crotch, obviously.
Okay, I'm going to apologize. I can see how you guys would get that from what I asked. After running it back through my head, after running it back through here, I can see how you get that from what I asked. So I apologize for.
It's about intention.
Yeah, you're
You
good,
know?
buddy. But again, like, we're gonna hold you to shit. Everyone always thinks that like we just let you say or do whatever you want. Like you've had a shit ton of bad takes in the past. I call you out on them all the time. We're gonna butt heads on different things. This is just a whole nother line of bad shit takes from Mojo. Day
No, I
684.
think I don't think I worded it good, well enough to start out with. I think that's probably where I went wrong here.
Touche.
Well, let's see. Mojo's a Scientologist, and he thinks that nature is not a thing; it's all nurture. Yeah, those are bad takes.
I'm not a Scientologist.
Oh, who was it? Someone on your panel. Sorry, somebody else.
Mojo's a Scientologist.
I'm an atheist. But I don't think human nature exists. So that one you're right about.
Okay, now that that's settled down, who of you know what Rule 34 is?
So before you pivot, because I feel like this was all a crazy pivot.
Not a pivot.
I do kind of want to address, because I mean there are a lot of people in the room. You might as well let the cat out of the bag, right? Like, okay. So the only time I've been in here today was when Galt was speaking with you, right? And he said something along the lines of like, this isn't just about Danielle, but also about like the, how do I put this? The precedents that it sets for other women to be able to speak about ways they've been made feel uncomfortable, and, you know, giving the space to speak up about it and how that's been compromised. I don't want to turn this into an all men until no men thing, because I think the same thing can happen to men. I think the same thing happens to all people who have been put in a situation like that.
Vulnerability, yeah.
Yeah. And so I think what I want to make clear here, from my perspective, Mojo, and as a friend, I think it's important that whatever issue you have with Tapley, I don't think should fall on Danielle. And I know that other people have tried to tell you the same thing. I just thought it was important for me to weigh in as well. I really, I don't know. It feels icky. It genuinely feels icky.
Okay, if you'd have listened to the live yesterday morning, I did go up to talk to Tapley, and Tapley alone, he threw Danielle at me.
Donovan, Rule 34 doesn't apply. By the way, I looked it up.
It absolutely does apply. What are you talking about?
Well, it applies to what? Maybe the conversation about Mojo drawing nudes, but not the Danielle Tapley situation.
All right, fine. Well, the thing is that I don't understand how Rule 34 can be a thing. And then there was a topic that was broached earlier, virtual SA. So is Rule 34 virtual SA if there was no consent? How does that apply to public figures and people that are famous?
Oh, Lord, are you now going to use my words to like try a whole different tactic? Like, whatever.
No, it is an interesting topic because this is continuing to emerge, the technology that exists that can instantly turn people that you know into a sexual figure within a corn. So it is an interesting topic. Like, I'm not sure what the legal side is or the precedence that's been set so
Can
far.
we not stray from what Ella was saying? This is nonsense. Why the fuck are we talking about 4chan bullshit on here? We're talking about something that happened. We're talking about something that happened relatively recently. Not to mention that not everybody in the fucking comments or even on this panel know exactly what the fuck happened. And grouping everybody that is part of Mojo's community as if everybody's in the fucking know and everybody agrees with it, even though there's been multiple people, including myself, that say, I don't believe you were right, and I think you should apologize, and I don't think we should be victim blaming. Plenty of people have said that, but yet somehow, because we happen to be on a panel or happen to still not throw Mojo under the bus, it's our fucking fault too. This is
they're trying
nonsense.
to cancel Mojo, period, right now. That's why anybody that's up here is condoning his behavior when in actuality,
sure, except for the fact that we said we don't agree with it and we think that he's wrong. Except for that part.
Dude, this is how comment sections and groups work within TikTok. I mean,
How is this protecting women when I'm like getting thrown under the bus when I've said that it wasn't right? Like, I don't understand. I was in the fucking live saying, sorry, Danielle, this is awful. Sorry, Slayer, this is awful. Then when, all of a sudden Tapley's upset at me because I told him to not be disrespectful to Jen. Now everyone's in the comments and they're having everyone come over and say all this shit. It's so stupid. It's hypocritical. Like, I am a woman. I do protect women. I stick up for women. I tell Mojo he's wrong all the time. Like, I don't agree with everything he says. All of us on the panel don't agree with everything each other thinks. Like, this is insane. This is harassment.
Hold on, guys. Do you think Emma might have to do something with men viewing women, even gay men, as the easier target?
I'm listening.
I mean, probably. I catch strays every now and then, but I definitely see my friends get gone after a lot more.
Well, y'all have certainly given me something to talk about in my therapy session that's coming up.
We're keeping that economy going.
Yeah,
I mean, think about it. This whole thing pivoted from like spotlighting what happened to her, which I disagree with because it feeds the flame of this activity, just like making public pew-pewers infamous, you know. But then it pivoted to briefly touching on Mojo, and then attacking all the women around Mojo.
Yeah. It's a perpetual cycle of things, and that's not just a TikTok thing. I think that happens in all small communities. If you would have been present in, I don't know, like the Seattle music scene when I was hopping bars a couple of years ago, same shit, different scene, you know? With that said, all I wanted to draw attention to is the initial thing that happened to Danielle and Slayer is awful. That is where the focus should lie. And all the bullshit around it, like, bullshit be damned. All the ego, all the clicks, all the whatever. It's sad.
Okay. I want to say that, so yesterday morning had nothing to do with Danielle at all. It was Tapley centering himself in a conversation that had to do with America Amen and something that America Amen said. So the whole conversation was about America Amen and America Amen's panel and what Pallet had experienced on that panel. I was listening to the panel at the time too. I know exactly what happened. I heard exactly what happened. And it was fucking disgusting. America Amen is a disgusting individual. He said that if you don't believe like he believes, you are a zombie and therefore they can do anything to you. That was the comment that was made. Pallet went up to go justify or to make him say what he meant out loud and make the people on the panel understand what he said and agree with it. That was what the conversation was about. And then, of course, Tapley jumps up and just starts making the whole thing about himself. So I got a little pissed off and got up on the panel to go after Tapley for being a narcissist and a sociopath and turning everything into something about himself and making drama out of everything rather than just having the conversation. And then this happened and this became the center of the story.
But Mojo, like, it does seem a little bit like it's a jealousy thing or something else where, like, why?
Now
why
you
do
just
care?
did it again. You just did it again.
Why do you care so much about what Tapley does? Do you disagree with any of his viewpoints, or are you just like hate the way he's doing?
I disagree. I disagree with a lot of his viewpoints. I disagree with the way that he handles himself in lives. I disagree with the drama that he creates around TikTok and around politics. If he wants to do an Entertainment Weekly show, he should do that, but not call himself a political show, not call himself a political panelist, because he's not. He doesn't talk about politics. He only creates drama, and he does active damage to anybody that actually is talking about politics. So this is about me.
Say more about how he does active damage. How does he do active damage?
Because then we have to deal with shit when we actually are trying to have conversations about how women are treated, about how the SAVE Act goes through. We have to deal with conversations that come out of Danielle's panel because of Tapley about how women we're saying that women don't know how to get extra paperwork, blah, blah, blah. So conversations end up being circled around shit that Tapley has said. And
wait, but that's all super generic still. Like, tell us more about the actual damage.
Specific example. You know, what is his favorite topic?
The Epstein files.
Stuff,
I think
that's the way he goes about
too.
it is he gives about 20% fact, 80% sensationalization. Like, we don't know, maybe could be, kind of could infer, that sort of thing. But what are his primary focuses in all of his diatribes about this? Is it heavily Republican, heavily Democratic leaning?
Heavy Democratic leaning. I gotta
hear me?
go. Yeah, it's heavy Democratic.
No, hold on.
I don't think he can hear us.
Shoot, I got to reconnect. Give me a sec.
Okay.
I gotta run for my appointment, Mojo. I just want to bring the focus to where the hurt's actually done. And I was aware of Pallet's conversation. I did not know how the two got intertwined. So thanks for clarifying that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I apologize. I wasn't trying to go off earlier. I was just like taken aback by what CT said, and I understand how I could have worded it better.
Sorry, I'm back. Did you hear anything I said, or did you lose all of it?
No, we heard everything, Dad. You just couldn't hear us.
Okay, so basically what I'm getting at is this is a way sensationalization and creating drama for views in the way he does is damaging to our current situation. So the way he sensationalizes the e-files and the way he leans towards pointing blame at Republicans, which he does.
Wait. Hold on, though. So how is he sensationalizing the e-files in a way that your panel has not?
I don't
talk about the e-files.
Sorry, yeah, like I don't go in huge diatribes about it. My position on it is we should disclose the files because it's law. That will create public demand to push forward investigations and indictments and trials that should have already happened through both administrations. By the legal standard of throughput for the legal industries, the amount of staff that they increased to in Trump's administration would have completed a thorough review of the entirety of these files in 2 to 4 weeks. Now, regardless of the capacity of Biden's administration, they had 4 years to do that, which means both administrations have had an abundant amount of time to do a thorough investigation, proceed forward with indictments and trials. We've had 2 people arrested with this. With the size and the terabytes of the data, no one can reasonably say that there's only 2 guilty people in this ring of depravity. So that's my position on the files.
Yeah,
so
but
when you
sensationalize,
you sensationalize and point it at one side, what you're doing is creating a natural divide. Even if he gives a blanket statement like this isn't Republican or Democrat, in his actions, not his words, he's showing his bias and sensationalize it, and it's creating, some information, some good information that a lot of people aren't exposed to, but that's lost in the noise and the drama. But in action, what it's doing is creating harder conversations across the aisle where we can just get together and say, hey, this isn't a partisan issue. This is a bipartisan issue. This is a moral issue. This is a fabric of society issue. So that's one example of how his approach, his delivery, his sensationalization, and his natural subconscious biases based on his own political alignment create damage in the current environment we're in.
I just don't. I mean, okay, so maybe I'm not understanding still, but like the delineation. But like I have literally been on these panels in the past, like months ago, where similar things were being said that you're saying Tapley's doing now, where if you say I voted for Trump, you are immediately categorized in this way that like you support his e-files because e-files have already shown his guilt and everything else.
Now you're just mixing up all the panels you go on because that didn't happen on this panel.
I'm sure
you're saying, Mojo, that you've never.
No,
Mojo,
I don't. I don't talk about the e-files. I say get all the files released. That's all that matters. I don't care about the rest of it. I am not going through partial files and try and make speculation about what actually happened. I just want all the files to be released, and I want the professionals that deal with this shit to deal with this shit. That's what I want. I want all the files released. Okay. That's always been my statement on the Epstein files. Always.
Yeah, I'll go as far to say that probably has happened, but that's on this panel. But that's an individual to individual reaction.
I think the majority of the time anything with the e-files comes up, it's just reaction to like something in the news, like court orders, blah, 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 to release XYZ. Or like if it's something newsworthy of the day, we may talk about it, but we definitely, I don't think, spend like days and days trying to tear it apart.
And that's an exact reaction that I'm talking about, that sensationalizing stuff like this and going about it the way Tapley does leads to in day-to-day interactions. So without knowing anyone's stance, like you tell me you voted for Trump, my mind doesn't immediately go to oh, you sponsor Adobe because you like PDF files. Like, I need to find that out.
I'm sure you've heard me do my introductions in the mornings. I'm sure you've heard me ask people why they are or who they are. Can I get your age and who you voted for? And then my next question is never, why do you support a pedophile? My next question is, do you still support Trump, and why do you still support Trump? That's it. That's how I address people on my panel. I'm not going to make these assumptions about people. I'm not going to call people grape supporters or anything. I don't do any of that crap either.
Maybe the perspective of so you guys are saying Tapley specifically as a human person. What I'm saying, I guess, and
I'm
maybe
saying Jerry Springer. I'm saying Jerry Springer is what I'm saying.
This is not. Maybe this is not equal. But what I'm saying is that I mostly join leftist lives because to me it's interesting to hear perspectives of the opposing side. But what I'm saying is maybe not you or you or you or you specifically, but the panel and the tolerance of very similar viewpoints of what you're accusing Tapley of exists in your same panel, and it's condoned and allowed. So to someone on the right, it feels the same. So it seems interesting that you're like delineating. Example. I just gave you an example.
What's that?
The Epstein files.
I'm sorry, you were wrong about that.
No, not you. That's what I'm saying. Like you missed what I'm saying. It's not you or you or you or you, but I think that it's when you come into this live and you're on the panel. We don't have
conversations like that on here. I don't have fucking 3-hour conversations about Epstein. If there is a comment made, it's made in jest or it's made in brevity. There's
a general tolerance
we don't have those conversations on here.
I mean, I get that. So I believe that what you're saying is true. You don't actually care about it. You don't want to have those conversations. I'm just saying from a perspective of someone, especially on the right-leaning side, it starts to all feel very similar because if it's not you, it's someone on your panel, it's people in the comments, everything.
Then go bitch at somebody else. Don't bitch at me.
I'm just saying that you guys saying Tapley is doing something different. Right? I'm just saying, you guys saying Tapley is so different is interesting to me because it feels similar to like the experience that.
No, he's not. It's not different. It's just to the extreme. So this shit happens all over TikTok. Like the Mojo's lives don't typically get 150 plus because he doesn't entertain the drama. We talk about boring shit. We don't create the drama. This is pervasive. The drama is pervasive.
I want to explain a little further about the Epstein thing too. Okay, so when he does what he does, and he turns it around on himself, when he does the 3-hour diary tribe about it could be this, it could be this, I don't know, but we'll throw this in here just in case there's some evidence of it in the future, blah, 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 whatever. And then if I ever choose to have a conversation about the Epstein files, I have to defend the stupid shit that Tapley said. Because like you, most of you fuckers run around to all these different panels and you can't tell which fucking panel you're on and when you're on them. And you're going to mix all of us together. So I have to defend shit that Tapley says. That's why he does active damage.
And Stephen, like the generalization shit doesn't help either. There are people that like what Tapley do. There are people that don't like what Tapley do. Like, if you haven't noticed, I haven't said much shit about anything about how he does the e-files and all that shit. I don't care. I think he's found his thing that he wants to talk about. He should. I've got my own thing. Everyone has their own thing. But that's the big issue that I have too, is like, if apparently, Emma wasn't womanly enough to fucking play defense, that's crazy to me. And when you start generalizing people because they're on a panel at the time or they're on a panel on another day, and you just say, you guys, that generalization shit's fucking weird. I don't know why people do it. Just hold people to account of what they say when they say it.
And everybody comes on this panel and assumes everybody's a fucking Marxist because I say I'm a Marxist. So what the fuck is that shit too?
Well, so what it is, guys, and again, you're going to disagree with me here, but what is condoned within a live is what people accumulate as their overall opinion of what this live represents. So if you condone people that say certain things, you don't kick them in a hypocritical way against somebody else that says something else from the right, then it's like, okay, well, they're supporting in some way these far leftist extreme views or these other views on this because they're not kicking them, whereas they would, be a lot more harsh on somebody that just happens to lean right from a political perspective. So we have to lump you in the same.
Now, what you just did is agree with Pallet. As a matter of fact, you supported everything Pallet said, and you supported the fact that Tapley was a detriment on that panel that started this whole thing.
I didn't say Tapley was a detriment.
You did too.
You just made the reference though, because that's the thing. Is like, guess whose panel has people that have been caught with CSAM? Guess whose panel has Nazis? You've got Zios. Like every panel on TikTok has problematic people.
And Tapley, and what Pallet was talking about was specifically that Tapley was sitting on that fucking panel for like 3 fucking hours, not challenging any of that shit. So if what you're saying right now is the way you feel, then you feel the exact same way about Tapley as I did when I got up yesterday to yell at him.
Yeah, I'm not defending Tapley.
But
I'm saying that
really?
like lives, like I'm not. When have I defended Tapley?
This whole thing, what the fuck? You specifically
I don't know Tapley.
asked me. You specifically asked me what problem I had with Tapley, and then you have actively defended him this entire time.
No, I've actively said that it's hard for people to delineate between the message of this panel.
Delineate.
I mean, that's your opinion, but I'm just saying there's a lot of people that cannot delineate between your message of your panel versus theirs. And so it's very interesting to see this whole quarrel happen and you saying that they're harmful to democracy.
So every panel you're on, then I'm going to automatically assume that you believe the same things America Amen believes, and you're going to run around saying Nazi shit, right?
No.
Wait, why not? You were on the panel with them.
Yeah, no, I know where you're going with this, and I agree with the fact that if you're going to join a bunch of right-leaning panels and the host and the moderators don't have some sense of rules that apply to both sides, then you're going to determine that. But there are some panels that I've been on, and there's certain lives that I've been on, where they apply the rules to both sides, and so you don't get the sense that they're going to harbor and protect people that say extreme crazy shit as part of their overall message.
Steven, you regular a panel that literally says that trans people should be put through wood chippers, and they sing songs like "Bomb, Bomb, 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 Iran." I don't think you're the arbiter of fucking telling us like who and where you should go.
Who says
which panel?
People in wood chippers? Who said that?
Which panel are you talking about?
You guys know exactly which panel I'm talking about.
Can we all just agree that on TikTok these are all glass houses and nobody should throw fucking stones? Like, is it that simple?
Yeah.
Nope. Not me. I don't do that shit. I am innocent.
George, you are everyone's dad. Of course, you are perfect.
Now, you want to blame me for like an inappropriate, hilarious timed dad joke? Yeah, guilty as fucking charged.
You caught fucking strays, buddy.
Boring people to unalignment through tax law and fiscal policy explanations? Got you there, too.
I know it's tough to do, but like as a live, host and moderators, like equally applying the rules makes a big difference to people that are trying to decide what type of live you have.
All right, Donovan. Forget the last 2 weeks, because I think you've been wild. You think I've been wild. Do I apply the rules equally, or do I try to apply the rules equally on my panel?
Generally, yeah.
Thank you.
How about yesterday when you said that if anyone threatens to dox, they should be dropped, and yet this morning someone in the comments said, because I make money investing in oil, I should be doxed, and you didn't.
I muted that person, just so you know.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Did you see the person again, Steven?
No, I appreciate that. I didn't think you took action. I appreciate it.
That's probably our most consistent thing that we keep up on.
I think this is the problem, like assumptions and like people like saying like, you knew this because someone I know mentioned it to you and messaged you about it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like the assumptions that people have and the judgments, like stop it. Just talk to the person and ask them directly if you want to say something. If you want to say something to Mojo, say something directly. Don't look at the whole panel and say, why didn't you say something? If you want to say something, say something. Putting it on other people. So stupid.
I will have you know as well that the person that I muted is somebody that's in my live all the time, somebody that I appreciate, and I did mute them because they did say dox. That would be acceptable to dox you. So I didn't block them.
People need to stop doxing. Stupid.
Hey, like,
It's
instead
TikTok.
of doxing people, just figure out their information. Don't make it public, and send them something funny in the mail. That's the way you should go about it.
You know, I've
Will not
actually read
advocate
there's
for
a
that either.
fine line. There's a fine
Will
line
not
there too,
advocate for that
actually.
either.
I've
Do not
looked
put
into
my
that.
face on that image and that statement. No, thank you.
I've
Just
looked into
like
that. There's a
blowing
fine
it
line
up
there
again.
too, by the way. There's a clear, like, well, actually not even clear. There's a big gray area of what you can do without being charged for doing it.
Well,
But
let me
yeah,
get your expert legal opinion. If someone told me to cry about it in a public forum and I figured out who they were and where they lived and then drop shipped them an entire pallet full of Kleenex tissues, am I going to face legal repercussions?
no,
Because Vader said I'm in the clear.
you're in the. From my perspective, you're in the clear. There's a lot. I think that's a rarity of what you're describing. Most people would want to cause some sort of inconvenience for the receiver, which would be, fart spray, glitter, everything else. That's where the gray area comes in.
Well, remember that deputy, I think it was years ago, he like pew-pewed his neighbor's dog when his neighbor's dog was in his yard? Do you remember that headline? There was a big uproar.
Yeah.
So I've sent him 16 copies of Old Yeller every month until I finally lost track of them. But I don't think that's prosecutable either.
Have you guys seen the eBay thing?
Mm-mm.
eBay employees who look this up. I won't do it justice, but look this up. There was eBay employees that were pissed off about some bad reviews from some family, and they started sending them like really gnarly things. And I think eBay has had to pay out like millions finally to the family. Yeah. So there's clear cut stories, but there's a big gray area when it comes to sending prank mail.
Well, now I'm curious. What kind of gnarly things are we talking about here?
So
Yeah, look it up, man. Just Google it. But I think it was like pig's head and like weird, crazy, like very extreme stuff.
Well, all I gotta say is the next grudge that I have on somebody, their lawn is getting mashed potatoed. That's all I gotta say.
Is that a euphemism? What does that mean?
Instant mashed
No,
potatoes
you
when
just
it rains.
yeah,
It
take
turns
instant
their
mashed
yard to mashed
potatoes
potatoes.
and sprinkle that shit everywhere.
That's fucking diabolical.
Yeah, what does it do?
It turns into
Makes it
mashed
messy?
potatoes on the lawn.
All right. Well, I'm assuming it kills the grass of some sort.
Does it make a lot of birds or something?
I mean, it does everything. It brings all the critters to the yard.
Lots of
Mashed potatoes bring all the critters to the
My
yard.
mashed
Like a
potatoes.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, he's right. That is
I've not heard that one. That's pretty wild.
Mm-mm.
I have TP'd houses, but I've never heard that.
I've heard of the bologna overnight, and then like in the morning it'll like peel the paint off. So they have like round circles on their car. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You really want to aggravate the shit out of someone, all you need is their phone number, and you put in a signal to all the dealerships around them. You try to trade in their car, and they will sign up for roof estimates and stuff like that with their telephone number, and they'll get 30, 40 calls a day.
That actually happened to me.
Panel people.
So now I think we might know each other. It finally came to the point where I was getting so many calls and emails that I had to figure out who this person was. And actually, it might have been an accident, like an old person thing where he was given one digit off or something. Because I ended up finding who he was, and he died last year. So joke's on me, I could never get him back.
Jesus. When me and my friends were younger, anytime we'd go to each other's houses, we'd steal the batteries out of the remote to the TV.
That's bad.
Chat
And now
CT,
as an
how old are you,
adult that
man?
has three. I'm 38.
Were you around for the watches that had TV remote controls on them?
Changing them in the classroom? Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, man. You walk up to a neighbor's house and turn their TV off?
We used to do it in school because we used to have to watch that Channel 1 or Channel 4 News or whatever with, what's her name? She got super famous. Maria something. She was on like E News, but yeah, there was something like a bunch of schools in a bunch of states watched. I think it was called Channel One, and it would do like education update stuff. But yeah, you'd like turn it off and go to like the input channel or whatever, and the teacher would be like losing their minds. They hadn't even understood the technology existed like that.
Did any of y'all have the metal brackets underneath your desk in school where you could like wet your finger, like, and you could rub and make that like subsonic, unlocatable, like buzz sound?
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, I don't know if it was subsonic, but it was definitely something where the teacher was like, "What is that?"
Well, we had this really short Italian teacher that taught French, which was hilarious from an accent standpoint. But she had a hearing aid, and she like, God, they used to drive her mad. She couldn't locate where it was coming from, and she would like look outside. Are they mowing the lawn? You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, these metal baskets under your chair. They had the just the right. I don't know who figured that out. At the like, who figured that out and then spread that out to all the students?
I did the dollar sign too.
He's talking about the S thing.
Stussy, yeah, that's the Stussy S, dude. That's not a dollar sign.
It is weird to think back in that time how like universal like conspiracy theories would make their way through the entire country without the internet, like the Marilyn Manson thing. Like everyone just universally knew about the Manson rib thing, and like it was like how did we all know this without the internet? It seemed crazy.
Well, CT, your kids are young, but wait till your kids start drawing that money sign S. It's still going on.
Really?
It's not a money sign. It's not a money sign. It's a Stussy S.
Wasn't it a Slipknot thing?
No, it's Stussy, the original brand of like skate clothing and stuff.
No shit.
Yeah. But every kid learned how to do it. The three lines up top, 3 lines on the bottom, and you just connect them all in just the right way.
That's fair. That's fair.
All of us had secret languages.
You're saying that that's back amongst kids?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's gangster.
Good for them.
Well, I have a question for the panel. I've been thinking about this for a couple days. For the absolute outrage for weeks that we had to hear about Graham Plattner, how come I don't see a single right-wing panel going on about how Miller from Ohio should be stepping down, even though the president said he should too?
Oh, please expand. I'm not familiar. What happened?
When did the president say he should step down?
Today. He got apparently a call from him, and he said that they're facing tough situations. But the way that it was reported is that the president had said he doesn't believe that he has the numbers to win in Ohio. So I don't know what else you would tell him to do.
I'm out the loop.
The GOP told him to step down.
What did Miller do?
But he didn't step down.
You know,
he just said it's going to be a tough road.
You know who didn't tell Graham Plattner to step down? Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, AOC. No one told.
Are they in power?
Well, yeah. What's his name? AOC is the front runner for the presidency in 2028 right now. As hilarious as that is.
I don't know. I mean, by front runner, like some polls think that she's popular, and so she's the front runner.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's lots of places you could look. It used to be Gavin Newsom, but because Gavin Newsom shit the bed, now it's AOC.
Yeah. See how quickly we pivoted off. Hold on. Do you see how quickly he pivoted off of Miller because he knew he didn't want to talk about it?
Well, I'm curious about the polls. Like, how do you pick and choose which polls to believe? And are the ones you believe sourced from awesomestuff365.com? I mean, I promise you.
No, you're fine.
Never
You're fine. Go
mention
ahead.
again.
Get it all
from
out.
crunchybreakfast.com.
So you aggregate the polls. I mean, there's what 24 national polls that that make these types of calls. So based on an aggregate of those polls, yes, AOC is currently the front runner in the Democrat Party. She won't be the minute she won't be the minutes the debates start, and she won't be when the primaries start in earnest. But right now she is. So you're asking, okay, well, why didn't anyone stand up and say, well, Graham Plattner should have resigned? Well, that's the point. No one did.
I feel like there was a shit ton of people that said that.
Contrast that with Trump, who was saying you should step down because, we need to present a united front.
I remember Mamdani saying he should step down. I remember Abdul Al-Said saying he should step down. I remember, what was her name? I'll have to look it up. But I remember a shit ton of people saying he should step down.
Once the information came out, people stood up against it.
Yeah, who's come out and said that Max Miller should step down?
I think Elon did twice on stage at the inauguration. He said twice. He's had it up to here with future Miller, right? Isn't that what he was doing?
Oh, excellent dad joke right there.
But
I mean, it's
he
hard to
did
take this
say-
conversation seriously when the whole undertoning of MAGA is the Fourth Reich.
It's true.
Not.
Wait, what?
He called MAGA the Fourth Reich. Well,
No, I
you
said
said
they're
it yourself,
undertonings
since
of the Fourth Reich, not the Fourth Reich.
We'll call it Reich Light.
Yeah, you guys remind me of the side effect of Viagra. Like after a while, you just see everything in the same color blue. It's wild.
That's
what happens when you take Viagra.
That has to be personal experience because I have no goddamn idea what you're talking about.
Yeah,
that was one of the
Just
most
not to
common
that
side
age yet.
effects.
How long
It was one of
does
the
it
most
take
common
the
side
light
effects
blue
when
to go
Viagra
away
first
for
came
you?
out.
Fuck, I don't know that. How the fuck don't I know that? How do you know
I have a
that?
lot
And I
of-
don't?
Well, because I have a
Why
lot
would
of
you need to
Pfizer
know
stuff.
the side effects? Why would you need to know the side effects?
Does anyone know how that
Well,
drug
side effects of
came
a
to
particular
be?
drug help you decide whether or not you're going to invest in that drug.
It's
Yeah,
really
that drug was
interesting
treating
how
something
that drug.
else. It's like
So, do you
blood
guys
pressure or
know the
something?
origin of that Viagra?
Yeah, it
They
was
were
trying to
trying.
treat something else.
That was a heart medication.
I believe, and this could be total bullshit, and if it is, don't assuage me of my misbelief. But I believe what I've heard is it was used to be developed as a cardiovascular aid for athletes to pump more blood and oxygen into the blood. The side effect was very obvious on the treadmill, and they pivoted to a new to market opportunity.
Okay, I don't want to put myself in the same category as Donovan here, but what I've heard from a friend is
What the fuck?
is that you apparently it's not enough to take the pill. You have to also be like sexually attracted in that moment for it to work. Is that true, Donovan?
I have no idea. I didn't take Viagra.
Oh my god.
Well, one of the other side effects is potentially life threatening. It's called priapism. Do any of you know what that is?
Where it won't go away.
Correct.
Isn't that where the ladies' man joke came from? That if it lasts more than 4 hours, call more ladies.
You could unalive. It's actually quite serious.
If you go out that way, you won in life.
Wow.
Yeah, you've
That's
been
how-
unalive because the blood is rushing to the wrong head.
Yep. Give me a plate of
The
bacon and
Republic-
that. Winning.
The Republicans gonna step up and tell Mitch McConnell to step down? Like, what's going on with that? Are we just waiting till the 8th?
Wait, who said that the other day? Was it somebody on this panel that said that there was a
Mitch
streamer
McConnell
that
had
came
died.
out and said, yeah.
Yeah. I
Somebody on
said that. Well, I was reading something. Something came across. You know how your phone it'll send you alerts for if you're subscribed to someone, right? It said Tim Pool said that Mitch McConnell's dead.
Yeah,
weird
is that not the
misinformation.
same day you were looking up the cool shit on 365.com or whatever the fuck it is,
It
right?
was.
He didn't go to the political picnic, so I
Wait,
mean,
he's
like
not dead?
he's not showing up to things. Well, officially, nobody's seen him. Like nobody's seen him in person. It's all pictures. And then he's just not voting. He hasn't been in. Like he should be out on medical leave or step down. Like this is insane. It's like Weekend at Bernie's.
Great movie, by the way.
Well, they're getting ready to recess. And it's interesting because I think there was a vote yesterday as to whether or not to suspend the recess because they want to pass the SAVE Act. And if they do suspend the recess, I suspect that vote would have happened today. So I don't know. I've been at work all day. But if they did suspend the recess, this should be certainly something that they address, whether or not Mitch McConnell is fit to serve.
What part of it? Do you think we should address the fact that no average American citizen can be out of work for 2 months and still receive a paycheck and get health care paid for? That's what I'd like to address. I don't give a fuck if that goal of the man that stroked out in 22 is getting paid. Why are they getting paid? The average American citizen is living a paycheck to paycheck.
He should be on medical leave.
Yeah, what's FMLA? What does that cover? I mean, I think that would cover up to 2 months too.
FMLA, it generally protects your job status and it's easy to work around. But it pays a declining amount month to month. What is it? I'll look it up right now.
I think it starts at like
Where's
68% and goes down to 40.
Where does Cobra set in? Isn't that for like a year?
Cobra is when you get fired. You can opt to pay your full insurance coverage. So it won't be subsidized by your company. Let's see. No pay is guaranteed under the Family Medical Leave Act. It's strictly unpaid, 0% wage guarantee. However, job and health benefits are legally protected. I'm not sure if it
Even
also
if you're on salary.
Yeah. So years ago, I went on short-term leave of absence under FMLA, and my employer paid like 100%. I think the status was like 100% the first 3 months, and it declined every like 3 months after that by 20, and it got down to 40%.
Well, see, there you go. That's Mitch McConnell there for you.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no guarantee wage. They just say your job has to be open for you when you come back, unless your employer can say that it's a critical position and they can't have an absence. Then they can replace you with no penalty. That's the and what our FMLA is like on par with like 5 other countries. It's Suriname, a couple of those Pacific islands that are in the middle of nowhere that no one knows the name of. There's like 5 countries, but we have we're at the lowest 5 in the world for our paid leave and parental protection in the world. We're number 1 at the worst, tied for first with 5 countries.
The last time he voted was June 11th. That's the last time he officially did like roll call.
He voted president.
Oh.
Mr. McConnell, president.
That was good. Yeah. We get it, Bernie's. He just raised his hand.
Right.
With somebody standing behind him.
With his cool Ray-Bans on.
Yeah.
It says a total to approximately 47 consecutive missed roll call votes since his absence. But he's missed 47 votes. What the fuck?
That about aligns with this Congress.
Right? That's insane.
Yeah, when he rebooted in front of a camera, he should have been relieved of duty.
This is elder abuse, bud. This is the thing you guys complained about. Except actual elder abuse.
It kind of is hypocritical, and they're saying that, they just kind of throw Biden out there and he's all lost and doesn't know what to do, and it's just like, well, you're doing it now.
Do y'all remember the video of Mitch McConnell rebooting?
Yeah.
Yes. That's why I started calling him Glitch McConnell.
He just he froze in the middle of a press conference and then just stared into space, and then they finally got him to blink his eyes or some shit.
Yeah, his staffers had to get him off the podium, being like, dude, he blanked out.
Right. It looked like he had a grandma seizure, is what it looked like.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ooh, also, has there been... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what's the protocol for this? Do we just accept it? Like, at any other job, you would not be, something would happen. Like, this is insane.
Well, okay.
We're just going to wait till recess?
Okay, I know I'm a jerk, and I'm a MAGA Mojo, and I'm whatever, but I can't see justification for this because it is a 2-year contract. You do get to sit in that and get paid for that position for the 2 years you were elected for that position.
If you have to go on medical leave, if people aren't cognitively there.
Yeah, but if you sign a contract agreeing that you're going to get paid for those 2 years, you're going to get paid for those 2 years. Even
talking about him getting paid, though. It's if we're paying him, okay, whatever. But someone needs to be in. If he's missed 47 votes, there should be someone else stepping in for him. At least take medical leave, something. There should be some procedure and process to take over for someone the same way it would be anywhere else.
Do you know how to fix this? It's an easy fix, guys. You just put a rule in place. If you miss more than 3 consecutive votes, the other party gets to use your vote. Done. No one's missing their votes.
No, they usually. There's a couple things that you can do, but it's in the parliamentary rules that everybody agrees to with every congressional session. Although it's different in the Senate because it's every 6 years and it's offsetting, right? So, in every congressional term, they'll be like, "Hey, for this congressional term, these are the rules that we're going to abide by," and that's where you would have bylaws like, if you mix X amount, then you would have to do this, or appoint a proxy.
All right, I prefer my method because it forces them to be present, do their fucking job.
For sure, but that they would have to add those to the rules, and then the parliamentarian would be the one that kind of enforces those rules.
Yeah, so that'd be an easy rule. I think everyone across all the plebes that we run into and run with on a daily basis would say should be a no-brainer. Do you think they'll ever put that in place from either side of the aisle?
No chance. Hold themselves accountable? No way.
Could abolish the Senate and really piss everybody off.
Ooh, I like that.
We could launch into ours.
Got an idea about getting younger people to represent us too. Like they have to fight in that MMA ring to settle deadlocks in the Congress.
And you got to pick a strong vice president, because if that doesn't solve it, you got to beat the vice president to get the veto.
That's always a cage match.
It's getting closer to idiocracy.
When do I get my Crocs? I want my Crocs right now.
That brings up an interesting question. Who's the best fighter in Congress right now?
Oh,
like Dan Crenshaw, maybe?
Sitting,
yeah,
the guy that took on the union leader that said I'd take you outside and kick your ass or something like that.
Oh, the guy with rage problems. He'd probably get his ass kicked because it's always guys like that get hit once and drop immediately.
Well, I think that guy actually did MMA for a while.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, the guys that scream like that, like "Let's go outside, I'll beat your ass," those are never the ones you got to worry about. It's the one that says "I don't want to fight you" that you got to worry about.
Yeah, you don't want to do this. But it was funny that Bernie had to be the voice of reason. He was like, "What are you two doing? You're an elected official. Stop this."
Was there any fallout to fucking what's her name, Janine Pereiro, just straight lying to the American people yet?
I think she just got fired today.
No shit.
Yeah, Trump talked shit about her publicly.
That has to be the shortest run.
According to a news source who happens to be maybe possibly on the panel right now, I think somebody saw her walking out of the White House with like white boxes or something too, or out of her office with white boxes.
I gotta look this up.
Those were her boxes of wine. She was moving offices.
Boxes of wine.
No, you don't have boxes of wine for your boxed wine.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Well,
No,
maybe it
but
does.
bottles of
That would make the most sense. It would fit perfectly.
It would.
You don't think she gets them at Costco?
A box
You could do
within
a mega
box.
box if you got a hose and know how gravity works.
I haven't watched Fox News. Is she no longer on Fox News?
I don't think so. Wait, she would have to give up that position to work in the government, I would think.
The sitting congressperson who challenged someone to a fight was in fact Mark Wayne Mullen. So he is, isn't he DHS secretary now?
Is he? I don't know.
Did Besant get confirmed? Oh,
Not
Todd
yet.
Blanche, I mean.
Not yet, but that's one of the reasons that some of the Republican senators were saying that they wanted to suspend the break and just work through the break. It was not just to confirm Blanche, but to pass the SAVE Act.
All right, she has not been fired, though she was seen leaving. Apparently, Trump is still mulling over the decision to keep her on board, but as of right now, her job is still intact.
All right, and what was it that she was alleged to have done again? I missed this.
Well, she came out and raised accusations that Olympian David Hearn had destroyed the reflecting pool. And after review, I believe by independent contractors, they found out the installation was the issue. that caused it falling apart. So she lied. She said she had undisputable evidence that David Hearn destroyed the pool. That's called lying, I think.
He said she folded like an umbrella.
Yeah.
Was the quote that I saw from Trump specifically. Here it is. August 2026, U.S. Attorney for D.C. Pirro moved to drop felony and misdemeanor charges against individuals, including a former Olympian accused of vandalizing the newly renovated Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool.
Yeah, if you watch the interview, she said that they had undisputable evidence that her office had, and it is without a doubt this person did this, dragged his name, dragged a bunch of shit. So, not a good look. Lying again.
I never want to be this person, but it's not undisputable. I think it's indisputable.
You might be right. I thought about it after I said it too. Yeah.
Still that person.
Pirro's office stated the evidence showed the damage was actually caused by a botched contractor installation rather than intentional criminal vandalism. President Trump publicly rebuked Pirro for the decision, stating that, quote, folded like a cheap umbrella and, quote, choked, insisting the event was vandalism.
Yeah, they fucked up. They got to this part where they were like, hey, do you have any evidence? And Pirro went, no. And bad look for her and the president on that one.
I mean, generally, if you don't have evidence,
you don't file charges.
Wait, they've done this a bunch of times, though. They filed charges without evidence a bunch of times.
It's true. It's like a repeating pattern.
Yeah.
Those pesky courts.
It might even be called politicizing the justice system or some shit.
Weaponizing. There's more here. Holy shit, I had no idea all this shit about Jeanine Pirro. 2006, spying plot and mob investigations. During her tenure as Westchester County District Attorney and political candidate, federal prosecutors investigated claims tied to an FBI wiretap involving her then husband, Albert Pirro, and the Gambino crime family lieutenant. Discussing a pending case, no charges were brought against her. She also faced scrutiny over reports that she had allegedly discussed using an investigator to place a listening device on her husband's boat amid marital strain. Although she denied any criminal wrongdoing. Damn, she's a savage.
Yeah, she's a great one. You know, our president picks the best.
nothing to see here.
Sounds like a pit bull. I'd want someone like that on my team, though. I mean, you don't want her to shoot and not hit the target. You know, measure twice, cut once, and all that. But I mean, as far as people go that you want in your administration, see.
You don't think there's more competent people? Like, let's be honest. A drunk TV host should not have that position.
He just said, I want people that break the law on my team. That's fucking wild.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. I said you want people that if they're going to shoot, they're going to hit the target. What that means is that if you're going to bring a charge against someone, you better have some fucking evidence. That's what I'm talking about.
Does she have any big cases under her belt? Do you know? Did she ever win anything?
Yeah, I'm still looking. Oh, Smartmatic defamation lawsuit. Ooh, out.
Where are you looking?
Defendant in the multi-billion-dollar defamation lawsuit filed by Smartmatic against Fox News Corporation over the broadcast of false claims regarding the 2020 presidential election. Court filings and internal communications made public from the lawsuit revealed that several Fox News executives and colleagues sharply criticized Pirro behind the scenes, referring to her as, quote, reckless maniac over and over on her promotion of unverified internet conspiracy theory.
How the fuck was she ever chosen for any position in the fucking executive branch?
Because our president's a moron.
Yeah. Oh god, what is his name? That fucking weird guy that was voted for Trump and now he's like semi-liberal, weird dude with the beeping.
Tucker Carlson?
No, with a beeping smoke detector that comes on. That was on panel earlier.
Fucking Leo.
Leo earlier was talking. Yeah, he was saying earlier that he supported Republicans because they were for the 19th Amendment. They wanted to give women the right to vote. I started looking up how many Republicans were against the 19th Amendment now, and I found a whole list of Republicans that are against it. But more specifically, a whole bunch of pastors, ministers, church founders, shit like that. And at the top of that list was Hegseth. who follows a lot of these pastors and ministers and reposts their shit. And one repost he had was about getting rid of the 19th Amendment. So Hegseth kind of probably thinks we need to get rid of the 19th Amendment too, which is pretty fucking wild.
Well, it's weird that everyone, screams at their top of the lungs about the DSA wanting to abolish the Senate and how unconstitutional they are. And shout out to Matt if he's out there. I completely forgot that, while Trump was being backed by the Heritage Foundation, that they ran on wanting a unitary executive branch or a king. Yeah. Like, that's part of their platform.
Yeah. They want to turn the executive branch into like king or something.
Yeah, they want to make sure that it's it has no correlations or ties to any kind of. It wants to get rid of checks and balances. It wants to have unitary power.
Yeah, I think I just found the answer to your question, Mojo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, she's authored at least 7 books, including, wait for it, Liars, Leakers, and Liberals, The Case Against Anti-Trump Conspiracy 2018. So that's probably why she got the slot. Following the 2020 presidential election, Pirro made false claims of voting machine fraud in 2022. We went over that. But she was the very first woman ever to be placed as a judge in Westchester County. Here it is, 1990 to 1993. She was elected to the position of Westchester County District Attorney. She was the first woman to be elected to either of those positions. As a DA, she gained visibility in cases of domestic abuse and crimes against the elderly. Pirro was then reelected district attorney in 97 to 2001. She briefly sought the Republican nomination for United States Senate to run against Hillary Clinton in 2006, but dropped out to run as a Republican candidate for New York Attorney General. She lost the general election to Democrat Andrew Cuomo.
The reason that Trump hired her? Well, no, he said she was hot. That's why he hired her. He thought she was hot back in the day. That's it. I'm not kidding.
Well, maybe she was a reasonable person back in the 90s. I don't know. Maybe that's what it seems like. Possibly.
You think she just learned the crazy?
She also had a really successful show on the CW. You remember, like, when, what was it? Yeah, like Judge Judy. She had one too, Judge Pirro, right?
But she never had the ratings like Judge Judy. Wasn't her husband like a mob boss or something like that, or had close ties with the mafia? Did I miss that part?
I think based on what I just read, that. Whoops, sorry about that. I think her husband was a part of a legal case against the Gambino crime family, and the FBI had wiretaps. But nothing ever came of that, as far as I know.
Well, and again, I'm cool talking about Pirro, but I am really curious about this one, especially for Donovan. So again, like, we see the hypocrisy between like Graham Plattner and Max Miller. We see the hypocrisy of having a political movement back candidates that want to do things that are unconstitutional, like you guys say the DSA does. At what point do you maybe self-reflect and realize, like, the things that you guys scream about that are going to be the downfall of America are happening on your side? You guys just don't care.
Wait. We want the Senate in place. We want presidency. We want prisons. We want.
Yeah. Wait. Why do you want a Senate in place when you guys want a unitary executive? The Senate wouldn't matter if the president can do whatever the fuck he wants.
We don't want a unitary executive. What the hell are you talking about?
But the Heritage Foundation does, and they back Trump.
You're saying the Heritage Foundation wants a unitary executive? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's part of their platform.
Yeah. It's like that source. I'd love that.
Wait, do you like Schedule F? Do you like Schedule F? Do you know what I'm talking about, Donovan?
I'm familiar with Schedule F, yes, but that doesn't speak to a unitary executive.
That's exactly what it is. That was the first poll, or that's the first point underneath the unitary executive theory, is to give the president the power to reach through all of the bureaucracy and fire whoever the fuck they want for whatever fucking reason they want.
Yeah, I'll just go to the Heritage Foundation itself. It's part of Project 2025. You haven't read
Project 2025 is 53% done right now, too.
Yeah, so if what you're saying is, like,
that's pretty low percentage.
The DSA backing candidates means that everything that political movement wants to see, then the candidates must obviously want the same thing, right? So
Yeah, you should probably put the Supreme Court in that. Since the Reagan administration, the U.S. Supreme Court has embraced a stronger unitary executive, which has been championed primarily by its conservative justices, the Federalist Society, and the Heritage Foundation. So to say that they want a stronger executive doesn't mean that they want a dictator.
No,
they don't want him to
do
have
want-
any checks or balances.
Yeah, they're trying to take away all the checks and balances.
That would be a dictator.
Yeah, they want a king.
That's what they're trying to do. Go look at everything that they want to get done to create this unitary executive theory and make it real, put it in the real world. Everything they want to do is a dictator.
And 53% is completed. They still have a lot of them in progress right now.
Is it fair to say that part of Project 2025 is just stuff that Republicans already wanted? It wasn't like this outlandish,
Yeah, the president has ultimate authority over the executive branch. Executive agencies should remain accountable only to the president. Congress cannot unduly limit the president's ability to supervise or remove executive officials. Yeah, this is like on their website, man.
I mean, this has been a movement for a number of years. It's not just Trump. That's not what it is.
But so Trump, I mean, Donovan, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't think Trump was. I mean, Trump actually distanced himself from Project 2025. What I've heard is that a lot of these lives, you guys are saying, well, no, he didn't, because actually he's accomplished a lot of what they laid out in that plan. I mean, that's like saying somebody that has extremist beliefs also said we should drink plenty of water every day, and like maybe that just happened to be true also.
Wait, Stephen, are you telling me that somebody can take parts out of a political movement's platform and not believe in everything that platform believes in? And that's not going to be the downfall of America?
Yes, I agree.
Huh, that's weird. Though every MAGA panel I go by says the DSA will destroy America.
Chat, actually, this is an area where we actually agree. I've been saying on these panels for a long time, people are freaking out too much. The pendulum swings both ways. If it goes too far, it comes back the other way. I don't freak out about what can happen from the DSA. I don't personally believe in the end goal, but I'm not thinking that one term is going to potentially, take us all the way to the end goal of what the DSA says.
I agree. Donovan, do you agree?
Schedule F is specifically control of the executive within his own branch. So you guys would rather say, well, because the person that we don't like is currently the president, we don't think that he should have control over his own branch of the government.
No, yeah, I don't think that the president, no matter who they are, whoever the president may be, I don't think the president should be able to fire a GS-10, GS-11. I don't think they should be able to do that.
The chief executive. The unitary executive theory argues that Article 2 of the Constitution vets all executive power directly in the president. Proponents argue that Congress cannot insulate bureaucrats or limit the president's ability to direct or remove executive branch personnel. Reclassifying the bureaucracy, Schedule F serves as a practical tool to implement this theory. By removing career civil servants in policy-influencing roles in an expected service category, the president can bypass traditional civil service protections and fire nonpartisan experts and loyalists more easily. Yeah, but see, that's the point. Especially if you have a time
Read
like
that last
now,
part.
whereas there's a lot of tumult. The American people moved to put this man in place for a particular reason, which by no small measure articulates a need to fight what we refer to as the deep state. You guys don't want to believe in the fact that there's a deep state, but most of you do. As a matter of fact, not too long ago, a lot of you thought that the deep state was actually a thing that needed to be addressed. So now what has happened? The American people has put someone into office to fight the deep state, and they are fighting back. And you are doing everything you can to strip the president of the ability to fight that monster.
Donovan, read that last sentence. Hold on. Read that last sentence about loyalists again. Read it for the class one more time. You said it really, really fast so you could move on.
Read what again, CT?
The last sentence of the thing you're reading.
Let's see. Schedule F serves as a practical tool to implement this theory. By moving career civil servants in policy-influencing roles into an expected service category, the president can bypass traditional civil service protections and fire nonpartisan experts and loyalists more easily.
Expanding control. Supporters view Schedule F as a necessary mechanism to ensure that the unelected federal bureaucracy is truly accountable to the democratically elected president. So don't you see that? You say that it's increasing the power of the president, when really what it is that unelected bureaucrats should not have the type of force that the elected representatives have. So if you can say the entire bureaucracy is having a caustic effect on the country,
they simply don't.
Then we put someone in there that can stop them.
They don't have that power. When you're talking about like a GS10 or GS11, you're talking about somebody that is working to create the back end of a database that services the telephony from the forestry department. This is somebody that doesn't care about government, doesn't have any political opinion whatsoever. They're just simply creating a database and database queries so that they can use their fucking telephones more easily in the forestry department. And this is a person that you want the president to be able to fire because they didn't sign a loyalty oath. I mean, that's wild. That is a monarchy. That is a dictatorship.
Donovan, hold on, Donovan. Everything the DSA is trying to do, they explicitly say, hey, we should do this correctly with constitutional amendments. You're actually literally taking a political movement group in the Heritage Foundation that backs all your guys, and you're not understanding that they want to bypass and move right past the Constitution.
No,
but you want to say that we want to
executive
destroy it.
should be the chief executive is what I'm saying.
No, you want a king. It's very clear to see.
You don't want a king.
I'm just saying, you can stop calling us communists when you guys are actually fascist.
Yeah, I would remind you that you can vote yourself into socialism, but you got to fight your way out.
You have to be, and that's actually a really good point. But like, so chat CT, you have to be consistent here. You can't make the argument that you're also defending, meaning, Project 2025. That, of course, that was never going to ever be fully completed because that's something that even Trump said. I'm not, running on this platform. You may believe or not believe him doing that, but the fact is, 53% is actually not that high of a percentage when it comes to accomplishing things that go beyond what normal Republicans might have already wanted in general. So, there might be something written in there that says a certain thing. We'll never reach that point. His presidency will end. Most normal Americans do not want that. So if it even got close to that, they wouldn't get elected back in office.
He's more than 50% complete, and he denied it, even though it's more than 50% complete.
Trump said it didn't exist. Trump did. He said he'd never heard of it. Never even heard of Project 2025 when he was running. And then a few months into his presidency, he's like, hey, look at the 25 list. We're working through it. He bragged about it.
Wait. Where did he say that?
Also, look at all the people he appointed from the Heritage Foundation. What?
Wait. So you're saying
you guys don't
there's a
hear
quote
to me
from
is
Trump?
astounding.
There's a quote from Trump that says, "Look how far we've gone with the 2025 initiative."
Give me a second.
I think it's pretty wild that you're fighting this right now. This is exactly the platform. Have you read 2025? I mean, I haven't read the whole thing either.
I've read some crazy things in it. Somebody brought up on a panel about the what was that weird thing about marriage, like arranged marriage type thing, and there's all kinds of crazy stuff in there.
Yeah. And Stephen, you got to remember, only leftists are allowed to bring up crazy shit with regards to how they want to change the government.
Well, hold on, Don. That's not quite so. We're talking about like weird marriage laws. No Democrat is proposing that.
All right, don't let him pivot. So this was again during the debate with Kamala Harris. Here's Trump not knowing what Project 2025 was.
As you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially.
So he's never heard of Project 2025, right? Let's find out about that. You guys go ahead and take a minute.
It says 144 people who worked in the Trump's administration were involved in Project 2025. And that's also like when you look at
Tom Holman?
Homan and Russell Vaught. It's a Office of Management and Budget. They're also architects and contributors of Project 2025.
Okay. I
It's
just don't
direct
know.
involvement in the administration.
I guess we'll wait for ChatCT to come back with evidence that he said we've completed such and such from Project 2025. I mean, I just still think that there's enough that is already part of the agenda that probably falls within it. But I mean, some of the most extreme stuff is not going to happen. But everyone focuses on that the same way that the right is focusing on the most extreme stuff that the DSA says.
Well, I considered Schedule F to be pretty fucking extreme. And that was one of the very first things he did. Just so you know.
The whole thing is extreme.
I think it's ridiculous that he wants that we have created a situation where there is no bureaucracy anymore, that where every single person that works in government will be able to be tested for loyalty by the president themselves.
Doesn't that, how does that actually go? So it's changing them to at will, like a normal employee of a normal company. How does it go to that extent?
That means that he can send out loyalty tests, and if you don't fill it out correctly, or you don't fill it out at all, he can fire you.
Yeah, worst case scenario, that would be what it was. So the claim
That's
would be...
what he's done. He did that. He fucking did that. He did send out loyalty oaths to a lot of different positions in the bureaucracy. This happened.
Loyalty oaths, meaning, like, so what was the verbiage of...
Meaning that you will do whatever Donald Trump says you should do. Something
They
to that
leaked the
effect is
email.
what it said.
Do you not remember the leaked email that they sent out?
It was an Elon Musk email.
No, that was not... No, I thought you were going from that. That was not that. He was talking... He said, respond to this if you are alive and you're doing something with your job. Tell me what you did today.
There was another one besides that. There was one that had like 5 questions on it.
Yeah, they sent it to all employees, government employees.
So what were those 5 questions?
I don't know. Go look it up, man. I don't.
You're saying there's a loyalty oath.
It's wild. It's wild that you think that this shit is okay. Either way.
Loyalty oath. Yeah. I mean, that sounds extreme, but I mean, we have to know the context of that. Like, what was it? Like, what did it actually? What was it?
I know one of the questions was, "What's your favorite Donald Trump executive order?" That's fucking weird.
See, what they're attempting to do is ignore the fact that we have special circumstances here. Every single type of government has special circumstances. In some cases, they call it martial law. But in this particular instance, we have information that leads us, most reasonable people, I think, to believe that Barack Obama and others in that government did their best to relieve Donald Trump of his authority. When he was elected president in 2016, they weaponized the justice system, the intelligence community against a duly elected president. Now they got caught. So now that he's in, and we won't even address 2020 at this point. But now that he's in power, he's going to make changes to what we perceive as the deep state. You guys are currently simping for the deep state. That is why you are so apoplectic.
Donovan, every time you say the word deep state, I take you less and less serious as a person.
I was going to ask Donovan about that because the deep state does sort of lean toward conspiracy theories, which, just like we've all given Mojo crap about, acting on his instinct about Danielle when there's no actual proof. Same thing happens with when you go too deep.
I was just asking questions, fucking Tucker style.
When you go too deep down the rabbit hole of deep state and other things, you got to have some solid proof of that to get people on board.
I just looked it up too. Caroline Levitt appeared in promotional and training videos for Project 2025 before she was press secretary. John Ratcliffe has ties. It's that national security and intelligence framework of the transition planning. And it led to the CIA. Homan, which I already said.
J.D. Vance wrote the introduction and then asked them not to publish the actual book until after he was elected, until the election.
Tom Homan, Peter Navarro. He contributed to the trade and manufacturing section of the playbook and serves as a senior counselor for trade and manufacturing. Brendan Carr for the FCC. Russell Vought, who I already wrote to, who's the top architect. So there's like a bunch. It's just some of them. They all have to do with Project 2025. Pretty deep in the administration.
And that's not the deep state, he thinks.
That's not the. Well, okay, so you guys
That's
are agreeing with
crazy.
Donovan about the.
No,
deep
I don't
state.
agree with Donovan. I've worked for the federal government 3 times in my life as a contractor. I'm telling you right now, these are people that are public servants that aren't out to get any president. I have never
So what were you
even
referencing
heard.
with the deep state?
I don't think there is one. I think maybe he installed one now with all of these people in Project 2025 being embedded into our government. What about all the employees that are being released from the DNI? That's our national security folks. He's also done that with the CISA. He's also done that with the counterterrorism group. It's almost as if, my God, any of the people that could stop the T's from hurting us, if it happens, he'll blame Iran to gather all of Americans, and it would be his fault.
But that was super interesting for you to say, like, I don't think there is one, but maybe Trump installed one. So you're basically saying what Trump. You're basically saying what Donovan said, but on the reverse
Stephen,
side.
you've told me you're on the spectrum, so I'm going to try to respect you a little bit more. And
The
that
fact that you're
means
bringing
you
that
don't
up
pick up
without
on
me-
physical cues. No, because you don't pick up on verbal cues. You
You're
don't.
going to use that against me now?
No, I'm just saying sometimes when people tell you to stop, it isn't because they disagree or agree with you. Sorry, it's my dog barking at my husband.
But you see that you can conveniently use
just keep going
that.
on and on and on. I've only used it once, Stephen. You told me yesterday. I haven't been on all morning. This is my first time online.
I just think it was a weird place to use that because I was just making a
Because
counterpoint.
you don't relent.
No, the how you brought it up the other day was the Vicky thing, right? That's a different situation, and I've apologized to her about it. What we're doing now is
I didn't bring that up.
we're giving counterpoints. We're giving counterpoints to what we believe.
Okay, so I'm
and
telling you your counterpoint is wrong.
And I disagree.
I think it's safe to say, like, the deep state, you don't need to label it. They're implementing Project 2025 while denying it, just like CT said. And there's people in the administration that are heavily involved in planning and implementing, and he put them in there. So to deny that, I mean, at least stand on 10 and say that you are for Project 2025, but he denies it. That's part of the problem. Like, he's trying to lie to people.
Well, he lies every day.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Out of
that's
all
okay.
the
That's acceptable.
horrible things in Project 2025, Emma, what's the worst thing?
What Russell Voigt wants to do.
You want us to pull up the list because we've done it?
Yeah, we can read it. I have it up.
I mean, there's 200
It's a
and
lot
some
of
points,
stuff.
but I also found the one where this was 7 months after Trump said he'd never heard of 2025. He was at a Heritage Foundation rally where he said, "Thank you guys for laying the groundwork for our administration." If you want to hear it, Stephen, I know you said you wanted to hear it, so here you go.
This is a great group, and they're going to lay the groundwork and detail plans for exactly what our movement will do and what your movement will do when the American people give us a colossal mandate to save America, and that's coming. Heritage Foundation president, somebody else doing an unbelievable job. He's bringing it back to levels it's never seen. Dr. Kevin Roberts.
So yeah, I don't know what else you need. He even talked about the movement itself. I haven't heard any Democratic Socialist. What's up?
I'm curious, like, where was that for? Like, what was that soundbite from?
He spoke at the Heritage Foundation after he got elected. So 2025, I believe it says April. And this was after in 24, he said he'd never even heard of the Project 2025. So somehow he magically found out about it and then thanked him for laying the groundwork for the foundation of his administration.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys are going to disagree clearly, but I think we've seen this with a lot of politicians that go in and they try to pretend like they're the best friends of whatever speaking engagement they're at. Like, I mean, you know, if he says, "Hey, I wasn't a part of this," but then he goes speaks at it and they largely support him as a politician, he's gonna be like, "Hey, look how good I'm doing for you guys."
Okay, but
Stephen?
you never compared the difference between 47 and Project 2025? Did you ever do that analysis, Stephen?
Between what? Sorry, Project 2025 and what?
Agenda 47.
Oh, somebody brought this up recently. I'm not as familiar with that.
See, this is the problem when debating you. You should know that if you support Trump.
Why?
And you
if I don't feel like he supports it even?
And then
or?
CT, you said he didn't make the statement, and now CT is giving you proof he did make the statement, and then you bring up an excuse. So you're being willfully ignorant.
No, I just disagree with you, and that's okay. I think that somebody speaking at an engagement that is being sponsored by a group is going to be like, hey, guess what? I'm doing certain things for you that you like. Even if every politician does this. Look at every politician who goes and speaks at an engagement.
So bring me examples then.
See what she did. See what she did right
Bring
there.
Obama
I've been
doing
asking for
something
examples
like
of
that.
the worst parts of Project 2025, and no one answered. They're just.
I already gave you one.
Hold on, you guys are missing the whole point. The entirety
I
of this
gave you one, Donovan.
The entirety of this whole thing.
Oh, what was the worst part of Project 2025?
Why are you pivoting? The entirety of this whole thing.
To the issue.
The entirety of this whole thing was around, again, the hypocrisy of your guys' not holding Max Miller to the same account that you held us to Graham Plattner, and to the fact that you guys didn't even give a shit about people wanting to do extreme measures in the Heritage Foundation to bypass the Constitution,
What you just said is
using that same fucking talking point, talking about the DSA.
Okay, what you just
Everything
said
that you guys do is foundationally fucking
Donald Trump
projected.
called for him to step down. Not a
Everything
single
you
Democrat
guys-
leader called for him to step down.
Everything you guys do
Not
is
true.
projected. Everything.
Did Elizabeth Warren call for him to step down, or did she campaign for him with the Schnazi tattoo on his shirt?
He did. Bernie did. AOC did.
I gave you three people over there, Donovan. You're just, again, being obtuse to be obtuse because you got caught.
When did they call for him to step down? After the sex abuse allegations or before?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure after. And that's the thing. The guy, Max Miller, you're talking about, not only beat the shit out of his wife, he broke his kid's collar.
How are you defending this and then saying,
I'm defending
Trump
how our
isn't
courts work.
liable for SA when a jury found him in our court process? Well, that's lawfare.
30 years after the fact. 30 years. We keep saying you perverted the justice system, and you guys are like, no, you fucking did.
He didn't.
The whole reason why Fauci had to get departed because the justice system could be perverted.
God.
I mean, your narratives don't fit together. They never have, they never do, they never will.
Mine doesn't. I just pointed out how yours don't, Donovan. You know, let me ask you a different question. You call all Democrats leftists. No, I came up to ask you a specific question. Do you think quote unquote leftists are the enemy within?
Not all of them.
What was that?
Not all of them.
Well, which ones?
Just me.
Liberals.
Liberals.
Who are the liberals?
Liberals.
Who are liberals?
Liberals would be classical liberals like Bill Maher. Perfect example.
So you think that slightly left of center is a liberal? Like one scale to if we're going on 100 and it's 50, so yes. 49 is a liberal. At what point are we the enemy of the state? You got from 0 to 49. Where are the enemies?
Well, when I think you start to condone violence, that type of thing, that would be.
Oh, but January 6th doesn't count. Where would that be on your? Again, you got 50. So between 50 and 100, where was Jan 6? Okay, gotcha.
All right, Claire was asking me about something. I was completely distracted. Restate your question.
So Bill Maher is at 49. Where were the Jan 6 people that put police in the?
No, I said those were good.
In the hospital. No, I'm asking you a question. You just don't want to answer it. Where are the Jan 6 people? 50
Jan
to 100.
Jan 6 attempted to
Give me a number.
Let's see.
Give me a number.
A vigorous.
Give me a number.
Claire doesn't want to hear it.
What the fuck is that?
That's Claire.
Yeah, that's Claire. So
she's saying that about me or about you?
No, she doesn't want to hear this conversation. You said a number for what?
She doesn't want to hear you defend a coup. Good on her.
Yeah. The Jan 6 people from
What about Jan 6
50
people?
to 100, where do they fit on your scale?
There was
Or on my scale,
an
rather.
aggressive a redress of grievances.
Again, give me a number, Donovan.
A number of what?
You said that liberals, we agreed. I put it on a scale. You picked the number 49, or I picked the number 49. You didn't disagree. It's slightly left of center. I'm asking you where the Jan 6 guys were to the right, between 50 and 100. Give me a number.
That's such a weird quantification. 50.
Oh, really? 50. Okay.
I want to know what makes a person an enemy of the state. Like what specifically? What action? What thought? What philosophy?
Asking me?
Yeah.
Okay, so restate. You're asking me what philosophy? What?
What thought? What action? What philosophy would make you consider a person the enemy of the state, the enemy within?
Violent attempted overthrow?
So like
armed insurrection? Well, no, because that's not what J6 was. J6 was an attempt to, yeah, that's perfect, isn't it? Was an attempt to address the election irregularities that stemmed from the C19 changes.
By violently overthrowing the government. Okay, so now if nobody suggests that we should violently overthrow the government besides J6ers, then we're all okay on the left?
Yes, so long as there's no attempt to violently overthrow the government. I will, however, bring up the fact that doing things like chop zones. I just wanted y'all to hear that. Yeah. Doing things like chop zone is essentially an insurrection, right? If you're attempting to throw off the attention of the government within the United States, that would essentially be an insurrection, yes?
So weren't people found during a trial? Are you going to call all of their trials lawfare, the ones that were found guilty?
It's a simple question. Are you going to address the question I just asked?
I just want to know.
You want to know about? You want to know about
found guilty
what would you like to know about?
Of planning an insurrection, were found guilty and sentenced, many of them to 27 to 30 years. I want to know. Was that lawfare as well, in your opinion?
You're talking about specifically the Proud Boys and how they planned that if there was a violent insurrection, or there was okay.
No, go on.
If there was armed conflict with regards to a peaceful protest, that they would meet that armed conflict in kind, because I couldn't help but notice that they didn't
That's not legal.
They didn't show up to Jan 6 with weapons.
They did.
How many?
That's not true. That's not true. There's actually people there with weapons, such as pew-pews and stuff like that.
Yeah, enough to overthrow the United States government.
Does it matter?
The government on the
Does
planet.
it matter?
Yeah,
There were still people there with weapons.
Because if you have 3,000 or 4,000 people, and you're talking about citizen,
you only need
5%
one.
Gonna have firearms.
You only need one. They only needed one.
You need more than one firearm to overthrow the United States, Mojo.
No, you do not.
Oh,
not in this particular circumstance, because all they had to do was stop the vote. If they could stop the vote, then they get to leave Donald Trump in place. That is an overthrow of the government.
Do you remember what Bill Barr said?
Zip ties.
Do you remember what Bill Barr said?
I don't care.
Well, of course you don't care. You don't care about.
No, I want to know you justifying the fact that there were many different types of weapons used at J6 against the police officers. It was an illegal breach of the Capitol.
Remember that?
The Capitol was closed.
That's why we have loyalty tests now.
I do agree about Chaz, by the way, but it is also a city in a state, not the federal government. And it was also because of violent protests that were occurring at the time and the police just abandoning their positions.
And had Trump deployed the National Guard?
Which one?
Trump. Well, I don't think Trump has the right to deploy the National Guard in that circumstance unless the governor actually asks for it.
Right, but if the governor doesn't do his duty,
Wait, what are you talking about?
I don't think Trump has the right to decide whether the governor was doing his duty or not in that position.
Are we talking about Are we talking about DC?
and there we have it.
No, this is Seattle.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so now you're starting
I'm sorry.
to see
I think that if it's a constitutional issue, something like Brown versus Board of Education, I think Trump would have the ability to do that. If it comes to an invasion of the United States, Trump would absolutely have the ability to do that. If it came to federal buildings, Trump would probably have the ability to do that. But this was none of those things.
On the chop zone now.
Yes.
Yeah, violent overthrow of the government. A chop zone is essentially, and this is why you're agreeing.
It wasn't.
Government.
No, it wasn't overthrowing the government. It was police departments, for Christ's sake. It was a police department where all of the police actually abandoned their posts.
No one got hurt. No one got killed. No one got bear sprayed.
Is there a chop? Oh, people got raped. People got unalived.
There were there were two fatalities during this process, during this time. I'm not sure if they were directly related to the people that were there or not, but there were two fatalities during this time. But either way, it was a city building, not a federal building. So, yeah, the president can't issue the federal government to do anything at that particular point. And it was because the police abandoned their post. So somebody had to step in and make sure that people were getting taken care of.
What happened to the state police?
They left. Oh, I don't know about the state police. Wait, they didn't come in. I don't think they came in. The governor hadn't sent them in anyway.
State police has no jurisdiction like that.
So the police, though, were not. I mean, they're just people that are like, hey, if this is not what the local area wants, you know, we're not gonna be the ones that come in and make a change to what's happening here. But that still is, you know, an uprising that is taking over. I mean, that's kind of a scary situation, right? If that had spread across other states,
it didn't. I mean, I don't want to. No, let's not pivot. No. Jan 6, we saw policemen getting crushed, tasered, stepped on, stomped on. This is not comparable at all.
Some of them unalived after, too, because of the situation, the trauma.
I'll agree if it's spread to other states, by the way. I think it's a ridiculous thing to say or ask. But I'll agree that if it's spread to other states, then, yeah, the federal government needs to step in. And it was probably an attempt to overthrow the government. But this particular thing, I don't think was that.
I just don't agree that J6 was peaceful. I mean, there's been enough evidence shown by our own eyes, watching it on the day. I still remember almost every minute of it because I was stunned. And then if they had gotten hold of Nancy or the vice president, that's all they would have needed. And God knows what would have happened to them.
You just made this point. You said, but they didn't, right? I said, what if it spread to other states? You said, but they didn't.
They hunted her. They hunted him.
But they didn't.
They had gallows because they didn't get him. The intent was still there.
It was terrorism. Sure. It was terrorism. They had zip ties.
You don't know what the true intent was with Pelosi. They didn't.
They had zip ties. They had zip ties with them.
Wait, hold on. We do know what the intent was. There's a whole document about it. As a matter of fact, the Proud Boys put this document out in connection with the Oath Keepers or whatever it was, and the document was what was used to charge them for what is it? Whatever crime they were.
Seditious conspiracy.
Yeah, that's the document that came out. We do know exactly what they wanted to do. They had a plan to take over that building and then take over buildings after that. They had a whole cache of guns that were sitting outside city lines ready to be used at any time that they actually took the building over. I'm sorry, but we do know what their plan was.
By the way, I am being a little bit of a contrarian here because that Jan 6 is not an issue that I particularly defend.
Yeah, I'd fucking wipe it out of my mind too if I voted Republican.
Wait,
no, I'm not wiping it out of my mind. I'm saying I don't defend it.
These two voted Republican after that.
Yeah,
as well.
Amazing.
I think, unfortunately, like I think if it had ended way worse, it would have impacted a lot more people's votes. But there was enough debate left about what. I'm just saying that's how things
You're
work.
defending it.
No,
You're defending
You
it
were
right now.
saying the same thing, Fee. You were saying it
Lawfare.
didn't get worse. You're like, it didn't get worse, so
Yeah, but they
therefore we
didn't-
can sweep it
But
under
in
the rug.
Chaz, there was no plan to move it to other states. They weren't intending to do that at all.
But if it had, it would have been a bigger deal, right? And that's my point.
Once again, there was no plan to do that. There was a plan for J6, though.
There was intent.
Yeah, he had a whole plan to introduce a fake slate of electors.
Oh wait, shit! That's probably.
Sorry.
We love TikTok Shop.
There was multiple parts to what was going to happen on J6. It just wasn't what actually happened on that day. There's a whole plan leading up to that. So, but I don't want to get Mojo flagged.
Yeah, the only thing
hold on. I came up real quick because earlier you guys were debating about, if Trump knew about Project 2025 and no, he didn't, and he claims he didn't. Well, that's an absolute lie because there is video of him from April of 2022 at a Heritage Foundation breakfast where he was the keynote speaker, where he talked about thanking the Heritage Foundation for the blueprint for Project 2025. So he knew all
Agenda
the way
47.
back in 2022. No, specifically Project 2025. Agenda 47 was just bullet points of Project 2025.
It was 16 pages that seemed to be similar from the 900
Project 2025.
Project 2025, correct.
Agenda 47 was 16 bullet points from Project 2025. He knew all about Project 2025. So when he claims that he didn't even know who the Heritage Foundation was or what this supposed project was, he was lying through his teeth because he knew about it since 2022.
What's the worst, most caustic, toxic part of 2025? Go.
Well, for me as a veteran, when they want to freaking take away reciprocity for the benefits that each and every one of us earns to make us choose between either our disability pay or our retirement pay. That to me is, I think it's atrocious to put veterans in that position.
Gross. Yeah. I mean, especially when you see how much the DoD budget is, yet they're making vets do things like that.
I'm looking that up, but just out of curiosity, that's the worst part of 2025, Project 2025.
I didn't say it was the worst part, but for me as a veteran, it's one of the worst things.
Yeah, I asked you what the worst part.
And that's how I'm answering you, because that right there is the first thing that popped into my head after reading Project 2025. I don't have things written down in front of me. I can go pull it out because I literally downloaded it and had it printed out. I have the whole thing in a binder. So what do you want me to look up for you?
Project 2025, bad. Thank you. What any of you lefties could answer? What's the worst part of Project 2025 you could think of? Go.
I already told you. Schedule F.
Schedule F is just a statement that the chief executive should be the chief executive within his own branch of the government.
Schedule F allows the fucking president to fire people because they're not loyal.
Oh, okay. So president can fire people? Shocker. Is that it? That's
we didn't finish that discussion from earlier, actually, because Mojo said there was a loyalty test and there were 5 questions, and I think CT said the same thing. And I wanted to know what those 5 questions were so that we could come to an agreement maybe on the fact that yeah.
All right. There is a memorandum. There's a memorandum from May 29th of 2025. Merit hiring plan, a memorandum from the United States of Personnel Management. This was sent out to all department heads. There were 7 bullet points, I think. Prioritize recruitment of individuals committed to improving the efficiency of the federal government, passionate about the ideals of our American Republic, and committed to upholding the rule of law and the United States Constitution. Prevent the hiring of individuals based on their race, sex, or religion, and prevent the hiring of individuals who are unwilling to defend the Constitution or to faithfully serve the executive branch. There's your loyalty test, number 2.
So that last one is about as close as possible to a possible loyalty test.
Implement to the greatest extent possible technical and alternative assessments as required by the Chance to Compete Act of 2024, decrease government-wide time to hire under 80 days, improve communication with candidates to provide greater clarity regarding application status, timelines, blah, 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 integrated modern technology to support through the selection process, ensure department and agency leadership or their designees are active participants in implementing new processes throughout the full hiring process. I'd have to go through this whole memorandum. The memorandum is 30 pages long, but this is a memorandum, and number 2, it did say faithfully serve the executive branch. That would be a loyalty test.
Well, that's... Imagine the horror.
Imagine the horror that a lot of federal employees, I don't know if every single one does, but we do take an oath. And the oath that we take is to first and foremost, our loyalty is to the Constitution, not to the fucking president. So to even ask that is a breach of the oath that he himself took.
Except
not only that, but
there's no exception. There's no exception to that oath. There's no exceptions to that oath. There's zero exceptions to that oath. Zero.
It didn't. But Camo, it didn't say break the other laws of this country.
I didn't say anything about breaking the laws. I specifically said, as federal employees, I took an oath as a federal employee, and it was to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. That's where my loyalty goes to. Not to a man, not to a president, not to anybody else within the government. And to ask for a loyalty test to the president is literally a breach of and breaking the oath that we took.
I want to be clear. GS10s, GS11s, people that are working on security or working on software projects and shit like that, take no oath whatsoever. They didn't used to take an oath at all. Now they have to take an oath to the president.
But not only that.
Why is that a problem, though? I mean, unless he's asking to break the law.
The oath is to the Constitution.
We have people like Lois Lerner.
Unless he's asking them to break the law, like why would they not? He's not saying go against the Constitution.
Even I don't think you're being you're not being genuine right now.
Scam and they want to keep the scam going.
Yeah, because everything we say, you dismiss and you downplay.
Not everything. If you've been here long enough, I've agreed with quite a few things. Nope, I've agreed with quite a few things.
Since you don't care and you think it's okay to make software developers taking a loyalty test, since you think that's okay, how about the FBI? How about you go into the FBI and take all the agents in the FBI and make them take loyalty tests to the president? How about the AG's office, the Attorney General's office, if every lawyer has to take a loyalty test to the President of the United States of America, even though that particular office is supposed to protect the Constitution and the people of the United States against the government.
Exactly.
Is it okay if they take a loyalty test?
Yes, as long as it doesn't say that you should break.
That's fucking wild.
Mojo.
What I'm trying to explain to you is by asking me to take a loyalty test to the president is literally me breaking the oath that I took to protect and defend. Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
It's saying in addition to that.
It's asking me to break the oath I took to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
You could certainly argue that you don't need it. You could certainly argue that you don't need it. I get that argument. But to say that he throws that in there. Okay, because just because you don't need it doesn't mean that you're breaking laws or you're somehow subverting the Constitution.
It is. He doesn't have a constitutional right to loyalty.
He does.
That's the whole whistle. We have whistleblowers. Wait a minute, guys. He fired all the IGs. Can I just finish?
It doesn't matter if I was enlisted or an officer. We all take the same oath to the Constitution.
All right. Hold on. Somebody said, "Can I please finish?" Was that me?
Yeah. The FBI. How about all the agents that were fired because they had been assigned to investigate any of the laws he might have broken? They don't get to pick. Hold on a second. They don't get to pick what they're assigned to, and they're all gone. The same with the attorneys that were assigned to work on the cases. Assigned, not we volunteer as tributes. It is crazy that you guys aren't seeing what's happening before your eyes. And I could go on and on, but my dogs are barking.
Right. So the reason it's important, Camel Girl, is because the oath for an officer is slightly different. The oath for the enlisted men.
It's still to the Constitution first and foremost.
No, but in the enlisted oath, it says, "I swear to uphold the orders or follow the orders of the President of the United States and the officers."
No. Yeah, right. The orders, not the man, and to UCMJ. Yeah. Right. Not to the man, not to the commander in chief, not to the president.
Says the president right there in the oath, Camel Girl.
No, to the orders, to lawful orders, not to the president, to lawful orders, because the president's not the only person that gives lawful orders.
Yeah. How wide do you want to split that hair, Camel Girl?
I'm not splitting a hair because
Splitting hair is 100%.
you clearly don't understand the oath that was taken.
Saying that you don't have to go against that oath. You don't have to go against that oath. That's the point. Like
Asking me to be loyal to a man is asking me to go against my oath.
No, tell me how.
Yes, it is. Because I told you, my oath, first and foremost, is to the Constitution of the United States. And there's nowhere in the Constitution that says that he has a right to have a loyalty test. Nowhere.
It's allegiance to the Constitution, not to the president.
It's implied.
I mean,
No, it's not implied.
loyalty,
It absolutely is not implied.
Guys, what are we arguing here? If swearing loyalty to a leader of a country over allegiance to one's own country isn't like authoritarianism or autocracy, then I guess those definitions need to be rewritten at this point. What are y'all talking about?
I guess I'm having an issue with, like, how could that be legally applied if somebody were to, quote unquote, break this oath that they have within what Mojo read? Okay, you have to be loyal to this person.
There's no legal penalty. The very act.
Whoa. One person at a time, please.
The very thing. Go ahead.
I was hired at like a toilet paper company one time when I was just out of college, and they had something that was very similar language of like me not swearing an oath, and neither does this language say that, but we would uphold the values and like. I mean, it's very similar language.
It was executing policies. It was like it's executing handbook. Lawful policies of an administration, but the president is a temporary employee. It's not a permanent fixture of our country. And so they swear the oath to the Constitution because he is temporary. He isn't permanent. They have to swear lawfully, faithfully execute lawful policies of the administration, but not an oath to the person.
No, Stephen, that's the best example you could have come up with. Like you said, you joined a company, and as part of the onboarding, you had to acknowledge at some point that you would uphold the values of that organization. What if the stuff you had to sign allegiance to get that job was, I will uphold the values of my organization and swear my loyalty to the CEO and his personal discretions? Would that weird you out?
Well, so that's not exactly what Mojo read earlier, but let's just go with that for a second. The assumption would be that if you're saying you're swearing your allegiance or whatever you want to say to that CEO would never ask you to do something that's beyond what the scope of your handbook or your employee job description or everything else, right? But, so that's why I think most people think about here.
So it creates
nowhere in there is it explicitly. Nobody is explicitly saying or has proven at all that that he's asking anyone to do anything beyond the Constitution. So to say that it contradicts your oath to the Constitution is ridiculous.
So
I was trying to explain how it does, because Donovan is mistaken about thinking that because the word president appears in it, that our loyalty is also to the president. No, it is to the Constitution first and foremost, and to the UCMJ. All right. And any lawful orders that are passed down from officers or the commander in chief above me. Okay. And what it constitutes a lawful order. All right. We are obligated to defy unlawful orders per the UCMJ. And that would mean anything that goes against the Constitution or is a criminal act, to include war crimes. Okay. All right. So to tell me that I now have to take a loyalty test or some type of loyalty test to the commander in chief, the president, who can turn around and then try to give me an unlawful order, that is in direct contradiction to the oath I took to protect and defend the Constitution. That's why we don't give our loyalty to a person. It's always to the Constitution first and foremost.
Because you're assuming which unlawful orders have been given
Well, let's see.
against
I mean, how many boats have we boom boomed in the Caribbean? Those are war crimes that he's doing.
Not war crimes.
They are war crimes. Absolutely
No,
are.
they were foreign belligerents.
No, they're
moving
absolutely war
weapons of
crimes.
mass destruction into our area of operation.
We turned into the aggressor and we bombed them for no reason. Those are war crimes.
proof of that.
Hold on. Yeah, what were the
I'm
weapons?
so
they
shocked
found,
you
Donovan?
haven't put up any cartel members for the midterms. But it's
What
early
proof
still.
do you have of that? Okay. And I also, just before we leave the subject of oaths, okay, I had to swear to uphold the Constitution as an attorney when I got sworn into the bar. Okay, I didn't have to swear to uphold Mario Cuomo as the governor. I had to swear to uphold the Constitution. What, Stephen, this question is for you. Can you name a president that issued loyalty tests in the last, I'm just going to give you the last 50 years.
So loyalty test keeps getting thrown around.
Can you answer that
but
question?
When Mojo explained
No.
it was a very
I just want you to
innocuous.
answer that question because you are normalizing something that is completely unprecedented.
No, but what it actually translates to was pretty innocuous.
Harry Truman is the answer to your question, by the way. He offered
No.
loyalty tests for federal employees in 1947.
Okay, can you read me that loyalty test?
Do you want the actual text?
Yes, I do. I want proof of that.
Well, no, I mean, did you know
No,
the answer,
no.
Dennis?
You made a claim. Back it up.
Well, no, you asked a question. I answered you.
Yeah, but you're making a claim. Now prove it.
Okay, so
No
you're saying
president has
you're saying
ever
that Harry
issued
Truman
civil
didn't.
employees
You're saying that
and
Harry Truman didn't
military
have
to
loyalty
issue-
tests in 1947.
Excuse me?
Is that what you're saying, Dennis?
I'm asking you. I'm saying that there is
Right.
no
Are you
president.
saying that he didn't have those tests?
You're saying he did. Prove
Correct.
it.
You're saying he didn't?
No,
Just
I want
prove
you to
it.
prove your claim.
Ah,
Prove it,
there we
Tom.
are.
prove
Just
your
prove
claim.
Oh, I just did. Okay, 1 second.
Good.
So while he
Excellent.
looks that up,
Now,
though, like
let
the
me just get
governmental
back to Stephen
employees
for a
that had
second.
to quote unquote like swear their allegiance, the wording matters. I mean, Mojo read it all, and it was all very generic, innocuous verbiage. It wasn't.
You're right. It was
nothing said
generic.
like,
It was completely inapposite of the law. Okay. There is no president or governor that requires a civil servant or a soldier or armed person to sign a loyalty test to the president.
So which
Okay.
part of what Mojo read earlier do you have the biggest problem with? Because most of it was just generic things
I've got a
about
problem.
like, do your job.
What is your argument that it's
The basic
generic?
tenets of Truman's
Listen,
order
wait just a
established a
second,
framework for
Donovan. Just a
wide-ranging
second,
Why?
Donovan.
government
Just a
Why?
apparatus
second.
What the
perform
fuck are
loyalty.
you doing? Oh my
Excuse
God,
me.
there are other people talking. What the fuck is wrong with you, Dominic?
She asked
You're
me. I'm
just
not a
blurting.
fucking
I
Yeah, but you,
understand there are other people fucking talking. You don't just come up here and start talking. Nobody can hear a goddamn thing you're saying.
I have to unfuck her on.
Okay, so what I was saying, Stephen, is that whether or not there's generic language, the document speaks for itself. Okay, and that document, which people are required in order to hold their jobs, is to sign a loyalty test to the President of the United States. I don't care if you want to characterize generic. I don't care if you want to describe it as detailed or benign or descriptive. It means what it means. It means what it means, and it is absolutely inapposite to the law. Go ahead, Donovan.
Okay, here you go. The basic tenets of Truman's order established the framework for wide-ranging and powerful government apparatus to perform loyalty checks. Loyalty boards were to be set up in every department and agency of the federal government using lists of, quote, totalitarian, fascist, communist, or subversive organizations provided by the Attorney General and relying on investigation by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. These boards were to review every employee. If there existed, quote, reasonable grounds to doubt an employee's loyalty, he or she would be dismissed. A loyalty review board was set up under the Civil Service Commission to deal with employees' appeals. So I just want you to understand that you are throwing shade at Donald Trump for something that has been done before. Why? Because fucking communist idiots have been a problem for a decade.
But that wasn't a loyalty test.
It's
to the
not a
president. That was
loyalty test to the
country
president.
Hey, chill.
and against communism.
You guys,
and they were fucking fired.
stop. One person at a time. You said under FDR. Is that what you said this is under?
No, it was under
Truman.
Truman.
They said Truman.
That's why she said
During the
50
Red Scare.
That's why she said 50 years
You
too.
are-
'Cause she's not
you are-
stupid. She knows this has happened before, and she just wants me to be
Okay,
a little
you
fucking
don't
gopher
panic.
and unfuck her.
Don't crash. Don't
That
panic.
wasn't a loyalty test to the president.
That's
was something
completely not
totally
exactly,
different.
Camo.
Understand that the president is elected by the American people. I mean, I know how much you guys absolutely fucking hate this, and you want to blame it on misogyny or racism,
crashing now.
whatever bullshit you want to blame it on. Okay,
Wow. Wow.
listen, just
You got-
because I don't drone on for fucking 15 minutes doesn't mean I'm crashing. Okay, Tennis.
No,
But you
it's
are.
your attitude that's crashing. Okay,
But
that's
I'm tired
what's
of your bullshit. It's
The
bullshit.
example
I
you
know
brought
because you
up,
don't
though,
like because you
is not
don't
the
like
same.
what I'm saying, Donovan.
No, because your
You don't
followers
like
are just ignorant heathens, and that's why they eat all this shit that you give them.
All right, let's
They don't know
examine
any
the
better.
logical fallacies at hand here, right? So it requires a person to hold mutually exclusive premises, right? So the premise one would be the nation is supreme, and then premise two would be the leader is supreme. All right, so and this is AI. I just put in this conversation. This is amazing. Accountability versus absolute obedience. So belief A, the leader is a servant of the state who must obey the nation's constitutions and laws. Belief B, the leader's actions must be supported unconditionally out of personal loyalty, even if those actions bypass or break the constitutional law. Institutional continuity versus personal cultism. Belief A, the nation is permanent, surviving long after the single politician. Belief B, the nation's survival, identity, and success are entirely dependent on this one specific leader remaining in power. That's the heart of the issue, the crux of the issue. Dissent as civic duty versus dissent is treason. So belief A, criticizing the government or the executive branch is healthy, legal exercise of civic duty to protect the country. Belief B, criticizing the leader is an act of betrayal against the country itself because the leader and the country are viewed as the same entity. And then the last one, the systemic justice versus arbitrary will. Belief A, justice is blind, objective, and administered equally through a fixed legal framework or rule of law. Belief B, justice is defined by whatever the leader deems correct or beneficial at any given moment. The rule of man. What do you have to say to that?
Did he cut out for everybody else?
I'm here. I can hear you. Are you talking about me?
I heard everything he said. I am.
Yeah, I
I
heard
think Donovan
everything.
just ran to awesome stuff 365 to get his answer. Give him
I
some
think
time.
this loyalty program is fucking disgusting. It has been largely called disgusting by every historian since then.
It's because you're missing the big picture.
What's the big
Well, it
picture,
wasn't
Donovan?
technically ruled
The picture is that
unconstitutional by
Donald
the
Trump
Supreme
is
Court.
actively
Yeah.
fighting a deep state that most of the country has accepted, it has been in place for a long time. And now what you're seeing consistently is the violent immune reaction that the deep state is having to his presence. These are the people that you cape for. Tennis.
This was
No,
called
no,
a
you
witch-
came
this
for a
was-
guy who
this
said
was-
he was going to
this
get in
was-
here and
this
drain the
was-
swamp.
This has been called a witch hunt and hysteria by all fucking historians. Are you suggesting that this was a good thing that Truman did?
Yes.
Wow.
Truman did.
Okay. That's wild.
So
Again,
you
it
came
wasn't
for
a
this
personal
guy.
for him.
Yeah, but
Again,
hold on.
this wasn't
Truman
a
was-
loyalty pledge to the
Power of
president.
subversives.
Thank you,
Look at
Camo.
what's happening right now.
This was not a loyalty test to Truman. It was to the fucking
Correct.
country.
Yeah, no one is saying that it should be to a particular individual. But
That's
right
what I
now,
asked you for.
He's saying
That's
it's
what
a
I asked
loyalty
you for,
pledge to
Donovan.
himself.
But you
Well,
tried to
right
pass it
now-
off. Excuse
well,
me.
right now,
you tried
Donald
to pass
Trump
it off
is
as a
the
Truman
instrument of
that
the
Truman
American
asked.
people.
Excuse me.
That's why
You-
he was put into office in 2024. That's the thing you guys keep missing. You want to just blame it on misogyny or racism because
No.
you're so shallow that you put
We wanna
candidates
blame
up
it
and
on
you
the
just think that simply
Constitution,
because they have a
Donovan.
vagina or more melanin that
Donovan.
fucking qualifies them to be president of the United States. It fucking doesn't. No one
Hello.
cares about your fucking virtue signaling. We want someone in there that's going to do the right thing. And what's the right thing?
Oh.
Getting rid of the deep state, which you guys
guys fucking cape for? When we tried to tell you that there was a multinational organization that was preying on kids in 2008, you're like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. But when Jeffrey Epstein was in the jail, you could use it as a weapon at Donald Trump. Well, then all of a sudden,
Stop. Camo. Tennis. Stop. You guys gotta let him finish too.
I mean, is he going to stop?
What? He said the same thing to you, just so you know.
Okay. What we cape for is the Constitution. That's what we cape for. That's the only argument that we've been citing up here.
oh yeah,
Is that?
yeah, because Democrats.
Yeah, okay.
Stop. You gotta let her finish, Donovan. What the fuck?
I got admonished. I know. Okay. But that's the bottom line here. It's quite simple. We are the people, right? We the people. We want our representatives that we put in office to represent us and to make laws to support our country. We don't want to be a kingdom and to have to pledge an oath of loyalty to a king, right? And to say that we cape for something else besides the Constitution, like anti-racism or anti-misogyny or all these things you just cited, is just wrong. We just want what our country is, which is the Constitution. Teacup.
Okay, let me hold on a sec. I will swap out people at 25K. If you guys can tap me up to 25K, I will swap out people on the panel for people in the queue. Please hit the heart me and share the live out to other people as well as gifting the panel and helping with my gift goals too, please. But if you guys want to come up, I'll start swapping out panel members at 25K.
Can I jump in? I just want level set.
Hold on, Dad. If I go on Teacup, it's because I have to send messages to my apprentices. I am still listening to you, Tennis, but it's interesting that how self-absorbed you are. That I have to obviously have your rep. I have to have you have to have my complete attention in order for you to.
I didn't know you heard me.
But it's also funny that because I don't know if you remember this, but I asked these questions, and I asked questions that I asked for a reason. When I ask things like, "Do you consider yourself a patriot?" Because we hear that kind of stuff from the left all the time. Right? No one's illegal on stolen land. You want to fundamentally change the way that this country works. You want to shred the Constitution and start over and then call yourself a patriot. And then tell everybody, oh yeah, we love the Constitution. You're full of shit, Tennis. And we all see it.
Okay.
Okay. Can I come back real quick,
I'll just
please?
Respond to him really quick. Really quick, Dad, and then I'll land it. No, I'm not full of shit. I'm not full of shit at all. And all the things that you just put on me, you've never heard, you don't know. I told you that I believe in the Constitution. The Constitution was enacted after we trod on this land and we captured this land. Okay. So we did pillage, rape and pillage this land. That's a record. Okay. The Constitution was written after it. At the very least, I stand, we should all stand for the laws that were enacted by our founders in 1787. Okay? And that's the bottom line. And what you want to do is you want people to have to pledge loyalty to Donald Trump, which is just fucking unconstitutional.
Okay, couple things here.
So let's recap here.
Hold on, let's introduce Raven.
Oh, okay.
Raven, welcome to the panel. Age and who you voted for, please.
I voted for Trump, and I'm 21.
Sorry, you trot off there. You're what?
I voted for Donald Trump. He's the first person I ever voted for, and I'm 21.
No, just your age. I heard the Trump part. 21. Yeah, 21. All right, cool. Sorry, Dad, go ahead.
All right, you're good. I just want to recap here in response to me saying that it's a conflict of interest because you're swearing and replacing the allegiance to the country with a leader, and that's overriding the Constitution. You said, we told you about this underground democratic cabal. So I think that was a soft admission that you were originally Q, which is awesome. I think you guys were proven right. Congrats. Then you accused Tennis of being against the Constitution when she's saying we shouldn't do the stuff that's blatantly unconstitutional and that we cape for someone. But I think this is like just repressed anger because you've been caping for this guy that said he's going to get in here and drain the swamp, and all he's done is drain Netanyahu from the root. So you're just lashing out at people, Donnie. That's all I want to say.
So,
Just
way to
recapping
make
for the
it, way
audience.
to make it weird. You guys, you always find a way to bring fellatio into the conversation, and I don't know that I appreciate that. Just saying. But yeah, it turns out the deep state fights back. And I tell you what, I've said it again and again and again. The most effective weapon, not only the RGC, but the deep state has, are leftist, feminist women who enjoy more freedom than anyone, than any other women anywhere in the world. But please keep it up. It's very entertaining.
Okay, I'd like to explore this feminine thing. What do you have against women? I'm sorry, go ahead. Fee, go ahead.
Civics should go next. No, it's just, Donovan's getting hit from everyone here. Raven hasn't had a chance to speak, and Z hasn't. So let's just give space. Yeah?
Absolutely.
Maybe? Thanks. Z, we can't hear you.
All right, it was me. Sorry. I just wanted to ask quickly, since Donovan's no longer alone, do you think that an oath to the Constitution, isn't enough, that they need to take it further? Should they, I don't know, update their oath every year? On January 1st of every year, they're redoing their oath? I don't know. It seems to me as a civil servant, depending on where you are, you have to you swear an oath to the Constitution. That should be suffice. In the Constitution, with the articles, you are making an oath to the president as well. Everybody. I don't understand why it needs to be explicit to POTUS. It doesn't make any sense.
If Trump's the same as the country, wouldn't swearing allegiance to the country be the same thing as putting allegiance or loyalty back to the president? In this case, it's so backwards. I don't get it. I want to hear from the new young Trump supporter.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
Great, you?
I'm all right. And why don't you support the president?
I support a president, and I support the country in general. I'm not a fan of this administration's policies.
Oh, so you do support? Okay.
I support the president. I think Trump's doing a poor job acting as our president currently.
I mean, throughout history, we've seen other presidents do what Trump's doing right now.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're going to use past transgressions to approve future transgressions, we're just going to spiral down into a really bad situation, right?
No, I mean, even some presidents that you would support, right? For example, are you against mass deportation?
Am I against? Sorry, go ahead, Mojo.
I just want to ask a quick question. When have we ever seen a president sue himself and serve as both sides of that lawsuit? When has that ever happened?
I actually wasn't familiar that Trump did that.
He just did that in 1776, the $1.776 billion that he was going to give to the J6ers. He sued himself for $10 million. He sued the federal government, the IRS, for $10 billion, right? If I'm not mistaken, for $10 billion for releasing his tax funds. And then he controls the DOJ as well. So he is both serving as the person that is suing the federal government and the person that is defending the federal government through the DOJ.
That's interesting. I haven't heard of that. But for the most part, I think that most of his policies have been not, for like I said prior, not things we've seen, already things we've seen with other presidents. And I don't think he's gone too far with anything he's done specifically.
You asked me if I support mass, what was it, mass deportation?
It was a point I was going off the assumption that you would have probably said no, but obviously many presidents have deported more than Trump has. Biden deported way more than Trump did. So did Obama. So did Bill Clinton. Those are Democratic presidents. But I was just seeing where you were at with that.
So I support a healthy immigration system, and I don't view ours particularly being great. I think if anyone is in support of mass deportation or more effective immigration control, and repatriations. Voting for Trump for that standard is a fallacy because over the past 20 years, 2 decades, 2.5 decades, Democratic administrations have exceeded in their ability to repatriate unauthorized illegal immigrants in our country out of our country.
Well, none of them has had 1 million self-deporters like Trump has, and also I think Donald Trump has a lot of time left and room to deport at a scale that no other president has done.
So I'm curious as to where you're getting the 1 million self-deportation number.
Department of Homeland Security, the Kristi Noem's new app.
So do you understand that one of the first orders Kristi Noem put in place as the secretary of that department was to ensure that all contracts over $20,000 have to be approved by her personally, and it impacted 200,000 reports. That's primarily why we're not seeing any immigration numbers right now, because those are all small dollar reports held in contracts by external servicers. So where are you getting your
point
numbers?
that you're making with that statement?
So I'm saying the numbers aren't there for you to validate your claim. So where are you getting your numbers from?
I cited my source already, though. Yes,
who's the former secretary, but
yeah.
But let me.
So
let me
no, what you're citing
Can I
is
ask you something?
Oh no, just to clarify real quick, you're citing a posting, a blog on the DHS homepage. You're not citing your source based on any actual collected data.
I cited my source. I used Department of Homeland Security. I saw that from them. They said that it was, I think it was around 1 million self-deporters, maybe a little less than that. But even if it is like a lot less than that, no other president has gotten that high. And you said that Trump's not doing it well. Well,
he's not doing it well, and you don't have a valid data source. So you were literally
also
quoting.
For Trump's deportation, he did no one was. He's getting a lot of social pushback. You would agree? Like there was no Kings protest for Obama. There was no all these protests and against ICE in Minnesota, like we've seen. No one was doing that when other presidents were deporting people. So if you say his isn't as good as others, well, he's also had a lot of things to go around.
No,
well,
just
because Obama
was
was not acting as a king, and ICE wasn't killing U.S. citizens.
No, more
other presidents weren't using ICE in the manner that
Trump.
Excuse me. Other presidents weren't using ICE in the manner that Trump is, and I don't remember the Supreme Court telling Biden, Obama, or even Bush, ordering them to return people that were deported without due process. The Supreme Court was deported without due process. I'm not done. Yes, they are. Yes, they were.
That's a lie.
That's not a lie. The biggest case that was
Sylvia,
decided by this.
One second. I'm going to give you back the floor. There are new people on here. Let's try not to talk over one another, one at a time. Raven, let her finish, and then she will let you have the floor, and we'll just talk with respect, please, one at a time. Go ahead, Sylvia. I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's not a lie. The Supreme Court has ruled numerous times, and the biggest case is the Abrego Garcia case. The Supreme Court was ordered the administration to bring him back because he was deported without due process. I'm not done. I didn't interrupt you.
But you're lying.
Please. I'm not lying. The Supreme Court ruled on that, and the administration had to bring him back because they deported him without due process.
That's a lie.
That's not a lie.
9-0, dude. It was 9-0.
It was an administrative error. They said he could have been deported, just not to El Salvador. That's why he had to be returned to the country.
Let's see.
That was the 9-0. And they said the courts literally gave him a deportation notice. He could have been deported, just not to El Salvador. That's where he was deported, and that's why they had to bring him back.
Okay, so let me
You gotta let him finish too. Jesus.
They addressed it as an administrative error. He was deported with due process. And by the way, even if he wasn't, Trump enacted the Alien Enemies Act where he can deport without due process.
Okay, no. See, if they had given him his due process, he wouldn't have been deported on that error, as you said was said. If he had gotten his due process, that wouldn't have happened. That is why he was ordered to be brought back.
That's a lie.
No, it's not a lie. If he had gotten his due process, that error wouldn't have happened. He wouldn't have been deported to El Salvador if he had gotten his due process.
Because
it's interesting.
his asylum thing said exactly that he is allowed to stay here and not allowed to be deported back to El Salvador.
Yes,
So
specifically to
you're
El
wrong,
Salvador.
sir.
I'm
Exactly, but
I'm
that's
actually
exactly
not.
what they
But
did without due
and
process.
they acknowledged the administrative error that he was sent to El Salvador when he shouldn't have been, and he was brought back. But I
Because
think
they
it's
didn't go
interesting
through
that
due process.
he did. But it's interesting that
But he did.
you got the exact reasons why you guys would call us bad people for supporting Trump, but yet the specific guy that we're talking about right now beat his wife, harbored
Oh my God,
MS-13
stop it.
gang members,
He
wore
wasn't, no, he was
MS-13
not.
attire. You would defend this guy,
No,
right? Yeah.
no. First of all, his wife came out and debunked that about the restraining order that she put
Oh
against
no,
him.
it was
He was
court
also
documents.
to prove it was also, yeah, and she came out and explained it. Okay, she came out and explained it. The wife. Okay, the wife that you're accusing, that you're now accusing him of beating, she came out to defend that of why she did what she did, and it was a very valid what she did. He was never proven to be part of MS-13. Okay, that's a lie right there. And he wasn't harboring any MS-13 gang members.
He was pulled over in 2022.
Did
we want to hold on? Did we want to introduce
Sharky? Sharky's new. Does anyone want to introduce Sharky? Sharky, did you want to comment on the subject? I know age we voted for.
Yeah, I'm 62, and I voted for Harris. Yeah, on Abrego Garcia, the Supreme Court said that the Trump administration illegally deported him to El Salvador, and they said that the Trump administration must facilitate his return. Now, the problem was they really didn't have an enforcement mechanism because this was happening outside of the country. So, I mean, I don't think they could have actually enforced it, but I think there was enough pressure where they put pressure on him to do it, but it still didn't make the Trump administration return him. And as more pressure built up, I don't know if you guys know the reason why he was actually returned, but if you remember that when he was back in Tennessee, when he first got stopped, he was in a car stopped by a trooper with some other immigrants. And
MS-13 gang members in his car, yeah.
And they had suspected that he they had suspected that he was, trafficking immigrants or something like that. I guess he wasn't because the trooper just said, "You're bye-bye, on your way."
Yeah, he wasn't.
So, and nothing was ever pursued about that. That trooper didn't say, "Oh, we need to follow up on this." Nothing was ever pursued. However, they wound up coming up with this charge. They just made this charge up. In fact, the U.S. attorney from a district in Tennessee resigned because he refused to go along with this. That they came up with a charge of trafficking, so they could extradite him back. It was just the Trump administration trying to save face. Like, instead of just saying, "Oh, you're right, we were wrong, we'll return him." Oh no, we're extraditing him back to the United States for this charge, and that went to court, and the judge ruled that charge was bogus and that it was vindictive prosecution by the Trump administration.
I just have a procedural question.
Imagine that.
I just have a procedural question for Raven. If you are in connection with anybody that commits a crime, whether you were present for any of the crimes, whether they've been adjudicated for any crimes, does that make you culpable for those crimes in any way?
I mean, depending on the circumstance, maybe by association, but like if I'm harboring them around, I'm wearing their attire, I'm seen with them, I have their tattoos, maybe that's a little different, right?
None of that was true when
Maybe.
it came to Abrego Garcia. He wasn't wearing any
Really?
yes, really.
He doesn't have tattoos.
Gang paraphernalia. He doesn't have
Whoa.
MS-13 tattoos. A judge, a judge even ruled on all this stuff about how it was malicious prosecution against him and dropped the charges against him.
I mean, we
Okay,
could say
well,
that
maybe that
Trump
could
did
be
post a Photoshop picture that looked like he had MS-13 on his fingers, but that was totally Photoshopped and been proven multiple times.
true. Abrego did not have any of those tattoos. But when you're saying that maybe they're wearing or dressed like him, what if a gang claims Prada? Do you
But maybe
suddenly
your
become a gang
president,
member if you're wearing Prada? This is for
sir,
Raven.
maybe your president shouldn't fucking
Wait, hold
retweet
on. Was Brobot
made
even
up
done?
shit.
Don, you just completely interrupted somebody. Was Brobot done?
No, Brobot finish.
Okay. Seems like he was in the middle
So
of
yeah,
a
once
sentence.
again, Abrego Garcia did not have any of those tattoos. So if we're going off of what you said, what they're wearing, what if a criminal organization, say, uses Gucci or Prada as their gang affiliation? Are you suddenly part of that gang because you wear Gucci or Prada?
Well, and then I also hang around with them. I'm also pulled over with 8 of them in my car. Once you I'm sorry, once you like paint an image like that, like you are who you hang around. Like everyone knows that. We tell our kids that at school. Like what?
Epstein.
But the
Trump and
people in the
Epstein.
car were not.
Trump and Epstein.
Trump and
Trump
Epstein.
cut ties with Epstein in
Exactly.
2005,
Exactly.
and
But
he
wait,
reported him to the
we've
FBI in
got photos of
2007.
Trump and Epstein flying
Yeah,
around
he
on the
cut ties with
jet. They
him
were buddy
prior
buddy.
to when.
2019 Christmas.
No, Trump cut ties with Epstein in 2005, and then
2019 at Christmas.
they were not together. I've never seen
Yes,
that.
they were.
Raven, do
So
you see
because
the
of that, we're
fallacy in
supposed
that
to ignore.
You
argument?
see how Democratic presidents had Epstein at the White House? Oh, when Trump is
How
literally the
many?
one who reported him to the
Clinton.
FBI.
No, Trump didn't report
One.
him to the FBI.
Yes, he did in
No, he didn't.
2007.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
He kicked
And
him
there
out of
was one
Mar-a-Lago.
president, and his name was Clinton.
But so we're just supposed to forget the almost 20 years prior that they had basically they were best friends with each other and the relationship, the social relationship they had. Because
Trump
he
claims
just,
that he had
I'm not
no
done. Thank you.
idea
I didn't
what
interrupt
Epstein
you.
was doing.
I did not interrupt you. But in 2005, since as you said, Trump disavowed him or cut ties with them, we're just supposed to forget everything up to that point with their relationship, right? That's what you're saying. But you want to apply that to Abrego Garcia, even though in the police report and even after that traffic stop, it was never proven that the people in the car were MS-13.
Yeah, I mean, I will put that on a Garcia. I mean, this is not a good guy. He's an awful guy.
But he
Neither is
you
Trump.
painted him in a picture that isn't true.
He didn't deserve to be deported to a torture prison in El Salvador. And one of these other alleged gang members that they also sent to this place was a gay hairdresser. He was hardly
Right.
some gang member from someplace. And the majority of the people that they sent had no gang affiliation. It was just they're coming up with these ridiculous methods for claiming that these people are gang members, and they weren't.
Not only that, but they sent women, and that prison doesn't even take women. So they had to fly them back to the U.S. because that's how ignorant the situation is. No one even knew what they were doing. They sent women to a prison that doesn't take women. And so they had to send them back to the U.S.
Okay, so
you
why
guys
are
are
we
just
hacking
a
this?
clear representation of how the left openly hates our country.
I'm not a
blame,
leftist.
just
Sure. So
just for a second.
Raven,
I
Raven,
mean,
why
all
are
of
we
you guys just had
rehashing this?
okay, sure. What are you saying?
Hates our country.
asking.
Data.
Okay.
After collecting the data, input it into our state-of-the-art service reporting form. This is a highly
so that's the
complicated
service
form,
report
often used by NASA employees. So
for
don't be too ashamed if you
winds,
can't figure it out
what
at first.
wind and
You have the
the
privilege
temperature.
of using such a form.
Keep that in mind and
campers
keep
out
that
of
in mind, 'cause
unregistered
I'm not going to
campgrounds.
remember.
The campers might start a campfire which could lead to a wildfire. They will not always listen to authority, so take precaution when escorting them. Make sure to note whether the person is a threat. If you're worried about your safety, do not hesitate to dial 911.
Help, I'm in the woods.
Keep maintenance of the park. Make sure the park is kept clean. We have a status to uphold. Now that you know most of the duties that a fire lookout has, you're ready to start.
Yay.
We hope that you have a great season out there on the tower.
Me
Try not
too.
to damage any of the equipment. And remember, if you see smoke, don't joke. Call the authorities and notify them of the predicament immediately.
Alright, thanks. Ranger Dan. Man like Ranger Dan. I just got an achievement, and I know Kyle ain't got this achievement, fam. Because you did not watch the video, fam. I just got an achievement, though, fam. Big up. Right, cool. Send it one.
Well, that sucked. Yeah.
So, new mod announcement. When we get up to 25,000 likes, we are going to swap out the panel and then drop it all.
I was making a damn sandwich. I haven't eaten anything today. I was making a sandwich, and then I came back, and the puzzle piece was up, and I'm trying to put the puzzle piece in there, and then it disconnects. I'm like, fuck.
Did you hear that, ladies? Mojo's making sandwiches.
Oh. Yes, I am. I can make sandwiches. Yeah, it probably was needed. You're probably right, B. That was pretty wild.
2 different times a day. Yeah. To accommodate all the kids. Yeah. Your butt should be out here instead of
Sammy.
on your
work schedules, right? Because he has it at 6 p.m.
I was listening to that, Mojo. Why did you mute her? I know, El. He is supporting women at the very moment.
Damn it. All right. Yeah, by making sandwiches, is that what you're saying? I'm supporting women.
Yes. You're showing solidarity, as El says.
I was actually going to, try and get back in and then drop half the panel. So, I guess it's probably good that didn't happen. There was only one conservative, and I had to drop Donovan because he got a violation, so...
Well, I was literally coming up to talk with Donovan. Because I know better. I know he knows history. Like, who do you think the British regulars showed their fealty to? Was it Great Britain or was it the king?
So I was dealing with a bunch of whiny football players. What did I miss?
Some shenanigans. That's about it. Wait, I just saw somebody. Come on, Tabasco.
Oh, man. Shove a couple bites in my mouth. I guess I'll wait to eat the rest of it now. God, yeah, I haven't eaten at all today. That was the first thing I ate.
Oh, there's Humble.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Ah, useless.
Yeah, like you, yeah. Just like you, yeah. It's okay. It's okay. I know you're afraid to debate me, Mojo. It's okay.
Not exactly. Maybe you could help us out. How do you feel about the Trump loyalty tests? Is it a correct thing that he's doing? Is he outside of the Constitution? What are your thoughts?
I'm not aware of what that is. Can you explain it to me?
He is demanding loyalty and a sworn oath of fealty amongst federal workers.
And then,
To him
so the
specifically. We need to preface this. To him specifically, not to
to
the
him.
Constitution, not to the country. It's to him.
Well, I mean, he is the president of the United States, so I mean, I imagine I would it would make sense if it's to him. So I don't really think from what I'm hearing, I don't see a problem with it.
Interesting. Are you also for like a monarchy?
No, I'm not for a monarchy. No.
Well, do you think that, and I asked this of Mojo just moments ago, but do you think that the British regulars in the Revolutionary War swore fealty to Britain, or did they swear fealty to the king?
Are you trying to say that this is similar to that back then? Are you trying to say that?
Well, I mean, that is kind of specifically why our militia and our military swear an oath to the Constitution instead of a person.
Well, them swearing an oath to the president of the United States is not really that unusual to me. Honestly, it's pretty. I imagine if a candidate that you would want as president, you would want them to swear oath to them as well, would you not? As well as the Constitution.
Swear an oath to the Constitution, the country.
You can
not
do both.
even one individual.
You can do both.
Not necessarily. What if you have a president that wants to overthrow the government and seize power for themselves? Do you see how that would be a contradiction? You can't swear loyalty to both.
Well, if we had a president that wanted to do that, yeah, I would say that's a contradiction, but we don't have that right now. So.
Well, sure, but can you see the contradiction? So you can't actually swear loyalty to both?
I believe that you can, because Donald Trump is not what do you call it? He's abiding by the Constitution in this present, so I don't really see an issue with anybody swearing oath to the president of the United States.
Because when the founding fathers and when our military was established, they put that oath in specifically because they knew that the Constitution and upholding that was more important than whoever was in office, because they knew, because they had seen this throughout their lives, that no matter who is in that office, there is the potential for tyranny.
Mm-hmm. So is he saying that this oath? So, Brobot, are you saying that this oath is more important to swearing your oath to Donald Trump? Does he believe that this is more important than the Constitution?
Who swears an oath to the president?
Who swears an oath? Anybody can. A lot of people have done that.
Right, but the military swears an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, not to the president.
Sure. That you have a point there, but again,
same goes for everyone. Every political office at the federal level, they swear an oath to defend the Constitution, not to whoever's in office.
Well, sure, I guess. Yeah, sure, you could say that, right? But I mean, is this do you think that this is like something that could go south? Is led by having the president doing this? Like
how?
Say it again.
You're not at this point. You're not making any sense. You're asking if this can go south when they don't take an oath to the president. They don't swear an oath to the president. They swear an oath
I'm saying if they do it. Like you're saying that that's a bad thing.
Yes, 100%. They should not swear an oath to whoever is in office. They should swear the oath to the Constitution. That's it.
Well, sure. I mean, I guess we could agree to disagree there, but
can I? Why would you disagree? What's up, Dave?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry, Louise. I don't know. Have you ever been up here before? I don't think you have, right?
I have, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Just for TikTok purposes,
42.
Again, you just get your perfect. And audio or Dave?
Yeah, 61. What I wanted to say was the evidence of what she is telling you is obvious within the founding fathers. That's why I don't know if it was the founding fathers or shortly thereafter, they put term limits on the presidency. You notice that there aren't any term limits in Congress or Senate, right? At the present, although there should be, and we hope to have them soon. But the reason we put term limits on the presidency is for exactly what she's talking about, so that no one person can accumulate the power of a dictator in this country. Because no matter who, you're going to swear an oath to somebody, they're going to be gone in 4 years. Okay, and if you look at history, if a president serves 2 terms, every single time it flips to the other party. Okay.
So Humble, really quick. You're saying that won't happen. What won't happen?
Term limits in Congress.
Why do you say that? They didn't think it was going to happen for the presidency either, and we established them.
That wouldn't necessarily be true, Dave. Unfortunately, on your previous comment there, Ronald Reagan served 2 terms and then Bush Sr. So that would be 2 separate presidencies,
I
3
think you're
terms.
forgetting about Jimmy Carter.
He just completely destroyed you.
Hold
Jimmy
on.
Carter.
Hold on. Snaker, we didn't introduce you either. So, Agent, who you voted for, please?
So,
Snaker, you here?
I don't think he knows he's in a box.
All right.
So,
That's fine. I'll get rid of him.
Dave, I don't know what you're talking about because Carter was before Reagan. It went Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush.
Really?
Yes.
Carter? Oh, okay.
Carter was 77 to 81. Reagan was 81 to 89.
All right, I accept that. It's just a blur to me. I still stand by
So
what I'm saying.
confident,
Though. It's going to flip to the other party.
Well, your history was wrong there.
I accept that. Doesn't change things.
It kind of does a little bit.
In your mind, because you're
Okay,
holding
so
on to
back on
you're holding
topic.
on to it.
I mean,
Fealty.
your own example just backfired on you.
Okay, so back on topic. We're talking about fealty. And once again, we have federal employees that are being demanded to swear an oath to the president.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I'm not really. I haven't looked into it fully, but I mean, I wouldn't get fully behind it too soon. But I don't think it's as big of a deal as people may paint it out to be.
Well, it was certainly a big deal back during the Civil War.
Back then, sure, but
And then it was a big deal in the War of 1812 and the Revolutionary War. And, I mean, actually, you could probably say all American wars. It was a big deal because we've mostly fought monarchies.
All right. Hold on one sec. History. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
I'm 20 and voted for Harris.
All right. I need these boxes filled with conservatives. So if you're a conservative, please request up. If you're not, please don't.
I just want to know why is Jack Black in the looks more like Jack Black than this Karl Marx, but
I agree. Kind of looks like Jack Black.
it does look like Jack Black.
I agree.
Older Jack Black, yeah.
Okay.
What you were going for, Mojo? Is that why you
I didn't make it.
Who made it for you? Because it does not look like you at all. But, yeah.
Well, it actually kind of does look like me. My beard doesn't look like that, but
Well, yeah, I mean that's a big part of your features, you know.
No. Anyway,
Why does this matter?
yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, man. You got a bunch of liberals up here, man. It's.
I do. There are a lot of liberals up here. I agree.
Yeah, man. It's a 5-on-1, you know.
Yeah, especially since you are so incompetent.
I destroyed all of them, or just right now, and they're just making a big fuss about nothing.
Liberal or not?
I'm sure you did not bring up history.
Who did you exactly destroy?
Everybody that's up here. Everybody that's up here.
Really?
You know, liberal or not, we are. It's obvious that we are seeing the most corrupt administration the country's ever seen.
Yeah, right. You said that. You said that last time. Yeah.
Nothing's changed except now he's selling insider trading information through social media.
Good. Yeah, the world's gonna end now because he did that.
Is that the point?
I mean, when Democrats do that type of stuff, you guys probably won't even say anything. But if a Republican did it,
well, then it's your turn. It's your turn to say something. Then it's your turn to say something. Let's hear.
Democrats are actually better at doing their corruption underground, actually. So.
Oh, okay. So they're just better at hiding it, but they do it still, right?
And they do less of it, I guess, but
I highly doubt that. Yeah. But I mean, is there anything else that's on your minds today, or is it only Trump? It's only Trump all day.
Yeah, you know, that's the real problem. I actually believe in some conservative values. I do. It's Trump that's the fucking problem. And why you guys have abandoned your conservative values and placed your fealty in the hands of a man who was once a 90s Democrat and still is to some degree.
What conservative values do you hold?
I believe in fiscal responsibility. I believe in balancing the budget.
Okay.
I don't believe in spending more money than our grandchildren are going to be able to afford to pay.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, there's a whole lot more else, but let's get point by point. What's the point?
Sure. Go. Yeah. You're a fiscal conservative.
I believe in secure borders. Then we should have passed the Langford bill last year.
Oh my God!
Instead of
don't worry about the.
Can you tell me, please, what new laws will help along the southern border in addition to what's already on the fucking books? Because the only thing that actually needs to happen is the enforcement of the laws that are already in place. The Langford bill was redundant. Langford himself even pulled his support for his own bill.
Well, I would say that right now we're in the business of detaining these people, not deporting these people.
Oh no, deportation flights are happening every day.
Why are they building more and more detention centers? What they need to do is they need to appoint more judges so they can work on the backlog.
So, okay. You realize deportations are not instantaneous. We have to wait for a large enough group in order to make that flight worth it.
No,
right?
That's bullshit.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That's bullshit.
Hold on.
They're not even sending because they're not even sending people back to their native countries.
They don't have to.
They're sending them to countries that will take them.
Yes, with agreements. Correct, with agreements that has been ruled constitutional. You realize that, right? Constitutional and legal. It is called a safe third country. If their home country will not accept them back, we do have the option of sending them to another country. And yes, deportation flights happen every single day. I work in this field.
Look, they privatized They privatized these detainment facilities, and he's handed out these licenses to people to open them. It's all cronyism. It's his friends that are making the money off of this shit. It's our taxpayer dollars.
So,
and why you turn your blind eye to the corruption that's going on every
if you're talking about alligators.
Wait, let him.
Every fucking corner of this administration. Okay, the unaliving of those people on the small boats off the coast of Venezuela.
Okay, now you're just
evidence. Where is the evidence that those people were doing something wrong? You know that was totally
pivoting.
What the fuck?
You're pivoting now. So if you're going to talk about Alligator Alcatraz, that was not a federal level facility. That was put into place by the state of Florida. So that has nothing to do with at the federal level. Florida themselves actually put that into operation. If you could show me where the Trump administration is building all these facilities, I would love to see it.
No, it's not the Trump administration. They're privatized.
Actually, wasn't it Christine Noem that overspent a lot of money on purchasing detention centers or
Get your head out of the sand?
No.
Shut up! Stop it, Audie. Jesus.
Whoa.
Oh, what the hell?
When are you guys going to talk about communism? God.
Oh, you mean the thing that they love to talk about every day?
Yeah, that thing that one guy wrote about. Can't remember his name.
Marxism?
Yeah, because it's right there, so.
Karl Marx?
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's Mojo's God right there.
All right, so ICE is quietly buying up private detention centers. Would you like me to go into the article?
They're buying industrial warehouses that were intended for detention facilities. Yeah. When it comes to that,
$1.5 billion worth of them as of
Mhm.
right now.
Mm-hmm.
You said where are they adding these detention centers?
I asked him if he actually knew. I was testing.
Are you fucking serious? You're doing Quizler bullshit right now, really?
Well, I mean, I can name it for you. If all you're looking for is a name, Crystal Ranch in Texas. That's where they started. It's supposed to be the biggest facility ever constructed. He even ran on it.
Great.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Anybody here support abortion? No? Yes? Are we all pro-life?
I support pro-choice.
I am pro-choice for all 1,000 months.
I'm going to also say, wait, don't go into this. I'm also going to say that the only reason Langford pulled his support for the bill is because Donald Trump pulled his support for the bill, and Donald Trump said he wanted an issue to run on, which is why
Donald Trump didn't say that until after Langford pulled his support. It was actually after, but it's not.
That is incorrect. That is incorrect. When was it?
It's not.
When was it?
I don't have my computer right in front of me, dude. I don't remember the exact date.
Do you know what month? Do you know what month?
Again, no, I don't remember the date.
Yeah, you got.
Then how can you say it was before? I asked you what month. Do you know what month it was pulled?
You got a Palestinian on here.
I'm trying to remember. Can you speak English?
Is one of the IDF soldiers coming to get you? Okay, never mind.
I don't know what's going on there.
Okay.
Humble.
Neither do I.
What did I do?
All right, so Langford actually really liked this bill, liked the bill, and was going to put it on the floor. He was all proud and happy. He had nice little beautiful photos of him taken walking down the stairs with the fucking bill in hand, bringing it to the floor of Congress so that it can be put in front of a committee. And then Donald Trump came out shortly after that, a couple days after that, and said, no, I want something to run on. We have to vote against this. And everybody pulled their support, including Langford at that point. Now, Murphy came up with a bill a couple months later, which was basically the exact same bill, and they tried to get it put forward as well, but they voted against that too. Now, most of the reason that we needed that was to increase the amount of judges that we have in this country so we can process people faster.
And how many judges do we currently have?
I don't know how many we have right now, like 300 or 400 or something like that.
About 700. About 700, and that's not including the immigration adjudicators.
Okay, this was supposed to add somewhere between 800 and 1,000, I think, the Murphy bill specifically.
Okay, and again,
that means we could process claims a lot faster, like twice as fast.
So you realize that the majority of the time issue isn't really on the United States. It's having to deal with the countries of origin and trying to get records from their home countries.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
It is because
I'm sorry, it takes absolutely no time to call Interpol, like none. You can get.
You realize that the majority of these countries. You realize that the majority of these countries do not have digitized records keeping, right? And we are fighting with their governments trying to get information on people. They do not want to cooperate.
Okay, then you give that person a pass to stay in the United States in the meantime.
We already do.
Why can't they have?
We already do. When they are awaiting their cases, they're here.
But we literally have people getting picked up at their court hearings to be deported.
So what's happening there? This is nothing new. This was the same thing under INS. The INS and ICE are always at immigration courts because when a case is either dismissed or denied and a deportation order is then issued, you are then taken into custody. This is nothing new.
But
But
even
these people
happens
are
at
not
normal.
being, yeah, like these are, so you're telling me that people that were going into their court hearing to become American citizens, like that were getting their citizenship,
You're not getting your
were
citizenship at
issued
court. So what they were
so
going,
not
they were going for
the
final
ones.
determination as opposed to for either a visa or a green card. Their cases or even asylum. There was not final citizenship. All right.
It
These
was.
people, it
But
wasn't.
Sorry.
some people were picked up at their citizenship
Yeah.
hearing.
No, see what had
No,
that.
there were
So that
literally
I know what you're talking about. Okay, that actually had to do. Let me pull up the actual case for that one.
You just said you weren't in front of your goddamn computer.
I just walked back. I have feet and
Yeah,
legs.
yeah, sure.
Hi, Chris. How are you doing today?
Fabulous. How about you guys?
Living the dream, as always.
Yeah, we're still debating the Langford bill. What,
Is
3 years later?
drunk Chris is on my panel? That's fucking hilarious.
It is.
Jojo, don't do that.
Yeah, I
Oh, is
was
she drunk?
thinking about, since I keep hearing about all the drama,
Oh no.
you win some, you lose some. It looks like, Abdul Sayed's going to.
Why'd you kick her? Oh my goodness, she was. I wanted to hear what she was gonna say.
Because you win some, you lose some. I don't know.
Bruh, it's not nice.
That's what
Who
she
cooked her?
said.
Well, I mean, I wanted her to finish that sentence. I mean, come on.
Because you want the drama and we don't. I saw a man being, by the way, in Passaic, New Jersey.
Okay, Fifi. Okay.
We saw a man, an American man, being detained and dragged by ICE at a protest.
You
So,
lose some.
Okay.
hold on.
We're dragging
Some you lose
Americans
some.
through the streets.
Hold on.
What?
Not even true, but
Justin,
okay.
humble. Justin, are you here now?
You win some, you lose some, though,
This
right?
is Derek. It's Derek.
Derek. Hi, Derek.
Derek, who's that?
Hey, are you still
Who's
in the UK
Derek?
or did they deport you now?
No, I came back. I am back in the greatest country of all.
Are you a mouthful again or are you down in Florida?
I'm back in Florida.
Okay, just be a normal human being and you can stick around. If you're not, I'll just block you again.
I don't have much to say realistically. At the moment. I'll drop until I get something to say.
This is
So if you're talking about the, sorry.
It's a really rehashed conversation. We've had this conversation over and over again, like years ago. I don't know why we're having it right now. Why are we talking about this?
Because somebody brought it up.
Because I asked that guy that you kicked about his conservative values, and he brought up immigration.
Oh, I didn't kick him. He dropped.
He dropped.
I don't know.
Yeah, Derek said that he would come back up when we got to something that he wanted to talk about.
Well, I think he's talking about audio. Audio was up here, and he's the one that started the immigration thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and he dropped. He got mad. He got mad and dropped.
Why'd you get him mad and drop it? Or why'd you get him mad and let him drop like that?
God, you were so stupid. Okay, Donald Trump's doing what he's doing right now. He's doing a very bad job at what he's doing right now. I don't know if upholding the laws at the border necessarily matter unless you're, of course, talking about IRA or IRA or whatever the fuck it's called from '96. Then it's just turnarounds at that point. But you're still going to need a lot of people to do those turnarounds because we do need, what do you call them? Not the judges, but the adjudicators or whatever.
For the courts, yeah.
Yeah.
Adjudicators.
The attorneys?
Yeah, that would be the person that we need to actually turn them around at the border. So
No, CBP does that. That has nothing to do with the adjudicators. When you're talking expedited removal, which is what you're talking about, which is the turnarounds, that all you need is a CBP supervisor. It doesn't go to a judge or anything. It doesn't go to an adjudicator.
Yeah, that's the loophole in the law right now. Is they have to be within what is it like
So
100
no,
something
Trump
or
actually took it. Trump actually took it back to the original legislation, which is anywhere within the continental United States, and within, I believe it's 2 years of initial arrival, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it is within 2 years. They have 2 years to actually ask for asylum, and they can
No, they
ask
have
for asylum.
364 days for asylum. They have 2 years for expedited removal.
It's not anywhere in the continental United States. It's the 100-mile border zone.
No,
100
it's
miles
not.
from any U.S. border.
The original legislation for expedited removal is anywhere within the continental United States. Obama narrowed that down to 150 miles of U.S. land border.
And Trump changed it.
No, Trump took it back to the original legislation.
Trump changed it with an EO.
He took it back to the original legislation that was passed in 1996.
That's still a change, whether you like it or not. Either way, I
How
don't know
much
if
is
that's
this
true or not.
costing?
I don't know if that's true or not. But anyway, talking about the expedited removals, that's not happening right now because he put National Guard on the border, which is stopping a lot of people from coming in. I know that we still have people coming in, but we're obviously not fucking catching them. So you can't really turn somebody around if you don't catch them.
Oh, we've done plenty of expedited removals recently.
That being said, Donald Trump said nobody's coming into the U.S. The border's completely shut down. That's what he said.
I mean, he can say whatever he wants.
Well, what are the numbers coming out? How many people have entered?
Let me see here. Let's see, CBP, Southwest Land Encounters. Let's get the updated numbers here. We got, as of June, 12,000.
As of June, 12,000 in June alone?
12, yes, for the month of June.
For
comparatively to, yes. Compared to June of 2024, 130,000.
Okay. So once again, it still goes back to what I was saying. We've got nobody crossing the border, supposedly, or next to nobody crossing the border. So this is not something that would not require new legislation, because that would be the way you would stop it. Upholding the law at the border means that all of these people have to get due process. And that's exactly what he's going through right now. And that's why we have to get these extra detention centers, because he's overloading the court dockets right now by putting all these people in detention centers and then trying to use them as fucking slave labor.
Well, how is he trying to use them as slave labor?
You don't know about you don't know about the lawsuits against being used as slave labor.
Where is that lawsuit? I'd love to look at it.
The ACLU has filed one, so has another organization. There are lawsuits. They stopped doing it at one particular center, but they are continuing to do it at like 2 other centers. So the lawsuits are going forward to try and stop them from utilizing these immigrants as labor.
So the ACLU is forced labor import tariffs. Let me see here. Let me see about this one here.
Okay, so I see how this is going to go. This is just going to be looking up a bunch of shit.
Well, if you're making a claim, I want to see what you're talking about.
Then while you're doing that, we can chat with other people, right?
Yeah, that's of course. I'm not stopping that, am I?
You won't interrupt when you're done. You'll just politely tell us, right? We have conversations here. That's why we don't like to scream over one another.
That's fine.
Okay, just making sure you knew.
So the original you said the initial expedited removals was 2 years and anywhere in the continental United States?
Yeah, I can pull up the screenshot of the legislation if you'd like.
Oh no, I mean I was just making sure that I understood that correctly. And did Obama change it?
Obama changed it to, give me a second here, with 100 miles of the border, of a U.S. land border, is what Obama changed it to. If we go back to the original legislation, this is the original legislation. Anywhere in the United States. who cannot prove that they have resided in the U.S. for at least 2 years.
Oh, so like if they like had an ITIN number for 2 years or something like that, that would be proof that they've resided in the U.S.
Right.
And
If
so
they can
they
prove,
couldn't be removed. Okay.
correct.
Sorry, I was trying to understand like the 2 year and like, okay, so if they've been here for 2 years or like, what would that be like minus a day or whatever,
Hmm.
like however many days that is, like they could still get removed.
Correct. If they would have to be, if they're within that 2 year time period, they have to be able to prove that they have been here for 2 years, either with a lease document or something to that effect, pay stubs, et cetera. They would have to prove that they have been in the United States for those 2 years.
While trying to pursue asylum?
No, this has nothing to do with asylum.
Oh, so this is just expedited.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is essentially a kind of like the loophole in the law that they were talking about, like even like that Obama used and stuff like that. So it's saying that they don't technically have to have due process within that, in between the 365 days or 364 days, whatever it is, to claim asylum and less than 2 years.
Well, so the expedited removal has nothing to do with asylum. All right. For asylum, you just need to be present in the United States. Doesn't matter how you gained entry into the country. And you have 365 days to put your asylum claim in. That, me being me, that is the one law that I would like to see changed, requiring people to present at a port of entry and do their credible fear interview. But at this point, it is what it is. So somebody, let's say, crosses the border, they go start living their life, they get, let's say they're approached, and if it's before that first year, they can go up to any Customs and Border Patrol, ICE, local police, and say that they want to claim asylum.
And see, I would be willing to compromise, not so much on that they have to come in through a port of entry because, people don't have like maps and stuff like that. So that, at least what I would like to think. So like I would definitely compromise and say doesn't necessarily have to be at a port of entry, but we can lessen the amount of time. Like they've got 6 months to get to a border patrol entry point or something like that to claim asylum.
I mean, I would be willing to compromise on something that, because let's remember the majority of asylum cases that we're seeing today, roughly 80 to 90% are denied because they actually don't meet the qualifications for asylum. And unlike a lot of, let's say, criminal prosecutions, with immigration, is specifically asylum, they actually have to prove their case. It is on that individual claiming asylum to prove that they are being persecuted or they have a fear of future persecution.
I mean, I guess for me, why not just give them work visas? Have them start paying into the system and becoming a citizen if they want to.
Because we have a waiting list for work visas at this point. We're trying to get as many in.
We can give them all one.
We can't, because number one, that would overload our job system here in this country. We already have, let's see, I don't know how many people at this point on work visas.
You're going to have to make that make sense, because we issue well over 15 million travel visas per year. Mm-hmm. So the visa part isn't the issue. But
those are travel. Those are travel visas. They're not allowed to work in this country. If you start issuing work visas, that is going to have economic repercussions because the job market will be overloaded.
How many undocumented immigrants do you think have been living here and working already?
Right, but we don't. I understand where you're coming from, but they're not working in, let's say.
But do you have a number for that?
We have estimates, but there's no official number. No.
Well, what's the estimate? What's the number in your mind?
Sure. Estimates right now. About current estimates are about 14 million illegal immigrants in the United States.
So there are 14
Total.
million people that don't have a work visa and have been working and living here
Not-
already.
They're not
It
necessarily
hasn't collapsed
working.
our system.
They're not necessarily working.
So they came here to be homeless.
Right, and this is also where they're able to quote unquote justify that immigrants are not a net profit because they actually account for the public school systems and their kids being in public schools.
So
That's
I'm not
why
saying
a
that
lot of
there's no benefit. All right, that's not what I'm saying. They do pay into our tax system, mainly the state and local taxes. All right, some of them do have ITIN numbers, which do allow them to pay federal taxes to the tune of about $95 billion per year. Okay. Overall, based on everything included, state, federal, et cetera levels, the cost is about 150 billion per year. Overall, net negative, sure.
What's the source for that?
How is that the cost? Do you actually have itemization? Like, what are we paying for to establish that 150 billion?
So it goes into, like I said, it's across both state and federal levels. So at the state level, you're looking at road maintenance, emergency services, school system. You're looking at hospital.
and the public school system is the biggest majority that taps them over where they are no longer a net positive.
Well, that's not necessarily true because you're kind of trying to lump in that they're claiming some kind of federal benefit, which we all know they're not. There's zero way an undocumented could actually claim any federal benefits.
There is one that's WIC. To qualify for WIC, there is no citizenship requirement.
Again.
Well, sure, because that's feeding a child. Do you think that we should get rid of WIC?
I think that should be for citizens of the United States. I don't think that we should be paying for somebody who is not a citizen here or a legal resident.
Are you assuming that every child born that to an undocumented set of parents are suddenly illegal? They weren't.
That's not what that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the parent is not.
Well, sure, but if the child is a legal citizen, then the legal citizen is getting the benefit.
As is the parent. It is women, infant, and children. So the parent actually benefits from that as well, which I do not agree with.
But they're only getting it for the child.
Yeah, so how's a parent benefiting from
Sure. It is supplemental nutrition for the mother and the child. So the mother, yes, it pays for benefits for her as well.
Well, you're talking about SNAP. That's a state program.
No, I'm talking about WIC.
No,
I'm
WIC,
talking
how
about
much is
WIC.
that a month?
Well, but
it depends.
But WIC is also finite. It's not like until they're 18 years old.
But it's till they're 5.
Right.
That was my point. And I just would like to see the official, I'd like to know where you're sourcing the cost from.
Budget.house.gov. There was a House budget hearing January 11th, 2024.
Yeah, I read that document, and that's why I know that the majority of that takes them out of being considered a net positive is the public schooling system, and also SNAP/WIC, which is actually supporting U.S. citizens. It's just the parents are undocumented.
So are the kids Americans? Do we know that?
Yes,
some of them are, some of them are not.
Born.
Okay.
According to the budget, a majority of them are
citizens.
Right, but not all, right? I can agree the majority,
yeah,
sure,
but the point is your numbers are suspect, right?
How?
Because you can't tell me how many of the kids are citizens and how many aren't. The state and local taxes are what pays for most of our education.
Yes, I know. I realize that. I said that. I said that everything I'm talking about.
Per their laws. We have exchange students that come here a year.
Yes, but they're here legally. Yes, but they're here legally through a legal system.
And so are some of the kids who were born American.
Yes, not arguing that.
Yeah, but you're not giving any quantification of it either.
Exactly.
I have. I said
You said most of them weren't.
I didn't. I said
You
some
did. You
were.
said most of them weren't citizens.
No, I did not.
You've
I
been
never said
backtracking
most.
this whole time.
Okay, great. I have not.
Well, specifically when we were talking about the cost, I don't feel that most of that cost that you were trying to cite in any way lumps in there because once again, you're talking about either infants, which are predominantly all American citizens because they were born here, or they're getting it through state benefits, which once again, they don't care. They're just trying to keep people from being homeless, hungry, and infants unaliving in the streets.
Basic human empathy, what we all should have.
Yeah.
But
I don't really
my
think that
taxpayer
the
shouldn't go to a
150
hungry child. I want children to do great and this next generation to be great, but go learn while you're hungry. Fucking insane.
Yeah,
If you
that's
read
also
up under
paying
the
for
SNAP
public
under the
schools,
SNAP
but
policies,
again,
it actually states that there are some exemptions for
of course, because SNAP
individuals.
is the supplemental
Right, for
nutrition assistance program
immigrants
by
though.
states.
Do you
But
believe
it's
that there
by
shouldn't?
states.
Do you believe because someone came over here for a better life because it's fucked up in their country that their
Do it
child
legally.
should go hungry?
Right, they should
Do
be
it
doing it
legally. I'm
legally.
not.
How?
Yeah.
How?
The, the
they
way
have
the
to
way
do.
all the
So
way every
starve for 8 years
the way
and
every
wait
legal
legally,
immigrant has
right?
done it. The way every legal immigrant has done it.
Except for your ancestors who pulled up to
Oh
Ellis
no.
Island and were just let in.
No, my ancestors came in the 1930s. They did it the legal way. They weren't just let in. Do you realize the process that people went through on Ellis Island?
And do you
We don't
realize
have
there
to
was a
go
lack
through
of
that route.
social programs back then too?
We can stick to the actual policy and what we are talking about. Once again, the budget that you were saying or the cost of 150 billion, that in no way can be quantified even in an itemized list because what you're giving is just some kind of broad justification without any numbers. I don't think that cost even remotely approaches 150 billion. I don't think it even approaches 50 billion, specifically because the people receiving those benefits are all American citizens, like the
It's not
infants.
it's not because the $150 billion that I was talking about covers not just that WIC, right? It covers everything from housing assistance, roads, emergency services, hospitals, etc. I'm not just talking about WIC.
Do you have a problem?
Why do roads play into that at all?
Do you have a problem when businesses start going under, like when we bailed out all these car companies and we bail out farmers?
We shouldn't bail out any. Yeah,
we shouldn't bail
any.
none of them
No.
out, right? No
Nope.
corporate welfare either, right?
Nope, none.
Okay, I understand. All right.
I mean,
If your
that's a
business is
fair and cap
if your
assessment, but again,
if your business is failing, that's on you.
how does the roads play into that cost?
Because road maintenance comes from taxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you have
But
people
American citizens use the roads.
yes, and we pay taxes.
Yeah, you
And
can't
we pay taxes
quantify
if
this. This is ridiculous. You cannot quantify this. You cannot
wants
quantify
to
the
very
amount
hard.
of illegals. Hold on. The amount of illegals that drive on roads and give me an actual number. This is so bad faith.
It does seem very odd because
It's absolutely ridiculous.
any roadway, I guarantee you, American citizens that are paying for that roadway through their taxes are using them. There is no roadway out there that just has illegal immigrants on them, and it's solely for illegal immigrants, and that's costing
Nobody is
us
saying
money.
that. Nobody is saying that.
But you are with that figure
no, I'm not.
because you cannot.
I'm sorry.
You cannot
I'm
give
sorry
me
that
an
your
itemized
intelligence
list.
cannot understand what I'm talking
one at a
about.
time.
There goes the MAGA with the ad hominems.
I'm not even fucking
attacking
MAGA.
people that had intelligence.
I'm not even MAGA, dude. Never been MAGA in my life.
You want kids to go hungry? That's pretty much their policy.
No, I want parents to actually take responsibility for their families.
Yeah, you also want to force
give 'em
teenagers to
abortion.
have pregnancies, unwanted pregnancies.
Where did
and
I
then
say
you don't
that?
want to help the kid when he's there.
When did I say that?
Well, you're wild. No one even said anything
What's
about
your position
that.
on abortion? Are you
Guys,
pro-life?
wait.
No
No,
choice.
stop, dude. Stop.
One at a
We're trying
time,
to stick
y'all.
on one subject.
Nah, that it correlates. It tracks. Because if she's
It does, but that's thank you.
So again, we're still on the immigration topic, and we're trying to get some kind of handle on this. We have a figure, but we've got no way to substantiate it. That's all I'm hearing. It's not an intelligence factor. It's just a simple fact that we can say anything to justify it. Like we spent $100 trillion on illegal immigrants because we had to make it to the moon in the 1960s. I can justify that out of thin air. I just don't have any itemization for it.
See, there would be no justification for that because the cost of illegal immigration would have nothing to do with getting to the freaking moon. When you're talking about something like I brought up as far as
legally
can
landed
I
on the
finish?
moon. Nobody owns the moon. We went to the moon. We were the
finish?
illegal immigrants.
That was illegal?
How? What?
Yeah.
What the?
The moon's illegal.
It's not U.S. property.
Well, it's not anybody else's property either. Did someone claim it? It's uncharted land.
Wait, so we can just invade anywhere we want if we claim it's uncharted?
How?
Wait, don't answer that.
So
We're still on illegal immigration.
You're the one that brought this up, dude.
Well, because I am saying I can justify that out of thin air with no
you can't,
receipts.
because I'm sorry that you're not understanding the concept that I'm presenting to you. When you have a city with roadways, okay, that all of the legal citizens are paying taxes for, all right? We all use them. No one is denying that. But then you have an influx that increases the local population, all right, who are not, and that influx of people is not paying those taxes.
How do you
and yet
know
are still using the roadways?
Or
because the majority of people
transportation and paying for it.
The majority of
are in
okay.
cities.
You ask me a question and I try and respond and then you keep talking over me.
Yes, please. Let's stick to one at a time. Go ahead, Bewig.
So the majority of people, when they come into this country illegally, most of them, number one, are not going to be getting an ITIN number. All right. They are going to find a job and get paid under the table. Therefore, they are not going to be paying into any sort of federal or state tax system, income tax system. The only taxes they are going to be paying is sales tax,
which is
possibly property tax if they decide to purchase a home. That's it.
Well,
Do they buy gas? Buy gas?
They would also, that would be part of sales tax.
That's
but
sales
if
tax.
they have an apartment,
No, not in California.
If they have an apartment or anywhere to live, the property tax is part of your monthly payment. You are paying it regardless. If you have somewhere to live, you are paying property tax.
No, Brobot, in California,
What if they're paying
we
rent?
are the big, hold on, Rosa. We are the biggest immigration state, I believe, in the United States is California. And we have a separate gas tax. So, and that is to pay for our roadways. So in California, again, this is such a ridiculous argument because, first of all, you cannot quantify this. You would have to go to each and every single road and try to figure out what cars that were driving it were illegal immigrants and legal immigrants. There's no way to quantify this whatsoever. But there are other methods put in place that immigrants, if they do have cars, pay a whole separate tax. So they do pay taxes. They pay a gas tax here in California.
No one is saying I never said that they don't pay any taxes.
Yeah, and they help pay for our roads that you're complaining about that they drive on.
Well, I understand that, Billig, but I live in Texas, and the biggest influx that we've seen, probably in the past 6 years now, has been Californians, not immigrants. And I mean, we built the wall ourselves, or at least we continued what Trump had started in his first term. Abbott put the buoys in the water to stop immigration. So I can decisively say that our biggest form of immigration has been Californians, and you just said they're not paying our road taxes.
No, I didn't. If you actually listened to what I said.
I did.
You obviously didn't, because I never stated that they're not paying any taxes.
Well, sure, but what you had said about the roads was because an influx of people come in, they're not paying for those roads specifically, and they're using them. And I am telling you that is predominantly here in Texas been Californians, legal citizens.
Let's see here.
And a lot of immigrants, I call them undocumented immigrants that are in cities, use public transportation, and the price of that ticket includes taking care of the roads. This is an argument that cannot be quantified no matter how. I would just take it out of your argument and out of your numbers. It's ridiculous. We're just asking for some integrity
Good faith. Yeah, good faith. Like, this is a bad faith conversation. Like, this is a bad faith talking point.
That was my only point. We can't quantify that cost. So to me, we can say whatever. It cost us 300 million for all the illegal immigrants, or it cost us 300 trillion. I mean, there's just no quantification to it.
Right. I said these were estimates. I never.
Sure, I can give estimates either way as well, unless we can actually itemize that out and say this is a cost directly from illegal immigrants. Then you can't say that.
But how do we?
Well, that's so disingenuous because literally you don't know how many illegal immigrants are in the country. How you can't
and neither
you can't speculate.
Just like the attempt to justify with WIC, that is
but
going
we know
to
there
infants
are, right?
that are all American citizens.
No,
illegal immigrants in the country.
WIC we can track because they have to fill out paperwork.
Yes, you are simply saying that a parent, probably the mother, is an undocumented immigrant, but she is getting formula for her infant.
And food for herself.
You're assuming food for herself. She's
that's
probably
what WIC
working
is.
and feeding herself.
That's what WIC is.
WIC, as somebody who's been on WIC myself, WIC is to nourish the mother during pregnancy because they believe that nourishment during pregnancy is very important. So when a mother gets WIC in pregnancy, it's actually for the infant. After pregnancy, it goes on to get formula, and you can also get more food to help sustain the mom after. But after, the first year and the child now has solids, WIC moves it to where you have food for the child. But you can only get WIC up to 3 years.
I thought it's 5 in New York.
Oh, that's nice. Congratulations.
So back to an original talking point of mine. Do we think that illegal immigration has raised the price of housing and destroyed our employment?
No,
absolutely
that was
not.
COVID. That was COVID.
No. Okay.
I would say yes.
There are 15 million vacant units in the United States right now.
Okay, and I agree there are. Do you believe the Federal Reserve or not really? Because their white paper that came out, Federal Reserve of Dallas, said it has rose the housing prices by 4.2%. That is one factor in it. It has also put a drain on our employment. So, I mean, I don't know who you guys trust. You guys decide, like today you won't trust the Federal Reserve, but tomorrow you will, because I would trust them, but I don't know.
We were talking about roads, bro. I don't know why you're coming over here and doing this. We weren't even talking about this yet. We hadn't even gotten that
really
far.
Besides the point. We have 15 million vacant units as of today.
Are they affordable,
obviously, housing isn't
affordable,
actually an issue. I don't know. Rosa, do you own a house?
They're vacant.
Yes, I do.
They're vacant,
Do you
Rosa.
own a house? Is your house affordable to a 20-year-old if you were to sell it right now?
It depends what the 20-year-old's doing for acquisition.
So it depends. If you could get an extra $50,000 out of your house, would you up the price $50,000?
If I was in a rush to sell it, no, I wouldn't. I'd sell it at a fair market price.
So if that fair market price had risen $50,000, you would still be below market.
If it was in line with the other houses around me that are equal amenities, I guess.
There you go. You're figuring out what raised the prices of housing.
It would align with the houses around me if I ever wanted to sell my house.
Wait, I want to know.
I'm aware, Rosa, because that's what raised the price of housing.
What did?
The fact that you and everybody else like myself that owns a house found that somebody else sold it for more, so we raised towards the fair market value. That's why the price of housing went up.
Well, if you're trying to sell it fast, you would put it lower, right? But if you're not trying to really sell it that quick, you would put it at
what everybody else is selling it at, their houses at in the area that are equal equivalent to yours, right? And of course,
What's your
immigrants made the housing prices go up because they're taking up housing, which means there is less housing. I mean, I don't know.
I have a
It's
question.
more
what's
of
your
a
interest
What,
rate?
Derek? Hold on, Derek. What time period was that white paper?
I believe that was pretty recent.
No,
I think
what
it
time
was.
period? Was it covering a month, a year, 5 years, 10 years?
I think it covered 2021 to 2024.
2021 to 2024. We had no immigrants coming in 2021 and 2022.
We had no immigrants in that 1 year. How is that
We had
possible?
because we had the border shut down because of COVID.
You realize people were still crossing, right?
Really? Who?
Yes.
Yeah, who? Yeah, show me the
You want?
numbers.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Give
show
me a
me the
second.
numbers. Anyway, what was the inflation rate during that time? Do you remember? I think 2022 went up to 9% at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it did go up to 9%.
So when you say that housing went up 4%, do you think that's unusual in a system where the inflation rate is at 9%?
Doesn't inflation go based upon every sector and not just one? I think everything grows.
It goes based on a basket of goods. But yes.
So in 2021, you're looking at 1.7 million encounters. 2022, 2.76 million encounters.
Encounters are irrelevant because those are turnaround. They're
not all of them, no.
Really? Okay,
yes,
so how many did they turn around? Then how many did they turn around?
Let's see here.
How many did they let in?
I'm trying to get there. Give me a second.
Well, I think both numbers can be in different spots.
Let's see here.
Okay, God, I hate this shit.
What?
Stupid. I hate waiting for you.
Yeah, you make a claim, you should know the numbers off the top of your head if you're going to make a claim. No, typically, I won't make a claim unless I actually know that what I'm saying is backed by data I've already looked up.
Okay, anyway, so the inflation rate was at 9%. Now, I know that that's on a basket of goods, and generally goods don't include housing. However, the inflation rate will have an effect on housing prices as well, because of the simple cost of wood and other supplies needed to build homes goes up, as well as roadways and wages and shit like that too. So,
well, yeah, no one was selling, right? Because it was post-COVID.
Yeah, but I would say that a 4% raise in a time where we had 9% inflation is not unreasonable at all.
They're strictly correlating it to immigration and illegal immigration.
You said that was only a portion, just a factor. You said that was a factor.
Oh, yes, because in total...
they're not strictly doing that then.
Well, in total, it raised 22%. 19% of that whole area was a completely different sector. That's why not 4.2% was linked to illegal immigration.
Okay, I'd have to read the paper then because I don't know what the fuck you're talking
about. I can send it.
Again, how could they quantify that when we don't even know how many quote-unquote illegal immigrants there are here? How is this being able to be quantified?
How many were buying houses? How many were renting houses? We don't have any idea how many are actually here. Yeah, I think that's a pretty ridiculous claim altogether too.
Don't you have to have some sort of legal documentation, whether you be a permanent resident or a green card holder, in order to buy homes here?
No.
And to rent a house or rent an apartment during C-19, they were very lenient on their restrictions.
So why haven't we gone after all the employers, all the companies,
I would love that.
all the agro, all the meat? No, Trump made sure that we're exempted. And I don't understand. We're not letting legal folks in now either.
Yeah, we are.
No, I know of a few green card holders that are going through or have gone through the process. Trump isn't approving any of them to come into the country. Those that won the lottery, they've done with their backgrounds, waiting to get on a plane, have a master's degree. A poor person can't just get in. You have to have certain qualifications. We don't just let everybody off the boat anymore.
Yeah, I would like to also point out, someone says in order to get a mortgage, you do have to have legal residency. But it says if you buy it in cash, then no. I don't know what you guys think that, like people who come from other countries who work in our agricultural business, are coming in and buying homes in cash and making the market inflate like crazy.
It's not just about home prices. I mean, anything can affect the home price. If you start having your property taxes go up, that affects home prices. If you start having construction.
Wait, hold on. It's vice versa. I'm sorry. Property taxes go up, which causes the value of the house goes up, which means property taxes go up. Because your property taxes are based on the value of the house.
Correct. So I misspoke. My bad. But also, if your area is up and coming and new development everywhere and new apartments start popping up, you are going to have your house increase. It's like being
Would
in
your
a
house
city.
increase when you're adding more supply? That makes no goddamn sense.
It does. What?
Okay,
Hang on.
I'm going to say overall this is a good
in?
thing. But I'm going to say overall this is a good thing, by the way, because at least 25% of the immigrants coming into the country are working in construction. They are the people that are actually building homes. So instead of being in jail right now or in detention centers, they could be building homes. We could have new homes being built right now by those people that we're trying to fucking get rid of, which is really fucking stupid. They also tend to work at a lower wage than other people do, which would tend to lower the price of the house in the aftermarket value as well. Or maybe possibly if they're going to do it on market value and not going to worry about how much they're actually charging for their homes because they don't have to because the equilibrium price is, I don't know, monopolized or some shit. Then if that's the case, then at least it's going to be the exact same value. It's not going to cause an inflation in the market. And we're going to have more homes.
Well, just to help be out, you're talking about improved land. Just because you have more supply doesn't necessarily lower the price. Unfortunately, I'd have to say Derek is correct. As more is built out in a city, property values go up.
That's wild because every single person in politics says the way that we lower housing is by building more housing.
Yeah, you increase supply,
houses
prices
aren't
go. I'm
cars.
sorry, you increase supply, prices go down. That's
Houses
simple
are not
economics.
cars.
I didn't say cars.
Yeah, simply building more houses does not
Means
lower
that
the
prices
price of
go down.
housing.
It absolutely does.
It's multiple different factors, but if you're building up the ghetto, if you build up the ghetto, everybody who still owns something in that area is going to fucking double, triple, quadruple their money because they built it up. They made it look nicer. They
He's
added
talking
more.
about
They added more opportunity.
gentrification.
Yeah, that's just gentrification.
He's talking about robots talking about supply. If you increase supply, prices go down. That's just a fact of the matter.
That works in everything but real estate.
No, it works in real estate too.
I'm sorry, but
that
if
was one
they
of
build,
Biden's running points, Robot, that he wanted to increase supply significantly. And I think he did even try to pass a bill that he would build more because he said it would bring the American home prices down.
Okay.
sure, he needed to build more units because there was a housing supply shortage. And that skyrockets price, but prices still go up when you build. Even here in Austin, just because they're building more units heading out from the city center, the prices do not go down on the homes that are already built. They continue to go up because they are closer.
Yeah, I mean, are there people coming in buying, like BlackRock, buying up these homes to then be like the landlords of whatever they're building?
Nah, it's about 7%. It's a very minimal number.
And you're telling me that immigrants are buying more than freaking BlackRock, bro?
No, but what I'm saying
Absolutely
is
not. BlackRock is buying the most.
Oh, they own not BlackRock. All of these private companies own about 7%, which really isn't much. But what I am saying with immigrants buying houses, they can buy houses. Do they have to pay cash? Of course. But I mean, when you have 6, 7, 8 of them living in one house and they're paying a rent on that one house, they're spending what? Maybe $300 a month each to live in that one house. They all save enough money. Might not be today, might not be tomorrow, but it happens. I can show you across my fucking road at the 16 different fucking cars.
You do know that houses have occupancy limits, right? It comes with I don't think it's the D, but I know that we were issued one because our town is really strict about renting.
But that's for college students.
We
have those occupancy limits as well, but it's non-related family members. If you have a 2-bedroom house and 10 kids, they don't care. They're all related.
So I guess if you have 8 different immigrants coming to work, they're all from the same family now. Is that what we're saying?
Sometimes they are. I mean, you can't disagree with that. When one comes, usually the rest of the family does. It might not be today.
I can disagree with that. You haven't provided any evidence. There's no way to quantify this.
Well, you're right. It's very tough to show evidence on illegal immigrants. You're right. So when you're saying they're a net positive, how do you find that information when there's not even information on anything else? That's how the conversation just becomes null and void. You can't do it.
Yeah, I never made that claim.
Information on illegal
no one on this
immigrants.
panel made that claim. No one on this panel made that claim. I'm sure someone will, but I didn't make that claim.
I would happen to agree with Divine down in the comments. You're running on feelings, Derek. Just because some brown people across your street like automotives does not mean that they're illegal, nor are they doing anything illegal.
Do you think I don't talk to my neighbors? I mean, I'm not always the guy that says get off my fucking lawn, but...
Just because they speak a different language doesn't mean that they're illegal or that they're doing anything illegal.
No, they're definitely not doing anything illegal. They do go to work, but there's some of that are illegal.
Evil Mao, can I get your age and who you voted for?
I'm 21. I voted for Harris, bro.
Boy, I screwed up by letting the live shut down earlier. That's terrible.
Indeed, you did.
Whatever.
If you
guys like
if you have a conservative, you want
Marxist. Or?
I'll drop for another conservative if you want, Mojo.
We just
I'm gonna drop anyways.
We haven't. We still have a box open. Fuck. There is still a box open. Chill out, you guys.
Well, speaking of immigration, how do we feel about what just happened in Spain?
What does this talk about? Just immigration in general, or?
Kind of. I don't even know. It's all over the place. But if we're gonna,
are they anti-immigration?
I'm anti. I'm anti-illegal immigration. I'm all for
there
illegal.
There's one conservative on the panel. Everybody else is a lefty.
Since when the fuck did you turn lefty? Where have I been?
When did the woman with all the typing and checking she left?
She left a while ago.
Oh, so she had no facts. Nice push, whoever
I don't
that.
know. Don't stop. Stop it. I have no idea why she left, but she did leave.
So, Justin, what is the justification, aside from appealing to legality, for deporting an illegal immigrant?
I don't think it is fair to people who are doing things the correct and legal way.
Okay, so wouldn't the approach be to make the correct and legal way more accessible and not to deport people?
No, because when did this country become a right instead of a privilege?
Obviously.
Let's go down that. Let's go down that avenue. Is this country a right or a privilege?
Well, I'm against borders.
So you love the DSA. Interesting.
Yeah. What do you think abolish borders means?
Fucking open borders like the EU, right?
No.
Oh,
so the border itself, we have to understand that the border itself does absolutely nothing. The border is the arbitrary line defining a country. It does not shit. I'm sorry. It does nothing. The fence is what keeps the people out. So enforcement would still exist. Like, there's not going to be I don't know if what I can say, but people with BOMBS coming across the border. That's still not going to happen.
Correct, and that is why I agree we should build the wall like Trump said. China did it, correct?
Had a wall.
Why do we need a wall when we can track radiation with a satellite from orbit?
Well, we can do that also, but I don't know. I mean, China did it, what, how many hundreds of
We've been
years
doing
ago?
both because we still do the first one.
It
So
didn't
let's add-
exactly save the Chinese. After they built the Great Wall, Genghis Khan still invaded and took over most of China.
Yeah, that's a horrible example.
I guess so. I don't know. I would be all for an electric fence, but that's just me. I don't believe. I believe in legal immigration.
What is the border? Like 2,000 miles, 22.
Okay, so again, wouldn't the approach
that's
not
a
to
lot of
spend
electricity.
not hundreds of billions of dollars on ICE? It'd be to spend like accessibility to citizenship to the illegals in our country, right?
So why do we need so many immigrants? Like, we already allow in, I think it's what,
GDP directly equates to like your production power, and workers produce. So they just help the economy. That's like Econ 101. And illegal immigrants, fun fact, on the federal level, they help us a lot. And the only critique you can make really is that the school systems are slightly drained and the medical systems are slightly drained in some counties. That's not everywhere. But we could easily allocate federal funds that they benefit us in to these programs. It would be super easy.
Huh. I'm just trying to figure out, like, if we just let everybody in when we already let in, and I want to say the number is either 1.2 or 1.6 million a year, legal, what happens to, like, the American people that are, as the Democrats love to say, are struggling to find jobs? They can't get a job. They're not making enough. What happens if we add more people in? Because these illegal immigrants, let's be honest, they're not the smartest of the smart. And I'm going to say that very kindly. They're not no Albert
I wouldn't be
Einstein.
surprised if illegal immigrants had higher like college degree and high school degree rates than American citizens. So
Well, their countries
let's
are a
not
little
get too
easier.
crazy.
Well, their countries are definitely a little easier to get these programs.
How do you know this?
How do I know this?
Yeah,
Fascinating.
Because I mean, my stepfather's from Brazil. I know
That is a good critique. I'm not gonna lie. The jobs. I think
We have a.
I think
What's
we
our?
can have jobs. Honestly, it's
I'm
not
sorry, Evil. I didn't.
difficult, but
You're
making
saying-
jobs is not beneficial to them.
What's our current unemployment rate?
I think it's last time I looked 4.2, 4.6.
Yeah. So we don't have an unemployment issue. We have I can't live on what they pay me issue. I don't have a livable wage issue. That has nothing to do with quote unquote illegal immigrants. And by the way, asylees are here legally.
I didn't say asylees. I'm talking about illegal immigrants, strictly illegal immigrants.
Okay. So why are we detaining asylees?
I don't know. I don't know why. There could be reasons why. I
In
don't have that
detention
answer.
centers for profit.
Should we convict
No.
them of the crime that they committed before deporting them, Justin?
Why are you asking extra questions above and beyond what she asked?
I don't know. He's just interrupting me, so I'm going to stop right now.
Am I interrupting you? If so, I'm sorry.
No,
I was
no, it's not.
I think the issue I have with illegal immigration is a lot of it, we don't know who these people are. The second part is, as you just said, I mean, which I have heard many different takes on it, 4.6% unemployment is not bad. That's what you said, which honestly, I think is terrible. And that's speaking for somebody who kind of still supports Trump for the 80% I do. So if you're saying 4.6% isn't bad, should we just allow, like, what, 10 more million illegal immigrants in? And just say, fuck all the American people? Because you guys already complained that the jobs don't pay enough. That was out of your mouth. You also, like, the most jobs that are open and available are the lower skilled work.
What I've been trying
It's
to get
fucking
across here is
McDonald's.
that they are
You're
beneficial to the
absolutely
American people.
blowing up. You're blowing up what V said into a like jumbo umbrella. It's kind of gross. But I mean, more specifically, you said they're not smart. Is Oxford or Cambridge, are they smart?
Yes, I'd say Oxford and Cambridge are. But
Okay.
a
And then
majority of our
how about for the medical field, for instance? You know that we're importing like millions of Filipino nurses, or Cuba. We're importing thousands of Cuban doctors, and they're making a lot more than the average U.S. citizen.
Correct. I mean, I'm not going to disagree. There's always some smart people in a bunch, but a majority of the people that are coming in are from the southern border. Last time I looked, I think the
I
number was like
just gave you two that would be considered from the southern border.
Yeah, hang on. So a majority from the southern border that are coming over is about, I think 68%, could be wrong on that percentage, couple percent. So when you allow 68% to come from the southern border, most of them, and I'm going to say most, but not all, aren't going to be as educated. Why? Because they don't have the systems in place that other countries like Oxford and Cambridge, like those countries would have.
Oxford and Cambridge isn't a country.
But they're in a country, correct? They're in the UK, right?
Yeah, but you're talking about legal. You guys are confusing legal and illegal. I'm getting really confused. And by the way, the people that got off on Ellis Island were second and third class people, immigrants.
Yes, correct.
Okay, they were so they didn't have the education or skill set because they let the first class and the educated folks off first in a different part. They didn't have to go through Ellis Island. So I don't understand. You're saying doing it the legal way, like the old times when we let a lot of people with the same quote unquote skill set that was needed then is currently needed now. Apparently.
Correct. What I am saying in this whole aspect is if we allow more people than we already legally allow to come in, we are all probably going to be jobless because these immigrants, illegal immigrants, will work a lot less or a lot harder for a lot less money. And that is undisputable. That right there in itself has put many American companies and many American workers out of jobs. That is mainly for the construction field in itself. Not for like high-end tech, nothing like that. But when you do allow, just say five immigrants from Mexico to come over, they're going to do your roof in half the day for about a quarter of the price. Why? Because they don't have to pay taxes. They don't have to pay insurance. They don't necessarily have to pay rent.
Only about 37% of illegal immigrants in the United States get paid less than minimum wage. Holy shit.
Did you say illegal or illegal?
Illegal. Less than 37% of them are paid less than minimum wage.
Well, there's no way to track that. There's not.
What are you talking about?
How are you going to track?
You
how
know
much
the
an
United
illegal
States.
is getting
You know the
paid
United
tax?
States knows how many illegal immigrants are in the are here, right?
Really? How?
Like this isn't untrackable information. To the most powerful country in the world, this is not an issue.
How?
Do you want me to get you how?
Yeah.
We only have
I'm a little
now.
confused they're estimates at best. You have no idea how many illegal immigrants are in the country. None.
That's the area I'm trying to make, Evil. Yes, we have an estimate of 33 or whatever percent you did say, but we don't have information on every single illegal immigrant. If we
Wouldn't
did,
amnesty be cheaper?
Well, no, because we tried shit like that. What, during Reagan?
Yeah, and it was successful. So how much are we spending?
Derek has agreed with me in this past on this. That's why I don't think it's worth talking about. But
it's just how do you
honestly
classify
this argument? Honestly, this argument is stupid. the idea that I have, the idea that a couple other people have had as well, to just allow people to have work permits as long as they pay a fine seems to make sense to the vast majority of the people. So I think we could probably come to that conclusion. That's why I hate arguing this.
Like, to me, I think amnesty is a cop-out. I don't think it worked under Reagan. We're still dealing with it in 2026. We can say it was a successful model, but if we're still dealing with it today, I don't know how we're classifying successful. I think the problem is we have a massive divide in our country. Regardless of how you want to actually view or accept it, nothing is ever going to fucking get done. Our Constitution hasn't even been updated since, 1997? We're never getting shit accomplished in this country.
What do you mean never? Anyways, so I went and looked it up for you. Education rates by country. United States is 31st. Mexico is 39th. They're almost neck and neck with us by rate, but the countries between us include just a shitload of European nations like Austria, Italy, Turkey, Argentina, Mexico. Oops, sorry, the wrong way. Taiwan, Greece, Czechia.
What about above?
So,
Chechnya.
Is that above or?
Yeah, those would be between us and Mexico. So when you're saying that they're not the smartest coming over.
I mean, yeah, we're 31st ranking in education. That's
yep, and Mexico's 39th.
What is that? I don't even know what that means. Ranking in education. What does that mean?
Education for the population,
like literacy rates. You know, are you pro Marx or are you like anti? I'm confused.
Our literacy rate is like 100%. I don't know.
Yeah, this is separate from literacy rate.
Mojo, are you an ML?
No, I am not. I'm a Marxist, but I'm not an ML.
And Lenny Pitti would be correct. If Derek were to leave the United States, our population literacy would go up. Our education.
You don't think illegal immigration population consensus is like accurate?
I think they estimate things. That's at best they're going to get estimates.
And I think the estimates have like a 15% like margin of error.
Yeah, except the estimates that come out are somewhere between 10 million and 30 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 10 to 50% margin of error on 10 million to 30 million is pretty fucking huge.
10 million to 50 million, I doubt that. It's probably like 25 million to 30 million.
Well, no, I think I can find you one that says, I think I can find you a study that says there's 30 million illegal immigrants in the country.
Did Donald Trump commission it?
I don't know. I'm just saying that's what the estimates are.
How we would track illegal immigrants that aren't being paid minimum wage is usually complaints, humanitarian rights, advocations by these illegal immigrants, and we would take that.
They don't complain. They don't complain.
We would take that in a small population size. We take that in a small population size.
Now you're still just guessing.
And do it in proportion to the total immigration population.
Now you're just guessing.
And now we know about how many have a lower than minimum wage.
That's just wild.
Because I'm telling you, like, they do. And why would they work for less than minimum wage? They could just get another job.
Again, maybe why? Because they're not documented. They can't just get another job.
Where are they?
Those places won't hire those people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where they're getting another job. Most companies I know, so I'm originally from Boston, live in Florida, and companies down here, even as a U.S. citizen, they want to see your driver's license and they want to see all your documents. Massachusetts, I don't know how it is anymore, but they were very lenient when I used to live up there. There's a reason why.
So what the illegal immigrant would do is look up what state has the largest illegal immigrant working class population, and then they would go to that state or surrounding states.
By documents, do you mean license and registration?
No, like license, birth certificate. I've been asked my social.
Licenses. They can get licenses. There's certain documentation that they can get.
I've been asked for a whole spew of fucking shit before at companies.
Sounds like a Fourth Amendment violation.
Thank you, Mojo. Gotta drop.
Oh, well, Ivy.
With tears.
I would just. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I just said, what's up, peasants?
I don't know who you are, but what's up?
By the way, Massachusetts, all you need is your driver's license to get a fucking job up here. You don't need anything else.
I believe that.
Crusty mouth meet crusty sock.
Ooh, kinky.
Who's crusty?
He was a good time. Ugh, fuck. But no, I just think the immigration talking point is getting, at this point, blown out of proportion with the Democrats. I think you guys have nothing else to talk about. I think you guys are starting to become scared as a whole that midterms aren't going to go the way you expect. And I think that's starting to scare some Democrats.
Scared?
No, because I think at the end of the day, you're more centrist. I really thought you were full-on Republican, but I think you're centrist.
That's fascinating. I am MAGA coded.
That's a lie.
Derek, what evidence do you have to suggest that it's not going to go the way that we're thinking it's going to go? What evidence do you have?
You just said I was a full-on Republican.
I think my
I would be
evidence.
MAGA coded.
Obviously, these are not everybody in America, these panels, but it seems like the past, I don't know, 3 weeks or so, you guys have become very, I'd say, agitated and scared.
Wait, do you realize saying agitated is just another word for saying that we're getting riled up and that we're actually going to turn out and vote? And typically, do you know who turns out the most in midterms?
Well, I think
there's actually, you guys have absolutely no shot in winning the midterms, just an FYI.
Okay, so y'all are just rage baiting at this point. It's okay. You'll have no idea.
Because the fact is, you have no solutions. You're running on nothing. You're not running on any party platform. There's literally no policies that the Democrats are promoting currently.
But wait,
you have
are y'all the same ones that are saying that they're running on communism? So what is it? Are they running on communism or are they not?
Nope, it has nothing to do with communism. It has nothing to do with DSA at all. Literally zero.
So now it doesn't.
Literally zero.
It has nothing to do with communism now. You guys haven't been ranting and raving for the past year and a half. Actually, more so.
It has nothing to do with DSA. Has nothing to do with communism. Literally nothing. Absolutely zippo.
This is how I know you guys are not plugged in and not serious actors.
No, you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. You haven't been paying attention at all to the common rhetoric that's been going on.
You guys haven't been promoting affordability. You haven't been promoting any solutions.
Okay.
You haven't been
what are
pushing
Republicans
forward
been doing
any bills in Congress. You haven't been doing anything. You complain about the Republicans, yet the Democrats have absolutely zero chance at this point. Like there's no possibility. No.
What polling do you have to suggest that there's zero chance?
I don't need polling. Polling's a fucking.
Oh, you don't need polling.
Lie.
You just need feels, right? Because that's what we're kind of at is just feels.
No, I need reality. I live
reality.
Vince.
What's reality?
Reality is until you get a good message, proper message across to the American people, it ain't gonna work for you guys.
And what makes you think it's gonna work for you guys? What makes you think it's gonna work for you? What do y'all have to run on?
Because hold on. The Republicans have already fucked everything up to the point where how the fuck can't the Democrats win? But because the Democrat Party sucks so fucking bad, they have no good messaging. You guys don't stand a fucking chance. Unfortunately,
this seems ironic.
I would like to have some competition, Vince. I would like the Democrats to come out and push some type of positive message and like positive policies and good changes in this country, but they're not doing it, Vince. They're not.
So what I'm hearing is you sit here and say that the only thing that Democrats have is to complain about Donald Trump, but all you've done over the past 2 minutes is complain about Democrats. So what policies do Republicans have to run on? Otherwise, you're just being a hypocrite.
Zero.
We don't have
Zero
shit.
policies.
I think Vince,
the Republicans suck, Vince.
Okay, so if the Republicans suck, then you think that Democrats are going to... So wait, you're going against your own argument then.
No, Vince,
no,
what he's saying...
they both blow.
Yes. He's simply saying the Republicans are already in charge. We can't suck anymore. Like, it's physically impossible for us to suck more than we already do. But the fact is, nobody's going to jump ship because we're fucking sinking. to a fucking other boat that's sinking. You
Okay,
guys have nothing.
Derek, this is how I
running.
know you're not as like you don't understand how like electoral politics actually works. Nobody on the Democratic side, and especially in the Democratic primaries, is trying to sit here and win over Republican voters. That's not how this is working. I don't think anybody on the Democratic side believes that Republican voters are going to jump ship into the Democratic hands. So again, let me know the last time in an election where Republicans en masse have jumped over to a Democratic president. It doesn't happen in recent modern history that I'm aware of. So again, when we talk about the midterms, one thing that has been historical and that has happened since 2016 is that any time that Donald Trump is in power and he's not on the ticket in the midterms, Democrats overwhelmingly take over at least one chamber of Congress, and it typically is the House. And that we're seeing certain polling already suggesting that we're going to see Democrats flip even potentially some Senate seats like Tallarico in Texas. There's been a couple of polls, I think it was the Sierra poll I think I saw this morning, that ended up showing that Tallarico is doing incredibly well in Texas, which is shocker, but it's also not a shocker when you look at Ken Paxton, who's an egregious human being, who's also during July 4th went overseas.
Has spent $300,000 on his campaign. Tallarico has spent 10 times the amount of fucking money Paxton has spent, Vince. And it's still close. So, dude, you need to live it. Come back down to reality, Vince, please.
I'm in reality. I don't think you guys are in reality.
No, you're not. You're living in fucking La La Land. You're on Pluto right now.
Why are you so triggered,
You're not
Derek?
listening.
What is going on?
Because I want competition. I want the Republicans and Democrats to go fucking toe-to-toe with policies, with some type of positive message for the fucking people. We're not even getting it from either fucking side, dude. And if you can't recognize that and realize that, that is problem numero uno. Because we have an uneducated populace in this fucking country, and this is the reason
like you're one of them, right? Like, I mean,
You are absolutely correct, Libtears. Just stay home in November, and we'll take care of it.
Yeah, lib tears.
Which candidate?
First. Oh, go ahead.
Which candidate loved the uneducated?
Both sides have uneducated fucking voters, dude.
But which one particularly loved the uneducated?
I don't think it's either party. I think realistically, everybody is fucking dumb. Nobody gives. It's party politics, and if you can't fucking agree on that, you are
Derek,
just dumb.
you said that we're like, there's a overwhelming population. And you don't know what I don't know what I'm talking about. If I go and look at Ken Paxton, this is from the Texas Tribune on July 8th, so it's been at least a month now. Ken Paxton had topped $9 million in a personal best fundraising quarter campaign says. So what was that, about $300,000?
That wasn't me who said 300,000.
Was that Libtears?
$300,000 in his campaign so far, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
$9 million is a fucking jackass. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
So I'm looking at the Texas Tribune, a reputable Texas magazine or newspaper, if you want to call it that, where it's saying that Ken Paxton top 9, and it's not even just the article, it's saying the campaign, his own campaign, saying that he raised $9 million, a personal best.
Raising and spending are two different things. You understand that, right, Vince?
I understand that. So, so you're saying he's only spent $300,000. Do you have any evidence to suggest that, where he only spent $300,000? Where'd you get that from?
I will get you the evidence and I'll post it in the chat. Give me about 5 minutes.
All right, I'll look it up too.
Could you also get me the evidence? I'm glad, Robot, you invited me up here because Libtears was up here. I didn't even realize it. Could you also give me the evidence from when you told me last night when I went on a panel and you said there was 11 American soldiers unalived in Kuwait?
And I said, American. This is the problem with Democrats. You don't fucking listen.
Hold on, I'm speaking. I specifically was talking about soldiers in Kuwait because I went up there to talk about somebody saying that they were talking and spewing propaganda, because I was like, I literally just got off the phone with my husband, and definitely they were not under attack. And then you said, it's on mainstream media, it's on ABC. There was 11 soldiers. I'm sorry, maybe you weren't the one following along, and then you got wrapped into it. But was looking for that source. And Marine Mom blocked me. It's Sue. I'm sorry you have a literacy problem.
Sue 92. So, number one, we were talking about Russia.
No, I was talking about Kuwait. I'm sorry you weren't following along.
You were talking about Kuwait. You were talking about Kuwait. We were talking about Russia. So that's the first disconnect. The second disconnect was the article that I mentioned. It was a Ukrainian drone that landed on a Russian beach, a resort actually, where people were standing and on. It had nothing to do with Kuwait.
So I went up there and asked Marine Mom a question, and then she said, it's literally all over the mainstream news. And then you went, yeah, literally 11 people are unalived. And I said, no, my husband is literally in Kuwait. There's nothing that has happened there at that time. And then you guys all went ham on me and wouldn't let me speak. So I dropped from the panel. So I'm sorry that you actually weren't following along, that I joined a panel to ask Marine Mom a question.
You were asking a question about something that was a total different conversation. In the beginning, she mentioned Kuwait, but she was talking about the soldiers over there. She wasn't talking about this particular drone strike. You weren't listening.
Nope. You're not listening. I literally asked her a question about Kuwait, and then you decided to bring up 11 dead people. So
I'm not
all right. Well, you were very emotionally charged yesterday, so maybe you just completely misunderstood what was being said. So
here comes the misogyny a little bit.
Literacy is really hard for some people, and comprehension, and all these things. And maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe you
listening
shouldn't get out
skills
and vote.
is hard for people too.
So
Maybe you shouldn't get out and vote.
I looked this up on the FEC. On the FEC right here, I see where Kim Paxton has his operating expenditures from the FEC.gov. It says that he has spent $7 million. And now, where you would be correct in the sense of the 1,000-foot overview would be the amount that Tallarico has had to spend. Certainly, he's had to spend a lot because you're talking about trying to flip a red state. He's spent over $46 million in operating expenditures. But he's also raised quite a substantial amount as well. He's raised $68 million. Ken Paxton has raised only $9 million. So in terms of like, he's almost like tapped out when you look at like Ken Paxton's expenditures versus his actual receipts. But I'm not surprised that like Republicans don't know how to manage a budget real well. But
primaries, Vince. Are you? I'm not even going to get into it.
So now we're going to pivot. Let's pivot. Okay,
Hang on,
let's pivot. What's the next pivot?
Vince, a
I'll
lot
give
of
you the
people
receipts, don't worry.
a lot of people in the chat are kind of saying, Lib brought up a great point, and you're not even acknowledging it. You're pretty much deflecting off of it.
I have answered everything directly. How about you answer me directly? What have I not answered?
Hang on. So how the Republicans completely suck ass, but what are the Democrats offering?
All right, I'll answer that. I'll answer that for both of you because you guys don't fucking understand how the electoral process works during the midterm. Right? What you're looking for here is what you were looking at or trying to see some kind of environment similar to 2024 when it's usually a campaign around a candidate for president. And usually their party falls in line and they have a unified message. This is what the GOP is going to offer with our leader, our captain, our presidential candidate. And during the midterms, they're not focused on that because they're not trying to go after the fucking president. What they're trying to do is focus on their districts and focus on their states if there's a senatorial election. So of course there is no unified Democratic message because it's all going to be tailored towards their districts and getting elected. Now in 4 more years from now in 2028, you'll have a different story. So the thing that you guys are looking for doesn't fucking exist because there is no environment for that to exist. Welcome to fucking civics.
Yeah, you're wrong. I mean, you're just totally wrong, civics. That's not the case. It never has been the case. In the midterms, Democrats typically run on a message, as do the Republicans. The last, I think, 2022, when Biden was in office, they were focusing on inflation at the time, the Republicans. All the Republicans that got into office in the midterms basically ran on the same fucking message. It was a unified message. You just weren't listening.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Listen, open up your fucking ears.
You're totally wrong with yours.
This
You're
is
totally wrong. See, my feels are different than your feels. So, nuh-uh.
You just don't want to listen.
I'm still waiting for that.
You didn't hear me. I said, nuh-uh.
He replied with the same thing you said, lip tears. You said, nuh-uh, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of like the point, right? Is like I have now presented at least 2 different sources in which are very easy to pull up that debunked everything you were saying, and the only thing you've been saying is
why are we not acknowledging the fucking point here?
I have been very directly.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the midterm conversation.
I have been. I've been talking about the spending that Ken Paxton spent. I've been talking about the receipts that Tallarico has. I talked about the polling that I'm looking at. I have presented nothing but facts. You have presented exactly like Robot and Civic said. No, that's what you presented. That's your counter argument. Enjoy the maggots here's I guess. Crazy.
So do we think, like, because I'm more worried about the Michigan primary election tonight. Is anybody else kind of keeping track on that?
I have it up right now. I'm waiting to see. Like, I don't know when the polls are. Polls being closed. It's 7. So it should be closing here in the next minute, and we'll probably start getting pretty quick results. We'll see what the. I have it on refresh, so.
I think this is a massive telling, because if El Said wins, you're going to kind of put your Democrats in a sticky situation, because I know a lot of Democrats aren't for socialism. They might agree with certain areas because he's a progressive, but they do not want that.
Derek, I want you. Listen, I'm telling as a liberal who literally came up here on Mojo's panel and caught nothing but flack for like my criticisms that I had levied, and friendly
fucking
flack.
Conservative, yeah, you're fucking conservative.
Anyways, Mojo. But I will say this, Derek. When I look at Abdul El Said, I think if you look at his policy platforms, it's been generally what most Democrats necessarily run on. It's not something that is inherently socialist or communist, quite frankly. The biggest issue that he has gotten from has been his associations, and the big criticism that a lot of liberals especially have been levying against him is the backing of the DSA and the backing of, say, Hassan. Those are the two where he has faced the most flack. I mean, again, if you want to point to, I'm happy to engage with this, or others especially, where you believe that Abdul El Said is somehow a communist, socialist, Marxist, or whatever it may be. Like, can you point to any of his policies that like is uniquely to that particular platform?
See, I don't know 100% of his policies. That's not what I'm going on.
Surprised.
Hang on, Vince. Hang on.
Can you name one?
No, because that's not even where I'm going on this.
Okay,
and I didn't say, hang on, Civics. I didn't say he was a socialist. I don't even think I said he was a communist. But what I did say is he's a progressive. And he is backed by socialists. So regardless, and I think we know this now, we're pretty intelligent. Most people don't look at the policies. A lot of people are uninformed voters. That's what the fuck happens. So if he wins, I have a strong feeling that a lot of Democrats are going to sit out just because of the Republican messaging and how much we do spend on our messaging.
All right. So the platform, this goes back to the platform issue that you were talking about earlier too. So we do have a platform for the Democratic Party. It'd be the same platform as 2024. Each individual candidate will choose whatever they want to run on specifically. But I would suggest that most people are going to be running on something akin to the DSA, which means that Democrats will be running on universal health care. Democrats will be running on more money to our schools. Democrats will be running on tax cuts to the poor and the middle class in this country. More jobs, more homes, decreasing the value or the prices of homes. These are all things that Democrats are going to be running on. I guarantee you these are all socialist policies in essence, and I don't think you can disagree that everybody's going to like them.
I think a lot of
Tell me you don't like those policies. Tell me you don't like those ideas.
Nope.
Make sure
you don't like them. No, you have to see, this is the problem. The Democrats don't have messaging that actually is constructive in this argument. This is
the messaging. Tell me what you don't like about that messaging.
Mojo, they have no plan. When they say
they do have a plan.
We want everybody to have universal health care. How the fuck do we get there, Mojo?
You just add to the ACA.
Yeah. No.
Just make sure everybody's covered under the ACA. Yes, that's exactly how it works.
I'll tell you how we get there, Latiers. We win the midterms, and we get Congress. You keep that momentum going into the presidential race in 2028, and you pass legislation because that's how you do it. That's the only other way to do it.
Getting the Senate.
Okay, cool. It doesn't matter. Wait, hold on. It doesn't matter if we get the Senate or not, because if the House can actually get a bill passed to make sure that everybody is covered by health care in the United States of America in the middle of a presidential run, I guarantee you the Senate's going to fucking fall in line on that shit too. because they're
You're
not going to want to have to run.
You're not going to get
They're not going
majority.
to want to. They're not going to want to have to run. The Senate Republicans are not going to want to have to run on making sure that people don't get health care.
You're not going to get the House, and you're not going to get the Senate, guys. I'm telling you right now.
Let's just save some time here because there's no fucking point. Lib, you're not going to fucking vote for a Democrat. So their platform is going to be whatever the fuck you disagree with. Whatever the fuck you disagree with is their platform. How about that? We'll keep it simple because we're not aiming for your fucking vote.
And that's your problem, and that's
No,
why
it's
you'll
not.
lose.
You're never going to fucking
Yes, it
vote for
is.
them anyway. So why the fuck am I going to try to bend over backwards and pretzel myself into getting your vote? It doesn't fucking matter. You're not the audience.
This is why you're not a politician, because you don't understand how to persuade.
No,
and sway.
specifically you. I'm not talking about everybody else. Specifically you.
You're emotionally tied to a program, to a Democrat program. You're tied to it. So if people disagree with you, you don't understand how to have a conversation with them to persuade them that maybe your views are actually positive.
Mhm.
You don't know how to do
tied-
that.
You're emotionally tied to be the antithesis of Democrats. That's what you're emotionally tied to.
No.
Do I see a D? I'm
no.
against that.
I'm an independent civics. I'm not a
Okay,
fucking
cool.
Republican
I see a
or
D
Democrat.
and I'm against that.
Well, you're also a communist, are you not?
No.
I thought you identified far left.
Is that the only side of the aisle? Like, is communism it? So if
All right,
you're a
socialist.
capitalist, you must be a fascist, right?
No. There's
Okay,
many
well, you
different
see how
ways
there's
of
nuance there?
capitalism.
You see how there's nuance? Just because
I'm a
you're on the right side of the
progressive
aisle doesn't mean
capitalist.
you're a fascist?
I'm a progressive capitalist.
Okay, yeah.
You said that.
I like
That makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, it does. Go read the definition. Go type it into Google, and that's basic. That's exactly what I am. Reforming the fucked up system that we have currently, so that it benefits everybody at some level. Pretty simple.
Pretty simple. Very simple.
What you guys want is too far. It's you're pulling the system too far in one direction. It's just not going to
Capitalism.
work.
Yeah, pushing the system, pushing capitalism means that less people are helped. It means that we have more monopolies. It means that we have larger corporations paying less money into the economy.
Not to mention what you're seeing right now and why there's so much, I don't know, pearl clutching about the DSA and who they back is because they had a concerted effort to unseat establishment Dems. So that's what you're seeing right now. It's not October. We're not near the midterms yet. We're nearing the midterms for sure. But let's select our fucking candidates who are going to go up against a Republican, and then maybe you'd get a more of a unified message. Right? But unless they're an incumbent that isn't being primaried, right now you're looking at two candidates that are going for the same seat to represent the Democratic Party.
So, Libtears, you said that you're progressive. So, are you for a strong federal government?
No, I'm for common sense government oversight.
That doesn't mean anything. Do you want the states to dictate things, or do you want the federal government to?
No, states have states' rights. I think the system, the way that it's constructed now, is fine.
Then you're not a progressive.
Progressive capitalist. Read the fucking definition.
Progressive capitalism is an economic framework with a fiscal progressivism that pairs government intervention with competitive markets to foster economic growth. It is for strong federal government. Would you like me to continue with that definition?
Strong federal government doesn't mean essentially eradicating states' rights, Robot.
Can we run the tape back as to what Brobot asked you?
What's up, commies?
The ceiling,
Damon.
fascist.
Thank you. Thank you.
Matt Damon. How are you doing, Matt?
I'm doing great. How you doing, Libtiz?
I'm doing good.
Are you up here slaying the dragon?
He's currently crying.
Yep.
Oh, he don't crash out.
No, he's crying.
Fuck the commies.
Lib tears. He's crying lib tears. Libs are
Yeah,
making him
he
cry.
feels bad for you people because you're all fucking brain dead and indoctrinated and
no.
fucking
Oh no,
I can go on and on and on, but it's an interesting study.
Oh no,
I come over
he's
here
getting
to
his ass
study.
kicked by he's getting his ass kicked by liberals, and he hates it.
Well, there's how
I've
many up
never
there?
once. Hold on, I've never once gotten my ass kicked by any liberal on this platform ever.
Ever.
You are
Ever.
incorrect, sir.
And the time of ever is
That
ever.
sounds like a conservative. Declare yourself the winner and then take your ball and go back to Nazi Germany.
There's not been
Yes,
one.
They take me back. I am from Germany. That's my last name. It's even German. I can get right over the gate.
Yeah, haha, Johann, go.
And I go in there and I take all the Islamists and I'd remove them from my country.
It's like you did with the Jews.
Born, Derek, and lived here. So which one of you is walking here?
No, I just came up to say hello to my commie friends.
And then what?
Y'all
You leaving?
tonight. No, I just want to. No, I'll stay and party. What's party?
Party. I have no gaggers for you.
Party.
Yeah, I go down the street. Gaggers. I can go get gaggers. They're open till midnight. But no, I'm good.
I can get a gag on the corner.
Can we go back to the line of questioning that Brobot had here?
All right,
Because you asked him to look up the definition, and then he asked you a question that you disagreed with the definition of the thing that you identify with.
No, because his implication is that it means eradicating state rights, and that's just incorrect.
Never did. That was literally not in anything that I read.
You asked it in a way that would implicate the states' rights issue.
No, I asked which one you were for. Did you want the federal government to dictate things, or did you want states to? That does not mean eradication of anything.
And I simply said, I believe in states' rights, and I believe the way that it's currently construed, I am totally okay with.
Yep, so you would not be progressive.
Unless it supersedes federal law.
God. It's like talking to a fucking void sometimes, man. People just don't.
I mean, sometimes when you're not able to understand the words and definitions that you're using, it may seem like you're talking into a void. I agree.
Does it say, does the definition say federal oversight superseding and totally controlling and superseding states' rights? Is that what it says in there?
Of course not, because you are adding absolutes to it, which are not in the definition.
Okay, so don't make the implication that there are absolutes, and we'll be fine.
So let me re-ask the question in the same terms. Are you for progressing policy at the federal level in order to progress society, or are you for conserving the system that we live in?
I am for conserving the system we live in with proper oversight.
Thank you, conservative. It's great to hear you, conservative.
Okay, what oversight? What oversight are you looking for, and what reform?
You got some killer reverb, man. All you need is a little guitar.
Who? Who are you talking about?
I'm bouncing around everywhere.
Oh, hey. So, what reforms are you talking about?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear.
Not at all. You can't hear us.
Stupid head. I can hear you. What was the question?
What reforms are you advocating for?
Reforming the social welfare programs, number one.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that look like?
It means getting rid of fraud in the system, making sure that people who deserve to get these types of benefits they're entitled to them. It also means reforming the immigration system because it's a fucking atrocious.
Hold on. We're not done there yet. Hold on. So what you're looking to do is take. What you're doing is you're looking to take people off of welfare programs. Is that correct?
Absolutely. The ones who don't deserve it and shouldn't have it. Yeah.
Okay. So how is that progressive? How is that helping out more Americans?
It's giving the entitlements to people who deserve them and people who are legally qualified to get them.
Oh no. Those people get it already. What you're talking about is taking away, and you're taking away services from people. You're not talking
people
about
who don't
giving it to
qualify
anybody
for them.
else.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, so you're not talking about giving it to anybody else. So you are actually taking it away from people. How is that making the American people better?
Well, they can go get jobs, right?
You can start reallocating money into areas that need the reallocation, as opposed to what's happening now, where the money just goes into a fucking endless pit.
Like what?
programs.
What do you want to
need
reallocate
reform.
it into? Huh? What do you want to reallocate the money to?
Mojo, don't you
programs
agree that the system needs a little oversight, a little more
I don't
oversight?
agree with any of the shit that you're
Accountability?
saying. I don't agree with any of the shit that you're saying right now. Taking money away from Americans is probably a bad idea, and it is not progressive in any way, shape, or form.
As long
That
as they're
being said-
Americans.
That being said, when you call yourself a progressive capitalist, you are simply lying by saying you want to take shit away from people.
That's wrong. So progressive is only giving. Is that what you're saying?
Progressive
Giving unlimitedly?
Progressive is helping people, not hurting people.
That's not the actual definition, though.
So
read the definition
encouraging
again. Read the definition again. Read the definition.
Encouraging the legality in the system is now regressive.
Stop. Broback, can you read the definition again, please?
I can read it. I got it open. Economic framework within fiscal progressivism that pairs government intervention with competitive markets to foster economic growth while mitigating inequality through targeted public policies. It combines market-driven innovation and targeted government investment in education, infrastructure, and healthcare, while establishing public alternatives in essential services. I can keep going, but that's pretty...
Okay, so establishing public services, and you are actively trying to get rid of public services.
We already have public services, Mojo.
No, but you were trying to get rid of them for a certain amount.
No. I'm trying to take the people... No. I'm taking...
It's not
I want
about
to take
the
the
people that
off.
we don't like. It's people that who do not deserve and able-bodied
Again,
and
so you
able
were
to
trying
work.
to take it... Again, you were trying to take it away from America.
From the lazy people, correct. Absolutely.
So that does
That's
not
his
fall in-
argument.
That does not fall in that definition. As a matter of fact, it's the antithesis to that definition.
Oh my god.
The people who need are people who are not able-bodied or healthy or have
Yes, you can argue this all you want. I am simply
Mojo, you're just putting qualifications where they don't belong. That's all you're doing.
I am simply trying to go along your definition. You said that you were this thing. I am suggesting that you are not this thing, and I am proving that you are not this thing.
No, you're not. That's not.
I am.
No,
Yes,
it's not. That's your opinion,
No,
Mojo.
I'm sorry, Mojo. I'm Mojo.
What?
That's literally your opinion.
Mojo, he used the debate nuke. He said, "Nuh-uh."
Oh shit!
Why is that actually a thing?
Yeah.
No, it's just
there's
there's
no argument against it.
I said no, it's not nah, brobot.
It's the same fucking thing, you dipshit.
No, it's not.
Nuh-uh.
See how that works? No, it's not.
You got 80 people in the chat and fucking nobody's tapping. What's going on here? You only had 38K?
It's all these fucking lazy lefties, dude. That's the problem. They're fucking lazy.
Yeah, they all hate me.
They love to sin.
I'm used to them hating me.
Fucking commies. See? That's what happens with communism. See?
They
I
just
can
want
use this.
they want to listen to the stream for free. With
Correlates.
the host.
So with this idea that there are lazy people, I mean, I don't know if I buy that.
I do. I know for
Do you
a fact
think the
that we got
economy is-
lazy people. Listen,
Do you think the
listen.
okay.
You don't think that we don't have fraud in the social programs that we have and the way they are right now? Don't you think there should be more oversight and people that should be working, and so that way it doesn't take from people who actually need the help, the disabled.
Okay,
You know?
okay, Born. I understand what you're saying. Do you think the economy is doing good right now, Born? Like with all the stuff Trump's doing, you think it's doing good?
It's not fucking rainbows and fucking and Irish music, that's for sure. I mean, it could be a lot better. This war is killing us.
Would you agree that unemployment is down?
I agree with what's going on in Iran, but at the same time, I don't agree with the fucking these gas companies and they're fucking us. These oil companies are fucking us with this price gouging, and nothing's being done about it. We're getting robbed right now.
Would you say that unemployment is down right now? Like unemployment numbers look good for America?
I mean, everybody's working. If they, there's a lot going on in my industry.
Wait.
I see a lot of
Say
job
that again.
sites
Say that
busy.
again.
What?
Say that again, because you got
What
there
can I
before
say
I could
again?
even get there. Everybody's working. Everybody's working.
Everybody's working on my job sites, and people do get up and work. I see traffic. I see movement first thing in the morning. I mean, You know, you go to when you're driving to work, do you run into traffic? Of course you do. That's because everybody's trying to go to work, right? So, yeah, people are working.
So are people lazy or are they working?
No, the ones that are living off the system are the lazy ones. The ones who want everything handed to them and given to them. They want that. They think they're entitled to it, right? That's their attitude. There are people like that. There are ratchet people in society who take
Not that many, because our unemployment is doing pretty good. Not that many.
No.
You just said people are working. So where are the lazy people?
Listen, you're trying to catch me in something. I'm saying that what I'm saying is that we need more oversight for these social programs, because there are people who are fucking lazy and not contributing to society. They're just leeching off of it. But yet there are hardworking Americans like me and you. I go to work every day. So I've never been on a social program. Ever.
But Bourne, if you want more oversight on these programs, don't you think you actually need to put more money towards our fraud department?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there was a lot of things that enabled the fraud to begin with. So if you were able to cheat the system that simply, then there's obviously nobody doing their job, or people are just making money off of what's going on. You know, there's a right and a left pocket.
Or they're limited to the regulation of whatever their system is. So how about we do something regarding, regulation and fraud?
Yeah, that's a no-brainer, right?
All right, but that costs more federal money.
Why weren't we doing it?
And you guys don't like more federal money.
No, I want to make sure that we're not getting fucking robbed. Wouldn't you want security on that? Wouldn't you want to feel a little secure that our tax dollars are going to where they should be and not being fucking robbed and looted through fraud?
Yeah. My agency has a fraud department.
There you
go. I'm
totally we should have one too. I think there should be accountability.
All right, then we agree. But that's not the argument you guys are making. You guys are making that you want to get rid of these agencies compared to putting money.
I never said that. I never said that.
All right, that's true. All right, well, that's fair. That's fair. All right.
I said we need these programs. That's why they were established to begin with, right? Because there's always going to be somebody who's going to be in need. We know this, right? So we'll look at California, for instance, right? The fraud just on what they were getting federally funded to combat homelessness, right? They got it from the federal government. And if you go and you drive through LA or, because I know people that live out there and it's wild,
Well, there's people on the panel that live out there, but
so you get it. Then you can't deny it. Or those are things that I'm talking about. There should have been somebody paying attention to that, and it almost seems like they turned a blind eye and or profited from it.
In Ohio, it's not that easy to get food stamps. There's a lot of regulations, and I had to actually work before I got my permanent disability. I had to work for my food stamps.
And if you're permanently disabled, then that's a problem too, because I see people actually disabled getting denied disability.
Right, I had to
what they originally made before they became disabled, right? You're making maybe a third to a quarter what you made. So how do you sustain yourself? How do you, So I think that whole system needs some reforming.
I make enough to have an apartment and live comfortably.
Yeah, you should be, and you should be able to. But there shouldn't be people robbing from the coffers. They shouldn't be coming in and stealing that money, and it takes away from other people.
There's not a lot of fraud going on, at least not in the state of Ohio. They're very
No, maybe not in Ohio, but you can skip, and a jump right over to your neighbors, in Minnesota, California, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maine.
Could you prove this fraud? I mean,
it's all being investigated.
Okay, so then why don't we wait for the investigation?
So why don't we have to wait until it all comes out? But there are people being prosecuted in other states.
So let the process work. But here's the issue: is that right? Like just because I've budgeted for 100 loaves of bread to go out, and two people are stealing from it, and they don't deserve those loaves of bread. You're okay with disenfranchising the 98 other people that need that bread. That's the problem. And
No,
you're
I'm
talking
not.
about, hold on. You're talking about, hey, there's fraud. We need to investigate it. Cool, let's investigate it. But then they're also like, we need to defund some of these programs because they're costing us too much. And it's like, well, it's not just the what these programs are providing, these services that are it's the people that actually administer these programs that also are going to be part of that budget cut, right? If you need 10 people to operate something all of a sudden, and you're like, hey, we need to cut at least 4 people, those services aren't going to be there anymore. And those 6 people that are overworked now don't have enough time to make sure that there isn't fucking fraud. You're opening up the door when there's less administrative oversight on these programs.
More
because there's
oversight
less people
is
to
what I
catch the
said,
fraud.
not less. I would make sure that all that money going out, I want a fucking receipt. That's all.
Okay, I have a question. Is it about the money or is it about the people?
It's not about the people. Like I already said, there are people out there actually need these programs.
Okay,
You have
so
somebody on your panel right now.
How much money do you
So
think?
when you're going after these,
How much money do you think you would save us?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
More than
Probably a lot of money if you think about it. If you knock off, we'll say a third of it, right? A third of the people that are on there. We'll just say because those are the ones who are fraudulent. I'll put a number on it, right? So we'll say 1/3 of the people that are on the system are able-bodied and they're just fucking lazy and/or just take advantage of loopholes, right? In some states you can. Ohio, obviously not. But in my state, you can literally go down there. I can go down there tomorrow and say, hey, I'm fucking broke. And I can get right on. No problem.
Okay, so how much money is that?
But I don't know. I've never been on social programs.
Hey, what if I told you you could save? What if I
As a
told you
child, my
what
mom
if I told
was.
you? What
Absolutely.
the fuck?
What
if I told you you could save $2 billion? Is that good?
$2 billion? That's a lot of money.
It is. All right. What if I told you that $700 billion a year was being unpaid by rich people in this country because we don't have enough IRS agents to do audits on them? $700 billion.
And
Every
unpaid
year.
taxes.
Yes.
Why ain't they in jail?
Because we don't have people to do audits on them.
Well,
because we need more IRS agents, and you guys are the ones that were bitching about hiring more IRS agents.
I don't think that's what that study concluded. I think it was over.
It absolutely concluded that. I can give it to you for every year for the last fucking 3 years, and it's right around $700 billion a year every year.
I got audited 4 years ago. I'm a little guy.
I don't care.
I'm a little guy. See, you're telling me they ain't paying attention
I understand.
to the
Your
billionaires
audit,
out there?
yes,
Of course they are.
I understand. Your audits are cheap. They don't need many people to do your audits. When they're going to go audit somebody like Donald Trump, they need a hell of a lot of people to audit Donald Trump.
Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, but I'm just saying.
So,
but they
you guys
picked up on me is my point.
Yeah, I'm just saying then that we need more IRS agents so we can start going after those rich people instead of just going after people like you for audits. Because you're cheap. We can do your audit cheaply.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Well, fuck.
I'm a cheap date.
Like that. I don't mean it like that, you jerk.
What he's saying is that yours isn't as complicated as some of the.
I understand that. I get it. I have somewhat of an IQ. So
I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm just saying that's a lot of money that we let go.
You know who is cheap? The Foxy Lady. Nice eggs and legs.
Yeah, that's right. Legs and eggs, brother.
Hey,
I used to take my
can I
crew
give you
there,
some
dude.
numbers?
I took my crew there once a week, dude. Every Friday. Payday.
Take it
That's
this
what we
is
do.
a restaurant of some kind.
Yeah, it's a strip joint, right?
Oh, it's a strip joint.
Strip joint.
Lauren, can I give you some numbers?
What's that? Go ahead. Show me some numbers.
Well, if you look at how much personal net worth is in the United States, and everybody can follow along, just go to Google, type that in, how much personal net wealth is in the United States, you find that there's about 49 trillion. And you also find that the top 1% have 46 trillion of that personal net wealth. Now, if we go to the IRS, the top 1% only pay 40% of the taxes. So what does this tell us? The top 1%, 46 trillion of personal net wealth pays
obviously,
40% of taxes, and the
got
bottom
good accountants.
99% The bottom 99% with only $3 trillion in personal net wealth pay 60% of the taxes. Guess that right. Which one would you rather tax?
Listen, I'm just saying this meme was never more meaningful, especially being next to this guy right over here. That's all I'm saying.
Oh
Anybody
God,
gets
here
it?
we go. Ellie's chiming in now. No, I'm not bald. I don't wear a red coat like that.
Wait a minute,
Is
is
that
this
supposed to be
Derek?
me?
Is this Derek?
Who?
No, Derek's
He's in the bottom left.
Caddy corner.
Oh, I thought she was talking to me.
No, I am talking to you.
Oh, okay. I'm not
Hey,
Derek.
Okay, but wait, did I not hear Derek on here too?
You did.
He's in the bottom left, though.
Okay, so you're a Matt Damon fan and you don't even know what this meme is? Never mind.
I can't see it. All I see is a bald guy. What is that? I don't know.
Sure.
Oh yeah, that was a good movie.
I mean,
Pay that man his money.
his money.
Yeah, funniest movie ever. And did you see the interview with Matt Damon? He was not expecting that. That came right out. He just did that. He went off and did that, and that was the best part of the movie. It was.
That is one of the very few movies I've watched multiple times.
Rounders is so good. Rounders is amazing.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
I think you guys are targeting the wrong people. See, one of the biggest problems I have.
I'm just targeting the lazy. That's all I want. I want the system to be clean and make sure everybody who deserves the money gets it and can live within their means and not live in the fucking,
Yeah. So what you're doing is targeting poor people. So I think you're targeting.
I'm not targeting poor people. I'm targeting the lazy fuckers who can go.
Do you want those numbers again, Born? Do you want those numbers again? Let me put it in the full numbers.
And what's that have to do with my point, though?
Well, hold on. It's in your point. 4 million of those 1% wealthy have $46 trillion of personal net worth. And you are saying that the lazy 350 million, you're saying that the lazy 350 million that are only $3 trillion dollars, you don't want them to get any of that.
350 million people who are living off the system?
We are
just
all
Americans?
living off the system. Just Americans. We're all living off the system.
Well, we're getting taxed to hell, as it is.
Yeah.
You
we
want
pay
us to pay more too?
60% of that tax, and me and you,
well, there's more of us than there are of them.
Net worth.
There's more of us than there are of them.
Now you're coming over to the left.
No, there's more of us than there are of them. So, of course, we're going to pay more in taxes because there's less super wealthy than there are super wealthy.
I mean, to me, it just sounds ridiculous. Why
like you come to my
350 million at 60% and the top 1% with 46 trillion as only paying 40% of the taxes? That makes no sense.
The numbers. Not all of us are millionaires.
Get three of the most unsightly Boston accents back to back to back across the entire bottom of the thing.
Unsightly?
Unsightly, I said. Unsightly. I'm just saying, three of the most despicable Boston accents.
I don't
despicable.
Care about
what the fuck?
I don't care about the accent.
I live in fucking New England. What do you want me to do?
Unlovable.
I'm just happy that people are here that disagree.
I agree. We'll take it. That's fair.
I don't care about the accent.
Born is never mind. I'll just leave it there.
What? You want to talk shit? Go right ahead.
No, I'm not talking.
I'm always looking for a fight. So what's up?
So am I. So I don't want it. Not today, though. I've had enough of a fight today.
All right, good. All right, just leave it at that. I'm unsightly. My voice is unsightly.
Yes, okay. In other words, she can't see it. No.
Listen, I'm a UMass Amherst grad, so I put up with it like
Amherst. Fucking the zoo.
There it is, the zoo, indeed. Yep.
Slamhurst. Come on, that makes a lot of
Brown. You could have went to Brown. Why didn't you go to Brown?
Because I went to NYU afterwards, so I didn't need to go to Brown. Could have done a lot of things, but didn't.
Providence is pretty kind to you, college folk.
What the fuck does that mean? I know what it means, but like you're doing too much. I'm straight. Thank you.
Oh, was that a thing that I didn't understand?
So you're saying there's a
Providence,
chance?
because you know.
There's a chance of what, bud?
It's a joke. She said she's straight, and I turned the word phrase around.
Do you drive a Subaru by any chance?
I hope not.
I don't.
Okay. She's okay then. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. That would explain it a lot if she did.
I wouldn't explain anything other than one thing.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, this is an honest time. This is an honest moment.
You guys all know the Subaru shit, huh? I have no idea.
The truth about Bourne turns into the truth about L. Doesn't though.
I mean, the Subarus are kind of Colorado country, are they not?
They are.
No, they're everywhere, bro. Come on my way. Fucking Subarus are all over the highway.
Fucking Subarus.
Rhode Island School of Design is amazing too. So
Yeah, RISD's awesome. Yeah,
Yep.
my son was going to go there. He went to Johnson & Wales instead. And he's a mailman now. Go figure. Spent 8 years in school and said, fuck all this.
Johnson and Wales, and he's a mailman.
And now he's a mailman. Killing it, by the way. He's killing it.
They do make great money. So
Yeah, he's killing it. He comes over and laughs at me. He sits down. He'll listen to me on TikTok. And I'm I lay pavers. I build walls. That's what I do. And
Does he cook Thanksgiving?
What's that?
Does he cook Thanksgiving?
He's going to attempt to this year. So we'll see. He just moved in. So next door, we made him a little spot.
What do we think about Trump's EO for military spouses?
Win.
That was today.
It's a win, right?
No, it's a win.
Keep winning, guys. You say we're losing.
I just don't know, and nobody could really give any information earlier. But what is the Democrats' platform besides the DSA? Because that's not that popular. Besides,
It's not going to be. They think that the common man is going to fall for that, right? The people that that we don't see on apps, not on Facebook, not political, right? They're sitting back and they're going to be like, what? I don't fucking think so. They see all these protests, right? They see all these assholes out in the street attacking law enforcement, right? Because they don't feel the same way you guys do. They don't feel that way.
I'm sorry. You're wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
You're wrong, though.
So anyway, I was saying,
everybody wants healthcare. Everybody wants healthcare, whether you like it or not.
Oh, of course, I want healthcare. I want affordable healthcare. But yet, the government gives them subsidies, and they fuck us. They take the competition out of it, right? They took competition right out of that, didn't they?
Competition
with these subsidies.
Stop. Oh my God, competition doesn't stop. Doesn't stop corporations from charging you too much.
Well, they're fucking us hard right now. All right, and auto insurance. It went up 300%.
What's the Republican plan?
And the Democrats are the ones that push for that.
What's the Republican plan to fix healthcare?
I don't know. They need to fix it.
Okay, I can tell you what the Democratic plan is. You guys have no plans.
Universal.
You guys have no plans at all.
It failed under Obama.
To run on. You have nothing to run on except
that's what brought in the fraud, by the way.
You have nothing to run on except for a $2 trillion debt. $2 trillion debt under Donald Trump.
And think about the billions. Listen, and think about the billions of dollars in fraud, right? That would that reflect on how much we owe and our debt? Absolutely.
How many billions does it take to make $1 trillion?
That's a lot of money. So,
why is it that Trump's making all kinds of illegal money?
Oh yeah, how's he doing that? How's he making money?
Tell me.
His companies are making money. Is that what you're telling me? that his daughter's doing a fantastic job and his children are running his companies and he's making them money?
No, I mean, like, he'll buy stock and then he'll mention it 2 days later and the price goes up.
That's illegal?
Wait, are you now saying that women can run a company in a country?
What? I never said that they couldn't. Who said that they couldn't?
Well,
you don't think women ain't good in business? Absolutely. I know a couple women that have companies and they fucking run like they get this shit together. So
mostly Derek and Libtears, but I mean, we'll forgive you.
No, there's this woman that runs a company where I buy my materials. She's fucking in her late 30s. She runs that thing like a fucking Swiss watch.
I don't think I ever said a woman couldn't run a country. I think
they're too emotional, but
yes,
whatever.
I think the French Prime Minister or the Chinese or one of them, that's a woman in power, and I think she's doing fucking amazing.
There's like 8 women in power in Europe.
Yeah, it's Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
She's a badass. Was she not?
Fuck
She
Margaret
was.
Thatcher.
She was. But hold on. There is no Chinese president.
She's doing pretty good.
Maybe you're thinking of the former New Zealand prime minister who was a woman and she was pretty young. She was a prime minister during C-19. Sheinbaum in Mexico. There's plenty of female leaders around the world.
Yeah, not saying they can't. They're incapable. I didn't say that. Not once did that ever come out of my mouth.
They're doing a lot better than ours.
Didn't you just say they're too emotional?
They are emotional. I did say that, but it doesn't. Men can be too. You got these fucking beta soy boys out here that have no fucking emotional control.
Exactly. You know, like Trump's tweets on every holiday.
Yeah, I wish they would take his fucking phone away.
That's totally not fucking soy boy rage shit, right? Like that's just a normal sane person.
No, that's not soy boy. That's fucking testosterone. But what do I know?
Oh, it's Alzheimer's, the being his volume.
Yeah, whatever. We gotta stop hating on Trump. We're stuck with him for 2 more years. It is what it is, right?
But this is their platform.
So what we gotta stop is that the DSA is a fucking problem, right? It's taking the Democratic Party and turning it into
There's
a
the
fucking
soy
pile
boy
of shit.
I was looking for.
No. I don't even want to. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with what's going on in Michigan. I have a problem with they're trying to do in Texas. It's like.
But you don't live in either of those places. Why are you snowflaking out?
Yeah, well, it's coming to my state too. I'm guaranteeing you that.
It would
already
be in
trying
your
that.
state,
They're already
right?
trying
You live in
that.
a blue
There's some
state.
fucking DSA fucking guy running for mayor in Providence.
It's already in your state.
It's
You
like,
live in a
yeah, it's
blue
already in my
state.
state, bro. My state's already infected with this fucking disease.
commies everywhere. Fuck the commies.
Yeah, I'm telling you, your state is infected with the disease of conservatism.
We know, bro, but we know. We're aware.
I wouldn't worry about Michigan. Musk dumped 50 million into it.
That's why I just went and re-upped my my LTC, just in case any commies want to pop off.
Yeah, we had to do some straightening out up here before new things kicked in. So that's fucking wild. Going against our
This is
second
certainly
amendment.
fascinating.
Fucking commies everywhere.
Yeah, trying.
No kings. No, all
They're
these
trying,
elderly
bro.
no king protesters, right, Born? You see all those the no kings?
No kings.
They're like geriatric
Jackasses.
motherfuckers everywhere.
Jackasses.
Oh yeah, what did we call the No Kings protests in 1776?
Oh, stop it.
I think we called them patriots.
We actually had a king.
Yeah, but we actually were fighting against a king. What the fuck?
1776, we no longer had that king.
Yeah.
And that's because
we
of
were
the
still-
protests. They
we were
protested
still an
with
extension.
the
Yeah,
Chile.
well, we
Hold
don't
on.
have a king now. Fucking.
We were the revolution had to do with the king over in El Inglando. So I mean,
Yeah.
Fascinating. Were we under a Spanish
across the
king?
pond? You know,
we didn't
Hey, Zach.
separate until 1776, bro. You know that.
Remember the
You're getting
Mayflower?
your ass kicked today. I don't know what's wrong with you.
I've never once gotten my ass kicked, Mojo.
You are getting your ass kicked every time you fucking speak up. You're getting your ass kicked.
No, he's actually he did pretty
Nah.
Yeah,
good.
you don't even know what
So-
progressive capitalism is. You don't understand that you are not a progressive.
Neither do
capitalist.
you, Mojo.
I just
You're
went
just
through it with you.
You're just
I just went
you're just
through it with you.
assuming. Hold on, you're just assuming because I want to take away.
I just went
want
through
to
it
take
with you.
I want
Hey,
to
dipshit.
take away.
Hey dipshit. Hey dipshit. I just went through it with you. I just went through it with you and showed you how you are not a progressive.
I want to take away the fucking money for the freeloaders. Fuck the freeloaders.
Yes, and
I
that
want
is
to
not
take the money
progressive
away
in
from
any
them.
way, shape, or form.
All right, I guess I'm not a progressive capitalist then.
You're not.
Fuck the freeloaders.
Yeah, that's what I say, huh? Fuck them freeloaders.
There you
man.
go. There you go. Now
They
you
can
can
suck
run
my
around
balls.
telling everybody. Now you can go run around telling everybody that Mojo kicked your ass.
Proudly, I'll get a T-shirt made.
Three oil companies in the United States, or gas companies, made $93
Fucking
billion
us.
in 3 months.
Fucking
Fuck
us.
them. They can suck it too.
$93 million in 3
They
months.
fucked us.
Yeah,
They're
they
fucking
fucked
us
us.
balls.
right
And
now.
gas is $4 a gallon.
$5.33 for a gallon of diesel, and I drive a truck. That cost me $200 to fill it up. Right? That's
crazy.
$200 out of my paycheck
Yeah,
every
this is
week.
what you get for voting for
No,
Republicans.
that's
you dipshits.
no. What I did vote for, right, is somebody to go after the
Republicans.
price gouges and fucking rob the people who rob us on a daily, and it's not happening.
Yeah,
I want to see
Republicans
cuffs.
don't
I
do
want to
that
see
shit.
people getting arrested. That's what I want to see.
Republicans, yeah, Republicans love them some fucking corporations. They love price gouging.
I'm
They
not
protect price
about
gouging.
that. I'm not about
Hey,
that.
Mojo.
You're voting
Hey,
for the
Mojo.
wrong people, my guy.
Right?
Mojo, did you hear us? Did you hear me an hour ago say both sides fucking suck dick? I don't
no,
think you heard
and
that
I don't
part.
really care. You're still voting for Republicans.
Voted.
So you just vote for the people that are doing
the
exactly the
lesser
opposite
of the
what you
two
want.
evils.
I'm sorry,
Mojo.
Libters. Since the Republicans crashed Grinder, I would say only one party sucks dick.
Lesser of two evils.
Damn.
You would know about that, bro, but
But I honestly think we're getting robbed right now, and something needs to be done about it. I don't
yeah,
give
the
a fuck.
Democrats
Republicans.
ain't stepping up.
If we
You
have,
can thank Republicans. You can thank Republicans.
Democrats
for
are
that shit.
pussies. They ain't stepping up. Bunch of pussies.
What is your Congress and Senate doing? Anything?
Congress is doing shit.
Nothing.
All right,
They all
nothing.
Senate's
suck.
doing shit.
Are they not? I do love it.
I'll admit it.
I do love it. Libters just said earlier that fascism and communism are both left wing, which have unalived the most humans compared to God. Yet we're pussies.
No. Socialism has unalived.
You're going to end up on a damn wall, dude.
I never said anything about communism.
Oh, what wall would that be?
Probably the Welling Wall.
We've never had communism in this planet.
No, never happened, right?
We've had
But it can't be
socialism,
here.
like far left socialism.
I don't know. I would
Robot's
say
just
that-
he's trying to make another weird implication. I don't know what he's doing right now. I think he's losing it.
Robot never really.
How is it weird? You said it.
I've never once said communism did anything. I said socialism did things.
Are communists socialists?
No.
It always leads us to communism.
The goal is to
Socialism
get
always
there. So-
leads to communism.
So you
Prove
view
me
the
wrong.
USSR as what? Just socialist? Just an economic
No,
system?
USSR was commie socialists. That's what they were, and they
It
had
was
fucking
Marxist Leninists.
yeah.
That's what it
Exactly.
was. But
Thank
it wasn't communist. It was socialist. Far
What
left
brought that
socialist.
down? What brought that down?
America,
Democracy,
baby. Let's
right?
go.
America, democracy.
UK,
You should call it.
You don't,
and
y'all
USA.
don't even agree, Born. He just said they're socialist again, and you said they're
I didn't say
communist.
anything
Which
how they
they?
are now. I don't fucking stick my nose in Russia's business.
USSR
It's
is
certainly
gone. You
not
can
the,
talk
they're
about it
certainly
all you
not
want.
the USSR. They're not the former Soviet Union where we had East and West Germany. That shit's all gone. That failed. That should tell these leftists and these DSA motherfuckers that it didn't work. People
They wanna
starved
bring it
to
back.
death. Fucking you
But
couldn't
y'all
say
still can't
dude,
agree on what it is.
if they studied the former USSR, for instance, and that's modern, that wasn't that long ago. I went through all of that, I grew up during that time,
What the hell is that noise?
right? That
Oh,
was
my
some
bad.
wild shit. You had the KGB kicking in your fucking door. If you said one fucking thing about your country, negative about your country, you'd be fucking put in a fucking jail and never see your family again. It was so fucking wild over there. It was, and never mind the nukes they were pointing at us.
Like what they're doing to the immigrants around the United States?
Oh yeah. Well, we're threatening them with nuclear war. We're fucking starving them to death. No, they're a bunch of fat cats living off of us.
Stealing them out of their homes, never to see their families again.
Yeah, because they're not citizens.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
You're not a citizen, you gotta leave. That's it.
Get them out. Sayonara.
Bye-bye.
Vamonos, caray.
You become a fucking citizen, you're more than welcome.
Vegetables.
You guys sound like fascists right now.
Oh my God. Yeah, who's going to build our houses? Oh, wait a minute. Me. I can build you a house.
Say goodbye to your
Nothing more
fruits
than
and
a couple
vegetables.
brown shirts. You're just some brown shirts, dude.
I eat meat. I don't need fruits and vegetables.
Instead of exploiting illegals so I can profit off them.
A pro
big
Trump,
companies.
Listen to this. A pro-Trump guy that had fruits and vegetables that need picked. He actually said, "We thought the black people were going to come and do it."
I'll just grow them myself.
What the fuck?
Illegals.
A farmer in California said that.
Oh, yeah, okay. We thought the black people were going to come pick them.
Yep.
Are you serious? The
Yep.
fuck?
Nobody said that. She's just making shit up. I don't know what's wrong with her. She's losing her mind.
You're not that
communism.
That's wild.
Communism got the IQ twisted up there somehow, some way.
So yeah, citizens are being harassed too because of this shit.
Yep.
They're basically just racially profiling.
Yep.
Get them out of here.
It is what it is.
No,
We have laws.
Why
Do
do I have so
something
much
about
hate
the
for those
laws.
people?
The argument is no.
What? Let me ask a serious question. You know, the Republicans tell you to hate the immigrants.
No, I don't hate an immigrant.
No,
And then-
they never said that. They
Nothing
never said
about
that
hate.
stuff.
It's
Okay.
about you don't belong here on our soil. You have to kindly leave.
Okay, well, that's
simple.
what they tell you to focus on, and
No,
at the
I'm
same
not
time,
focused on
at
that.
the same time, they're pickpocketing you. Look over here. That's what we need to be
No.
upset about.
I need you to stop, Born.
Hey, who's fucking us right now?
Born, I need you to stop, like, talking over everybody. Can you please do that?
Well, she's
He's
about
the
to rage.
ultimatum, dude.
Yeah, she's getting pissed off because you keep talking over her.
No,
Talking
she's
over you're talking over everybody.
my bad.
Thank you.
Hey, Star.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah,
I
what did
just
you say?
said that they tell you what to be upset about, and while you're looking at that, they're taking all the money. They're
Who's
ripping
there?
us off. They're allowing the rich to have all the tax breaks.
They're the
and-
ones
and-
that pay the most in taxes. They should be allowed to have tax breaks. What's wrong with that?
God.
You want to
Okay.
take money from the rich and give to the poor? What are you, Robin Hood? Come on, lady. Come on, Star.
Is that bad?
I'm sure you did pretty good last year on
Fucking
your
do that
taxes.
either. Don't fucking do
Come
that.
on, Star.
Do you know how much, like Mojo said, unpaid taxes that are never found? And how corporations hide all their money so they don't have to pay taxes on everything? Come on, you
What
guys
about
are
all the
that
poor
stupid.
people that
You know
even pay
what? And if they're
taxes?
robbing and stealing and looting, then they should be prosecuted. If
I want
your
equality.
claim is that they're not paying their taxes, then they should be caught and prosecuted. No, so there again.
So can we hire more? Can we hire more IRS agents?
If they caught me, Mojo, they'll catch the big guy.
They won't. Again,
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Do you think that they ain't smart enough to catch these fuckers?
Would you please stop repeating yourself just to continue talking?
Mojo.
It takes teams of people to do audits on rich people.
Mojo. Hunter Biden owes a lot in taxes. Are you going to incriminate? Are you going to fucking put his ass in jail?
What aboutism?
He belongs in jail.
Okay, there are 40 million people in this country that live in poverty. 40 million people. These are the people that aren't paying taxes. These are the people that aren't paying taxes. Do you really want to take somebody living in poverty and take more from them? Is that what you're
Yes, they
suggesting?
deserve. If we want equality in the system, they must pay taxes, Mojo. Yes.
Okay.
Pay your fair share.
You want to take the poor people that are somehow eating right now, somehow just barely getting by, and you want to make sure that they can't get by. You want them dying in the streets. That's what you're saying.
I want equality.
It's so dramatic. They're gonna die in the streets, man.
It happens.
You take away their fucking Hot Pockets and their fucking chocolate Oreos.
Hey, Born, do me a favor. Go on to Google and ask it how many U.S. citizens die in the United States every year due to starvation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dare you.
Just malnutrition.
Right?
I mean, it's just wild that you guys want to take from the poor.
What are the parents doing to take care of the children then? If there's malnutrition, then what are the parents not doing to make sure that there is no? What do we? I don't understand. I mean, I understand people die from starvation. I mean, yeah, and that should not be. And that should not be. That should never happen.
Right.
Right.
But you don't care about that. You just want to tax everybody. Oh.
What are you talking about? Who says I'm pro tax? Tax that guy. No, I want people to pay their fair share. Do I think the people that under 100 grand should pay, I don't know, what is it, 20%? No. I think it should be less. I think we should get taxed less under, I mean, there should be a number, that helps people under that $100,000 tax bracket,
All right.
80.
You and Krusty Sock that have different ideas.
No. We're going to tax the Democrats at 50%, and then we're going to tax the Republicans at 10%. It'll equal out. Because we got to make a point. So the left wants human rights, and the right wants whatever the right wants. Right? So let's just make a point on it.
The left want human rights. You don't want human rights?
No. What does the right want?
See, that's where you're wrong. You think I'm a cold-hearted conservative? You think I laugh and say and spit on the people that are living under a bridge?
Well,
you think I'm that kind of person? No, I don't. I don't think it's fair that they're under a bridge. I think that the system is flawed and it needs to be fixed. Right. So people aren't living under bridges. But at the same time, I don't want fraud, and I think most of these people that are homeless, right, either have mental conditions or drug addictions. It's one of those two things. And then they're getting funded to help these people, but yet these people are still on the streets, still living in encampments, living in RVs. It's a fucking shame that there's so much fraud in the system.
We need to work together on it. Not fight each other.
That's easy enough to do.
Yeah.
You sit down and you say, look, California, for instance, we'll just use them. How much billions of dollars in fraud? It's brought to the attention. They had these big fucking sit downs about it. Nothing was done.
Again, the only fraud that I can find is the 46 trillion in personal net wealth only paying 40% of the tax, and the 2 trillion is paying 60% of the tax.
Then change the tax laws.
It just makes the most sense, right?
I don't know what to tell you. It's the law. And if they got good accountants who get paid thousands of dollars an hour to fucking save them a couple billion or $1 million or what have you, then there's obviously something wrong with the tax code that they're able to write these things off, which I'm in business. I want to write off my tools. I want to write off my fuel, the wear and tear of my vehicles, so think about huge corporations like, I don't know, Amazon, who has, 100,000 in their fleet, wealth. Right? And so
personal
they write,
net wealth. I didn't mention business at all. Personal net wealth.
So what do you think Jeff Bezos pays in taxes every year? Billions. That's his claim.
Only up to 4%.
Why don't we ask just a simpler question? Do you think that the wealth inequality in our country is a problem?
No. I think everybody should find their way, and in this America, you can be that guy too. What's stopping you?
That's what I'm saying. But increasingly more and more of the wealth is being concentrated at the top. It isn't trickling down, right? So we're not going to find a middle ground if you don't see that as a problem.
Right.
I don't think I should go over to my millionaire friend and say, you know what? How much did you make last year? You know what? You should give me 5% of that.
But giving it to
I feel like I'm entitled, or you should give it to the government. It's none of my business what he does with his money. If he was smart enough to make that money, right, then you got to give him credit. That's what this country's all about. You get off your lazy ass and you fucking apply yourself, and you could be a millionaire too. I see young kids balling right now in real estate. Balling. This kid's 27 years old, multi-millionaire. He did it in 7 years. Bought one apartment house. He was chasing after him. Everyone that went up for auction, he went and he fucking got the money, and he had good credit, and the banks were giving him the money. He bought up all these houses, right? I'm just letting you know, that's what that kid did. He said, fuck this. I'm going to make some money.
Survivorship bias.
Just saying.
Oh,
You want to be a millionaire? Then fucking go out and earn it.
What happens if everybody becomes a millionaire?
Then everybody's a fucking millionaire. God bless America.
Then all the millionaires, the poorest people in the country.
But you're a millionaire.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, but you're not anymore, because if everybody's got $1 million,
well then, whatever.
You're not.
Then go make more.
Hello. Why the fuck are you talking over me?
I'm not talking over you.
You
I
are.
just disagree. You're just trying to find something.
Absolutely fucking talking over me.
But you're nitpicking what I just said. That's all you're doing.
Hey Mojo, do you remember when 100K was pretty good money? 100K a year.
Not anymore.
Yeah, now it's like lower middle class at this point. It's
fucking
a shame.
pathetic.
All them Democrat policies.
So if anything, I agree with you guys on corporations right now, is that they are price gouging. They are fucking us. It's fucking plain to see. It doesn't take a dummy to figure it out. When you go in, your box of cereal costs $5. When 6 years ago, it was $3. It's like
you give everybody $1 million. You give everybody $1 million, and you see how much that fucking box of cereal costs.
It'll be $2 million for a box of cereal. Mojo. That's the whole point. That's why I'm against. That's why the whole federal minimum wage
starts with energy, guys. It starts with energy. These gas prices are unnecessary. They're just doing it to fuck us.
We need to get the fuck out of Iran, though.
Yeah, we can't let the market dictate what we should be paying for fuel.
You guys have absolutely no idea how the economy works, how the government works, how our system works.
Well, you don't agree? Yeah, I do.
You guys don't understand. You don't understand any of this shit, Lauren.
Yeah, okay.
None of it.
Do.
Not a single bit.
I do. We're getting fucking robbed. That's what I understand. I'm not dude. You think I'm a dummy? You don't think that these companies ain't fucking us right now?
Wait. Mojo has a PhD in economics. Explain to us how it works, Mojo.
Yeah, tell me that price gouging doesn't exist.
Yes, it does. That is a part of capitalism. That's why that's one of the big reasons capitalism sucks ass.
No, it's actually illegal to price gouge, Mojo. You know that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Did you know that? Did you know that, Mojo?
And it's easily provable too with these fucking oil companies.
That would be government regulation stopping that.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, we have a government regulation.
That would be the government. That would be the government. That would be the government intervening in the marketplace, which means you no longer have free market capitalism.
Which I'm fine with. I never said I'm
getting robbed. Don't you guys? So you guys use commies. Don't agree to do something communist. Give me a break.
This is not communist.
That's what a commie would do.
I can
You don't even know what communism is.
Yeah, so I'll try to explain it to you. Here's the issue: is that the interests of those companies that are gouging us, whether it's groceries or whatever, like they are.
It's the energy, though. But
fucking Christ,
that's what dictates the price of goods.
You're so obnoxious. How the fuck do you have a conversation with anybody?
That's Matt Damon you're talking to, Mojo.
I don't mean to cut you off, but
you cut everybody off all the time. You don't ever let anybody finish a goddamn sentence, ever.
Ever.
That's right. So there is a concerted effort of people that recognize that the problem is that we have too much money in politics. And the interests of the American people are no longer being met because they're being met by corporate interests, right? We can agree that on both sides of the aisle they get funding for that. The irony of you guys hating on the DSA is that it's very clear on their platform that they want to get rid of that problem. And you guys are sitting here fucking turbo bitching about communism and socialism when you haven't actually read what they're trying to do.
The DSA wants to eradicate the Constitution.
There you go. How did I know you were just about to say that?
Because they
You're
said
picking
it
apart
literally
certain
in
things
their...
that was okay. Cool.
Brother,
all right, fine. Every single find me a candidate that is currently running right now that has ever advocated for that. I'll wait.
It doesn't matter. The actual organization says
all
what
that
they
matters.
want to do. You guys want to talk about Trump saying things, right? We could talk about the DSA saying things, and people that are endorsed by them more than likely would be those same people that are going to push for those types of policies. Period. So you can say whatever the fuck you want. It's just the reality.
I don't think you live in reality.
Again, just find me any candidate that is currently running right now that is running on any of the shit that you guys are scared of.
We'll just say that we're scared as well. But Chevalier just won her primary, didn't she? She's in the DSA.
Hitler didn't run.
Mandami is full-blown DSA.
Hitler didn't run on fucking socialist, commie, weird, fascist shit, did he? No, he was a populist. Dum-dum.
It's not dum-dum.
I encourage you to look up all of his speeches and then return to us.
He was a very, very evil person, but he was a con artist. And he conned the people of Germany to do bad things. Period.
Just give me a quote from one of his speeches.
Okay.
That's a trap. Don't do it.
Iha, nu, gua. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how to say it in German.
It's funny. It's funny that all the blue team knows Hitler's speeches by heart, though.
It's almost like they took a page out of his playbook, eh? Weird.
I mean, yeah, we took the biggest page of all. We attribute all of our unalivings and the poisoning of the blood and soil to the undesirables. In the name of Jesus Christ, we will smite them down.
As if the... I'm not even going to go down that road.
You know, I've been watching clips of Clinton and Obama and of other Democrat leaders over the past 20 years all say these things, that immigration has been a problem. If it's not addressed, we're going to have serious issues. Now, here we are 20 years later.
Serious issues.
William Jefferson Clinton would be an alt-right Republican from 1992. It's fucking nuts.
I mean, I think Senator McCarthy was an alt-right Republican.
It's almost like he's a neoliberal.
Well, guys, just so you know, right?
Obama said the same thing.
I was a Democrat. Believe it? I voted for Obama.
Yep.
So that's how crazy the Democrats got that you got me to vote for Trump. Good job.
And it's absolutely crazy that I have never found
because he's
George
a classical
Bush supporter.
He's a classical Democrat. Donald Trump is, just so you know.
Yeah, and I've never found a George Bush supporter on this app.
It's because he's the worst. But understand that your last candidate, Kamala Harris, was endorsed by his vice president. That's like cherry on the top.
I didn't vote for Obama the second time. Absolutely not. Because I saw what he was up to.
Hey, Mojo.
Hey, dickhead.
That's not very nice. By the way, you must have pissed off some MAGA people because they were talking about doxing you and sending you to prison. I don't know what happened. But whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
You got him mixed up with RJ Cord.
I don't know. I kept hearing your name being brought up. It was weird. I just feel like people that advocate for free speech want to put people in prison because they said mean things.
I don't think I pissed off MAGA people. I think I pissed off liberals.
I mean, there's not much difference.
Yeah, that's not much of a flex. It's easy to piss off liberals.
It's easy to piss off MAGA. All you got to do is take a knee on the national anthem.
That's true too.
Yeah, that's an ass kicking.
That's true. Or burn the flag.
What do you mean?
Wait.
Oh, burn the flag.
Taking a
that's
knee
an ass
while
kicking
burning
too.
the flag.
You did that. in front
Kneeing
of me.
on a burning flag.
Yes, there you go.
On the 4th of July. I don't know. I thought that's what America fought for, right? Freedom of speech. I guess not.
Burning our flag. That's fucking wild to me.
Wow,
I mean,
waving
that's
another.
Hold on.
being
I
a
thought you were
fucking traitor.
MAGA. I thought you were MAGA. Aren't you? Really are?
Yeah,
a
everybody.
chauvinist, right?
Everybody thinks that for some reason.
Yeah, you're a chauvinist, right?
Oh, that's why you guys think that. No. I'm not those Western chauvinists. No. I'm not those guys. I was a part of that at one time, but a lot of that is just what's the word I'm looking for? Very LARPy. It's not real. These people are not actually patriotic. They're just degenerates.
So you're telling me that you love women now?
Well, I want women to be safe. So, if anything, I also want them to be safe from their own thoughts because they're very self-destructive.
Oh, jeez.
See, there's one right there. But at the end of the day, I don't want men going to prison or getting. Oh, they were talking about reporting you too. I don't want people getting reported just because they don't agree with MAGA-tards.
I'm not MAGA, neither are they. The fuck?
Yeah.
No. I'm saying MAGA is coming after you. You pissed them
Not
off.
MAGA. I'm telling you, if you're talking about the panel that happened last night, they're not MAGA.
Okay. So
I mean, I kind of agree. Tapley is kind of MAGA.
What is jailable though? I don't understand.
Okay. So
I don't know because I called him a fucking narcissist and a sociopath. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a little wild. That's not jailable. He can say
I don't
whatever
think
the fuck
so
he
either,
wants.
but he's gonna try.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said too.
no, like I'm very familiar with what is MAGA. These guys are definitely MAGA. Yeah.
Okay, then I don't know who you're talking about because I'm pretty sure that all the MAGA, or most of the MAGA people, are like appreciative of me today.
Really?
Yeah, because I went after liberals.
Yeah, but they were saying something about how they need to shut you down, they need to report you, and this was on a MAGA panel. This was a panel that had
What panel are you?
America Amen.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, America Amen. And I normally
God, I
don't
got
like.
everybody coming after me. What the fuck?
Yeah. So I tried getting on. I tried getting on yesterday to tell you this because this happened like 2 days ago. But yeah, America Amen. It wasn't him though. I think he was actually standing up for you.
Yeah, that's just
they were
par
saying,
for the course. The fascists, I mean, they're after the communists anyway. What? You're not giving us any new news.
Nah, dude. The way they were talking, it was like this guy committed like the biggest crime in humanity. I was like, what did you say? You must have really pissed them off. They didn't bring us no forks, those bastards. No, I put this fork in here. But yeah, so my whole thing is, yeah.
Somebody smoking a blunt.
That's not smoke. That's something else. But yeah, I think just be careful out there. I don't know. These people are weird, man. They're so weird. It's just like the way they advocate for whatever they don't even believe in. It's pathetic. But I do want to see Amen inside of
like Democrats for DSA.
So fucking weird. You're so fucking weird.
MAGA's very liberal, by the way. Don't ever think MAGA is like conservative. MAGA's very liberal.
I know. I've talked to this fucking dipshit before. That's
Dude,
why I said, hey,
put the edibles away, bro. Leave those edibles alone.
It's not me. I'm not the one.
You sure?
But yeah.
Why is it that none of you dumbasses can stop talking?
What do you mean?
I mean that you talk nonstop, just saying absolutely nothing, like all of you idiots.
What do you mean? I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what I heard. That's all.
This is a panel, right?
I got it. It
And
is
we're
a
all here
panel,
talking.
but all you're doing is talking, and you're not listening to anybody. Nobody else is talking, and you're still talking. I don't
It's
get
worse
it.
than that. It's worse than that. He's sipping tea like a bitch is what he's doing.
Not
You
at
know
all.
what I heard? I heard they're so mad at you, Mojo. Oh my God, what did you say?
Bro, that is you.
That's not me being gossipy. I'm not trying to gossip. I'm just saying.
Oh my
it's a
God! Now you're
forewarning.
fucking eating on the goddamn mic. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I can't
What the
fucking
fuck,
do it.
guy?
Holy shit!
My lord.
I got something I wanted to ask, talk about. The U.S. has used up most of their long-range missiles. That was reported this afternoon.
Don't believe everything you hear. You think we're running out of ammunition? You're
I
fucking.
never said that.
No, I'm just saying. What we're using a lot of is old ordnance too, and we're testing new technology, obviously, but we haven't brought out the haymakers yet. We could end this.
Where'd you
We
hear
could
this,
end.
Stargazer?
Pardon me?
Where'd you hear this?
That was on Samsung News.
Yeah, I heard somebody else talking about it this morning too.
Yeah.
Somebody suggesting that. What do you think? We only have like 2 or 3 missiles left? I mean, what do you think in low means?
I don't.
We're fine. We're fine.
I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea, and I don't know what they would mean by long range either. But I do suspect that that even with the debt we have, we are probably using way more than we should be right now. So I would suggest that we are busting down into our stockpiles for sure.
Yeah, I believe it.
I want them to just end it.
Me too. I think it should end.
Well, I don't know if we want to agree with that. What do you mean by end it?
Yeah. Fucking turn that place into a vase.
Oh, you mean like
Told you,
Gaza?
Star. You didn't want to agree with me.
You mean like Gaza?
No, not like Gaza. No, I'm thinking you can't go over there for like 60 years, kind of send them to Allah. Fucking, it's it. End it.
You mean the guy that's been up here for like an hour and a half, just
Like
punching down on everybody he thinks
Nagasaki.
below him, actually cares about the people over there?
No, the people. Well, you better get out of the way because we're sending some haymakers to these fucking
Keep
to
punching
these
down.
pickaxe
Keep punching down, man.
mountains. You know, these pickaxe mountains. Fucking change the region.
Why do you hate humankind?
No, it's not about the people. I wish the people could fight them and get rid of them themselves. It's almost like the only way we could really win this war is boots on the ground, which that's the only way. That's not something I'm about. Yeah, I'm not in support of that. So why don't we just fucking take care of these mountains where they're hiding all these weapons and all these drones and all these missiles, right?
But
Because they had plenty of time. They had 47 years to dig tunnels, right, and hide all their shit. But we got technology to change the region.
Lauren, I have a question. Why did we bomb their desalinization plant? That hurts the people.
I don't.
He don't
know
give
anything about
no fucks about the people. He's talking about nuking them.
that. Nagasaki.
That's terrible.
No, it straightens them out, right?
Oh my god.
And you're laughing about it.
I'm just fucking with you.
Gross, dude.
I don't want to fucking nuke them. I want these fuckers to come to the table and stick to the deal. They had so many opportunities to end this war, and then they fucking bombed. Then they bomb fucking ships going through the strait. They're attacking and trying to pirate these fucking ships. So yeah, I'm thinking they're deal breakers. You know, and what Israel does to defend itself has nothing to do with our beef with Iran. So if Israel defended themselves against Lebanon,
Israel
that
brought
has
us over there. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. No, you're wrong about that.
You're an ass.
You were going back to the 80s, right? When did Iran stop fucking unaliving Americans, right? How old are you? How old were you in 1980?
65. I'm 65.
Okay, so you remember what happened in the 80s, right?
Oh, yeah.
With Iran, the hostages.
Who struck first, us or Israel?
Israel.
Okay, so how are they defending themselves?
No, I'm talking about Israel. Well, what do you mean against Lebanon?
Against either one of them.
That's what that they bombed. They were shooting missiles over at fucking Israel. So Israel retaliated. I mean, you got to defend yourself, right? So yeah, I think we should really concentrate in eliminating the leadership of Iran, whether it's a coup or however we orchestrate it. I think that's the problem, and the only way you can do it is put boots on the ground. That's going to be almost impossible. So we got to almost empower other countries. Like the Kurds were our friends at one point, and there are other countries.
Should have thought about all this.
What's that?
Before he went in? You think Trump should have thought about all this before he went in?
I get 4 crazy Republicans on the same goddamn panel.
Keep going, Mojo. I'll make it 5.
Keep going. What do you mean, keep going?
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
Leo's in the queue too. I'll make it 5.
Oh, jeez.
Christ.
Well, if you want to drop me, go ahead.
Really?
It'll be crazy hour.
Thanks for throwing me under the bus there, Star.
Yeah, unblocking people wasn't a great idea, I don't think.
And they all came real quick. Oh, we can get emojis now. Let's go back. Yeah.
There's the fucking tiger eyes I've been dying for.
See, Mojo is the prettiest girl at the ball. They all came quick.
Do I have MAGA friends here? Or are my MAGA friends?
Oh, Tabasco.
I'm on your side, Lib. I'm on your side, bro.
I know, I'm just being a dick. Who is Tabasco?
Donovan's a conservative.
Pretty much balanced panel right now, Lib Tears.
Yeah. Well, we outnumber them in intellect, so that's fine.
Man, you got your ass kicked twice already today. You want to get your ass kicked again?
Just me on the panel against 7 of them. I beat them intellectually. So,
can y'all hear me at all? I got like
Yes.
thing.
We can. Yes. Yeah. Hey, Donovan, ask Lib Tears over here what the definition of progressive capitalism is.
This guy, man. These guys are stuck on this fucking definitional garbage.
Yeah, what's more important?
Yeah, definitions. They surely suck. Definitions are terrible.
Don't listen to these guys.
Lib Tears, you've been coming up here for a year asking us what the definition of a fucking woman is, and you can't tell me what age they are or what the definition of progressive fucking capitalism.
Robot. I have never once on this app asked a lefty what a woman is. What is? I've never once done that.
You don't know? Okay.
I don't need to ask because I already know what your answer is going to be.
Yeah, human female that is over the age of 18.
Adult.
Oh, man. That would be over the age of 18, right? Adult.
I would hope so.
Well, I'm saying
depends what country you live in.
We all really hope so.
I would think 21. I think they should raise the age to 21. To be honest,
the age of what?
I mean, I'm there with you.
Declare you as an adult.
It's Lib Tears and that ilk that wants it to be lower.
So you think all parents should be responsible for their kids until they're 21?
Until they're 21. Yep. I was responsible for my son while he was going through school. I took responsibility. Really? Hey, go to school. I'll take care of you. And he did.
I was out of the house early. I got out as soon as I possibly could.
Oh, he was out of the house, but I still took care of him.
Oh, well, see, but you can't do that when they're not an adult. If they're still a child, they have to remain under your roof.
Yeah, well, we didn't have, I think you don't really become an adult till 21.
Okay, so they have to stay under your roof then. You still have
that's fine with me.
Their brains aren't fully formed until 25.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think
my brain was fully formed at 10?
Do you think you have the right to tell every other person in this country that they have to keep it?
I was a baby genius. The fuck?
W star, W.
So how did you become an adult moron then?
Mojo, please. I can hang with anybody on this app if I really want to. I'm just being a douchebag right now.
You can't. You can't. You're too
Oh, I certainly
stupid.
can.
You're too stupid to exist. What are you talking about? Yeah.
What?
You're too stupid to exist.
What'd you say,
What are
Bobby
talking
Boucher?
about? You're too stupid to exist. What are you talking about?
That makes no sense.
Really?
The conceptual understanding of existing has no bearing on its intellectual qualities. So,
do you know who Darwin is?
No, who's that? Charlie?
How do you like them apples?
Chucky D? Chucky D up in this limousine. Why?
You're
What
too
about
stupid
CD?
You're too stupid to exist.
That makes no sense, Mojo.
Okay, so what was Darwin's theory?
That Mojo is an asshole.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Too stupid to exist. Does it make sense to you now there, son?
Charles Darwin was a very, very brutal human being. Very mean.
That's wild. You're
Very disgraceful.
God, you are fucking stupid.
Biggest douchebag of the 18th century.
Did you say mean?
Yeah,
Very,
Darwin's
yes.
mean.
Very rude.
There's a real easy way to settle this. Liv Tears, how many kids do you have?
1.
And Mojo, how many kids do you have?
0.
Okay. So talk to me more about Darwin.
Think somebody would breed with Mojo?
Wow. That's
Just
rude,
kidding,
man.
Just
That's
kidding.
fucking rude.
Tapley would.
Rude.
Tapley would breed with Mojo.
I'm pretty sure he wants to fuck me
Doggies,
right now.
Even at 65.
He wants to hate fuck you. Oh, God.
Breeder.
He was so
No
mad at me
thanks.
yesterday, dude. That's so
No
funny.
thanks. You
Oh,
put
he
an
did it all
American
the-
flag up there and civics.
He did it
and
all
then
this morning too. So
Did he really?
Yeah,
Again?
I don't know how I did it, but somehow I officially pissed everybody on TikTok off in one day.
Oh my God.
Fucking wild.
You've never done that to me.
It's Mojo, it's liberating. It's fun. You should
Messy
do
has.
Yeah, I don't even care at this point. This is funny. Come after me. What the fuck?
You had so many
Messy.
people on your panel in the gulag this afternoon.
Yeah.
Lots.
Just turn into
I
a
know.
conservative and like battle. It's fun.
Honestly,
Hey,
I
no
think he
conservatives
is.
hate me too.
Yeah.
I think he is. I think he's coming around.
I think he is too. I think he's just a
A little
commie.
less commie in here lately. It's a little less commie Marxist in here. I feel more welcome.
I think we're converting him.
The funny thing, Mojo, about this afternoon is that at some point you probably had a bunch of hate watchers, and then we switched subjects, and they stuck around to see what we would talk about, and then they're like, actually, I kind of like this topic.
Yeah.
Just stick around. Yeah.
Yes.
So they just stuck around, and they're like,
Is that Chris
Go ahead.
Kahn in the chat? I'll bring up Chris Kahn. Good friend of mine.
Oh, American Name Answers. Mojo,
She's fucking awesome.
Oh, I gotta.
We could just make this whole panel against you, Mojo. We can literally do this.
Wait,
Chris Kahn.
this whole-
She is.
Wait, I
She
want to be
is.
clear. I want to be clear. This whole panel is against me every single day, no matter who's on the panel.
Right.
I'm
No,
never
you're
against
all right,
you, man.
Mojo.
I just
You're
don't
all
agree
right.
with you. That's all.
Yeah, you're all right.
There's a difference between us, true conservatives, right, or classical Democrats. Is that you have that right? Crazy of an opinion as it is what it is.
Well, you
Unless
know.
there's a victim involved, then then I'm gonna rage. But
Boren, you're my only victim.
I've never been a
You said you
victim.
wanted to drop a nuke on Iran.
Yeah, I was joking.
Now you're talking about victims.
You think that'd be a good thing for the world if we dropped a fucking nuke on Iran? No. Do I think we should go over there with some big bombs that can make a big hole in these mountains and totally wipe out their fucking ability to fight us? Yeah, I'm about that.
What is the space in between the mountains?
These Pickaxe Mountain, you never heard of it? They're pretty
What is
fucking
this-
clever.
What
I'll
is
give
the
them
space-
that.
What is the space between the mountains called?
What do you mean
Big
space?
fucking hole in the ground.
A I'd make a big fucking hole in the ground. I'd make another one. I'd make it so deep, they could never fill it in.
Yep.
Are you ready for all those refugees to show up on our border though when we do that?
No, they're not. They'll be just fine because we're gonna support them once we take out the leadership. You think we're just gonna leave them high and dry like we did in Iraq and Pakistan?
I'd rather give them the money than the freeloaders here.
Right. Absolutely.
There's a direct correlation between us meddling over there and refugees showing up.
Yeah, refugees won't be showing up. They're very capable of taking care of themselves if they didn't have the fucking crazies running their country. They didn't have the fucking jihadists who are in our country now. So
I think
we should be worried about what's on our fucking soil too, that we don't pay attention to.
Yeah,
these
that's
fucking
what Trump
jihadists.
ran on, and then he lied to you.
Well,
and went over there
I think
and
the thing
started
is that Trump's doing in Iran, I think he's drying up a lot of dark money. And we've seen it in Venezuela when we went and got Maduro. I mean, there's a lot of dark money moving around the world, and they happen to like the oil resources to launder it and move it around with it. And so he's drying up their
Why did you vote for the
gravy
guy
train.
that didn't want to meddle in anything? Why did you vote for the guy that didn't want to police the world?
But I lost $200 because I didn't think he was actually going to bomb Iran. I made a bet with Goose on it, and I lost $200. I was pissed.
Is
Wasn't
that
happy about
Tumblr,
that.
Mojo?
What?
You get peace through strength.
Is that Tumblr?
No, that's America. Amen. What are you talking about?
Oh, it kind of looks like Tumblr.
Yeah, I guess they kind of look alike.
You mentioned no new wars.
Wow.
You get peace though through strength. You don't get peace through immediately mouthing around and being a little stool pigeon. You get peace, when you stand up and everybody else backs off, and that's how you get peace.
Hey,
and peace is good.
If you have a problem with your neighbor, do you go out front and just flex, or do you go talk to them and resolve the issue?
Well, yeah. So America has been talking to Iran for decades. Now it's time to put up or shut up, and Donald Trump did. You see how that
in the middle
works.
of negotiations. We bought them in the middle of negotiations.
All is fair in love, war, and politics, my friend. I mean,
what is Trump?
All right, so just
this isn't
What is Trump done? What do you
set the rules.
Wait, what do you think Trump has done?
Well, he's drying up all the dark money that's flowing around the world that's creating chaos.
And how is he doing this?
By spending all the money?
That money used to go to the DNC, actually. Weird how that works.
So when you shut down the Strait of Hormuz, the amount of money flowing to bad guys gets cut off too. This is how you pin them down.
No. As a matter of fact, wealthy people are making a shit ton of money off of the stock market going up and down.
Hold on, Tabasco, do you think that there's boats full of like pallets of cash that are like being stopped all of a sudden? Do you know how money moves?
Yeah, I know how money moves, man. It's through commodities, resources, manpower. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. It's got a valid point right there.
Yeah,
You're right.
You got to rebut or what? Come on.
They don't move on the fucking SWIFT network or through transactions or anything along those lines or through stocks.
You're talking about yeah. Yeah, you're talking about.
Yeah. And what do
Civics
they
is getting
chunked up in
semantic-y.
The rails of it, I guess. You're talking about the SWIFT network. But really, it's based on speculation in commodities and things like that.
I'm sure that they are not paying for everything in bricks of gold.
Bricks. I like gold.
Not according
gold
to
is
Biden,
nice.
guys. Hey, listen, Mojo, I'll drop it if you want to bring him in.
Things really work,
up
though.
and ask him
And that's
about.
that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Okay.
I got no
What's
need
that?
to talk to that guy either.
Okay.
Wait, what? Wait, I don't know. What are you getting at?
Well, if you wanted to ask, I forget that other clown's name, whatever he said about American Amen, if he's in the gulag, if you want to ask him, I'll drop for that. But I was saying, for those of you that say that those transactions don't happen in gold, I would ask Bob Menendez if he believes that too.
How many gold bars did Bob Menendez have?
Between 2 and 6, I believe.
You think he's like cornering the global market on gold bars?
No.
What
Bro,
the fuck?
But that wasn't the
gold
plan.
is like $2 million, dude.
It was a
A
lot.
bar? You think a bar is worth $2 million?
Yes. I think that's like, how many pounds? That's like 10 pounds or something like that.
That's a brick, not a bar.
That's a good chunk of change.
Bar of gold is, yeah. Especially the ones that chubby fuck's got.
10 pounder? I can use that right now.
All right, so
I could use a shaving off that bar.
A kilogram gold bar, which is your normal size gold bar, is worth $131,000.
Yeah.
Not nearly as much as you think.
I'll take 20 of them.
1 ounce of gold is like what, $3,500 right now?
42, I think, right now, something like that.
Yeah, so 1 pound is 16 times 4,500.
Well, they don't weigh them. They don't measure them. They don't measure them in pounds. They measure them in kilos.
I know. I'm just saying it's about
500
kilos.
A regular ounce is lighter than a troy ounce.
Okay, that would.
Yeah, that would be. Who the hell is taking a shower, dude?
You're the only one who makes background noise.
At least they're bathing, right?
Tabasco.
If it was a lefty, I would agree. Yeah, they usually don't bathe.
I don't understand how you could possibly. I don't understand how you could possibly be getting rid of dark money by making rich people richer. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Gold delivery bars are what they're called. It says here they're 400 ounces are worth $1 million right now. One bar. That's generally how they're delivered.
Well, that's certainly not what Menendez had, by the way. But I don't know what the fucking delivery bar is.
Well, making rich people richer is as you said. Did y'all hear where Trump talked about the oil industry over the last few years? It's very interesting. He said that the oil industry has made too much money. Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, I agree. I fucking agree. He did say something about it the other day, too.
As a matter of fact, he says, drill, baby, drill. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, drilling is fine. We need those commodities. We need those resources. But when you have an industry that is monopolized or cornered a commodity or resource and is arbitrarily making money hand over fist at the expense of the people of the country, that's not a good thing, and that's what he's getting at. And he's arguing the fact that the oil industry has done that, and they do that, Mojo, by doing these chaotic things in the Middle East to drive the cost of oil
It's
up.
Donald Trump doing chaotic things. What are you doing? What are you talking about?
A chaotic thing and use that as an excuse to fucking rob and loot us.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what
it's
Donald
so
Trump is
transparent.
doing. Yes, that is what Donald Trump is doing right now. I don't know what the fuck you're bitching about.
Doesn't own an oil company or oil refinery.
He's the one fucking around with the Middle East.
But that should not dictate the cost of fuel here in America.
Well, absolutely.
Right.
It's a fucking global market. What is wrong with you?
No, we're getting fucked by this global market, right? Don't you agree?
Welcome to capitalism, sir.
That has nothing to do with capitalism.
It has everything to do with capitalism. It's about markets. It's about markets and it's about competition.
But robbing us is not capitalism.
It is absolutely capitalism.
Being stolen,
that is the definition of capitalism.
robbed, and taking advantage of the
that
situation.
Is the definition.
Yeah, okay.
That is the definition of capitalism.
No, because I'm a capitalist and I go to work every day. I own my own business. I'm a capitalist. I don't
Then
fucking
you are
rob
stealing
and loot.
from your fucking employees.
No, I'm not. They'll get paid very well.
It was on
They'll
that
get
day.
company trucks to go home in. So
do you make a profit off of their labor?
Oh, as long as if they don't fuck up, sure.
Okay, so you make a profit off their labor. They did the work,
but they also get benefits for that.
They did the work.
They reap the benefits of it.
They did the work. You didn't do the work. You were stealing from them.
No, I'm working on the side of them. So fuck you. I'm side by each.
Yeah, but you're taking their money.
Work together.
You're taking their money as well as your money. You were
I'm not a
stealing
fat
from
cat
them.
driving around fucking.
You were still
drinking
stealing from them.
martinis.
Yeah, but that's
You were
not
stealing
always the case, Mojo. I mean, as a capitalist, Bourne has to have the money to put up to front the endeavor, and it could be years before he actually starts making money. So,
Profit.
what capitalism
Exactly.
allows, what
factor
capitalism
in
allows is not just to set up those
Again, he is
businesses,
taking
but
their
allow for the
labor and he's
nuance.
profiting. Again, he is taking their labor and profiting from it.
heard
He is
you.
stealing
Yeah,
from them.
but
You have to
Mojo,
allow
there's
for
no
the
such
nuance.
thing as a guarantee in business. You don't have a guaranteed success, a guaranteed path to success. So as a business owner, you take on the risk.
There is
The
no
employee
risk.
does
There
not
is no
take
risk.
on the
There is no
risk.
risk. There is no risk.
Oh fuck yeah, there is.
No, there's
Every
not.
there
fucking
is.
day. Every
No, there's
fucking
not.
day is a risk.
Capital is
no, there's
risk,
not.
Mojo.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
No, it's not.
absolutely
All
is.
you have to do is file bankruptcy
That's
on your
crazy.
corporation.
And that's
On
a
your
risk.
corporation.
That's
That's
a
not
risk
a
on your
risk.
corporation.
How is that? Who
Start
cares? It's not a
over.
risk against you.
If
And
you
start
file for
from
bankruptcy,
scratch.
exactly your corporation is essentially null and void at that.
Oh no! Start another one. What the fuck
This
is
guy.
wrong with you?
And to
And
somebody
you have
in the
to,
chat,
you have to make. You need to use capital to start a new company, dude.
No, you
What
don't.
are you talking about, Mojo?
what do you think? I could just go out and start a company with zero money in my pocket to go buy the tools to start that
yes.
said company or
Yes,
the
as a matter
machinery?
of fact, I think it costs $25 to set up an LLC. Yes.
Mojo.
Oh yeah, so with that,
you
that gives me the
understand-
power to go get $1 million worth of equipment.
And $1 million worth of contracts, just
Yeah,
flood
to
right
pay
in.
for said
Hold on.
equipment.
First, one at a time.
Nobody
Stop fucking piggybacking off each other. And also, there's some background noise. I don't know who the fuck
Yeah,
has the
it's
background noise.
fucking. It's lib. His fucking machine in
So-
the background.
So, first of all, I understand that you want to make the argument that a business owner is taking on the risk by, I don't know, borrowing the capital that they would need from a bank or something along those lines. But you're also missing from that equation is the risk that a worker is taking, right? They're taking risk by trusting that you're going to make the right business decisions. And when you cut them out of the business decision making process, they are taking even
It's
more
none of their fucking
risk on it.
business.
That's the
Stealing
thing.
their-
Sevens.
But it is
How
their
are you going to
business.
make money without
Hold
your
on.
workers?
When a company hires somebody, they also assume risk. They're hiring somebody to do the job
Absolutely.
for that company, to represent that company. So
Risk is shared. There's always going to be risk in an endeavor. The point is that the majority of the reward is not going towards labor, the ones that actually worked on it. It's going to the quote unquote the one that took the risk at the beginning. When most
Yeah. So how's that unfair?
most socialists are advocating for collective risk. We want to start a company together and we own the company ourselves rather than one or two individuals owning a company and quote unquote taking that risk on.
You can do it right now. What's stopping you?
Exactly. What they're doing is they're oversimplifying what is a very complex and lucrative way of doing business. There's a reason that America is at the top of the fucking heap. It's because capitalism is just an outcropping of the free market. What they would like to do is bottle the free market and control it in ways that you cannot control it. All you're going to do is you're going to help black market outlets, just like what happens under communism and socialism. The free market will just take a different form, and then you'll use authoritarianism to crack down on it.
Every thief will tell you how risky it is, and every thief will tell you how you risk going to jail and losing everything, and every thief will tell you how hard it is to do what they do, and there's no way you could do it. And they do that so they can still steal from everybody else.
And that type of rhetoric is a justification for putting landlords against a brick wall.
That's
like
fine.
they're doing in New York.
I have
Fucking
never,
people.
I have never suggested putting anybody against a brick wall. You damn well know that.
Right. It might not be a fully formed dish you're serving, but the flavor profile certainly is the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's not.
It's like
absolutely
fake
not.
crab meat.
As a matter of
If
fact,
everybody starts a
I want
business,
to give
who are
you
you
free
gonna hire?
food. I want to give you free education. I want to give you free healthcare. What are you talking about? What dish are you talking about now?
You sound like Jesus. It's a shame you're not magical.
Yeah, in a utopia
I
where
am-
money doesn't matter.
I am magical.
If everybody starts a business,
Well,
who are
if you
gonna
want
hire?
to, if you want to give everybody free things, you've got to unleash the system so it can be productive enough to drive down the cost to give these things to society. You know, and you got to unleash innovation in order to do that. You got to unleash technology and let things become more effective and efficient to drive down cost.
Yep.
And that's what the Democrats don't want to do, or the Republicans for that matter. They're both tied to their special interests so hard at the hip that they can't let go of it. And that's what's been holding us back in a lot of ways, in my opinion. And that needs to be gone. That's why the oil industry is so filthy, stinking rich, because these politicians write the laws for them to be that filthy, stinking rich.
Yeah, but you said he's trying to get rid of dark money by making rich people richer, and that's just a wild statement, don't you think?
Well, I don't want to do that. I mean,
you're saying that's what he's doing in the Middle East.
We're filthy, stinking rich because the entire world.
Yeah, I mean, these Arabian princes and these sultans in the Middle East are filthy, stinking rich.
Yeah, and he's making rich people richer right now.
No, he's cutting their gravy train off, man.
He's not cutting anything off. They still have their fucking oil. And that oil is more expensive now than it has been for a long fucking time, and it will continue rising the more he continues doing what he's doing. That means they make more money, not less.
Well, I mean, we're seeing crude oil. That's not. I mean, that doesn't really hold water, because we're seeing crude oil drop below $75 a barrel now. I mean, yeah,
it goes up to 120, and then it drops down, and then it goes up, and then it drops down, then it goes up, then it drops down. Rich people make money on volatility. They don't make money on stability. They just don't.
Well, they can, but
no, they don't.
That's a definite benefit for everybody else too. When the cost of goods and services comes down, that's good. That's what we need.
No, but it's going up. It's going up. It's going up by a certain percentage, and then it's going down by less of a percentage. We are taking steps backwards, not forwards. Your assessment that he's trying to get rid of dark money is just idiotic and incorrect.
Okay.
So, all right, Trump had a meeting at Mar-a-Lago on April 11, 2024 with a bunch of oil executives, okay? And he asked them for $1 billion to his 2024 presidential campaign. And in return, he said it would be a good deal or bargain because his policies would save them massive amounts of money in taxes and regulations. And here we are. So it's hysterical that you think he's going to go against the people that gave him the $1 billion.
I mean, Donald Trump doesn't need $1 billion for his campaign coffers. That's not what.
Why do you ask for it?
He did at the time.
Money doesn't even. I mean, Kamala Harris had $1 billion. It didn't do her any good. You see?
Why did he ask for it then?
Huh?
Why did he ask for it then?
I would have to go back and look at that. I didn't know that was even a thing. And he didn't need $1 billion from him. He's already been president. He has the name recognition to stay at.
Well, commies, I get a crash out. I got a job to do tomorrow. So
Maybe I don't know all the times.
All right, Gaga.
See you, buddies.
Put them glizzies.
Yep, my glizzies.
Yeah, I got to drop too. Y'all have a good evening. I'll catch y'all later.
Good night.
A minute, we got to talk. Okay, fine.
Yes, make room for the commies.
Did I not just
more MAGA?
I'm truly scared because that's an adult.
Tabasco?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, what a world we live in today.
Like, in what world do you think that, like, oh yeah, well, he's just gonna cut off the dark money, and it's like, oh well, how's he doing that? Don't matter, he's doing it. Like, what?
Nope, that's not the case. He's stacking up cash around him.
Doing that.
They're bulwarks. They are bulwarks to a fortress.
He buys stock in something, and then he goes and says the name of that something, and the price goes way up, and he makes a ton of money. And he tells his friends too, "Here, buy this because I'm going to make it go up."
Yeah, his work is going to continue until the day he keels over.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't start making arrests soon, it's going to be too late.
Arrests of who?
Wait, I'm sorry. He's already too late.
He's already too what?
He's already too late.
Well,
even if you arrest people today, they're gonna have to deal with another Congress, and this other Congress is gonna be investigating fucking everybody.
That's if it goes that way, right?
Yeah, everybody knows it will.
Okay. No, it won't. You're just assuming.
Yeah, whatever. Crusty sock.
Typical lefty behavior, speculation, like usual.
Speculation, right? It's good. It's just good to be able to support your suspicions or positions.
Mm-hmm. Something lefties cannot corroborate.
I mean, I've said it before. The reason I believe he'll do it is because if he has a single ounce of self-preservation, he will ensure that his enemies cannot rise to strike at him again when he leaves office. And who are his enemies?
He's not long for this life, so I ain't too worried about it.
The deep state.
He's not the brightest of bulbs.
No, and his health is so poor. He won't last long.
Yeah. Neither will Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, he's in his 80s. But, I mean, do you really think Trump is going to run again? Like Donald J. Trump is going to run again in 28?
He definitely won't even think about it.
I don't quite know if he's going to make it. I mean, I could see him propping up Ivanka, but she's got to come out of hiding a bit if she wants to do that.
Yeah, neither party have announced exploratory committees. That'll come after the midterms, and you'll see the race will start to shape up, form up, different teams and whatnot.
Yeah, and the Democrats won't have a policy platform probably until mid 2028 because they're usually late on everything, anyways.
The old school libs, the corporate libs, the corporate Democrats, they'll have to deal with this problem that the DSA presents. Did you see where James Carville said he cannot be in the same political party as Hassan Piker? Anyone catch that?
James Carville's an idiot and he's going insane.
Bill Maher, too.
He put Bill Clinton in the White House, Mojo. Not that long ago.
Yeah, not that long ago?
Yeah.
Really?
You guys bring up World War II on the daily, and you want me to say the 90s was a long time ago?
I'm sorry, but nobody from World War II is trying to make political, I don't know, speculations today, are they?
How many times have you said James McCarthy today?
I have never said James McCarthy.
Okay.
I was talking about a commission I think that you brought up, right? I said it was gross. I don't think I ever said the name McCarthy at all.
Truman and I brought up. You get the point. James Carville is still a relevant voice. The media personality.
He's just not a relevant voice. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
How does he get on all the news networks then, Mojo? I mean,
because people like you listen to him. People like me don't listen to him.
Dude, who's watching the
Michael
news
Steele
networks?
is, right?
Donovan, who's watching the news networks? It's not people under 30.
I watch all of it.
What was the last time you were 30?
Including 365rocks.com or some shit like that too, right?
I
and Nick Shirley, don't forget
I asked for the question. That was one of the sources. That's all. I just did a cursory search.
That's what they all say.
Okay. And it's funny too because the question was one that you posed as to whether or not the internet is back up in Iran.
I didn't ask that. I never asked that.
I mentioned that there were individuals that there was information getting out of Iran, and you objected to that idea because you said that Iran's internet was down. So
I said nothing of the sort. I said nothing of the sort. You were going crazy, sir.
Okay. Do you just want me to find another source?
No, I never said what you said I said. I never said anything about the internet in Iran. Not once.
Yep. My position was that there are people in Iran that want to be free, that don't want to live under the IRGC anymore, and they're willing to fight.
I don't even doubt that is true. I don't know what the fuck you're talking to me for.
Well, because leftists listen to you.
What? Hold on, wait a minute. Laura, who's on the left, is consistently talking about her family and people that are against the IRGC within Iran. Like, of course, there are people who don't like this regime. What are you insinuating?
You would think that there would be more support, considering Donald Trump is the only one with the political capital, the courage to engage with the IRGC, something that even Democrat leaders have been saying for a long time with regards to their nuclear program.
I think you misspelled stupidity.
I didn't spell anything. What are you trying to say?
I'm saying we were actively negotiating with them when we bombed them. I'm saying everybody knew that the Strait of Hormuz was going to be a big issue.
Yes, because Iran makes it an issue. They think that is their waterway, and they have the right to attack.
Our involvement made it a big issue.
I'm
sorry I interrupted you, Donovan.
That's all right. Even though Oman and Saudi Arabia have right to those waters too, they know that the entire world relies on that waterway to remain open. So they're holding the entire world hostage. What a perfect microcosm for not only their politics, but their military standard operating procedures.
But they also told everybody that if they were to be attacked, that would happen, which is why no other administration attacked them. They did exactly what they warned the world that they would do if they were to be attacked.
Exactly. And only Trump had the courage to engage them for the evil, theocratic, authoritarian scumbags that they are. You're welcome.
The only courage that he had was the courage to fucking lie to the American people that things were going to get better. That takes fucking courage. Looking at his supporters at those rallies in the fucking eyes and saying, "I'm going to fix things." He hasn't done any of that shit.
You know, I saw a story in the last couple days where Amazon and Apple are getting all of this money from the tariffs because there was such an uproar. Even though the Congress has relegated those tariffing powers to the president recently, over the last few administrations. And it struck me that the left is always so keen on taxing big corporations. And here Trump was. All of this money could have went right in the treasury. Instead, because of leftist apoplexy, it goes right back to those corporations. Could you make that make sense?
Because it's crony capitalism, they started these tariffs knowing that it would be a tax on me and you as a consumer. So they raise prices to cover the tariffs. And then after all those purchases are done, then the administration or courts or any cronies of Trump turns around and says, nope, you can't do this. You need to repay the money. And then the corporations just pocket the money. This is politicians making their friends richer.
So you're saying that Trump anticipated that leftists would absolutely lose their mind behind tariffs and what? Make sure that money went back into the pockets of the corporations as opposed to the treasury? Is that what you're saying?
Me and you, because he knew it was illegal and he could not do that. But he did it anyways because it had enriched his friends.
Yeah, that's a pretty tortured theory there, Robot. You don't think it's much more likely that Donald Trump was attempting
How is it
to raise
tortured
the
when that's
revenue?
exactly what happened?
Well, because it's much easier. Yeah, Occam's razor, Robot. It's much easier to assume that what Trump was doing was what he said he wanted to do, which was apply tariffs to get more money in the treasury, to relieve the debt, to lower the deficit.
Well, he still deficit spent over $2 trillion in 2025. And then we know exactly what happened. The corporations pocketed all the money from the tariff rebates. So, yeah
because
that's exactly what happened. It's not exactly
the left
tortured,
forced the issue. That money would have went into the treasury, right, Robot?
Well, then why did the corporations get it?
Hold on. Because you understand how tariffs work, right? Like Apple has to pay tariffs to bring their wares here and sell them in the United States. So rather than those tariffs going into the Treasury, they went back to the corporations that paid the tariffs.
And what
to
about the
bring
people
them
that
here.
bought the products while the tariffs were on and paid higher prices for things?
No, you're ignoring the point.
How did Democrats take the case to the Supreme Court?
Well, that's what I'm
Was
saying.
it Democrats? No,
Yeah,
it wasn't Democrats. It was businesses.
Mm-hmm. Which business or businesses brought that to the Supreme Court?
Does the Democratic Party have a business that I'm unaware
I
of?
was going to say that they're all Democrats.
The Congress has relegated the powers of tariffs to the president for decades. They objected when the president attempted to levy these tariffs. So I'll ask you again. If you're saying that it's the companies that fought Trump tooth and nail in order to get their tariffing powers back, which companies did that on behalf of the Congress?
I don't know if I'm understanding. The corporations sued the government and it went to the Supreme Court, not Democrats.
Which ones?
Well, I know Costco was in on it, right?
Not to my knowledge. I'm not aware of any companies specifically that engaged in that. I know that Walmart raised prices, Amazon raised prices, like Mojo was saying. But again, those tariffs are paid by the companies that want to bring those goods into the American market. That money should have gone to the Treasury. It didn't. It went right back into the pockets of those companies. So why couldn't we cooperate as Republicans and Democrats on getting that money into the Treasury? You know what? But I don't even care about that shit. I think economics is boring. I think it's much more interesting that Anthony Fauci has been on the Hill again, and that these issues.
Yeah. Again, you have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know why you get on this app anymore, Donovan. It was thousands of companies actually did this. It was Goodyear, Costco, Prada is just three that I can name, but thousands of companies sued because of the tariffs.
And the case at the Supreme Court, it was called what?
I don't even know what it was called. Doesn't matter. Thousands of companies sued for this fucking tariff thing. So I don't know what you're talking about, Democrats. What the fuck are you talking about? Prada sued. Like, fucking Prada.
Because they acted as their factors. Again, my original position was that you guys complain about greedy corporations.
Where's the proof of this? Where's the proof that they acted as their factors? Where's the proof?
The left complains about greedy corporations all the time.
Where's the proof that
Costco
came out and said, let me do this on behalf because we have a whole bunch of customers who said they want tariff rebates. What company said that?
Didn't you just say Costco said that?
No, I said, when did Costco say that?
I have no
I was being
idea when
sarcastic.
Costco said that.
They never did.
You're missing the
so
point.
it's no, you're missing the point. You're wrong.
Really? Trump wanted to take that money from the corporations and put them into the Treasury. The leftists went apoplectic behind it. That money should have went to the Treasury. Instead, it went.
No leftists complain. I don't even know what leftists you're talking about. Complain about this
for trying to get the tariffs, or for giving the money back when the Supreme Court said he had to.
All of it is his fault.
All of it. It's all Trump's fault.
B, are you not listening to what Donovan's saying?
No, I am listening to what Donovan's saying. He's saying that the left asked for the tariffs to be given to the corporations. I'm asking him, when did the left ask for that?
Literally, when they complained about it, and
Who's
it went
they?
to the Supreme Court.
Who's they complained about it? Because Costco complained about it. That's not the left. Corporations aren't the left. In fact, they're antithetical to the left. So what are you fucking talking about?
Corporations that are ran by Democrats, but okay.
Yeah, okay, which one is it? Is it Prada that's run by fucking Democrats? Is it FedEx? Is it DHL, Toyota, Dole, Revlon, Reebok, GoPro? Because those are all the ones that sued. It was thousands of companies that sued. So tell me which ones were the lefties that asked for this.
All Donovan is saying is that the general public whining and bitching about tariffs got this pushed to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled what they did, And instead of that money going to the people, it went back to the corporations because of the whining that the left did for the majority of the time.
Okay.
That's all.
You have no proof of that
just-
whatsoever.
yeah,
No
let's
proof
just think about this.
whatsoever.
Let's just think about this logically. Why the fuck would the people complaining about tariffs cause companies to want to seek their money back? The companies were acting in their own self-interest. They were overcharged. They're not giving that money back to the people. They made their fucking money. They raised their prices. People paid for it. And on top of that, once the Supreme Court ruled that it was unconstitutional, they got that fucking money back. So they double dipped. So in what
The
world
tariff
was that the
money
fucking
was
people?
supposed to, the tariff money was supposed to benefit the average American civics. That was the whole point of it.
How?
Oh my good lord. How?
Are
When it
making us
goes
pay
into
for
the
more for goods? Like, come on, dude! It had no fucking effect on the good
It's
effect
like,
on the
I
average
swear,
citizen
you
whatsoever.
guys are way too simple-minded for these conversations.
No, you are providing the most ridiculous argument. You're saying the American
Because you're
people
not
were the
listening.
reason that it got given to corporations.
All right,
That's
here you go.
friggin'
Here you go.
ridiculous.
U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer, D. New York, who is up for re-election in 2028, praised the Supreme Court's decision and called it a, quote, victory for the wallets of every American consumer. House Majority
Screw
PAC,
Chuck Schumer. I hate Chuck Schumer.
supporting House Democrats' campaign, said it will continue to pursue Trump's tariffs as a focal point in the 2026 midterms. Quote, vulnerable House Republicans repeatedly voted to enable Trump's tariff, which raised prices and weakened and wreaked economic havoc on American families and businesses, the organization said in a statement. So, B, who do you suppose is simping for corporations? Because I can tell you,
I don't give a shit about Chuck
it sounds
Schumer.
right there like they're trying to say that the tariffs will increase even nominally the cost of goods while ignoring the billions that those corporations have to pay to bring those products to market. So again, the prices went up, but because of the Democrats' efforts, that money didn't go into the Treasury. It's going back to the corporation.
Wait, what do you mean
That's
Democrats'
what we're
efforts?
talking about.
What Democratic efforts are you talking about?
Did you just hear what I said with regards to Chuck Schumer and the Political Action Committee?
What Democratic actions are you talking about?
Their constant rhetoric decrying the
Wait,
tariffs.
that's not an action, first of all, and decrying the tariffs absolutely
Their
should because they
constant
are.
rhetoric is
They do
absolutely an
cost
action.
money. They cost money. Your fucking article said they cost money, and you're
Yeah,
telling me
they
that
do.
that's Democrats' fault. That's fucking idiotic.
No, because the majority of money comes again. This is because of your lack of understanding of capitalism. There's
No,
a lot
it's
of
your
money.
lack of understanding
There's a lot of
about
money in the
international
upfront,
affairs and
Mojo.
economics.
Like when you have
You
to
don't know
pay for
shit
all
about
these
economics.
iPhones that you then try and bring these iPhones into the American market. That company, Apple, has to pay tariffs on those items before they can enter the American market.
Yes.
Before a single phone is sold. So
Yes.
that money at the front end would go into the Treasury, Mojo. Do you see how that
No,
works?
it does not go into the treasury.
Well, it would have.
That was the whole point.
Oh my God.
It's like you're missing the whole point.
No, I'm
here,
sorry.
guys.
It doesn't go into the treasury. This is money that would go into the budget process, and we have a $2
No,
trillion debt. We have a $2 trillion deficit. I'm sorry. This goes to pay that deficit, not into the fucking treasury, and that's still American citizens fucking paying for it.
Whatever.
You guys are idiots. God, you are so fucking stupid.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's charge the American people more. Let's charge the American people more. Let's charge the American people more, and then blame Democrats for wanting to stop it. That's fucking wild. That is wild work.
I'm just curious, again, how did the tariffs help the consumer?
Under the Trump administration, tariff revenue was officially directed into the U.S. Treasury's general fund to support broad government functions with specific intentions to reduce the national deficit, provide tax relief, and subsidize American industries harmed by retaliatory measures such as agriculture. It was going to help the fucking Americans in this country, God damn it.
It
Will
was
you guys
not
just
going to
fucking
help.
listen?
Wait. All right, stop.
You guys don't listen.
You don't fucking listen. You don't even know what you just fucking read, do you?
Deaf.
You don't even know what you read.
Deaf
What did you read?
on
What
deaf.
did you read right there? What did you read right there? Where was that money going? Where was that money going again? It was going to the companies that were damaged by the tariffs. It was going to pay the deficit. What are you talking about?
The
This was not.
agriculture was going to be damaged by the tariffs? The agriculture in this United States of America was going to be damaged by the tariffs?
Yes. Retaliatory tariffs.
How?
You just read it. You just read it.
Agriculture is in the United States. The agriculture in the United States was not going to be.
China stopped
Oh
buying
my
our
God.
fucking soy. China stopped buying our fucking soybeans. You dipshit, because of the tariffs.
Okay. And
Give corn to Mexico. We supply most of Mexico's like their food industry with corn. Corn is a huge commodity there in Mexico. We sell to Mexico. China, we trade with China. There's so much that goes into agriculture. You can ask freaking Farmer Steve that it's not just growing shit on soil. You have to get everything that goes into taking care of
do you
these
understand
farms.
what the bridge payments were for the USDA under this tariff program? Do you know what those were? They
No,
were
I
going to go
don't.
directly to the soybean farmers, the corn farmers, and the commodities
Because of the
that
damage
manage
done.
those.
Because
Oh
of
my
the
God.
damage done by the tariffs.
It's like falling
Your
on deaf
article
ears.
specifically said that because of the damage done by the tariffs. The thing you read said that. You were too stupid for this conversation.
Simple minds.
It's not simple minds
And
because we
Donovan-
have the fucking outcome of
I've
it.
got him
What are you
talking to
talking
himself.
about?
He is now in the fucking distance, just talking to himself because he got fucking his ass kicked so bad. What the fuck?
No, because you're wrong.
I still find it wild
tariffs
that
wouldn't
they
even
read
take
something
effect
off and take context where they're fucking.
The money from the tariffs would have
And he
been.
just
Would have been.
overtalks.
Hold
Like,
on,
it's
Probot.
fucking wild.
The money from the
Why are you
tariffs would
so
have been
fucking out?
recuperated before it would have affected the farmers.
Just reread it.
It affected the farmers as soon as the fucking tariffs went out. Stop the
Wrong.
fucking idiocy.
That's wrong.
That is not wrong. Soybean
Absolutely.
farmers have been subsidized to the tune of $50 billion over the last fucking year and a half. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And that $50 billion, by the way, is coming from the American people.
That money is already allocated to the farmers, Mojo. They weren't
Yes!
going to be
That's
affected.
American taxpayers that are paying for it, you dumbass.
Oh my God. That money has already been allocated.
Yeah, by
Before the
American
tariffs even were
taxpayers,
put
you
into
idiot.
effect.
By American taxpayers, you idiot.
Okay. Whatever you say.
You were too stupid for this shit.
Yep.
Fuck. Fucking Darwin. Somebody Darwin his ass.
Actually, the retaliatory tariffs were the ones that actually affected the farmers.
Surprised
not
you didn't
the
give a
tariffs
heck bleach.
that the United States put on the other countries.
You are blaming the victim right now. You get that, right?
Because you're not thinking about the bigger picture here.
There is no bigger picture. The only bigger picture is you don't understand what you're reading. You don't even understand what you're talking about. That's the bigger picture. This is so wild. This is why we have Republicans in this country, because you don't fucking understand a goddamn thing. That's why Republicans exist. That's why you exist. What is your degree in?
I never went to college. I'm stupid.
You want me to send you an economics textbook? I have a couple. On hand.
Yeah, you should read them.
They're a little old. They still work.
You should read them. And no, I'm not going to read Capital either.
That's
Karl
not an
Marx.
economics.
Karl
That's
Marx is
not fucking
that
economic
Mojo's
textbook, you dipshit. That's a
the
philosophy
exact-
textbook.
That's the concepts that your little economical.
You couldn't even
mentality
understand the
is coming
first
from.
page. I'll give you a fucking galaxy if you can read the first page and tell me what it says. You couldn't even understand the first fucking page. I'm saying that with full confidence. Neither could Donovan.
B.
It was so fucking frustrating. It is so disgusting. It is so disgusting that this.
Somebody couldn't read a condom.
Oh man. The Dunning-Kruger effect was written for you people.
You still have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
You do. To say that the tariffs getting sent back to corporations is because of the Democrats is fucking wild, and I don't even like the Democrats. I hate Chuck Schumer. That
They're
is
taking
wild.
credit
That's
for
weird.
it.
That's
You're
weird.
like, can you prove that? Look at any of their press releases. They're taking credit for it. You potato. Oh, can you
After
prove
the
that
fact
they're
does
doing
not mean
that?
anything. After
What
the
the fuck
fact
is
does not
wrong
mean
with you?
anything.
What did
After
they
the fact
take?
does not mean anything.
What did he take credit for? When you read that, what do you think he took credit for?
Putting pressure on the court to rule against the tariffs.
That isn't what it said at all.
Okay.
You guys
whatever.
don't even know what
Whatever
you
you
read.
say, UK.
You guys don't even know what you read. It's fucking wild. It's fucking wild.
Mojo, I think you're losing your intellectual capabilities by the minute here.
I
You think
am.
you're right.
You guys,
you're just
you guys
totally
are
wrong.
you guys are actively making me more stupid. I agree.
Yeah, and you know what's the irony of it is when I asked you how are the tariffs beneficial to the American people, not only was your answer incoherent, but the answer that was low hanging fruit for you would have been like the point of a tariff is to bring American industry back to the U.S., which over time would have helped the American people because it would have created jobs here domestically and
That was
potentially
one of
bringing the
them,
cost
civic
down.
sense.
So you didn't even fucking answer with a goddamn reason why they lied to us.
That would have been an indirect effect of the tariffs. Yes, I would agree, civics.
How is that an indirect? That is the point.
One of the points, but more of an indirect causation.
That is
yes.
That's the
only
fucking point.
That is
And
the
none
only
of the
point of a
fucking
fucking
industries
tariff.
came back.
It's like talking to a fucking wall.
It
It's
is. I
unbelievable.
agree. I fucking agree.
You guys,
Take the wallpaper off.
literally will only listen to things that you actually agree with and believe in. You cannot listen to other facts here.
That's not true.
I don't understand why you guys have these blinders on when it comes to reality. But you're living in this false sense of delusion for whatever fucking reason. You think you're correct and you're incorrect.
Everything you
So
have
that's
just
fine.
said
It's
here-
your opinion. It's your
everything
opinion.
you have
That's
just
fine.
said here. Everything you have just said here has been proven wrong, as we sit here, and you are saying that we are blinded.
Yes, because you're not listening.
I've listened to everything you said. You are reading shit and not read. You don't understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Anyways,
Is this where we can? Is this where we can talk about Fauci now? Or wait, is that not allowed?
I don't.
Well, Donovan, if LibTears is correct, why aren't you helping him?
Well, I have been, but you see, I'm a little more practiced at refraining from bashing my head against the brick wall that is the blue team.
So what is he saying is
Donovan,
correct?
you still haven't explained. You still haven't explained how
LibTears
Democrats
is still developing his
took the
callous.
case to the court.
No, I asked if what he's saying is factual.
it literally is. You
I'm
guys just
asking
don't have the
Donovan,
brain
not you.
capacity to understand.
I'm asking
what
Donovan,
I'm
not
saying.
you.
And I'm telling you, I don't need somebody to explain my point.
You haven't
I
explained
didn't
it then
ask
because you were
him
wrong
to
about everything you
explain
said.
your point.
There you go.
Wait. Okay, I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna calm down.
Good.
Give me a point.
Take a deep breath.
Give me some point that you think is relevant to this conversation. Just a single one.
We can move on.
That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Fauci.
So why would
You wanna-
Fauci plead the fifth if he already has a pardon?
Haven't we gone through this already?
Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, think about it. We not very long ago we weren't even allowed to talk about this, or we get deplatformed. I mean, a vestigial tale of the attempts for the Democrats to be authoritarian, but it's a new type of brand, authoritarianism with a smile. So
You know
because
the definition?
it's got that flavor.
I just
Can you
wonder
tell me
why
the
Fauci's. Sorry,
Can
Mojo.
you, can you tell me the definition of a procedural crime?
Like a process crime.
Yeah.
Process crime would be like not filling out a piece of paperwork properly,
or lying to Congress?
Lying to Congress isn't necessarily a process crime that speaks to intent.
I didn't ask about intent.
Well, process crime has a lot to do with intent. Most process crime doesn't always include intent. You can be negligent and still commit a process crime. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So when Flynn, for example, was questioned by the FBI, ended up pleading guilty to lying to Congress. Do you think he was guilty of something?
Look at the facts. General Flynn, I think, was accused of working as or violating FARA because he spoke on behalf of Turkey, I believe, or in the interest of Turkey. General Flynn was in the military, so I think it had something to do with military procurement. So it could have been negligent. Are you suggesting that he lied intentionally?
I've heard you talk about this. You know exactly what I'm saying. I've heard you talk about this over and over again. You ask questions of somebody that you already know the answers to because you hope that they slip up. You hope that they end up lying about something, or you hope that they accidentally say something that they shouldn't say. That's the reason you do it. So when you bring somebody that has a pardon in to ask them questions, and you continually ask them questions, every lawyer will tell them to plead the fifth because they are already pardoned. They don't have to answer your questions, and they don't have to put themselves in a situation where they might get tongue-tied, or they might say something wrong, or they might end up conflicting with something that they had previously stated.
Okay.
So plead the fifth.
No, I understand that, and that's a solid train of thought. I have another theory though. Fauci didn't act alone, and the reason that he's not speaking because even though he has a pardon, which what the fuck in the first place, I think he wants to protect those individuals that he colluded with.
If you can prove that, more power to you, guy. Go get the
Wonderful.
people that you think he can.
Colluded to do what?
I think that
Did he get a helicopter that we didn't know
a
about?
state should prosecute Fauci.
He funded something even though he knew it was illegal, and then covered. I tell you what, I won't say the thing that'll get me banned. I will not say that, but you all know what I'm thinking. But then he lied with
Now
regards
he's
to.
taking a shower.
No, I'm not taking a shower. I'm cooking meat candy. Okay. You want to say anything? Anyhow, he lied about its origin, and even though he knew.
Bacon.
Yes.
Again, that's not been proven. As a matter of fact, it's been proven the opposite, that he didn't lie about the origins.
He
that being
put
said,
in his diary.
Yeah, has anyone read the diary?
The diary, the new Hunter's laptop is BS.
It's
that didn't exist.
It's Schrodinger's work documentation. That's what it is.
Hold on, it was the diary that started in Hillary's emails that ended up on Hunter's laptop.
and then on a fucking work computer of Fauci's, and that's why they all got pardoned, right?
Yeah.
Seriously, how many more of these fake indictments? Not like Hillary's still free, Letitia James free, James Comey free. Like
Comey will be free for sure.
How many more are you going to fall for? It's been 2 years.
Kilmar, the first guy that got arrested, free now too.
I don't understand why they keep saying Fauci's for a worldwide pandemic. He's responsible for that. It's so stupid. What did other countries do? What did other countries do about it?
Lock their citizens in their house.
Yeah.
They were in on it.
Yeah.
Fauci was the ringleader.
The whole world. The whole world. Okay.
Yeah, if he wasn't guilty of anything, he would have clearly answered those questions. But I don't know.
He released the Epstein files.
Maybe he wasn't fruitful in his initial meetings with Congress.
I mean, have you actually read the Diary of Tears? It's over 1,500 pages, and it's really simply written. Almost every page is about one or two sentences, maybe a paragraph if he was feeling particularly mouthy that day. And just because, who was the one who led this congressional hearing?
Rand Paul.
Yeah, just because Rand Paul asked questions does not mean that it was in the diary, because actually the diary just shows that, one, Fauci had a meeting with 12 worldwide virologists that were experts in their field. 10 of them, including him, agreed that it was biological origins, and 2 thought it was man-made. So this whole, I don't know where anyone got this. If you read the diary, it's online. You can read it. Like, why are you trusting some random guy? Why are you trusting Rand Paul? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he's the one who actually released it, did he not?
Yeah, he did, and it was a nothing burger.
The thing you didn't read? Is that the thing you're talking about that he released?
I've only read the bullet points. I haven't read it in depth.
So you listened to
You should read it in depth.
Read the Cliff Notes. Yeah, that makes sense.
You read some Twitter post. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You guys are what's wrong with this country.
That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. After the Bush years, we went
In what way, Mojo? I'll bite.
And buying everything that fits your narrative and discarding everything that doesn't.
Oh, yeah? Are you saying that we identify as correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. How could anyone be so deluded as to completely ignore reality in favor of a political position?
I have no idea.
Who does that, Mojo?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
You do.
Okay.
That's a good T-shirt. Identify as correct.
We live in a really strange time right now because, like I said, Trump does not have a whole lot of time. I mean, I imagine that he's treading lightly at the behest of the Republicans to avoid any further accusations of fascism before the hammer falls. But you don't suppose that all of these things like that that they're doing with Fauci right now speak to larger movements behind the scenes?
It's all deflection. So we
No, what I'm
don't
saying
see
is
what he's doing
they're moving.
because of the Epstein files. It's just deflection.
Let's just think about this.
Yeah, keep
Let's
talking
think
about
this. So, do you think that Rand Paul and Trump are in cahoots, and that Trump asked Rand Paul to kind of set up this investigation and bring Fauci in front of Congress? You know, Rand Paul, the same guy who's really good friends with Massey, who fucking Trump got out of office. Like, in what fucking world are they colluding together? Backdoor fucking handshakes to bring down the deep state, right? This is fucking nonsense.
Yeah, Rand Paul and Thomas Massey were good friends. I think Rand Paul cares about what happened. I think Rand Paul wants to get to the bottom of what happened. I think he, just like a lot of Americans, are really upset with the fact that the media not only did not do their job, but acted as the PR department for one Anthony Fauci. And I think we're fucking tired of it. And now they even refuse to hold his feet to the fire with regards to getting a pardon, which was shocking enough, for nebulous crimes, and then not even having the decency to tell the truth on the stand.
There was no truth to tell. Read the fucking diary. Stop being lazy. It's 1,500 pages. Das Kapital is fucking longer than that. Read the fucking diary.
Oh no!
Until you
No,
are,
that's-
don't say
that's a good idea.
anything. Seriously, it's short, Donovan. Each page is about a fucking sentence.
Yeah, that's a good point. Do you know where the diary came from, B?
Yeah, Rand Paul. It's a fucking nothing burger. You know what they used to do back in the day? They used to
Nothing
see
burger.
a woman fucking, I don't know, having a mental breakdown, and they said witch and they burned her. That's all this is. It's just fucking witch hunts all over again.
No, that's not the point.
Like, oh my God, he can do science. That must be some sort of witchcraftery. We must burn him. That's what it sounds like. You guys are freaking not okay in the head.
Yeah, we're the ones that aren't okay in that. Thanks. No, that's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about how did they physically get possession of what is, arguably Anthony Fauci's very personal correspondence. How did they get a hold of that?
What was his personal correspondence? What are you asking about? Like the ones he had with like the senators? I read that one.
Have you ever heard the term burn bag?
No, I haven't.
You familiar with the reams of evidence that they found at FBI headquarters? Evidence marked in burn bags that either through a benign act of patriotism that someone at the FBI preserved rather than destroy, or through gross incompetence, I don't care which. Have you heard that diary was in one of those burn bags?
Oh, it was a fucking nothing burger. Read the diary, dude.
The same
I
diary.
would throw it away too. Honestly, if I saw this and I read the whole entire thing, like I have read it, it's over 1,500 pages. Again, each page is like a sentence long. I would throw it away too. It's fucking nothing. By the way, they found the diary on his laptop. So are you saying they put his laptop in a burn bag?
It's interesting though, because when he met with those 11 scientists, they all believed that there was a chance that insertion was deliberate and possible. Why didn't he state that to the public?
People were already taking Chinese people off the streets and beating them, doing hate crimes against Chinese people. You want him to just state? Live to your. Are you such a? Yeah. Are you such a little?
She's
are you such a
dancing
little
around the question.
snowflake
No, she's
that
not.
you think
She is
that you?
absolutely answering your question.
But she is. This has nothing to do with China.
She is answering your question.
Has
I don't even.
zero
Yeah,
to do with China.
I'm confused. What do you mean by insertion?
Gain of function, B.
Yeah, everyone does gain in function.
The same
we already
thing.
know that.
The same thing that he said they were not doing to Rand Paul in the
Are
initial
you a
congressional
little-
hearings.
Are you a little snowflake that you think that
Did
you
you-
get access
did
to
you-
all of? Let me finish. All of government material? Do you get mad at the CIA when you don't get to see their fucking secret files? Why would
No.
you get access to this type of information?
They're secret for a reason.
Yeah, they are secret for a reason.
But then why did he not tell Rand Paul? When Rand Paul questioned him on it, he specifically said he didn't believe that that was the case. Although 9 of the 11 scientists believed that there was that possibility. He didn't even mention it as a mere possibility.
Why would you just sit here and talk about beliefs? In the diary, Fauci goes on to say that he believes that it is from a natural source. He is not lying about what he believed. He maintained that all the way through the diary, and he maintained that in his public discourse. These private meetings with scientists all over the world where they're trying to figure out how to handle a mass pandemic without creating mass panic are very fragile. I don't think you understand that.
Yeah, sure. Anyways.
Somebody's unalive.
Thank you for
Yeah,
dancing
sure.
around the question.
I proved you wrong.
Thank you for
Let's hear it.
dancing around the question like usual.
I proved you wrong. He told the truth in the diary. He said in the diary he thought it came from natural origins. He went out into public spaces and he said he thought it came from natural origins. He was extremely consistent.
Is everybody okay over there? They're screaming.
Yeah, I heard a guy screaming in the back of Lib Tears.
Sounded like a cinder block fell on somebody's foot.
Nobody was screaming.
Oh, thought somebody maybe lost a finger or something. It sounds like a factory.
There is no war in Boston, say.
There's no what?
So, Lib,
It's
what
an
was your
Avatar reference. You
question?
guys suck.
No, I got it. That's why I got quiet. I didn't want to go through the military retraining.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
The Daily.
No.
Yes, the Daily.
Yes, he says. Ooh, I can just see you like rubbing your hands together as you say that.
Well, see, we put a candle basically inside a lantern and have it on a track that goes around the room to basically hypnotize you. And the whole time we tell you there is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Yeah, still don't know what the hell you're talking about.
What's Bossy Sing?
Ba Sing Se is a city.
Okay, I'm confused.
Yeah,
I missed something. I went to the bathroom, so I missed something.
Avatar with anime? This is the anime Avatar? Because I don't remember this in the regular Avatar.
You are thinking of the movie Avatar, which is not related
you're
to
talking
Avatar
about
The Last
Airbender.
Airbender. Yep.
Oh, okay. No, I have never actually watched that or read it.
It's new on Netflix, I think, last year.
Yeah, they made a live action. It's actually pretty good.
I'll have to watch it.
Wait, sorry. What are we talking about? Because my child is currently throwing a tantrum. So,
how old is he?
He's 5.
Oh, I got it. I had a 5-year-old little boy at one time. He's 33 now. He still has temper tantrums.
Was that a sneeze?
Bless you.
Bless you.
Let's say that, Stargazer. I'm looking forward to them getting older and not throwing temper tantrums.
No, he got through it. He just he has struggled with some issues over the years, and he decided 2 years ago that all his mental problems were because I divorced his dad, and so he hasn't talked to me in 2 years. So I'm
so sorry.
I think Liv Cheers is like 49 or some shit like that. He's like 39 or 40 or something.
Yeah.
Pretty sure you're screwed when it comes to temper tantrums.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
Is Jeff Fafa, is he in the request?
Who? No, I don't think so, but I have Caleb in the request, that's it.
What happened to Derek?
I don't know, he left. That was pretty
He didn't
wild.
say much either.
He got bored.
Yeah. I'm okay with that. I mean, if he can be like a normal human being, I'd be all right.
You haven't had Patriot today, have you?
No, I have him blocked still.
That's good.
I reblocked him. I didn't want to have to deal with it.
I would leave if he was. I can't stand him.
Yeah, I didn't.
I think Derek went to Europe or England and was like, "Where are all the Sharia law Qurans being handed out?" And was like, "Maybe they're lying."
Really?
Actually, the sad part is he was around most of Europe and said fuck all about immigration and how bad it was, quote unquote, bad it was there.
That's because he said he was only in the rich parts of town. That was his excuse. That's what he said.
Hold on, I'm looking up something.
You're looking up something? Yeah, why do you look stuff up?
Looking up something. That was a cute little voice.
That Alicia was, or Alicia, I'm not quite sure how she pronounces her name, but she said something about Blanche.
I assume that he has won or will win or something like that.
The kids got her.
Yeah, can we check on Sammy? I think she just got mauled.
It happens. Happens every day. You don't know what it's like.
That is hilarious.
Hey, Brobot, I wanted to give you kudos for your new 1%, 46 trillion, that little argument. I like it a lot.
Oh, appreciate it.
What's wrong there?
Part of it's wrong.
He doesn't fucking know. He's got no arguments.
Oh, so it's about Todd Blanche, the Attorney General. Attorney General nominee tells faith leaders he will take action to restrict abortion drug access.
And I just read something too that Susan Collins is actually saying that she's going to vote against his confirmation because since Blanche took over, the Department of Justice has become increasingly political.
Oh yeah, he says that he told faith leaders that he's going to roll back abortion access even in states that have laws protecting it.
Because who gives two shits about states' rights?
Wow.
On a private call last week hosted by the White House Faith Office, Blanche told the religious group Intercessors of America that moves to undo the Biden administration's effort to protect abortion are taking longer than we want.
So wait, the federal government's trying to resurrect the issue? I mean, this is a state issue now, right?
Well, that's what Todd Blanche says he wants to do. This is what he told the faith leaders in the White House, that he plans to roll back abortion in every single state.
How does he propose to do that?
He says that he told them that he's working hand in hand with federal health agencies, the White House, and President Trump to get permanent solutions so that Dobbs' decision becomes fair in every state. So he's going to work with, looks like, White House, Trump, and federal health agencies.
So executive fiat.
And they say you guys are not twins.
Maybe great minds just think alike.
I just made a great big bowl of popcorn.
The live's already died. What are you gonna eat popcorn for?
I usually stay up till 3 or so.
I mean, Mojo, if you want me to liven it up, I've got a couple of cards I can pull out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't want that to happen. I think I'm probably okay. Although I did block Tapley et al. Earlier, and then I unblocked them, so they are not blocked anymore. But I just didn't want to listen to them.
Why would you block L?
At all.
Oh.
God, that scared me. I was like, what?
You don't know what ETAL is?
No, I'm done.
It is it's kind of like a legalese term.
It means the group of them.
Yeah, and we use the same thing for like if there's multiple people on like journals and stuff like that. It's like Miller, Johnson et al.
Yeah.
Like and it's like saying that there's multiple people, multiple whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, so whoever came in here with Tapley talking a bunch of shit, I ended up blocking right away because I didn't feel like having them in the comments doing that all day. But I've already unblocked them all, so I suppose at some point in time they'll come back again. Since Tapley is like
we can invite Jimothy up.
Jimothy? Didn't he already go back to Europe?
He says, God bless Allah, we will soon control the woman of America.
Wait a minute. Was Jimothy European? I thought it was just a raccoon.
No, I'm pretty
sure. No, Timothy's from the U.S.
Wait, but he got on the plane and left, right? Didn't he get on a plane with the soccer with Spain or whatever? And go back to Spain, take your vacation to Spain or some shit?
I don't remember that.
Is that real?
I think it is. Wait,
Timothy became famous after soccer was over.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, yeah, because it was during the Trump's whatever speech thing, or like his whatever he was supposed to say. Jimothy was leading the news.
Oh, that's right. He was trending.
Or are you
Okay,
mistaking
what I read,
the
okay,
taxidermied
I did.
raccoon that the Norway guy took back
Yeah,
holding
that's
the bottle
okay.
of
That's
booze?
what I was thinking of. That's what I was thinking
Oh,
of.
okay, okay. I forgot about that. There was there's
I
really,
just heard something. I remember hearing something about it, but I didn't realize that it was like a taxidermy raccoon. I thought he took Timothy back with him or something.
but there's a real Timothy, a disfigured raccoon that
Yeah.
lives in this lady's neighborhood.
Yeah, he's in Seattle with Ella.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
Same thing,
if
but it
you
was.
join Ella's
Okay, go ahead.
if you join Ella's Discord, there's a Jimothy channel.
Oh, okay. I'll have to do that. I haven't yet. Mojo, this is your second live, correct?
Today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I accidentally went down earlier. Yes.
Okay. Because you had a ton of coins earlier today, and you have quite a bit tonight too. So that's cool.
I didn't even look.
Yeah,
How do you know?
you're like at 83.9. I just remember when I was on a little bit earlier today, you had quite a few.
Wait, how do you know how many? 83.9. Where does it say that?
It's actually
No,
right
she's
under
talking
your
about
name.
likes.
Wait, that's my likes.
Yeah.
No. Oh,
That's
yeah.
tapped in the screen.
Yeah.
I
Never mind.
actually need before 10 o'clock. I need 1.2 thousand more diamonds to avoid losing a fragment.
Yikes!
But I can do that for myself. I got some coins in my second account, so I can just buy myself gifts. Gift myself.
Oh, okay. I'm like coin poor.
That's cool.
I haven't earned it. I haven't been on a lot, so I haven't earned it. And then, occasionally I buy a few, but I just haven't done it.
Yeah, no.
I didn't capitalize well enough over these past 2 days.
Yeah,
with
me
the
either.
drama, apparently. Oh.
I'm sorry. I'll take care of it myself. Don't you guys
Yeah.
worry about it.
When you went down the other night, when all that shit was going on over at Danielle's, I went over and just sat there and listened for about an hour, and it was like I could just get disgusted with it all.
Oh Jesus, that scared the crap out of me.
That was so cute.
That was cute.
W. Sammy.
Sammy, I said I would take care of it. But thank you.
I just wanted to get up to 37. It's fine. That's so close.
You better watch out. You're going to get up to 50 one of these days, and then everybody's going to be coming after you. That's like puts a target on you.
I gotta drop.
But
Huh?
50 is the target?
Well, that's as high as you can go. 50.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if you get to 50, you are like a super gifter, and that means that all the creators will be super nice to you, like all of them.
So I'll have my choice of creators? Nice.
It's a big deal. That Chad Waters guy that followed Jody and shit around, he had an account with 50, that was 50 at one point. I think he lost it. I think he got banned for a year or something like that. But yeah, he was always giving huge gifts to Jody and Emma and a bunch of other women on Los's and on other panels.
We'll fix it wherever you want.
Oh, Sammy, I was heading to the restroom and I thought I heard you talk about Susan Collins.
Yeah, so when I was trying to look up what Nightingale was saying that B found, I came across that the GOP margin has narrowed for the confirmation of Blanche because Susan Collins has said that she will vote no for his confirmation.
Oh, that's good news. Good news. And is anything no going on with Max Miller? Have they gotten rid of him yet?
The only thing reported as of earlier today was that he has asked for an ethics probe or whatever, or he has requested an ethics probe
On himself?
On himself, but nothing else has really happened.
Okay.
It's finding new options, even if it's not with us. Oh yeah.
I'm just watching something.
Oh, sorry, I'll turn down.
What
It's
is
a
it? What are you
commercial.
watching?
Commercial. I'm watching CNN just for the election results.
There's a shock.
CNN?
It's for the election results, Donovan. Hey, did you vote today, Donovan?
I did
Because
not.
your district, I was going to say, because your district was one of the primaries.
Yeah. Political dynamics in Pennsylvania signal significant challenges for the Democrat Party as recent reports indicate the dramatic decline in voter registration advantage. In the past decades, the Democrats' lead has shrunk from nearly 1 million to just 170,000, exacerbated by a recent purge of tens of thousands of registrations, predominantly from Democrats. The shift raises concerns about the party's ability to secure the crucial electoral votes needed to win the White House. Yay, Pennsylvania. You were talking about the Virginia primaries, though?
Yeah, because what? There were only 3 districts, I think. Because I know, like, my district wasn't one of them that was voting. It was 6, 9, and 2, I think.
And Mark Warner didn't have a challenger.
Yeah, they were voting. They were voting for his Republican um thing today.
Yeah, I think there's 3 candidates for the Republican challenger, I guess. I don't know who's... No idea who's even the front runner there.
I don't think it had been decided when I looked at it earlier. It was, oh shoot. I forget. It was a lady that got the Democratic seat to go against the incumbent of District 2, which is a Republican. But I didn't see any of the other results. The one that got the nomination for District 2 is one of the seats they're looking to flip in Virginia for Congress.
What about the Els? What is it, El Said?
I think Nightingale said it was 1 hour. They were closing in an hour or something.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Michigan?
Yeah.
He was here. It's coming back on the commercials over the. Should be showing it shortly. He was in the lead. He was in the lead.
Missouri had a chance to get rid of their state income tax. It failed.
Of course.
83%. It failed embarrassingly.
El Sayed is at 49.7. Stevens is 46.6.
Wow, that's close.
Yeah.
Oh, how much of the vote is in?
38%.
Oh, okay. Still got a bunch.
Yeah, that's still a bunch left.
They just closed at 9. I thought it was 8, but it was 9. A GOP senator. There's nothing we can do to rein in Trump. Wonder who that was.
Is Michigan, are they in Central Time?
No, Eastern.
And they could have done more. Oh, Michigan is still in Eastern? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I guess they're technically over top of Indiana.
Yeah.
And
Ohio.
Yeah. I keep wanting to put them a little bit further west. I don't know why. Oh, and apparently North Michigan is actually Central Time Zone.
The Upper Peninsula, baby.
That's crazy that the pools are open so late, though. Because, like, here in Virginia, ours closed at 7.
Have y'all talked about the trip of DSA members to China in 2024?
No.
Oh no.
Enlighten us.
Oh no.
I'm still reading it. D. Knight, a DSA member from New York City, reported that, quote, Beijing buzzed with excitement after a separate trip in 2024. Knight wrote in a blog, quote, the provincial foreign affairs department staff called us VIPs and treated us royally. Apparently they signed some type of pledge to the CCP. Bill Maher talked about it on a show.
Oh no, China.
Okay.
I mean, the same country where your iPhone's made?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
And wait, is that also the same country that all the tech bros and Trump just went to go visit?
And isn't that the country that Trump's items are made that he sells?
And his daughter has, what, 30 patents in that country?
Donovan, do you know that some DSA members are actually backed financially by the CCP?
Oh my God, China.
That'll get him thrown in jail.
Yeah, candidates can't be backed by a foreign government. That cannot happen.
DSA is an NGO. Well, non.
Okay, then they're not. Then they're not. I don't know what you mean by backed candidates. Then
I didn't say candidates. Mojo, you need to listen.
You did. You said DSA backed candidates.
Did not. Okay.
That's exactly what you said. You were wild.
I'm actually kind of surprised that so many ballot initiatives were done like today and stuff. Like usually ours are either in the spring with our primaries, or they are on but most of them, unless they're like something special like the redistricting in the spring, it's usually done on election day.
Yeah, it should be done in a general election. So everybody gets the exact same thing, right?
Are you guys really happy about this DSA thing? I mean, really, honestly.
Yeah.
Your voice is cracking there. You scared?
I mean, I'm watching more of this, like Bill Maher talking to his audience of millions. He's raising an alarm against people in his own party. You don't see an issue with this?
Bill Maher is DSA?
No, he's calling the DSA out for being out of their minds. I mean, he uses lots of other colorful pejoratives to describe them, But yeah, I mean, he's calling them communists. I mean, holy shit. This is kind of awesome. So, I'm wondering, you guys are really okay with the DSA becoming a mouthpiece for the Democrat Party?
I don't think they are a mouthpiece for the Democrat Party.
They're trying to assume control of the Democrat Party, Mojo.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't?
I don't.
How are they supposed to achieve their electoral aims, their legislative aims, without taking over the party?
The same way Heritage Foundation does.
Yeah, does oh, sorry, go ahead, Civics.
I'll just be really quick.
You're good.
I'll be really quick. The House has come down to like 5 or 6 votes. And if the DSA is able to get 5 to 6 to 10 people to fucking vote, then they become a voting bloc. It's that simple. You'd have to work with them.
Yeah, they're going to be super effective like the Squad was. Except this is worse. I mean, oh my God.
Let it happen.
Don't mistake me. I'm fine. I'm fine with this.
I want it to happen.
Go ahead, Lib.
No, I want it to happen just so the American people can see how idiotic the far left is.
That is not the far left. It can always go farther. I promise you that.
Again, that's not a flex.
So
No, it is a flex. You guys are honestly you should honestly be settling for Jesus Christ, Leb. Nobody can even hear you because you sound like you're in a fucking vacuum right now.
Abolishing the Senate isn't far left?
No, that is not far left. It can go farther. You know, abolishing the entire United States, that's far left.
That's kind of what they want to do, though.
So
No,
do you
that's
remember when
not. They're called democratic socialists.
Do you remember when I
Democratic?
asked?
A term that never existed until when? Exactly.
Okay, so do you
It's
remember when I
existed
asked?
since the inception of
It
socialism.
sounds like socialism with a nice little.
Who do you
bitty
think
bow on top.
unalived freaking Rosa Luxemburg? But you don't even know who that is.
You can't put a bow on socialism, B. Sorry.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I know you don't.
Anyway, do you remember when I asked you, Boston clam chowder chuckleheads, which DSA-backed candidate was running on abolishing the Senate, and there was crickets? And you guys going to tell me? Can you
The
maybe look
entire
into that?
platform is advocating for that civics.
Are they?
But, okay.
Are they?
Yeah,
So
it's
A,
literally
it's not a political
on their
party.
level.
A, it's not a political party. So B, we can narrow it down because there's not that many candidates, and we can look at their speeches and what's on their website. And I will send you a nice little bow tie if you can find one of them outright saying that they want to abolish the Senate.
No need to run from this.
I'm not running. I'm asking you for evidence.
Sounds like you are.
Okay. Well, I'm here. I'll give you a galaxy if you can find it.
Never said they were.
Incompetent, dude. The whole entire
I never said they were. You're just implying that is the case, and it was never stated. Never came out of my mouth.
Libin and Jonathan, I'm trying to remember your all stances. Are you guys for or against DEIA?
You can't fight racism with racism.
So I take it that means that you are against DEI?
What is DEIA?
I'm for A.
Hold on, robot. Sorry, what did you say, Lib?
I'm for A.
But you're against the DEI part?
Yeah, he doesn't much care about diversity, equity, or inclusion.
Yeah. Fuck those things. Those are evil.
Okay.
Evil.
So
Evil to treat people equally.
you guys agree with the platform of abolish the Senate because the Senate is DEI for all states.
That is the worst correlation I think I've ever heard in my entire existence on this planet.
Yeah, that's because you're dumb.
No,
Yeah,
that was dumb. No offense, Sue.
how many?
Because Republicans can't win the Senate without the Electoral College. And if they don't have the Senate, they're never going to take control of the House.
It's the wonder of live election night. 23,150.
Okay.
Okay. Now you just sound like Donovan after you get roasted on something and have no idea what to say.
How do you roast without a flame, Mojo?
I got all kinds of flames, kid.
Shit, dude.
Mojo, you have an admirer in the gulag, Edward William. It says, Brobot, tell Mojo to accept my gifts as a token of our friendship.
You guys know Edward. He's been
okay.
For a while. He hangs out on different panels, but he usually comes up, changes his background a few times, and then leaves.
Oh,
He
okay.
doesn't really talk a whole lot.
Norway's biggest population center in the state.
Interesting. Miss Luxembourg, her writings on the Russian Revolution were later viewed by some as a prescient critique of Stalinism.
Yeah, that's why she brought her up. She was very critical of the imperialism, the fucking Soviet Union. Which is why not all leftists are the fucking same. It's why I call out MLs all the goddamn time. They try to glorify Lenin and Stalin and the USSR as if they weren't fucking imperialists.
Sammy, I have a question for you.
Marxist Leninist. Is that what an ML is?
Yeah.
Did you say
I
me?
thought it was Martin Luther. Yes. Do you know why the Electoral College was initially implemented and what amendment later changed that Electoral College that was created in 1787?
You think? Wait, you think an
Wait,
amendment
sorry.
changed the? You think an amendment changed the Electoral College? Are you serious?
No, Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution changed it. But I'd like to know...
You just said what amendment changed it.
I'd like to know if Sammy knows why this was the case.
What are you...
To make everything equal representation.
No.
Okay.
Does
then
anybody
enlighten
else
me.
here know?
What was the question?
It was a compromise between the northern states and the southern states at that time because they had a lot less people in the southern states. It was part of the 3/5 compromise, if I'm not mistaken, that was included in this to get the southern states to actually sign on to the Constitution.
Somewhat. That's about 50% true, but sure. Essentially, they didn't want Congress to pick the president. That was the main point.
Wait,
Oh,
Congress,
sorry,
Congress,
you cut out really bad.
Congress was never going to pick the president. There was nowhere in history that Congress was ever going to pick the president.
That was the initial purpose.
No. You're talking about senators. No. You're talking about senators. The state houses at one point or throughout, well, until what was it? The 17th Amendment, 18th Amendment, something like that. Which one was it? 17th Amendment, 16th Amendment, 17th.
I don't remember.
That changed it. I don't remember which amendment it is either, but it changed it. Before that, the House of each individual state got to pick who the senators were. And that has nothing to do with the Electoral College.
You know the House...
Oh my God, you're so...
You know who the House elected in 1800, Mojo?
Yes, tell the person who has a degree in political science about political science, please.
Just give
Who did the House who doesn't select? Who
was it?
did
Now I
the
gotta know
House
where the amendment
select?
was.
Who did the House select as president in 1800, Mojo?
I don't fucking know. I don't know all the fucking presidents. and shit.
Okay.
17.
Who did the House pick in
It was the 17th.
1824?
I was dead on right. It was the 17th.
Who did the House pick in 18... Hold on, the House doesn't pick presidents. So who did the House select in 1824?
In 1800 was Thomas Jefferson, but are you peeing in the background? Like, are you in a fucking porta potty peeing right now?
That is not me.
Are you sure, dude?
Hey, 1836.
I think that's a yes.
I'm at my job. Why the fuck would I be taking a shower?
No, she
That'd
asked
be
if you were
weird.
peeing, you dipshit.
Oh, whatever. I'm not peeing. I'm standing in a warehouse like a creep.
What do you make?
Is it raining? Is that what it's doing?
No, that's Donovan. He's not on mute.
What?
Are you in a machine shop?
He's making extra crispy bacon.
No,
Oh, it almost sounds like he's got a Korean
That is actually.
No,
Well, he was doing that earlier.
yeah. No,
Maybe it's
you
Brobot.
live. No, it's you live.
Do you want to hear me? Hold on. This is me. Hold on.
Just mute so we can see if it's you.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, it's not you. Oh, it might be Stargazer. She's probably running some water start. Oh, no, it's not. Wait.
I have my
It was
TV on.
Brobot.
Oh, that's the cat's water fountain.
Okay, now that we've solved that mystery, do any of you know who Sia Weaver is? Sia Weaver. Anybody?
Sia.
That is Mamdami's top aide. She was just quoted recently as saying, "Impoverish the white middle class." That's a direct quote.
Housing justice for all, also, Donovan.
Impoverish the white middle class is what she said.
Hold on. What's the name again, Donovan?
Sia Weaver.
Sia Weaver.
CEA. Yeah, she's actually a high-profile member of the DSA as well.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't really care about that. When you guys stop electing Nazis is when I'll start caring about this rhetoric. Until then,
She also said, quote, "If you do not believe in the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over." That's a quote. No, they're not.
Fucking commies.
These aren't
fucking
communists.
commies.
No, of course not. It's not communism. It's just, we're just jousting you. We're just advising the Democrat Party.
Isn't it eminent?
In one of the biggest cities
domain has
in the
been
country.
around forever.
For a purpose. For a public purpose.
Right. We talking eminent domain now? We're going to hide behind eminent domain?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing.
Okay.
You're so smart, Donovan.
Oh my God. That's wild. All right. How do you reconcile the fact that she said impoverish the white middle class?
Well, there really isn't any middle class anymore. It's the haves and the have-nots.
That's their DEIA, Donovan. Didn't you know
He
that?
asked me a question and you overtalked, Lib.
No, I just gave an answer.
Check yourself.
you did overtalk. He asked fucking Stargazer.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
So
I don't know I can hear anything there.
To answer Donovan, there isn't a middle class anymore. It's the haves and the have-nots.
If there's no middle class, why would she say impoverish the white middle class? Why would she say that?
Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe she's still in the war on the white man.
She's white.
Yeah, it don't matter. War
What
on the
was the
white man
sentence
is
before
the
and
end of
after
the
that statement?
patriarchy and the beginning of the matriarchy.
Yeah, Donovan, what was the sentence before and after that?
I don't know. You tell me.
I'm curious.
Hold on. First off,
Things are never taken out of context,
reading
right?
a quote.
Yeah. Hey. So where was the quote from, Donovan? Did she say it out of her mouth?
Yeah. Right here. Bill Maher's reporting on it. It was on a show.
Oh, so it wasn't from a tweet in 2017 where she alluded to home ownership as white hold on. Give me 1 second.
As white supremacy.
White supremacy.
Yeah.
So,
2017, 10 years
Hey.
ago.
okay,
10 years.
cool.
Yeah,
2017. So what she did.
Hold on. Wait.
She actually said private property, including and any kind of, especially home ownership, is a weapon of white supremacy, masquerading as wealth building public policy. That's pretty racist.
No, it's not.
Oh no, black people can't be racist. People of color can't be racist.
She's not black. She's fucking white.
People
You
are
said.
so evil.
You
I
said
know
she's
that.
white.
I know that.
She's a blonde white-
The
she's a
leftist
blonde
virtue
white
signal
woman.
to the point where they want electoral
Whiplash.
gain.
She's talking
And
about
they
her
will
own
throw anyone
people.
under the bus to gain power.
She's talking about her own people. That's not racist at all. When I talk about my own people, that's not racist.
Yeah.
She's talking about her own fucking people, dude.
It's just more illustration that you guys will take leave of your senses and say whatever you think you need to say to gain power.
No, I
They
think
just
she's
lack. They
correct.
lack moral virtue. It's
No,
just
you lack education. I could try to
lack
connect it for you, but
foundational,
you guys can't read a fucking
lack
book,
of
so I can't. You
foundational
have a literacy
morality.
level of you have a
Yeah,
literacy
no
level of a
new
second grader.
wars.
I'm a
What is?
No
stupid.
new
Is
I'm a
wars.
anybody?
Watch
Do you,
the
what
Love
is?
glass
so
the whole
much you're willing to
country.
stupid.
hack off their genitals.
What the fuck?
What was that?
I'm
It's
a
just an
Telling
illustration of
you.
how absolutely bonkers you guys get.
Does the
when
guy who's talking about hacking off genitals? What the
Well,
fuck?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys are like, we love kids so much we're willing to hack off their genitals.
Why are
We're
you thinking
talking.
about kids' genitals, you freak?
No
Nobody was talking
that's
shit.
about
what
that.
Well,
that's
That's
what
because
fucking
Kamala advocated
weird.
for.
chemical
No, you guys are
castration
fucking
is not
weird.
is not
You
like
guys
a
are
fucking
weird. Why
is
are
not
you
a deal
thinking of
breaker for you
children's
guys.
genitals? Why are you
Kamala wanted
thinking of
to.
children's genitals unprompted? Nobody
Kamala
talked about
wanted to
it
do
but
the little
you.
snippy snippy.
You
Yeah,
also lived
I'm
tears.
talking
That's
about
kind of
your willingness
gross.
to do. I'm
No,
talking
you
about your
brought it up
willingness to
unprompted.
change
You're
a
Kamala
fucking
was
child's
a snippy
gender
snippy.
in order
gross.
Little
to like
Gross.
comply with
Fucking
fashion,
wild.
like
Thinking
there's some
about
kind of
kids' genitals out of
handbag or
nowhere.
something.
That's fucking weird, Donovan. You need to get help.
Kamala
Yeah,
wanted to
I'm helping
snippy
the
snippy.
community right now by calling out your nonsense.
Nah, you brought it up out of nowhere. Somebody should check your fucking hard drive.
We're
That's
talking about
fucking
housing.
weird.
Do you
All
B? Do
right.
you know B? Do you know what the difference is in percentage of home ownership amongst the black community as compared to the white community? Do you know what the
I
rate
think
is off the top
it's
of your head?
I think the black community is around 17%, whereas the white community I believe is around 65, but let me confirm.
If those numbers are correct, and
And
the statement that Sia made was correct.
and it says the posts which were circulated on social media in recent days by critics of Mandami, including calls to treat private property as a collective good and to impoverish the white middle class. A tweet sent in 2017 described home ownership as a weapon of white supremacy masquerading as wealth building public policy.
It is if you develop policy toward wealth building through home ownership, and home ownership rates among black people are a hell of a lot lower than among white people, then it is exactly what she described it as.
And that is a function of racism somehow?
It's a function of systemic racism, yes.
Oh, because black people can't buy houses.
No.
No?
But it's certainly harder for them too, because they haven't been, well, first of all, they were redlined.
Black people have to pay more for the same house?
First of all, they were redlined. And then, and then generational wealth was taken from them because they didn't have the chance to buy a home and pass it down to their kids. And then after that, even today, just recently, the Wells Fargo was sued and lost the lawsuit for discriminating against people with black-sounding names. So yeah, systemic racism.
There are no barriers to home ownership, regardless of the race that you are. Misrepresenting home ownership in this country will not see you have political gains. It's just the kind of identity politics that has continued to see you guys lose elections.
Are you saying redlining didn't happen?
Not saying redlining didn't happen. I'm saying redlining doesn't happen today.
Oh,
You don't
wow.
think that has generational effects?
Oh, my, you're so wrong, Donovan.
Oh yeah. Oh, totally. Yeah.
Do you plan on
Doesn't
handing
happen
your
today.
Do you plan on handing your house to your kids?
It'll be in a trust.
To your kids, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Black people didn't get that chance.
Yeah, they did.
They didn't. Because they weren't allowed to own homes. Or the homes that they
When
were allowed to
the
own
1860s
only went down
Mojo?
in value.
2027. We're in a completely new world. You guys want to point to what happened over 100 years ago, like it's happening today. It's not.
My mom's still alive, and she owns a very big house.
Okay, cool.
She was alive back then. She had a house passed down to her too.
Okay.
So when you say 60s, 70s, Yeah, it affects people today.
Yeah, there have been plenty of efforts for tipping the scales back into balance, and that's
I don't
and now
disagree
all
that
of a
we're trying to
sudden here
do.
we are.
I don't disagree that we're trying to do better, but it still sucks that it still exists, and the
Right,
state
but
that's
It's
made is
still
still
more on the
correct.
left that helps than the
Trying to
right.
get political gains based on this is it's gross, and I think the American people are wise to it.
Yeah,
And you've been turbo bitching about that correction for fucking 30 years.
I don't turbo bitch.
You kind of do.
Okay, giga bitch.
You say the same random things all the time. I would call that turbo bitching. I don't know.
No. Respect Donovan. He giga bitches.
Yeah, Mom Tommy's top 8 says some gross shit. All of the DSA members are saying gross shit consistently, and you
You're
guys
not immune from that.
to defend the gross shit that they are saying. Again,
What's gross? I haven't heard one gross thing that you said on this panel.
I'm neither complaining nor am I bitching. As a matter of fact, I brought up several times about the fact that what I see coming on the horizon, which is a reckoning between the DSA and the corporate Democrats, who are obviously far more powerful, but don't want to flex their power because they don't want the American people to see the kind of shit that they can do, are about to absolutely annihilate the DSA, and it's going to be glorious to watch.
I have to point something out. Fucking libtears tries to say commies in the comments in fucking bold letters and says comes instead, like he just jerked off or something.
Yeah, with that name and that looks so bad. You should, that's bad.
The water droplets don't make it any better, my guy.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
is bad.
Brutal. That's brutal, libtears. You did yourself a dirty there. I don't know.
When you blamed yourself
I
over
didn't even
that?
catch any of that.
You're never beating those allegations now.
What was even said? I didn't fucking hear anything.
He can't spell.
You can't spell.
You tried to spell commies and you said comes with fucking little spurting emoji.
Lib, I got you a crusty sock for you.
Ew.
I'm
It's a
confused.
special sock, nerd.
I'm confused. Genuine.
What, you have gender confusion? Is that it?
I'm genuinely confused.
Oh,
Holy
you're
shit! I'm
gender
gonna fucking spell it for you. God damn.
Can
There's
you?
a whole book for him.
He
Can I
cannot
look through
spell
really
it.
quick?
He can't.
Lib comes.
I've been looking at the comments. I've been looking at the comments more today, and I'm
They're hilarious.
a little bit flabbergasted by that is said in the comments.
Is it your first time reading?
Jenny Lulin.
I generally don't look at the comments. I have spent like my whole time on TikTok not reading the comments.
Well, you're usually playing your game, too.
That's true as well.
Yeah.
And I am still doing that right now, by the way.
Are you?
And
Okay.
I'm really pissed off right now because I can't draw my gun and it's pissing me off.
Have you seen Ella today?
She was on here yelling at me earlier.
Okay. Yelling at you?
Yeah.
Well, she never yells. She's too nice to yell.
Yes, I love her.
I do some of my best work in the comments.
No, you
Is it
don't.
also comes?
What's up, please, for yourself, Donovan?
I got shit from John Galt right as I logged on about how I need to apologize from John motherfucking Galt. And
Wow.
all day long, everybody's telling me how I need to apologize. It's fucking wild.
That reminds me.
I mean, I gave you the same energy as you logged on.
I
But
don't
Galt was
know.
up first.
What did you need to apologize for? I missed something somewhere. I was not sure what was going on.
Well,
Okay, I will
don't
tell
wanna
you.
talk
I will
about
tell
it.
you. I will
Okay.
tell you. I went after Tapley on Jen's panel yesterday morning because he turned a conversation between Pallet and the panel about America Amen into a conversation about himself, and he spent like 20 minutes talking about himself. And I couldn't stand it anymore, so I got up on the panel and yelled at him, calling him a narcissist and a sociopath. And at some point in this exchange between he and I, he throws Danielle at me. He said something to the effect of, I have video recording of you saying that Danielle did it to herself or something. And I took the bait.
Oh.
And I explained that I have questions about what happened. And then the entire situation from then on out became about that. And then they ran like 3 hours of a live last night just going off about me.
Yeah, I heard some of that.
Yeah.
But you had questions about it. That doesn't mean that you don't believe it.
They're not that I don't believe it, and not that I believe that she did anything bad in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
I do have questions as to who actually made the image, why she decided to post the image and capitalize off of it, why she decided to say some of the things that she said. I have and Chad specifically too, the guy that they said came out of the woodworks and decided that he could go find the guy and somehow found his IP and got 72 accounts banned or some shit like that. I mean, the whole thing seems like way sketch. I have questions.
Well, that Chad was in your live earlier and had said something about he was going to get you canceled.
I know.
I'm like, what the? Yeah.
Good luck to him.
Mojo's uncancelable. They've tried.
And a lot of people in his community have all said, we think he should apologize and we don't agree with his viewpoints. And then that was overlooked, and then a bunch of people were like, everybody on the panel and all the women that supported him are running defense or whatever. And it's like, what defense? We said we don't agree with what he said.
Yeah, during that process, they went after a bunch of women. They went after a bunch of women in the community
They
here.
were after Ella.
Emma was out in the
Emma.
open, but there are
Yeah.
other people that were not mentioned by name, but were talked about in harsh ways.
I think they just don't support women.
And like even who was it? Shoot, I think it was it this morning? Like Tapley even said something like you better not DM me CS or something like that. I was like, dude, CS isn't even here.
Right.
And he was like, I'm just covering all my bases. And I'm like, but she's not even here. Like, you can literally see that she's not viewing this.
Well,
He hasn't been on TikTok for like over a month. Funny how he fucking pulls her name out of the damn woodwork. I
Well-
think they just hate women.
I can't see him when he's on the panel. He centers himself every single time. It's just so fucking annoying.
That accusation was actually so insidious. Did you hear what Probot said? I just don't think he likes women. Simply because the individual is gay, it's like, yeah, kinda. I guess he does. Because he doesn't like women.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, and people, like, there are still plenty of people that are not necessarily, like, that are not gay, like, that are heterosexual, and they're still misogynistic. And just because you don't like women in a sexual way doesn't mean that you're not potentially going to be misogynistic towards people. Like, does that make sense? Because I almost don't think that made sense in my head.
Yeah, no, it does.
It sounds kind of like you're running interference. No, I stand by what I said.
Are you saying that?
Interference for what?
Are you saying that gay men are inherently misogynistic?
Did I say inherently?
No.
I
I said that Tapley
it
seems to be
doesn't-
inherently misogynistic.
No, I'm saying just because you don't find them sexually attractive doesn't mean that erases the misogynistic potential for your character.
I don't know. Being a heterosexual man, I find men generally gross. Women, on the other hand, are are pretty awesome. So I don't know what it is that gives me that bias. But again, I could probably make the position. I could probably argue the position that gay men, but definitionally, inherently, are misogynistic. They do not like women. Yeah, I agree with Probot.
But misogynistic
I don't think that's what
isn't
robots were
necessarily meaning
saying.
that, yeah. And misogynistic is not necessarily meaning that they don't like women. They just look down on women.
Right.
There are plenty of people that quote unquote love women but are misogynistic assholes.
Right. They love women when their place. As long as they stay in their place, they love them.
Yeah, barefoot in the kitchen.
All right.
Was just going to say that. I agree.
Yeah.
But does she have an apron on? That's the
No,
question.
no, a long like nightshirt and ankle socks
Oh, Jesus.
off the with off the
You mean a
shoulder.
moo-moo?
We don't need
A
your
moo-moo?
fantasies here,
No, not a
Donovan.
moo-moo. Gross.
Are you
Like a
reliving
nightshirt.
your like 20s or something, Donovan?
What
That
about a
was oddly
headscarf?
specific.
Sometimes.
Well, I don't know. When she had those pictures up and talking about them, Danielle, the other night,
Yeah.
and she was saying
No.
how
What?
she didn't understand how they made her boobs look exactly like her boobs really do.
That was one of the comments I was talking about.
Yeah,
What picture are you talking about?
the one Danielle had up.
The AI.
Oh,
So they the
I haven't seen it,
day
but go
I
ahead and
think it
send
was
it to
like
Lib Tears.
well you can't see anything because it's
Oh, yeah.
redacted. Okay.
Right.
Poor Lib Tears is out there in the fucking desert, apparently. It's thirsty
I
as
like
fuck.
titties. Ain't nothing wrong with tig old bitties.
Mojo, I had questions.
Well, I know you can go find our first lady, so go right ahead.
Been there, done that.
Fucking
What?
gross. The fuck?
Dude, you're not helping the fucking stereotypes from the right.
Oh no, here we go. Jesus. Come on, did you have to do that? I was having a good night.
Titties. Hey, Zach, do you like titties?
I'm more of
Go
an ass
Army
man,
does that.
but I do like a good pair.
There we go. That's what I like to hear.
Have they been
I
surgically
really
modified,
don't want
Zach?
to hear about your
No,
special
I
sock
really
activities with
I
the first
really do
lady.
not.
Can
I
we
really do not like
please move
surgically
on?
modified. I am anti-surgically modified. I've been with a couple women with fake boobs. It's a weird thing.
I got the Melania twisted sock.
Excuse me. Did
I
you
will say
just
my
refer? Did you just refer to enhanced body image as fake? Is that what you did?
me.
Yeah, they're not fake. They are
Zach
real.
is likely a body
Pick him.
shamer.
They're 100% fake.
They're not fake. It is simply an enhancement.
If I
No,
put a
the
latex
saline.
dick extension on, would that be a real 9-inch dick or would that be a fake 9-inch dick?
That would be enhancement. Your language, sir, is oversimplified and
Grotesque.
misleading. Yeah.
Grotesque.
Donovan, when did you become a woke ridiculous?
What?
Don't make fun of Donovan's meat sock.
No. What I'm doing is I'm just using their own tactics.
Yeah.
These are the kind of tactics they use. Not only that, but I tend to approve of the practice.
You approve of being lewd or like
No, the
decorum?
opposite. Come on.
He's trying to
Okay, so
defend fake
No, I don't
decorum.
like being rude. I'm talking about enhancements.
He likes fake boobs.
Yeah, I guess so.
I was
Why would you
aware.
call them fake? They're not fake. What makes them fake exactly?
I don't
Can
know.
they still
The
feel the
plastic?
stimulation?
Yes.
No.
Really?
Yes.
First off, of course, they can feel the stimulation because it's not like fake like nipples. It's fake size of boobs. And I don't know how many fake boobs you've actually squeezed, but they do not feel the same. All right. Well, I know that you. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe you've squeezed so many fake boobs, you think that's what a real boob feels like, and that's not.
I can say with confidence that because of my wealth of experience that they are in fact not fake.
That is a very weird take, man.
You understand the nature of some of these doctors? They're like artists, like all different kinds of shapes and sizes and volumes. And I mean, it runs the gamut from little itty bitties to great old over the shoulder boulders, like all of them.
Listen, it's 100% true that some fake boobs are a million times better than other.
I hate this so much.
Thank God, tennis,
They're
you're
all
here.
fake.
Save us.
This is a
It's
pretty
a-
fucking ridiculous.
Mojo,
I'm
Mojo, did you know that tennis is from New York?
I had no idea. Are you serious?
I'm not in New York right now.
Where are you?
Nantucket.
Oh, nice.
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 What did you
God,
think
you
of your
guys.
enhancements? Did you appreciate them?
Oh my god, what do you think of your freaking enhancements? I hope they make a brain enhancement.
Jesus Christ. Can you message Zach and figure out your past bro fucking group chat and do whatever the fuck you guys want to do?
I would talk to CS. I was hoping I would see her.
Whoa. Was
She's
that a
not
zipper?
here.
Are you
No,
in the
talking
Discord?
about Massachusetts. Anyway, I was trying
Is
to
she in
change
your bag
the
right now?
subject. Sorry?
It sounded like you was unzipping something. I don't know.
What?
It was a crazy sound.
You might be able to get a hold of her in Discord.
I can't believe you guys are talking about freaking breast implants up here on this panel.
That would be the two clowns in the bottom there.
Very bottom. We've already tried to obfuscate from the subject.
Popular opinion to
I
refer to
mean,
them as
seriously bragging about it and stuff. It's just.
I'm thinking adding a negative emotional charge to a woman simply for wanting to enhance her appearance is chauvinistic. And I don't understand how you guys can't see that. So cut it the fuck out. How about that?
I'm going to agree with you, Donovan.
First off, I'm not
Of
judging
course, we
the woman.
agreed
I'm
with
not
him. We're
judging
trying
the
to
woman.
obfuscate from the fucking subject.
Judging the breasts.
Fuck.
Right. See, they want to oversimplify and make it about, no, that's not what it's about. It's about using precise language, using English for the purpose it was designed for, which is being descriptive in a way that most languages fail at doing.
And you wouldn't say that enhanced is more of an obfuscation of what actually happened. That's not proper language, by the way. That's
What? Hold on. Do you know any of the Latin languages, like Italian, Spanish, French? Like they're very descriptive. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, English is one of the other Romance languages.
I'm going to help Zach really quickly. Obfuscate means to make unclear and unintelligible. Like, stop talking about the fucking subject.
Why are you so triggered by a discussion of bodies? We
It's
talk
like
about
I'm in a
bodies all the
fucking
time.
high school fucking locker room. It's just so immature and stupid.
It's a political panel. Like, why?
It's a worthy philosophical debate.
How is it philosophical? Who fucking cares?
How is it a debate?
No, it's fucking creepy and disrespectful, and multiple people have asked you to change the subject, and you're like, no, let me double down.
All right.
Oh. I have no need to discuss the topic, but I think it's weird to be avoiding it with such
Zach,
fervor.
have you bought into Trump's offer to partake in where you can buy into his, if you can get advanced notification on his tweets
The truth
or his truth
API.
so that you could get an edge on the stock market?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it's literally just a live feed of his tweets, essentially.
No, it's an advanced live feed. So that if you play the stock market, milliseconds can get you advantages in your trading.
Do you know what it does? So it takes his tweets, which you get in real time anyway. Nobody's getting his tweets faster, but it adds context and gives market,
Right.
like market suggestions based on the info.
It's not
Are you
real
serious?
time, it's advanced time.
Oh, I
Real
don't care about
time
the
would
advanced
indicate
time.
it's
How is it-
advanced time.
What's advanced time? You think that
You
when social
haven't read
media?
about this. You don't know what you haven't heard.
So tell me what advanced time means.
Means that you get the benefit of his truths, not tweets, whatever you call his things, his statements before they actually are released to the general public. And he's selling that benefit.
Okay. I can tell you how it technically works, Zach. He probably has access to a specific load balancer or an instance. I don't know what they're using, probably AWS or something like that. That will probably send out his tweets a few seconds faster than the rest of the other instances are going to get. And they're going to get exclusive access to that instance or that load balancer. And what Tennis is saying is that even if it's a second or two before anybody else gets it, they can make trades based off of that information.
That's fucking wild. Oh my god, America's so cooked, dude. America's so fucking cooked. How is this legal?
What she's really doing is alluding to a type of insider trading, right?
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Why not just say that then, counselor?
I said it. I don't know why nobody understood it. Apparently Stargazer did. And Mojo and I were talking about it earlier. What's the big mystery here?
I think it's a skill issue with Zach Tennis, to be fair.
I don't think it.
Sorry, Beat?
I think it's a skill issue with Zach Tennis, to be fair.
A skill issue?
Clearly with Donovan as well.
Yeah, for sure.
What's the skill that I'm lacking?
Recognition of nuance,
If you were a
literacy,
day trader,
understanding.
yes, if you were a day trader and you got information faster than somebody else did, then you could make a trade.
Oh, okay. I'm aware of that. And if it's public, meaning if anyone can buy it, then there's all sorts of instances in which you can get information faster that's relevant to the market.
But this
No,
is
there
our
isn't.
president
Not when you're doing it
selling-
deliberately.
What do you
Our
think the Bloomberg
president
terminal is?
Is selling this information. Tell me that does not, put up some red flags for you.
I mean, it's a crystal clear proposition. He's saying people have learned that they can take the things that I say, which have been proven to move markets on occasion, and they can make bets in with better information.
He's been doing it for a year and a half.
Do you
Now
think
he's
that?
gonna
Do you
let
think that? One
other
second. Do you think
people
that if I
jump in.
read his tweet and I make a stock trade, that I'm automatically going to make money?
He's been doing it for a year and a half. He buys it, he buys a stock, and then he mentions that stock, and it goes up.
Well, by the way, every CEO does that, right? Like they buy their own stocks, and then you're allowed to do that.
Oh, he's